In pursuit of the first immortal of chaos. Is there truly no other realm beyond the immortal realm? Is the realm of the Immortal Emperor genuinely the ultimate pinnacle of the martial path? With these questions weighing on his mind, Yi Lingtian, having reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm, resolutely chose to attempt a breakthrough. However, a series of subsequent events elicited an unsettling feeling within him. It seemed as though an invisible hand was subtly manipulating everything from the shadows. In the Lingnan domain, within the Great Chu dynasty, at the Tianyi Marquis mansion, a striking young man, around 17 or 18 years of age, sat cross-legged, his face resembling a flawless jade, exuding an extraordinary aura. His flowing purple robe adorned with cloud patterns billowed gracefully around him, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Suddenly, the youth's eyes flung open, and a terrifying force surged forth like lightning from his gaze, crashing down upon the artificial mountain before him. With a resounding boom, the faux mountain was instantly reduced to dust, as his indifferent, water-like eyes revealed a hint of profound weariness unbefitting his years, accompanied by a soft sigh. I never imagined that I, Lingtian the Immortal Emperor, would one day find myself in such a precarious reincarnation. The youth remarked with a touch of self-deprecation. His name was Yi Lingtian, a supreme figure in the immortal realm during his previous life. After reaching the zenith of the Immortal Emperor realm, he sensed that the path ahead was far from finished. The Emperor's realm was not the end. Just as he prepared himself to decisively break through, a chilling sound echoed, reminiscent of teeth grinding together. Before his eyes, cracks suddenly appeared in the sky, resembling shattered glass. Boom! The heavens shattered completely, and millions of cataclysmic black-red, tribulation, lightning bolts surged forth like enraged dragons, filling the world with a scene akin to a hellish inferno. Suddenly, a colossal hand pierced through the tribulation, bearing down upon him. Had he not left a contingency plan prior to the breakthrough, sending a fragment of his soul into reincarnation, it is likely that the world would no longer bear witness to the existence of Lingtian, the Immortal Emperor. In his mind, he recalled that colossal hand adorned with enigmatic runes, even having attained the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm. He felt utterly insignificant before it, like an ant. Indeed, the path ahead remained unbroken, and the Immortal Emperor was not the absolute peak. Yi Lingtian smiled broadly, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he coldly declared, "Since I have survived, I shall undoubtedly shatter the heavens and explore the vistas beyond the Emperor's realm." With that, he slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the scene before him, memories from the past decade flickering in his mind. After a moment, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. It turned out that in this life, he was the heir of the Tianyi Marquis mansion of the Great Chu dynasty. His father, Marquis Tianyi Yi Tianyi, held immense prestige in the Great Chu dynasty. As the sole offspring of Marquis Tianyi, he had been the center of attention since birth. Being a reincarnation of an imperial soul, he was inherently different from others, displaying a maturity and composure far beyond that of his peers during their playful childhood. He subsequently demonstrated astonishing talent in martial arts, reaching the innate realm by the age of 13. Not to mention the Great Chu dynasty, he was unparalleled even throughout the entire Lingnan domain, later chosen by the dominant power of the Lingnan domain, the Tsanyu's sacred land, to be brought back and bestowed the title of Sacred Son. The Lingnan domain, located on the Tsangyan continent, is the southernmost of the four domains, renowned for having the most cultivators, making it a vast and complex region. The Tsangya's sacred land, situated at its very center, has governed the Lingnan domain for countless years, possessing profound heritage. "I need not worry about cultivation resources," Yi Lingtian murmured. At this moment, regaining his focus, Yi Lingtian turned his consciousness inward, observing his dantian, which resembled a small pond. Merely 30-odd zhang in size, his expression turning peculiar. This even in his previous life, his dantian had been 100 zhang in diameter. And it is well known that the size of the dantian determines the strength of a cultivator's spiritual power. Even a mere zhang's difference among peers could create a chasm of disparity. Moreover, a difference of over 70 zhang was akin to planting scallions in a sorghum field, a staggering diminishment. However, this was hardly surprising. The root of the issue lay in the cultivation method. Before awakening, he had been practicing the royal grade technique of the Tsang sacred land, the Tsang sacred art. In a place like the Great Chu dynasty, even the royal family practiced methods of merely low-grade, profound quality. Not to mention royal-grade techniques. Even earth-grade and heaven-grade methods were beyond the reach of a mere dynasty. The hierarchy of cultivation methods: Emperor, Supreme, Royal, King, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, with human tiers further divided into top, mid, and low 4 grades. The Tsang sacred art ranks among the superior royal-grade techniques. Even within the Tsang sacred land, it is regarded as a treasure of the sect, with only a handful of individuals capable of cultivating it. However, upon awakening, even the so-called imperial-grade techniques appeared to him as nothing more than refuse. Yi Ling Tian exhaled. So be it. Without any apparent action, a series of cracking sounds emanated from within his body as the Dantian, resembling a small pond, shattered in response. His realm plummeted from the original innate 9th level to the postnatal 9th, then to the 7th. Ultimately, it fell to the foundation establishment realm, and then he lost all cultivation, reverting to a mere mortal. At this moment, Yi Lingshan's complexion turned pale, devoid of any blood, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. And his aura was exceedingly frail, resembling an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Sacred Son? Suddenly, the space behind him warped, and a middle-aged man clad in azure robes, emaciated and radiating a terrifying aura of imperial authority, materialized. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Yi Lingtian, he was immediately struck with alarm. It is known that their sacred son was regarded as the most promising prodigy likely to enter the central continent within 500 years by the sacred land. To see him rendered so helpless right before his eyes was a cause for great concern should the sacred lord find out. It would be a grave matter indeed. And even if he were not to have his soul extracted and lantern extinguished, his fate would be hardly better. No harm done. Yi Lingtian staggered, retrieving a pill from his sleeve and consuming it, gradually stabilizing his aura. After a moment, a flash of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he recalled the celestial scriptures and imperial techniques acquired in his previous life. As an immortal emperor, the techniques he had witnessed were as numerous as the stars in the sky, unfathomable. The reincarnation celestial scriptures, the technique he practiced in his previous life, played a crucial role in helping him escape calamity this time. Regrettably, to master this scripture, one must grasp the essence of life and death and merge it into the source of reincarnation, a distance far too great for him to traverse at present. The supreme celestial scriptures, ranked among the top 10 techniques in the immortal realm, embody the path of supreme sovereignty. The true dragon heavenly classic, the lifeblood technique of the Dragon Emperor of the Zhangxi, allows one to transform into a true dragon, chasing stars and moons, with an extraordinarily formidable physique upon perfection. The Blood God Scripture, the lifeblood technique of the Blood God Immortal Emperor, known for its sinister and eerie characteristics. Just as Yi Lingtian pondered which scripture to cultivate, a peculiar wave resonated within his mind. What is this? Chapter 2. The chaotic heavenly book. Yi Lingtian focused his gaze, beholding a gray stone book entwined with chaotic energy, standing majestically within the sea of consciousness, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. With a mere thought, the stone book materialized before him, and he was suddenly reminded of its significance. This artifact had been acquired in a forbidden zone of the celestial realm before he ascended to the title of Immortal Emperor. At that time, although he sensed its extraordinary nature, he had not delved deeply into its mysteries, for he was already on the cusp of becoming an immortal emperor and could not afford to sever his path for an unknown cultivation method. As Yi Lingtian's thoughts meandered, a sudden hum resonated. A surge of dark light erupted from the stone book, revealing the essence of the supreme Tao, as an ancient and profound voice echoed in his mind. Chaotic heavenly book, seizing the creation of heaven and earth, merging the origins of myriad paths, transforming into the indestructible body of chaos. Neither heaven can extinguish its soul, nor earth can bury its form. Upon hearing these words, Yi Lingtian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Even in his previous life, having reached the zenith of the celestial realm, he remained constrained by the heavenly Tao, akin to a bird trapped in a cage. Despite a lifespan spanning trillions of years, without transcendence, he would inevitably succumb to the fate of dissolution. Moreover, upon realizing the existence of even more powerful realms beyond the celestial domain, his ambition stirred restlessly. No longer content with the trifling territory of the celestial realm, the emergence of this heavenly book undoubtedly offered him a key to unlock the celestial realm and ascend beyond it. As the dark light from the stone book intensified, the celestial scriptures he had previously absorbed transformed into a cascade of starlight, soaring towards the book, allowing it to devour them. Once the consumption was complete, the stone book quietly opened. Upon inspection, he discovered that the pages depicted a colossal furnace of chaotic hue, with Tao rhythms circulating, emanating a captivating aura, as if it were about to engulf and refine him in the next moment. What is this? The chaotic furnace appeared like a projection, slowly revolving above the stone book. Engravings of purple gold, azure gold, red gold, and a black and white talisman with a hint of violet adorned the furnace, all of which were derived from the previously devoured celestial scriptures. A wisp of chaotic energy materialized above, and the ancient voice reverberated once more. Myriad Tao furnace, devouring myriad paths, refining myriad laws, returning to oneself. At this sight, Yiling Tian could no longer contain his elation and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, with this treasure, I shall undoubtedly break the shackles in this life, standing atop the 9 heavens, overlooking the rise and fall of countless worlds. Outside, Yiling Tian opened his eyes, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. With a flicker of thought, a massive furnace suddenly appeared behind him, exuding a terrifying presence. The man in green robes behind him was taken aback, sensing a hint of danger despite being a royal-level powerhouse. As he gazed at the furnace, he felt his blood surging uncontrollably, the force of the laws yearning to fly towards it, with narrowed pupils and a grave expression. He inquired, "Saint's son, what is this?" In response, Yiling Tian's smile faded, and the furnace behind him vanished as if it had never been there. A piercing gaze swept over the man, cold as the ancient ice of the 9 heavens. Carrying an air of chilling authority, "Do not ask what should not be asked." Even though Yiling Tian emitted no discernible aura at that moment, appearing as an ordinary mortal, the man in green still sensed an undercurrent of danger. Meeting that icy gaze, though he felt a shiver run down his spine, he steeled himself and replied, "Yes, Saint's son." With that, Yiling Tian turned to leave, and the man in green, Wang Xiao, exhaled in relief. Just moments ago, Yiling Tian's aura had pressed down upon him like that of a martial Tao emperor, collapsing the heavens and earth. Even when facing the Holy Lord, he had only felt a slight pressure. As both were royal-level powerhouses, but under that overwhelming aura, he felt as fragile as a leaf adrift on a tempestuous sea, at any moment ready to be engulfed. Wang Xiao, a royal-level warrior of the Triple Heaven, was assigned by the Tsangyu Sacred Land to protect the Saint Son in the vast Ling Nan domain. Royal-level powerhouses were exceedingly rare, standing at the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet now, he found himself in the position of a guardian. Only the Tsangyu Sacred Land possessed such depth of resources. Having a royal-level guardian was unheard of. Standing there, Wang Xiao contemplated whether to report today's events to the Holy Lord. However, after much deliberation, he decided to keep the incident to himself. Having witnessed the terrifying furnace behind Yiling Tian and the astonishing aura emanating from him, Wang Xiao realized that Ling Nan could not contain this impending dragon emerging from the depths. Even placing him in the martial sanctum of Zhong, Zhou would stir up boundless chaos. It was better to feign ignorance and grant him a favor than to provoke a prodigy brimming with limitless potential. It must be said, experience indeed breeds wisdom. In a fleeting moment, he had considered the long-term implications. At that moment, Yiling Tian arrived in a secluded chamber, closing his eyes as the enormous furnace reappeared behind him. Imprinted like a divine talent, with a subtle movement of his mind, he approached the runes on the furnace's surface. Suddenly, divine light erupted, and the runes transformed into streams of spiritual radiance, flying towards him and merging into his body, causing his aura to surge dramatically. His cultivation advanced like a rocket, rapidly establishing a foundation. Foundation stage extreme, first layer of postnatals, second layer of postnatals, third layer of postnatals, postnatal extreme, innate, and innate extreme. His gaze ignited with brilliance. And after exhaling a breath of turbid air, his body trembled slightly. Boom. The chamber resonated with the sound of surging spiritual energy, erupting like a fountain. Instantly, the space within the chamber roiled with wind and clouds, radiant light spilling forth as an overwhelming divine might envelop the area. Beneath his feet, blue lotuses manifested, the sounds of the Tao reverberating throughout. A golden qilin appeared out of thin air, circling around him a few times before vanishing. This was a heavenly omen, a spectacle that only manifested when an extraordinary prodigy broke through the extreme realms or comprehended the Tao. Stretching lazily, Yiling Tian's consciousness turned inward to survey his dantian, which had expanded to an astonishing size. A hint of a smile appeared in his indifferent gaze, for he had inadvertently broken through the extreme realm, a feat he had never achieved even in his previous life. With a flash, he emerged from the chamber, and the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly drained, rapidly spreading outward. Anyone standing in the air would witness the earthly spiritual energy being swept towards the center. Like a tempest consuming the remnants of a storm, in an instant, dark clouds loomed over the residence, and the sky dimmed, as terrifying thunder tribulations coalesced above him. The people inside and outside the residence gazed in shock at the young man in purple, enveloped in spiritual energy beneath the thunder. The purple-clad youth remained composed, gazing at the gathering tribulations above with a glint of brilliance in his eyes, as he lightly commanded with an imperial tone. "Begone!" It seemed the heavens sensed something, for the dark clouds parted, allowing a ray of sunlight to pierce through. The surrounding cultivators stared in awe at the ethereal figure, momentarily lost in reverie. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao, concealed in the void, was equally astonished. How could this be possible? Thunder tribulations were manifestations of the will of the heavenly Tao. Every individual who faced tribulations had been cautious and well-prepared, fearing annihilation at the hands of the thunder. Who would dare to provoke it so boldly? And at that moment, the instigator of this extraordinary scene wore a smile, addressing the gathered crowd. "Oh, you are all here." Chapter 3. The Divine Bone Transformation. A middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, with sword-like brows and a striking resemblance to Yiling Tian, strode towards him. "Tianer, what was that just now?" This was none other than the master of the residence. Yi Tian, seeing the anxious expression on his father's face and the concern that inadvertently seeped through. Yiling Tian felt warmth in his heart. "Nothing much, just a slight breakthrough," Yiling Tian replied with a smile. The bystanders were left speechless, realizing that such a grand commotion was merely deemed a slight breakthrough in his father's eyes. Yi Tian regarded Yiling Tian with a look of bewilderment, draping an arm over his shoulder as they walked side by side. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Could it be that you have broken through to the divine abode?" Hidden within the void, Wang Xiao listened intently. Earlier, he had been captivated by the thunder tribulation and failed to observe closely, compounded by Yiling Tian's deliberate concealment. "Not yet, merely broken through the extreme realm." Yiling Tian replied casually. "Extreme realm? What is that level?" "Isn't the divine abode above the innate stage?" Yi Tian asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao's expression turned grave. The term extreme realm signifies reaching the utmost limit within a certain level, a point of no further advancement. While it may sound simple, among the countless cultivators in the Lingnan domain, none had ever achieved the extreme realm in any level, illustrating the difficulty of such a feat. Wang Xiao had only come to understand the intricacies of this realm through historical texts from the sacred land. Due to the significant upheaval in the ancient era, breaking through to this realm had become exceedingly challenging, leading to its removal from the current classifications of cultivation levels. The extreme realm, an existence that reigns supreme within the same level. The pinnacle of innate and the extreme innate may seem similar, yet the disparity between them is as vast as heaven and earth. Tao reigns supreme in the same realm is no trivial matter. Wang Xiao gazed at the handsome youth, whose lips curled into a slight smile, his expression complex as he muttered, "A prodigy." The next day, within the imperial palace, the ruler of Dechu, Chu Tianhin, stood nearby, wearing a fawning expression as he gazed at the languid youth seated upon the dragon throne. A young man, holding a jade-colored folding fan, observed the benevolent-looking elder beside Chu Tianhin with a playful expression. After savoring a sip of the clear tea on the table, he slowly remarked, "The tea is indeed exquisite. Yet the person may not be so. Would you not agree, Wang Kaching?" At that moment, a trace of panic fleetingly crossed the elder's kindly visage, and feigning calmness, he shook his head, saying, "This old man does not comprehend what the Holy Sun is implying." "Oh?" The smile at the corner of the young man's mouth widened. "Or shall I call you Lu Qing?" "Lu Qing? Who is Lu Qing?" The ministers in the hall murmured among themselves, casting puzzled glances at the increasingly pale Wang Kaching. Realizing he could no longer maintain his faade, the elder's expression turned suddenly cold, and with a sinister glint in his eyes, he demanded, "How did you discover this?" The young man toyed with his fan, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "You think too highly of yourself and too little of the Tsangyue's sacred land." Upon hearing this, Wang Kaching nodded grimly, and in the next instant, his form distorted, transforming into a middle-aged warrior with blood-red hair, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. The stench of blood filled the air. It seemed as though the very essence of the world had thickened, causing the ministers of the palace to retch uncontrollably. Chu Tianhen looked pale as he gazed at the blood-soaked figure, trembling as he stammered, Where is the real Wang Kaching?" "Ha ha ha, you mean that waste? I have already severed his head and discarded it in the royal palace's rear mountains," the blood-haired man sneered, then turned his gaze towards the purple-clad youth seated on the dragon throne. A mocking smile on his face. "The Tsangyue's sacred land has sent but a mere child of the innate realm to confront me, Lu Qing. How underestimating. With that, a powerful aura belonging to a god concealment expert erupted from the blood-haired man. Observing the man's overflowing confidence, the young man on the dragon throne couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the blood-haired man. The man's pupils constricted in shock, his body instinctively moving, yet it was too late. A slender hand, as smooth and white as jade, grasped his throat with a grip like a vice, lifting him off the ground. The man's face paled, struggling to escape the grip around his neck. How can you be this strong?" The man named Lu Qing gazed incredulously at the purple-clad youth before him, his face drained of color. How can an ant comprehend the vastness of the heavens? Or the name of a prodigy? Hidden within the void, Wang Xiao looked on with pity at Lu Qing. The young man's other hand moved slightly, and a long sword of bone, adorned with intricate patterns, emerged from his palm, emanating a chilling aura, which he then gripped firmly in the face of Lu Qing's terror-stricken gaze. The bone sword suddenly plunged towards his heart. Poof! Blood erupted from Lu Qing's mouth, his eyes glazing over as he struggled for a few moments before gradually losing the spark of life. At that moment, silence enveloped the grand hall, the ministers trembling in fear, their heads bowed, unwilling to witness the scene before them. The young man gazed at the jade-boned long sword in his hand, twirled it elegantly, a satisfied expression on his face as he murmured, "It has surprisingly reached the level of a superior scientier." This bone sword was no ordinary artifact. It was forged from his own arm-boned. It is worth noting that even the bones of body refinement practitioners cannot compare to Xian-tier artifacts at the innate realm, let alone superior Xian-tier. This bone sword was, in fact, a divine power evolved from the blood god's veins, transformed through the furnace into a red-gold divine pattern, known as divine bone transformation, by devouring rare and exotic materials and refining them into his bones. It allowed him to shape his own skeletal structure into a weapon capable of morphing into various forms, and when perfected, could even contend against celestial artifacts with its terrifying prowess. Truly exquisite. The other two talismans had also manifested their respective divine powers, the Taihuang halberd and the dragon scale treasure armor. Only the reincarnation talisman's power remained unclear, as it required comprehension of the essence of reincarnation to access. A flash of white light saw the bone sword transform into bone liquid, flowing into the fissure in his palm. Witnessing all of this, Chu Tianhen gazed at the young man in horror, trembling as he uttered, "Holy, holy son." Upon hearing this, the young man turned to glance at him. There is no need for alarm. A purple handkerchief appeared in Yi Lingtian's hand, and after wiping the blood from his hands, he stepped forward to collect the corpse. Looking at the decree in his mind from the Tsangyue order, it read, Lu Qing, a rogue cultivator of the god concealment realm, known as the Blood-Mad Blade for his exceptional and ruthless knife techniques, had murdered disciples of our sacred land and fled to the Great Chu dynasty. Anyone who slays him shall be rewarded with a low-grade earth-tier spirit weapon. Thus, the infamous Blood-Mad Blade among rogue cultivators met his demise without even having the chance to showcase his most proud knife techniques. Dying in the royal palace of the great Chu. As the ministers looked on in terror, Yi Lingtian gracefully approached the dragon throne, downing the clear tea on the table in one gulp before vanishing from the palace. Chu Tianhen stared at the spot where the figure had disappeared, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Summon the decree. Bestow the title of one-word Duke of the Heavens to Tianyi, granting him a status equal to mine in the affairs of the court. Your Majesty, this. The ministers were visibly troubled, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Seeing this, Chu Tianhen's anger flared, and he bellowed, "Why do you hesitate? Go at once." Meanwhile, at the duke's residence, Yi Tianyi stood in a daze, observing the messenger who approached him. The envoy, holding the imperial decree, wore a flattering smile as he urged, "Tianyi Duke, quickly accept the decree." Seeing he made no move, a strikingly beautiful woman beside him, with a slender figure, nudged him. It was only then that he snapped back to reality. Right. Right, I shall accept the decree. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tianyi laughed heartily, slapping his forehead. Realm. Foundation establishment. Acquired. Innate. God concealment. Purple mansion. Yuan spirit. Venerable. King. Emperor. Saint. Weapon tiers. Yellow tier. Xin tier. Earth tier. Heaven tier. Venerable artifact. King artifact. Emperor artifact. Saint artifact. Chapter 4. The Black Flame Dynasty. As they spoke, a handsome young man, holding a jade fan and exuding elegance, entered through the main gate of the duke's residence. Upon seeing this young man, the stunning woman beside Yi Tianyi froze as if struck by lightning, her eyes glistening with moisture. Tianer? Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Lingtian paused and turned to look, his gaze landing on the exquisite woman beside his father. His expression momentarily halted, before he swiftly moved to stand before her. Mother. The beautiful woman covered her mouth, tears shimmering in her eyes as she gazed at the young man, who was now slightly taller than her. Let me see, have you changed in these years? Yi Lingtian smiled gently, obediently standing still as he accepted his mother's scrutiny. You've slimmed a bit, but have grown taller. Your demeanor has become even more ethereal. After a moment of appraisal, the woman teased, I truly wonder which fortunate girl will get to have you in the future, mother. Her words. Yi Lingtian's face turned dark with embarrassment, while the woman's eyes sparkled with mirth. All right, no more of that. This lovely woman was named Lu Yanran, the pride of the Lu family in the former royal city, who married Yi Tianyi at 17. Now in her 30s, she still retained the beauty of a 20-year-old, as if time had left no trace upon her. After marrying Yi Tianyi and giving birth to Yi Lingtian, she devoted herself to nurturing her family. 7 years had swiftly passed, and Yi Lingtian began to reveal his extraordinary talent in martial arts. At the age of 13, he was discovered by an elder from the Tsangyu sacred land who happened to pass by, and was taken back to the sacred land. 4 years had flown by, and the once small boy who babbled has now transformed into a dashing young man, charming countless young maidens, leaving Lu Yanran filled with emotion. Enough of this, you little rascal. How long do you intend to hold on? Yi Tianyi interjected, a hint of jealousy evident on his face. None of your business. Lu Yanran shot him a glance, then took Yi Lingtian by the hand and led him into the residence. Yi Lingtian wore a look of indifference, inciting Yi Tianyi's frustration as he ground his teeth in irritation at his son's behavior. Nighttime. Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged in his room, contemplating his breakthrough to the God Concealment Realm. The God Concealment Realm requires unblocking the 5 vital organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, which necessitates the use of 5 elemental spiritual materials. The sacred land possesses only 4 of these. Lacking solely the fire attribute material, which was his purpose for venturing out, as he pondered the fire attribute material, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, the endless fire domain. The Black Flame Dynasty, a first-rate power beneath the Tsangyu sacred land, stands alongside the Tianjin Tower, Danwang Pavilion, and Tiansong Academy, boasting a stronghold of venerable experts. With its proximity to the endless fire domain, the concentration of fire attribute spiritual energy is immensely rich, greatly benefiting practitioners of fire-based techniques. Thus, most cultivators within the dynasty specialize in fire arts. In the bustling streets of Black Flame City, a white-clad youth strolled leisurely, his hair slightly tousled, holding a mysterious jade fan. He swayed it gently, exuding a languid demeanor akin to a delicate scholar's, He inhaled the scorching fire spiritual energy wafting through the air. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured, "I hope this journey yields fruitful rewards." At that moment, within the royal city, in the Black Flame Hall, a robust man clad in a crimson dragon robe, with red eyebrows and hair, frowned as he listened to the reports from his subordinates. "Are you certain that person is the holy son of Tsangyue?" The subordinate guarantees with his life that the individual in question must certainly be the holy son of the Tsangyue sacred land. Upon hearing this, the crimson-haired man furrowed his brow even further. The holy son of Tsangyue. What brings him to my Black Flame dynasty instead of remaining in his sacred domain? Indeed, the one adorned in the imperial dragon robe was none other than the ruler of the Black Flame dynasty. He Xian, whose own cultivation had reached the formidable 7th level of the venerable realm. Despite pondering for quite some time, he could not fathom the reason behind it, and he swiftly turned to address the man with a fierce tone. "Tell those guarding the city today to behave themselves. If anyone dares to offend, I shall be the first to take their life." "Yes," the man hastily retreated. "What a troublesome season," He Xian sighed. After the subordinate departed, an elder clad in black robes emerged from behind the palace screen. The elder's complexion was dark, his aura chaotic, and he exuded a foul stench. "Xianer," he called, and upon hearing this, He Xian immediately turned to bow respectfully. Then, with a tone of concern, he asked, "Is there truly nothing that the ancestor can do?" The elder, maintaining a calm expression, shook his head and replied, "Unless a monarch intervenes, otherwise." He did not continue, but He Xian understood the implication. This black-robed elder was the founder of the Black Flame dynasty. A being of half-step monarch realm in search of a breakthrough, he had ventured deep into the endless fire domain alone, becoming tainted by an incredibly terrifying fire poison that was eroding both his spirit and flesh with every passing moment. After returning from the endless fire domain, he scoured the Black Flame dynasty but found no remedy. Reluctantly, he entrusted the dynasty to He Xian and contemplated his imminent demise. "Ancestor, perhaps there is still hope," He Xian whispered, revealing to the elder the news of the holy son of Tsangyue within the Black Flame dynasty. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited within the elder, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Quickly summon him." "No, I shall go in person." With that, he transformed into a streak of light and sped towards He Xian City, closely followed by He Xian. At this moment, Yi Lingtian in Black Flame City was observing the group of female cultivators beside him with a face full of irritation. What is the name of the young master? Where is he from? Is he already betrothed? The male cultivators surrounding him, witnessing his impatient expression, gritted their teeth in frustration, feeling as if they were dying of drought or drowning in flood. Finally, unable to endure the incessant questioning, Yi Lingtian suddenly raised his head with an icy demeanor and declared, "Get lost." An overwhelming aura erupted in an instant, causing those around him to kneel on the ground. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned and glanced behind him, revealing a contemplative expression before vanishing from the spot. The crowd, still struggling to lift their heads from the pressure of that overwhelming presence, now stared in shock at the handsome youth who had disappeared, trembling as they murmured, God concealment realm?" Upon hearing this, the female cultivators became even more entranced. Handsome, powerful, and so domineering. How wonderful it would be to become his Tao partner. In a spacious, dilapidated old residence, a young man in white, gently waving a jade fan, surveyed the space before him and calmly stated, "Come out." As his voice fell, a crimson-haired man clad in a dragon robe and a black-robed elder suddenly appeared before him. The elder, with a respectful demeanor, clasped his hands and said, "Old man He Yang greets the Holy Sun." Sensing the chaotic aura of raging fire coupled with a foul stench emanating from the elder, Yi Lingtian frowned slightly and then turned to He Xian, speaking lightly, "A venerable and a half-step monarch. Such cultivation within this dynasty leads me to believe you are indeed the recently enthroned He Xian." He then shifted his gaze to the black-robed elder, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and said, "As for you." Yi Lingtian regarded the elder with a knowing glance. "Speak. What is it that you seek from me?" Upon hearing this, the hesitation on the elder's face transformed into determination as he gritted his teeth and knelt before Yi Lingtian, pleading, "I implore the Holy Sun to save my life." "Oh?" Observing the elder kneeling before him, Yi Lingtian gazed intently for a moment, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, and said, "Rise." At this prompt, the elder stood, only to find Yi Lingtian scrutinizing him from head to toe, a peculiar smile playing on his lips, causing the elder to shiver. The Holy Sun. Surely he doesn't have any peculiar preferences? Holy Sun? The elder looked at Yi Lingtian anxiously. Enough. You want to die, Yi Lingtian said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a flame of hope ignited within the elder's heart as he exclaimed in excitement. Does the Holy Sun have a way to eliminate the fire poison plaguing me? Yi Lingtian did not respond directly. Instead, he asked, where did you encounter this poison? A hint of embarrassment crossed the elder's dark face as he rubbed his nose. In the depths of the fire domain. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Yi Lingtian's eyes. Such pure fire poison could only be found on the bodies of beasts born from fire path treasures. Yi Lingtian regarded the elder with intrigue. In the depths of the fire domain, where even monarchs dare not tread, how did you manage to return alive? Hearing this, the elder's expression became awkward as he chuckled. Thanks to possessing a substitute talisman. The substitute talisman, as the name suggests, can shield the user from a fatal calamity. However, it is not infallible. If faced with a power far exceeding one's own, and space is sealed at the first strike, the talisman becomes ineffective. Just like this black-robed elder, although he evaded disaster, he was still afflicted by this terrifying fire poison. Had he not encountered Yi Lingtian, his life would have been forfeit, and even a powerful monarch could only suppress but not eliminate it. The endless fire domain. It is said to be the place where a fire path mighty being of the sacred realm met his End, as the Holy Sun of the Tsangyu's sacred land. Yi Lingtian knew that this was no mere rumor. Records within the sacred land recount that over 5,000 years ago, an elder, heavily wounded and radiating potent sacred path laws, broke through from the central continent. His face awash with panic as if fleeing for his life. Just as he crossed the barrier of the Tsangyun continent, a colossal fiery palm pressed down upon him from behind. Knowing escape was futile, the elder, with a ghastly expression, roared at the palm, "You have forced my hand." In an instant, a sacred aura unique to sacred realm cultivators erupted from him, colliding head-on with the fiery palm. In that moment, the surrounding space was torn to shreds, a destructive force sweeping across the heavens and earth, turning night into day, while those below were reduced to ash, leaving half of the Lingnan region in ruins. The reason only half was destroyed was that the Tsangyu's sacred land had exerted its foundation to shield against the sacred might. Otherwise, the entire Lingnan region would have surely perished. This was the first time that Tsangyu's sacred land demonstrated its strength to the world, making it clear why it had stood for tens of thousands of years in the Lingnan region without anyone daring to challenge its authority. The outcome of that battle remains unknown. But the site of their final clash, transformed into the endless fire domain, was within this domain that He Yang had obtained a modicum of fortune, which led to the establishment of the Black Flame dynasty. Dominating this region. Let us go. Show me, Yi Lingtian stated. The Holy Sun means? Yi Lingtian turned to the elder and softly replied, the endless fire domain. With that, he vanished from the spot, leaving the elder and He Xian in a state of bewilderment. Ancestor, is this Holy Sun reliable? He Xian inquired. The elder shook his head. The foundation of the sacred land is beyond our comprehension. A Holy Sun cannot be a blind and arrogant person. Moreover, that calmness and serenity on his face cannot be feigned. It was as though he were an observer detached from this world, untouched by all the affairs and matters within it. Additionally, just moments ago, even I failed to perceive how he vanished, which unearths the extraordinary nature of this individual. What? He Xian's expression turned astonished. He had some knowledge of his ancestor's cultivation level, and he promptly asked, even you could not perceive it. He stood there as if merging with the very heavens and earth, blocking my perception. Such a method, even a monarch-level powerhouse might struggle to achieve, the elder sighed. The Tsangyu's sacred land is likely to give birth to a true dragon capable of illuminating their brilliance for another several millennia. In the outer reaches of the fire domain, space rippled like the surface of a lake as a young man clad in white, resembling freshly fallen snow, slowly emerged. His expression was tranquil, unperturbed, and it was indeed Yi Lingtian. This ability to merge with the void was akin to wielding a cheat. Even monarchs only grasped the fundamentals of spatial power and could not possibly reach this level. Moments later, two figures cut through the skies. Descending behind Yi Lingtian, the cultivators present felt an indescribable oppressive aura wash over them, awakening them from their contemplation. As they faced an imminent threat, their expressions grave. Which great figure has descended? Such a terrifying presence. As they beheld the two figures behind Yi Lingtian, someone exclaimed, "Isn't that the former monarch?" And beside him is the recently enthroned ruler He Xian. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the crowd erupted in a flurry of astonishment, many gazing incredulously at the three figures. When they caught sight of the white-clad youth before the two, their confusion deepened. Who is this person, and why does the former monarch stand respectfully behind him? Suddenly, amidst the astonished crowd, a red-haired woman at the center awakened, her eyes fluttering open in mild confusion. Father's aura! The moment she opened her eyes and sensed that presence, she turned to look behind her. And upon seeing the individual beside the elder, she transformed into a streak of radiant light, appearing beside He Xian. The young maiden's skin resembled smooth, delicate jade, and her cascading crimson locks flowed down to her waist. A hint of allure shimmered in her gaze, while the patch of cinnabar between her brows accentuated her enchanting beauty. Though she bore a certain youthful innocence, it was evident that in a few years, she would undoubtedly become a captivating figure capable of bewitching nations and enthralling all. "Father, great-grandfather," she called out sweetly, entwining her arm around the dark-clad man's. Upon her arrival, both the elder and the dark figure wore expressions of delight. The latter drew her closer, saying, "Meyer, come forth to greet the Holy Son." The Holy Son? Is that not a title reserved solely for the sacred grounds? The young girl pondered as she regarded the handsome youth beside her, who seemed only slightly older. Despite her inner confusion, she straightened herself at Black Xian's behest and declared, "Meyer pays her respects to the Holy Son." Yi Lingtian replied, his tone indifferent. Observing this, Black Meyer felt a twinge of disappointment, not born of vanity about her looks, but due to the fact that wherever she went, her appearance and lineage garnered admiration. Even among the elite of first-rate powers, her presence elicited excitement, their feigned calmness betrayed by the fervor in their eyes. In stark contrast, Yi Lingtian remained impassive, his gaze never once acknowledging her, as he surveyed the fiery domain below. His eyes narrowed slightly, perceiving the dense essence of fire laws and lingering traces of holy energy. A flicker of enlightenment crossed his visage, a faint smile graced his lips. The fire-merging spirit dragon herb. This was a spirit herb comparable to sacred medicine, deemed even more precious by practitioners of the fire path. Consuming it would enable a royal realm expert to directly break through two heavenly layers, with no adverse effects. For a sage, it would enhance their comprehension of fire laws. It is known that understanding the power of laws requires gradual personal insight, with no shortcuts. Yet this herb could directly amplify the consumer's grasp of fire laws, akin to a divine tool for cheating. Upon sensing the presence of the herb, Yi Lingtian no longer hesitated. He took a graceful step forward, moving deeper into the fiery realm. The elder behind him tightened his expression and urgently cautioned, "Holy Son, it is perilous within." Yi Lingtian feigned ignorance, disregarding the elder's warning as he continued onward. The elder clenched his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes. He turned to Black Xian and Black Meyer, instructing, "Wait here." Black Xian's countenance shifted, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. The elder had already ventured inside. Within the fiery domain, flames illuminated the sky, and waves of scorching heat surged forth. The elder struggled to maintain a protective spiritual barrier, his face paling. At that moment, a pill exuding a chilling aura suddenly appeared before him. The elder's expression faltered, then he exclaimed in astonishment, "The Imperial Grade Ice Spirit Pill." Feeling the rank of the pill, the elder inhaled sharply. Such a concoction could only be crafted by an Imperial-grade alchemist. Was it truly given to him? He gazed at the spirit pill in disbelief. "Consume it," the youth in white commanded. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with joy. Without further hesitation, he swallowed the pill. Instantly feeling the oppressive heat dissipate somewhat, his complexion gradually regaining color. "Thank you, Holy Son," he expressed gratefully. Yi Lingtian remained indifferent. To him, this item held no more value than refuse. "Holy Son, Where are we headed? The elder inquired, hastening to keep pace. Yi Lingtian opened his senses, attuning himself to the location of the spirit herb. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Wait here for me. With that, his figure flickered and vanished from sight. After a brief interval, Yi Lingtian returned, cradling a blood-red spirit herb that emanated a fragrant aroma. Gazing at the herb, the elder instinctively leaned closer to Yi Lingtian, feeling the rich essence of fire attribute energy that seemed to invigorate his very being. He swallowed hard, astonished. Holy Sun, what is this? Yi Lingtian cast him a sidelong glance and responded coolly. One could consider it a sacred medicine. What? Sacred medicine? The elder gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Tio think that such a treasure, which could not be found throughout the entire Lingnan region, lay right at his doorstep? The elder felt the world spin around him, clutching his chest as if he had lost everything. Chapter 6. Fire Spirit Pearl. Noticing the elder's expression, Yi Lingtian understood his thoughts with a derisive chuckle. Even if I were to give it to you, are you certain you could protect it? Upon hearing this, the elder was doused in cold realization, awakening suddenly. Indeed, he was merely a minor figure at the half-step king level. Should news of him possessing a sacred medicine leak, not just the Lingnan region, but the eastern, western, and northern domains would rally against him. Even the Tsongyu's sacred land could extinguish him with a mere flick of their fingers. If the other three domains were involved, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. The elder could not help but swallow hard, his face paling. Yet, despite his newfound understanding, a glimmer of envy still flickered in his eyes as he regarded the sacred medicine. Enough of that. Do not drool, Yi Lingtian remarked disdainfully. Heh. The elder chuckled awkwardly upon seeing Yi Lingtian's expression. Take me to the location where you were afflicted by fire poison. If we can locate it, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity that rivals this sacred medicine. Yi Lingtian replied calmly. The elder feigned overwhelming delight, yet internally he mused, an opportunity that rivals sacred medicine. Could it be a sacred path technique? Observing the elder's conflicted demeanor, Yi Lingtian recognized that the man clearly considered his words to be jest. After all, how could a mere native who had never ventured beyond the Lingnan region comprehend the true nature of the youth before him? Was he expected to explain that he was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, viewing sages as mere ants? The elder would likely think him deranged. A moment later, the elder, having regained his composure, felt somewhat embarrassed by his earlier display. Instantly, his expression tightened. Holy Sun, please follow me. He took the lead, guiding deeper into the realm. After a fragrant incense burned, the two figures arrived before a formidable barrier. Upon seeing the barrier, the elder's face turned grave. Holy Sun, it was here that I sensed an exceptionally rich aura of fire. Just as I approached to investigate, a terrifying giant python surged forth from within. Its strength was formidable. Although I narrowly escaped using a substitution talisman, I still bore the remnants of fire poison. Recalling the events, a flicker of fear crossed the elder's eyes. As he spoke, Yi Lingtian strode confidently toward the barrier, causing the elder's pupils to constrict. Holy Sun, be cautious, he exclaimed, and no sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar reverberated through the air, causing ripples to spread. In the next instant, a colossal python, its head adorned with menacing horns and emanating a sinister flame, surged forth, its massive form blotting out the sun. Its enormous, slitted pupils opened wide, glowing like twin suns, exuding an aura of royal realm might. Locking its murderous gaze upon the two, it hissed, "You again, insignificant insect. How dare you return? Die!" With that, a torrent of venomous flames erupted from the python's maw, coalescing into a serpent that surged forth, threatening to incinerate the two. The elder's expression changed drastically, while Yi Lingtian remained unfazed. Hands clasped behind his back, calmly sizing up the giant python, showing no sign of concern. As the torrent of venomous flames approached, he uttered a single command, "Dissipate." In an instant, the fiery serpent evaporated, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke. Witnessing this, the giant python's eyes widened in disbelief, turning to locate the source of the command. Its massive body tensed, its pupils narrowing as it spoke gravely. "Who?" In the next moment, the air shimmered, and a figure clad in azure stepped forth. His expression icy and imbued with murderous intent. He stood with hands clasped behind him, gazing at the giant python, and declared, "With your meager royal realm might, you dare to threaten the holy son of Tsongyue's sacred land? You seek death." With that, the azure-clad figure's attire billowed despite the absence of wind, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. His fist transformed into a powerful strike aimed at the giant python, and a colossal fist shadow, formed of golden runes, materialized in midair, hurtling toward the beast. The force of this strike dwarfed the earlier fiery serpent by countless degrees, shattering mountains and scorching flames, creating a vacuum, the surrounding space unable to withstand its might. Cracking with dark purple fissures, the giant python roared in terror, its eyes betraying fear as it sensed the overwhelming pressure of the golden fist shadow. It attempted to flee, but the surrounding space had solidified, evidently sealed by the azure-clad figure. Ultimately, it could only watch helplessly as the titanic fist descended before it. No. Boom. At last, the fist struck down, a cloud of dust rising as the flames around dissipated. Below, the ground transformed into a terrifying abyss, plunging 1,000 fathoms deep. The giant python vanished without a trace. Moments later, as the dust settled, a blood-red orb, pulsating with the same aura as the giant python, floated above the chasm, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Lingtian waved his hand, and the orb instantly appeared in his palm. After vanquishing the giant python, he too dissolved into the void as he toyed with the fire orb in his grasp. He murmured, "The fire spirit pearl. This will suffice for accessing the fire goddess treasury." The elderly man beside him, having overheard Lingtian's self-talk, finally snapped back to reality from the terrifying scene that had just unfolded. He swallowed hard, trembling as he gazed at the abyss before him, which seemed to stretch for thousands of fathoms, and incredulously uttered, "Emperor." "Emperor?" In response, Lingtian slightly tilted his head and remarked, "What? Am I, the illustrious saint son of the Tsongyue, not worthy of the emperor's protection? How could it be? The saint son's talent is astonishing. Indeed. The old man found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the stuttering speech, Lingtian regarded him with a faint smile that bordered on amusement. Upon witnessing that smile, the old man was rendered speechless, and when Lingtian raised a finger, with the essence of the Tao swirling around it, a glimmer of fluorescence appeared. The old man feared he had glimpsed something he should not have. Thinking Lingtian intended to silence him, and with a sigh, he closed his eyes. However, after a prolonged wait, no attack came. Confused, the old man slowly opened his eyes, only to find that Lingtian had vanished. Leaving behind a floating jade slip before him, he was momentarily stunned, instinctively reaching out his hand, and as soon as he made contact with the slip, it transformed into starlight, rushing into his sea of consciousness. After a brief moment of sensation, the old man's mouth fell agape in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. This jade slip was, in fact, the reward bestowed upon him by Lingtian, containing a fire-based technique of no rank. The fire-devouring art. The reason it bore no rank was that it was a method capable of devouring and evolving fire attributes. With this technique, not only could he eliminate the fire poison afflicting him, but he could also refine it into a part of his own cultivation. Upon realizing this, the old man could hardly contain his excitement. It was indeed an opportunity that rivaled that of the sacred herb. After his exhilaration subsided, the old man respectfully bowed in the direction where Lingtian had disappeared. In the outside world, He Xian, observing the old man return alone, could not help but inquire, "Elder, where is the saint's son?" The old man did not answer directly, but instead looked reverently towards the direction of the Tsongyue Holy Land, proclaiming, "From this day forth, the He Yin dynasty shall honor the Tsongyue Holy Land for generations to come." As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged into the sky. Sensing the old man's newfound might, He Xian could hardly believe his eyes and stammered, "Elder, have you rid yourself of the fire poison?" Ha. "Not only that, but I have also gained fortune from misfortune." The old man laughed heartily, recounting the events that transpired, though he refrained from mentioning the sacred herb and the emperor-level powerhouse. Beside them, He Mayor, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. During her time outside, He Xian had shared with her all about Lingtian, the saint son of Tsongyue, who reached the innate realm at the age of 13 and attained the 9th level of innate at 17? Each tale attesting to his prodigious nature. Father, I've made up my mind. I wish to cultivate at the Tsangyue Holy Land. Hearing his daughter's declaration, He Xian was both amused and exasperated. He patted her on the head and said, "Silly girl, do you think that Tsangyue Holy Land is a place one can simply enter?" Those who could cultivate within the Holy Land were all exceptionally gifted individuals. While you may be considered a prodigy within the Heian dynasty, in the Holy Land, you would merely blend in with the crowd. Chapter 7. Tsangyue Holy Land above the clouds. A flying vessel enveloped in protective barriers and circulating spatial power sped forth with remarkable velocity. Yi Lingtian sat aboard, idly studying the runes and divine abilities derived from the true dragon heavenly canon. This celestial scripture had surprisingly manifested two divine abilities: the dragon pattern battle body and the dragon scale armor. The dragon pattern battle body inherited the characteristics of the true dragon heavenly canon, allowing one to transform into a dragon and soar through the heavens upon reaching perfection, while the dragon scale armor served as a defensive art, manifesting as clothing formed from dragon scales, boasting astonishing defense. Observing this, Yi Lingtian's eyes sparkled. Either ability would be comparable to clan-protecting arts even within the celestial realm, and if combined, their defensive power was enough to extinguish any desire for confrontation. As for the Taihuang spear derived from the Taihuang heavenly canon, it struck him as somewhat impractical, requiring the fortune of an empire for its manifestation. Nevertheless, being a divine art from a celestial scripture, he could attempt to harness it in the future, if only for the sake of possibility. 3 days later, towering mountains pierced the heavens, and atop the clouds, a colossal structure came into view, shrouded in mist with melodious sounds of the Tao wafting about. Terrifying formations faintly emerged around it, resembling a celestial palace. Before the grand entrance, the flying vessel descended, and Yi Lingtian lazily stepped down. "Welcome, Saint Sun." The guards stationed at the entrance, upon seeing the visitor, instantly bowed with reverence. A closer inspection revealed that these sentinels were all powerful individuals at the King Realm, subtly indicating the profound foundation of the Tsangyue Holy Land. In the world outside, King Realm powerhouses were esteemed figures. Yet here they merely stood guard. Yi Lingtian responded nonchalantly and began to walk inside. Halfway through, as if recalling something, he turned to face the guards, and with a flash of light from the spatial ring on his finger, a bloodied corpse with a terrified expression, bearing a lethal wound to the heart, materialized before him. The guards, taken aback by this sight, stammered, "Saint Sun, what is this?" "A wanted criminal decreed by the Tsangyue order. I happened upon him and dealt with him effortlessly. Take him to the task hall for processing. As for the Earth-grade spiritual artifact, it shall belong to you," Yi Lingtian stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, the guard was elated, his demeanor even more obsequious as he hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, thank you, Saint Sun." Although Yi Lingtian feigned indifference towards the Earth-grade spiritual artifact, it was because, as the Saint Sun of the Holy Land, even his most inferior possessions were of heaven-grade quality. In the outer sect of the Holy Land, only a few elders possessed a couple of Earth-grade artifacts, let alone the disciples. Weapons were a part of one's strength. For someone like him, assigned to guard the Holy Gate, his power was naturally much weaker than those prodigious kings, but with an Earth-grade artifact, he could at least bridge some of that gap and have a means of self-preservation. In the Holy Land's main hall, a man shrouded in mist sat cross-legged, obscuring his features. At that moment, a smiling young man in white entered the hall. "How did your journey fare?" "Some gains." The man slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this, and as he gazed at the youth before him, he felt the fluctuations of his cultivation and his pupils abruptly contracted. He instantly appeared before the young man, speaking with astonishment. "Lingtian, what have you done?" This white-clad youth was none other than the recently returned Yi Lingtian, who casually replied, "I accidentally broke through to the extreme realm." The man's eyes twitched at this, his expression filled with incredulity. "You casually broke through to the extreme realm? Do you hear how absurd that sounds? The so-called insurmountable barrier of the ancient era, a curse no one could breach, now seems as trivial as eating and drinking in your words." Realizing that Yi Lingtian had indeed broken through to the extreme realm, a hearty laugh erupted, echoing throughout the Holy Land. "Heaven blessed Tsangyue! Heaven blessed Tsangyue!" Some confused elders and disciples looked at the main hall in bewilderment, their faces filled with curiosity about what could elicit such joy from their holy master. At this moment, Yi Lingtian gazed at the man with a hint of bemusement. Was it truly such a monumental event to have broken through to the extreme realm? Noticing Yi Lingtian's peculiar expression, the man realized he had lost composure. Indeed, from now on, you may freely access the resources of the Holy Land without needing to report, the man declared. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian wasted no time in requesting the 4 elemental spiritual materials from the Holy Land, along with a piece of deep-sea blue gold. Kanglin, the man shrouded in mist, regarded him curiously. What do you require these materials for? Kanglin, the master of the Tsangyue Holy Land, possessed cultivation at the late Emperor realm, and on the Tsangyan continent, only a few reclusive ancient beings and the ancestors of hidden families could rival him. Deep-sea blue gold, a rare metal born from the depths of the ocean, was primarily used for crafting royal artifacts. While uncommon, the Holy Land still possessed some. Yi Lingtian smiled slightly, keeping his intentions a mystery. And upon seeing his demeanor, Kanglin did not press further, merely waving his hand. Go on in the Lingtian pavilion. Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged with closed eyes, 5 elemental spiritual materials floating before him. Behind him, a cauldron exuding chaotic energy materialized. The cauldron swirled as it devoured the 5 spiritual materials, which soon transformed into 5 streams of elemental energy, merging into Yi Lingtian's body. Upon introspection, one could observe that his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys each radiated a glow as the 5 streams of elemental energy infiltrated them, opening up divine chambers within him with a resounding roar, causing his aura to gradually rise. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted, unleashing a tremendous shockwave throughout the pavilion. The doors and windows disintegrated into splinters, and the mat beneath him was pulverized to dust. Yi Lingtian opened his eyes, feeling the emanation of the concealed realm from his divine essence. His hands clenched tightly as he murmured, "It seems my advancement has been somewhat sluggish." After all, based on his past life's experience, breaking through to the primordial spirit stage was effortless. However, to surpass his previous life and transcend the celestial realm, he must achieve perfection at each stage without any flaws. Obii in his hand, a peculiar metallic object of deep azure hue, enshrouded in a delicate mist, emerged. He cast it into the furnace behind him, and in an instant, the metal transformed into liquid gold, flowing towards the skeletal structure within Yi Lingtian's body, as if guided by an unseen force. It permeated his being. It radiated a resplendent glow. And with the final trace of golden liquid merging within, the previously dormant bones seemed to awaken, twisting and shifting, manifesting various ethereal weapon forms, ultimately merging entirely with the deep-sea blue gold. The bones transitioned from a jade-like color to a shimmering gold, adorned with faint azure divine patterns that flickered intermittently. This miraculous transformation attested to the formidable potential of the divine bone transformation technique. As long as he continued to absorb this extraordinary metal, it was only a matter of time before his bones would metamorphose into a substance rivaling, or even surpassing, that of celestial artifacts. Contemplating this, excitement gleamed in Yi Lingtian's eyes. To forge his own bones into weapons that could rival or transcend celestial artifacts was an unheard-of feat even in the vast celestial realm. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, he transformed into a streak of light and appeared outside the loft. There, he felt a rending sensation in his back as a golden spine erupted from within him. Morphing into a golden bone spear, its tip adorned with a vivid crimson accent, while faint blue runes danced along its shaft. With a resonating hum, the spear vibrated, attuned to the pulse of his bloodline. Unable to resist, Yi Lingtian grasped it firmly, and the spear, as if recognizing its master, erupted in a blaze of golden light, releasing a terrifying aura as he felt the spear in his grasp. A smile crept across Yi Lingtian's lips. With a swift motion, he unleashed a spear light that, with a thunderous crash, obliterated a distant boulder as if it were mere paper, reducing it to dust scattered across the sky. It was a peak earthly-grade weapon, nearly reaching the celestial tier. Had the purity of the deep-sea blue gold been any higher, his bones might have directly transformed into celestial grade. Chapter 8. Yi Lingtian stood still. Sensing the changes brought forth by the divine bone transformation, he realized that this transformation was not merely about turning bones into weapons. With a thought, a series of menacing bone spurs, as if forged from gold, erupted from his body, enhancing his physique into that of a perfect killing machine. Under his control, his bones morphed into palm blades and fist spikes, ever ready to become instruments of death. Observing these transformations, Yi Ling Tian's gaze flickered. Should he refine this ability to its utmost potential, it would surely become a nightmare for any close combatant. As the thought settled, he began to practice in the courtyard. After a short incense stick's worth of time, Yi Ling Tian abruptly halted, his brow arching as he received a message through the Zhangyue Ling in his mind. 3 months hence, in the far north, the Snow Palace's master, Shueli, would host a grand ceremony to confer the title of Young Master, and had invited the prodigies from the other 3 domains to witness and discuss. Yi Ling Tian stroked his chin, realizing that this so-called discussion was merely a guise for the Snow Palace to elevate their young master's status, showcasing her to the world. It appeared the Snow Palace held considerable confidence in her. Even using the prodigies of the other 3 sacred lands as stepping stones, unafraid of misstepping, a faint smile graced Yi Ling Tian's lips. The Snow Palace, a dominant force in the extreme north, held a position akin to that of the Zhangyue's sacred land in the Lingnan domain. Due to the geographical conditions of the extreme north, it was perpetually cloaked in snow, resembling an icy kingdom. Hence its alternate name, the North Cold Domain. However, even with the conferral of a young master, her status would merely be on par with his own. Why should he attend? Yi Ling Tian found this puzzling until he read the final lines of the Zhangyue Ling. It stated that the young master to be conferred was a breathtaking beauty, and the holy master entrusted this beautiful task to him, emphasizing a peerless beauty. Upon reading this, he was momentarily speechless. The esteemed master of a sacred land had resorted to playing matchmaker. Did they not have any sense of dignity? As he lifted the Zhangyue Ling, intending to decline this so-called beautiful task, he discovered that the message could not be transmitted, clearly indicating that after delivering instructions, Kanglin had blocked his Zhangyue Ling crack. The ancient tree beside him, succumbing to the weight of his aura, snapped in half. Yi Ling Tian pocketed the Zhangyue Ling and murmured, boring with no means to refuse. He decided to dismiss the thought entirely, recognizing it would only cost him some training time. As for the teasing undertone in the message, he understood its intent was to encourage him to meet the other sacred land prodigies and not remain in seclusion. After all, since becoming a holy son, aside from the previous treasure hunt, he had spent all his time in the sacred land in seclusion. Had this been earlier, he might have found it intriguing. But now, he shook his head slightly and returned to the courtyard to continue practicing his physical combat techniques. 2 months later, Xiao Ling Tian, your sister is back. A voice, sweet and somewhat flirtatious, echoed outside the Ling Tian pavilion. There stood a stunningly beautiful woman clad in a black glass skirt, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her long legs straight and alabaster, exuding a radiant glow. Her face bore an exquisite smile, and her eyes sparkled with mischief. The woman's features seemed to have been sculpted by the heavens, elegant and captivating. Her pair of phoenix eyes, accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner, were irresistibly enchanting. After a moment of silence without a response, the woman frowned slightly, puzzled. He was usually present at this hour. Approaching the door, she gently pushed it open and entered the room, only to find it empty. Looking at the vacant space, confusion spread across her delicate face as she murmured, "Strange. Where has that little rascal gone?" At that moment, in the courtyard where Yi Ling Tian was training, he seemed to hear the earlier call and slowly opened his eyes. His expression calm, he extended his thoughts towards the source of the voice and, upon seeing the stunning woman within, his pupils constricted. In the next instant, memories of her flooded back like a tidal wave, and he instinctively called out her name, Yu Ling Yin. Inside, he uttered, "Sister Ling Yan." Yi Ling Tian's tone was casual, yet there was a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. Fortunately, having been somewhat shy in the past, Yu Ling Yin did not sense anything amiss. The moment she spotted Yi Ling Tian, she transformed into a wisp of fragrant wind, instantly appearing by his side, effortlessly linking her arm with his. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with laughter as she gazed at him, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Did you miss your sister?" Yi Ling Tian was taken aback, seemingly at a loss for how to respond. Instinctively rubbing his nose. Noticing his silence, a glint of mischief flickered in Yu Lingyan's enchanting phoenix eyes. She then transformed into a picture of pitiful innocence, her voice tinged with a quiver. Resembling a scorned lover. You heartless brat, have you forgotten about your sister after such a short time apart? As she spoke, she playfully nudged his arm with her delicate hand, resembling a jilted lover wiping away her tears. A sight that could evoke pity from anyone. Feeling the softness against his arm, Yi Lingtian's body stiffened. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he had never encountered such a situation. His expression grew somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat, attempting to disengage from Yu Lingyan's embrace. However, sensing his movement, her beautiful eyes shimmered with cunning, and she tightened her grip on his arm, refusing to let him escape. How ungrateful! I was thinking of you while on a mission outside. As she spoke, her eyes glistened again, the tears welling up as if ready to spill over, evoking a sense of protectiveness. Any man witnessing such a sight would be compelled to pull her into his embrace and comfort her. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Lingtian felt overwhelmed, memories of their past flooding back to him. It was she who had discovered him, freshly advanced to the innate stage, while passing through the Dechu dynasty. Under her persuasive charm, the bewildered Yi Lingtian followed her to the Tsangyue sacred land, a time that became an unforgettable nightmare for him. He recalled an incident when, after accidentally breaking a bottle of pills, she had looked at him just like this, gently caressing his face and saying, "It's all right, they weren't precious pills, TS, just that I might not be able to stay by your side for long after this. You'll have to walk your own path from now on." Upon hearing those words, he panicked, thinking he had shattered some life-saving elixir and, drenched in rain, rushed to Kanglin, sobbing and pleading for medicine. Eventually, Kanglin, with no other choice, informed him that the broken vial contained nothing more than ordinary second-grade pills, not a life-saving potion at all. He still vividly remembered the embarrassment of that moment and the sight of her laughing heartily beside him. Yet, what haunted him most, a memory he was reluctant to revisit, was when, feeling bored, she had tied him up, giggling as she playfully flicked at his private parts for over half an hour, though time had passed. The mere thought of it stirred an ache within him. Thankfully, no one had witnessed that incident, or he would have surely been unable to remain in the sacred land. However, despite Yu Lingyan's frequent teasing, she has always been exceptionally kind to him. Upon his arrival at the sacred land, she generously bestowed upon him an array of medicinal pills and martial arts techniques without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, a significant reason for his ascension to the position of Saint Sun is undoubtedly due to her influence. Yi Lingtian gazed at the woman beside him, his expression revealing a complex mixture of emotions. For Yu Lingyan, prior to the awakening of his past life's memories, he felt an intense blend of love and hate, and especially after the incidents that transpired, he now bore a profound shadow of trauma. At that moment, Yu Lingyan, having noticed the intricate emotions on Yi Lingtian's face, inquired playfully, "What's wrong? Have you forgotten your sister after such a long time apart?" As she spoke, she playfully pinched Yi Lingtian's cheek with her slender fingers. Seeing Yi Lingtian's expression of disdain as he recoiled, her cheeks puffed up in annoyance, glaring at him. Observing her demeanor, a trace of helplessness flickered in the depths of Yi Lingtian's eyes. After all, he was no longer the youthful boy of 17 or 18 who was oblivious to the world. He had inquired about Yu Lingyan's origins from Kanglin, but even Kanglin had been rather reticent, only revealing that she hailed from the central continent and held a position as an inner sect elder within the Tsangyue sacred land. Though she was an elder, she was not subject to the control of the sacred land, rendering her one of its most unique existences, due to her unparalleled beauty and her own strength reaching the pinnacle of the kingly path. Countless prodigies sought to apprentice under her, yet without exception, they were all turned away. Only Yi Lingtian was fortunate enough to earn her favor. Chapter 9. The amusing voyage. A melodious laughter, like that of silver bells, resonated beside Yi Lingtian's ear. "All right, I shan't tease you any longer. I'm here regarding the coronation ceremony of the Snow Emperor's palace." "The ceremony? Isn't there still a month left?" Yi Lingtian frowned as he looked at Yu Lingyan. She parted her red lips and explained slowly, "Under normal circumstances, yes, but due to some issues with the spatial teleportation array within the sacred land, we shall need to travel by flying boat, which will take precisely 1 month." Upon hearing this, A shadow of displeasure crossed Yi Lingtian's face. Noticing his expression, Yu Lingyan playfully nudged his shoulder and remarked with a teasing glint in her eyes, "I hear the young lady of the Snow Emperor's palace is an unparalleled beauty. Would you like me to help you make an introduction?" After uttering these words, Yu Lingyan fixed her gaze intently on Yi Lingtian's expression. He turned slightly, a hint of weariness flashing in his eyes as if lost in recollection. After a moment, he replied nonchalantly, "Just a pretty face. If one cannot attain the Tao, 100 years hence, one will merely be a handful of dust." Why Yu Lingyan was taken aback by his words. Having caught the trace of weariness in his eyes, it seemed that the Yi Lingtian who had returned was quite different from the one she once knew, as if he were shrouded in an enigmatic mist. Without thinking, she asked, "What about me?" Yi Lingtian turned his head, casting her a cool glance without responding. Just as disappointment began to wash over her, he paused at the door, his gaze flickering slightly. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "You are different from her." As he said this, Yi Lingtian's gaze grew complex. Beyond the memories in his mind, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity that compelled him to glance back at Yu Lingyan. The next moment, he stepped outside, his brow slightly furrowed as he murmured, "Why do I feel this way?" Inside the room, Yu Lingyan was momentarily stunned by his response. In an instant, the snow on her face melted away. Her expression brightening with renewed vigor, and a breathtaking smile graced her lips, as if the very heavens were dimmed by her beauty. The heart of the sacred land. In the circular moonlit martial arena, a colossal flying boat rested majestically. Adorned with dragons and phoenixes, inscribed with mystical symbols, it shimmered with vibrant colors, instilling a sense of awe from afar, far grander than the previous flying boat Yi Lingtian had boarded. An imperial artifact? Yi Lingtian approached slowly from behind. Indeed, this silver moon flying boat was personally crafted by the esteemed Master Gongsun, a renowned artifact refiner within the sacred land, ranking among the finest of the imperial grade. An elder standing nearby respectfully explained, his face brimming with pride as he spoke of the flying boat. Yi Lingtian nodded. Leaping onto the vessel, aside from Yu Lingyan, several figures stood upon it, including the great elder Wang Jie and a few true disciples. Saint Sun, Wang Jie greeted respectfully upon seeing Yi Lingtian's arrival in the sacred land. Aside from the Saint Lord, the Saint Sun held the highest position. Yes, Yi Lingtian replied with a slight nod. Among the true disciples, one tall, muscular man, his skin dark and clad in animal pelts, regarded Yi Lingtian with disdain. "Humph! Just a worthless fool who relied on Elder Lingyan to rise to power. What right do you have to flaunt your authority here? If I hadn't been in closed-door training at the time, this position of Saint Sun would never have fallen to you." As these words left his lips, the expression on Elder Wang Jie's face shifted. While Yu Lingyan's countenance turned icy, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Though she often enjoyed teasing Yi Lingtian, such liberties were reserved solely for her. Just as she prepared to teach this man a lesson, a calm voice interrupted, and she turned to see Yi Lingtian standing still, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow as he regarded the muscular man. "Seems you have quite the objection to my position as Saint Sun?" "Humph! And what of it?" the man retorted haughtily. Yi Lingtian's expression remained tranquil as he nodded slightly. In the next moment, his figure appeared directly before the man, catching everyone, including Elder Wang Jie, off guard. He extended his hand, gently striking the muscular man. "What?" The man's face paled as he realized Yi Lingtian had suddenly appeared before him. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Bang! With a resounding impact, the muscular man was sent flying like a cannonball, and the air crackled with explosive sound. The once smooth ground was now cratered beneath him, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. That moment, the true disciples nearby gaped in disbelief, their faces filled with horror as they struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. How is this possible? Xiong Lin had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, ranking among the top 10 true disciples. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single blow. They imagined what would happen if such a strike were to hit them. Gulp. They exchanged glances, instinctively swallowing hard. The mere thought of the consequences sent shivers down their spines, especially when they saw Xiong Lin, their most powerful member, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, unaware of his fate. The jaws of the true disciples nearly dropped in shock as they stared blankly at Yi Lingtian. However, the next moment, Yi Lingtian's gaze fell upon them. At this moment, Elder Wang Jia, witnessing the power of Yi Lingtian's strike, felt his heart constrict. As a pinnacle king, he naturally sensed the traces of Yi Lingtian's power. Though it appeared to be a simple strike, the force behind it was focused and contained, demonstrating an extraordinary mastery over power, a level of precision that was exceedingly rare among kings. Moreover, the strength exhibited was astonishing. Likely reaching a force of 100,000 pounds, he regarded Yi Lingtian with deep contemplation. Even among kings, such mastery over power was a rarity, and yet here was Yi Lingtian, merely at the level of the divine concealment realm. What was even more terrifying was the astonishing strength that should not have been present in a practitioner at his level. Even he, without utilizing his cultivation and relying solely on his physical strength, could only muster a force of 1,000,000 pounds. Yet, he was aware that they were separated by 3 major realms. Moments later, as the dust settled, a bloodied figure lay in the crater, his chest caved in, and his eyes glazed over, a sight both gruesome and alarming. Cough. A sound of coughing emerged from the pit. Upon hearing it, Wang Jia rushed to Xiong Lin's side, helping him up and producing a crystal-clear medicinal pill imbued with a rich aroma. Placing it into his mouth, a gentle glow enveloped Xiong Lin, and in the next moment, his wounds began to heal gradually, the indentation in his chest slowly returning to its original state, though his complexion remained pale. "Thank you, Elder Wang," Xiong Lin managed to say with difficulty. Wang Jia shook his head with pity. "Had you been humble earlier, you would not have suffered such a fate." A bitter smile crossed Xiong Lin's face. Only when confronted with Yi Lingtian did he truly grasp the depth of his terror. That seemingly frail body concealed the might of an ancient dragon. Were it not for Yi Lingtian's deliberate mercy, he would have likely been reduced to mere mist. Xiong Lin staggered to his feet, slowly approaching Yi Lingtian. "Xiong Lin, don't be impulsive." Wang Jia's expression shifted, fearing he would seek vengeance and act recklessly. However, Xiong Lin stood before Yi Lingtian, gazing up at the young man with his hands clasped behind his back, his body trembling slightly as he spoke. "Thank you for your mercy, Saint Sun." Hearing this, Yi Lingtian nodded slightly. Though Xiong Lin was foolish, he was not entirely oblivious to the danger he faced. Otherwise, he would have given him no quarter. He then turned slowly, addressing the remaining true disciples with an expression devoid of emotion. "What about you? Do any of you have objections to my position as Saint Sun?" The true disciples paled at his words, hastily shaking their heads. No, Saint Sun, you misunderstand." Seeing their fearful demeanor, Yi Lingtian lost interest, turning away and returning to the cabin to continue his cultivation. "Set sail." With everyone gathered, Wang Jia called out, and the flying boat emitted a blinding light, vanishing from the sacred land in an instant. Chapter 10. The Snow Emperor's Palace. Half a month later, a magnificent and resplendent colossal airship has arrived at the boundary of Lingnan Domain. On the deck, several elegantly dressed young figures stand. "Look over there, that is the North Cold Domain." A young woman of the Zhan clan pointed in that direction. The others on the ship turned their gaze in accordance with her voice. Ahead, at the confluence of Lingnan Domain and North Cold Domain, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. On their side, the vibrant colors of spring flourished, while on the other side, snowflakes danced through the air, 2 seemingly unrelated vistas blending seamlessly together. Brr.its so cold. As they approached the North Cold Domain, the temperature plummeted. The group retrieved long robes from their storage rings, donning them to fend off the chill. "Everyone, steady yourselves," Wang Jia shouted. Following a violent tremor of the ship, the scenery before them transformed entirely into a world of ice and snow. "What a beautiful snow scene," the only girl among them remarked, extending her hands to catch a snowflake, speaking slowly. "Of course. If you like it, junior sister Warner, I shall accompany you here again next time," the long-faced man beside her declared, looking rather self-satisfied. "Humph, I wouldn't want that. If we do come, it would be with someone as remarkable as Saint Sun," she replied. Speaking of Yi Lingtian, the girl cupped her face in her hands, her expression flushed with spring-like warmth, a silly smile gracing her lips as she imagined walking hand in hand with him through this snowy realm. Upon hearing this, the long-faced man's countenance stiffened, a deep melancholy settling upon him. Why must there be a you when there is a Liang? The others nearby exchanged disdainful glances, their expressions unmistakably conveying the sentiment. What makes you worthy to be compared with the saint's son? Witnessing their reactions, the long-faced man's face turned crimson. Although there might be a slight difference in strength, he believed himself quite comparable in appearance. Warner could not contain her laughter, bursting forth at the thought. All right, enough of this nonsense. We are nearing the Snow Palace. Shouldn't you all focus on your cultivation? If you tarnish the reputation of Tsangyue's sacred land during the discussion, just wait and see how I will deal with you upon our return. Wang Jie admonished as he appeared behind them, his tone one of exasperated authority. Yes, elder. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. Before the airship, a magnificent palace, seemingly crafted from crystal, gradually emerged. The palace sparkled brilliantly under the sun. A truly stunning sight. Look, the people from Tsangyue's sacred land have arrived, exclaimed a disciple of the Snow Palace, pointing towards the sky. As the resplendent airship approached, the crowd below erupted in excitement. Tsangyue's sacred land, renowned as the foremost among the four sacred lands, commanded awe simply by traveling in such a regal spiritual vessel. An elder of the Snow Palace stroked his beard, sighing in admiration, truly magnificent. As the airship came to a halt, Yiling Tian, who had been cultivating within, opened his eyes and swiftly appeared on the deck. There, Wang Jie stood with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by several curious disciples surveying their surroundings. At that moment, a figure strolled over, pausing beside Yiling Tian. With a lazy drawl, she inquired, "Have we arrived?" Instantly, the bustling crowd below fell silent upon seeing the woman on the airship. Gulp! Someone swallowed audibly. "So beautiful." The disciples below stared intently at her, their eyes seemingly transforming into hearts, leaving no room for anything else. Soon, the crowd erupted into chaos, a torrent of compliments filling the air. How could there be such an enchanting beauty in the world? If I could become her partner, I would gladly give my life. A plump young man with a round figure and a face full of freckles expressed his feelings with fervor. Some even began to compare her to the young mistress of the Snow Palace. In the center of the square, a man adorned with a purple golden crown and 2 horns on his forehead. His complexion pale, gazed greedily at Yiling Yin. A lascivious glint flickered in his eyes as he licked his lips, declaring, "I want that woman." Just as he was about to approach the airship to engage her, a hearty laughter rang out. "Ha ha ha! Elder Wang, it has been a while since we last met. Your cultivation has indeed deepened, making it hard for us to keep up." An elder clad in the robes of the Snow Palace approached, his smile warm as he glanced at Yiling Tian and the others on the airship. Upon hearing this slightly complimentary remark, Wang Jie's expression brightened as he rose to greet him. "Oh, Elder Lu, you flatter me. Ha ha ha, and this must be the renowned Saint Sun Ling Tian, a true hero of the youth," Elder Lu remarked, looking at Yiling Tian. Why, Yiling Tian could not help but admire the elder's skill and flattery, causing even Yiling Yin beside him to stifle a laugh. His name had only circulated slightly when he was first conferred the title of Saint Sun, as he had spent most of his time cultivating within the sacred land, hardly revealing himself. Nevertheless, he nodded in a gesture of acknowledgement, and Elder Lu continued to smile, leading the way ahead. Before long, they arrived within the palace, where the prodigies from the other 2 domains had already gathered. Seated in opposite corners of the grand hall, Tsangyue's sacred land truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost among the 4 sacred lands. What an imposing demeanor. They actually made us wait here for so long, remarked a man with a sullen expression, seated in one corner. Beside him stood the same man who earlier in the square had declared Yiling Yin would become his woman. Hearing the sullen man's words, Wang Jie's expression turned cold as he disdainfully retorted, "With your band of pathetic wretches from the East Sea, you are hardly worthy of our Tsangyue's sacred land's attention. You?" The sullen man sprang to his feet, veins bulging on his forehead, eager to retaliate. "Enough, enough!" At that moment, Elder Lu stood between the 2, his demeanor amicable as he played the peacemaker. "Today is the grand ceremony of the Snow Palace. Let us all calm down. Any grievances can be addressed later. Consider yourself fortunate." The sullen man shot a venomous glare at Wang Jie. Just then, a light chuckle reached his ears, prompting him to turn around, only to find the source of the laughter was none other than Yiling Tian from Tsangyue's sacred land. The man's anger flared instantly. Wang Jia I can tolerate, but who do you think you are, little brat, to mock me? In an instant, his palm turned pitch black, emanating a foul odor and a dangerous aura as he unleashed a strike towards Yiling Tian. Intent on slaying him, Wang Jia's eyes widened in rage at this sight, shouting, "How dare you!" Yiling Tian stood his ground, maintaining a calm smile, though the coldness in his gaze sent shivers down one's spine. As the sullen man approached with murderous intent, Yiling Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression as serene as still water, and simply uttered, "Kill him, boom!" In that instant, a terrifying pressure belonging to a royal realm expert erupted forth, freezing time within the palace. The sullen man remained poised as he had been, his expression dark yet betraying the fear flickering in his eyes. A colossal hand emerged from the void, looming over him. The man seemed to wish to utter something, but under that overwhelming pressure, all he could muster was a tremor. Bang! With a resounding crash, his head exploded like a watermelon, blood spraying forth as the pressure dissipated. His headless body fell straight back, but before it could hit the ground, Yiling Tian collected it effortlessly. The body of a royal realm dragon was of some use. After all, cultivating the dragon pattern battle body and dragon scale treasure garment required dragon scales and blood. Though the dragon blood might not be pure, it sufficed for the basics. Chapter 11. The discussion conference silence enveloped the palace, as all eyes were fixed on the white-clad youth, or rather on Wang Xiao. Who was concealed within the void behind him? A royal realm expert? The crowd murmured in disbelief. Songyu's sacred land has actually dispatched a royal to guard this young man. How much do they value him? Even within their own ranks, the most they would allocate to a saint's son or saint daughter was a peak royal for protection in this Songyun continent, where royal realm figures were rare. Such individuals were regarded as the pinnacle of existence. Royal realm experts were scarce even among the forces of the other three major domains, each one a cornerstone of their respective factions, seldom revealing themselves unless absolutely necessary. Unless an extraordinary prodigy appeared, it was exceedingly rare for them to even meet, let alone be tasked with guarding someone. It seemed this Songyue saint's son was not to be underestimated. The protection he received from Songyu's sacred land indicated that he was seen not merely as a saint's son, but as a beacon of hope for the future. He'll be regarded as such by the most elite force in the region spoke volumes of his terrifying talent. At the head table, Shueli gazed solemnly at Yiling Tian. When the elder protector had acted, the overwhelming force he commanded had even sent shivers through her, a fellow royal realm practitioner. It was evident just how fearsome he was. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yiling Tian remained as serene as ever, his expression unperturbed as he continued to cultivate, seemingly indifferent to the awe surrounding him. With a light step, Yiling Tian approached the pale-faced man, asking, "What do you intend to do?" The man, trembling with fear, shouted at Yiling Tian, his bravado crumbling. "Can one truly be unafraid? Did you not witness the fate of the man who accompanied him earlier? His skull shattered by a single blow?" Yiling Tian's expression remained indifferent as he raised a finger, pressing it against the man's forehead, and spoke. "I disapprove of the look in your eyes from just moments ago." In the distance, Ling Yin, upon hearing these words, narrowed her eyes into crescent shapes, a smirk gracing her lips as she muttered, "This arrogant brat truly is domineering." Earlier, in the square, the man's lascivious gaze had not escaped her notice. Yet he had refrained from any overt actions, leaving her unable to react in the moment. "How dare you? My father is the Lord of the East Sea. Should you dare to kill me? My father will undoubtedly seek vengeance." Upon hearing this, the depths of Yiling Tian's eyes remained as calm as an ancient well in his previous life. He had slain several celestial emperors, and even in this reincarnation, he was far from being threatened by a mere mudfish. Moreover, he had his own backing. Standing behind him was the Songyu's sacred land. He shook his head slightly, a terrifying radiance emanating from his fingertip. As he observed his finger poised on the man's forehead, the man's internal dread magnified exponentially, leading to an involuntary release of a yellowish liquid from his lower half, the stench unbearable. The surrounding onlookers displayed unabashed disdain on their faces. With such a temperament, even if he survived today, achieving greatness in the future would be a distant dream. With a flicker, the light at Yiling Tian's fingertip pierced through the man's forehead. Before a sound could escape his lips, he was utterly extinguished in the Snow Emperor Palace. Subsequently, Yiling Tian turned his gaze towards the prodigies representing the East Sea, unleashing several more beams of light. In the blink of an eye, several more corpses lay strewn across the great hall. Witnessing the decisiveness of Yiling Tian, the crowd collectively sighed. This young man was exceptional, leaving no roots behind as he acted with such decisiveness. Should he not fall midway, he would undoubtedly etch his name into the annals of Songyun continent. Excellent! Ha 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 ha! Saint Sun, well struck. I have long found this group of wretched mudfish displeasing. Wang Jie, beside him, was flushed with excitement, oblivious to the peculiar gazes of others present, exclaiming, even if your families are at odds, there is no need for such schadenfreude. Meanwhile, far away in the East Sea, within the Dragon Palace, a towering man clad in a dragon robe, his features sharp, emitted an enraged roar. The entire sea surface transformed, churning violently in response to his fury. This man was none other than Long Ao, the master of the Dragon Palace, the dominant force of the East Sea. And the one slain by Yiling Tian was his son, Long Yang. With a wave of his hand, the waters before him stilled, forming a mirror that revealed the moment Yiling Tian dispatched Long Yang. The more Long Ao looked, the darker his expression became, his murderous intent solidifying, causing the temperature around him to plummet, as if capable of freezing all. Suddenly, Yiling Tian, within the Snow Emperor Palace, sensed something amiss. His divine soul's imperial will activated in the Dragon Palace. Long Ao, seething with rage, glared at the figure of the white-clad youth in the image. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Songyu's sacred land, you have gone too far. Today, even if you are the saint son of Songyu's sacred land, I shall demand your life in exchange for my son. Just as he turned to tear apart the fabric of space, the white-clad youth in the image suddenly glanced back at him, his gaze as still as a pool of stagnant water, devoid of any emotional hue, resembling the eye of the heavenly way that looked down upon all beings. Ant? The youth uttered two words, but to Long Ao, they resonated like thunderclaps, echoing in his ears and threatening to shatter his very essence. At that moment, Long Ao's face turned pale, the blood at the corner of his mouth starkly visible. As he stammered in terror, Who are you? The youth in the image offered no reply, merely extending his hands and gently waving them. Instantly, a vacant look replaced the fire in Long Ao's eyes, his demeanor becoming lifeless, as if his soul had been obliterated, leaving behind only an empty shell. With Long Ao's demise, the water mirror lost its magical essence, shattering and returning the Dragon Palace to silence. As if nothing had ever transpired, Yiling Tian's complexion grew slightly pale. Using his current state to activate imperial will was indeed overly taxing. Even a minuscule fraction was beyond his capacity to bear. The next moment, he returned to his seat, closing his eyes to recuperate. Within the hall, Shual Yuli instructed her disciples to handle the corpses, her expression regaining its smile as she addressed the crowd. Since the East Sea has withdrawn, let us proceed with the discussion among our three domains. As she spoke, a graceful maiden emerged from behind her, possessing a captivating presence. Her skin was as white as snow. Her features painted like a masterpiece and clad in white, she resembled a celestial being from a painting, exuding an icy aura, clearly a practitioner of ice-based techniques. Kanglin was right. She is indeed a stunning beauty. However, upon witnessing Yiling Yan's allure, the others found her less extraordinary in comparison. This was not to say the maiden before them lacked beauty, but rather the distinctiveness of their temperaments, coupled with Yiling Yan's inherent charm. The maiden appeared somewhat youthful in contrast. The maiden's gaze fixated on the meditative Yiling Tian, sensing an overwhelming peril emanating from him. After a moment, she averted her gaze, turning to the spectators with a respectful bow. I am Long Qianqian, and I humbly request your guidance. No sooner had her words left her lips than a hearty laugh erupted. Ha 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 ha. In that case, allow me to be the first, from the western region. A youth stood and approached the center of the grand hall, smiling as he clasped his fists. I implore Miss Qianqian to show no mercy. The maiden nodded slightly, rising gracefully into the center of the hall. Her movements akin to a startled swan, elegant as a drifting dragon. Please, with that, the youth from the west unleashed his energy, revealing his realm. The divine concealment realm, as he sensed the aura emanating from him. Long Qianqian released a chilling wave of energy. Chapter 12. Long Qianqian, feeling this icy presence, Yiling Tian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened them, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his gaze. Ice Spirit Emperor Body, innate extreme realm. Although the extreme power was deeply concealed by the maiden, he sensed it nonetheless. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Jie turned his head, clearly having caught wind of Yiling Tian's murmurs. Nothing. Why? Yiling Tian shook his head, speaking lightly. Seeing that Yiling Tian was unwilling to elaborate, Wang Jie paid it no mind, redirecting his focus to the center of the hall. The youth from the west stepped forward, his expression serious as he clapped his hands together, bellowing, cloud-pushing palm. Behind him, spiritual energy coalesced into clouds, forming an overwhelming hand that surged forth like an avalanche. Ha 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 ha. Excellent, excellent. I never imagined that this lad Yunfeng would cultivate the cloud-pushing palm to such a degree. Few in the same realm could withstand this move. An elder from the west, stroking his beard, chuckled, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The surrounding crowd gazed in awe, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was impressive eye in the face of this palm. Long Qianqian remained unfazed, transforming her hand into a sword, a beam of glacial light bursting forth, slicing towards her opponent. The spiritual hand, conjured from energy, appeared to be but a fleeting illusion under the brilliance of her sword light. Effortlessly cleaved in two, before the blade continued its unrelenting path towards Yunfeng. What? Yunfeng stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that his technique could be so easily dismantled. In that brief moment of shock, the sword light descended upon him. The elder, who had been laughing heartily moments before, now wore a look of disbelief, having just boasted about his prodigy, only to be swiftly proven wrong. The sword light, as pure as snow, illuminated Yunfeng's eyes. It was only when it reached him that he quickly erected a spiritual barrier to defend himself. Bang! A thunderous collision echoed, sending ripples outward. The aftermath of the clash spread, dispersing the sword's energy. Moments later, as the sword light dissipated, the spiritual barrier surrounding Yunfeng was riddled with cracks, shattering into fragments that returned to the ether. Yunfeng was sent flying, his expression one of shock as he crashed heavily to the ground. Cough. Yunfeng's face turned pale, disbelief etched in his features. He had not anticipated such a swift defeat. He looked up at the maiden before him, astonished. How could it be? How could someone of the innate realm be so powerful? It is worth noting that a prodigy is defined by their extraordinary talent, allowing them to combat those of higher realms. Long Qianqian was undoubtedly among the elite, which was why she had been designated as the young master by the Snow Emperor Palace, warranting the hosting of this discussion. You have been defeated. Long Qianqian regarded Yunfeng with a tranquil demeanor, her words few but potent, as if she had foreseen the outcome from the very beginning. I have lost. Yunfeng rose, managing a bitter smile, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. As the representative of the western region, he had thought that even in defeat, he would at least put up a fight. Yet the outcome had been so decisively one-sided, especially considering his opponent was merely of the innate realm. This blow was undeniably significant for him. With a sense of disappointment, he returned to the elder's side, lowering his head and apologizing. I'm sorry, elder. I have let you down. Observing the disheartened youth, the elder shook his head slightly, imparting gentle wisdom. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. There will always be those stronger than you. Who dares claim to be invincible throughout their life? This is but a single defeat. Must you be unable to accept it? If your resolve is so fragile, why pursue the path at all? The elder. Yunfeng lifted his gaze, observing the old man, and a spark of determination seemed to be rekindled in his eyes. Witnessing this scene, the elder smiled with satisfaction. Cultivation is akin to climbing a mountain. Perhaps at this moment, she is a step ahead of you, yet who dares to proclaim that she will remain in the lead until the summit is reached? Upon hearing these words, the onlookers couldn't help but cast sidelong glances. Even Yiling Tian found himself unable to resist stealing a second glance at the elder. Indeed, in the journey of cultivation, talent does not encompass everything. It is only through unwavering resolve, steadfast belief, and immense perseverance in the face of adversity that one can ascend to the pinnacle. No matter how exceptional the talent, if the heart is frail, one will inevitably fade into the crowd. Subsequently, several other prodigies stepped forward to spar with Long Qianqian, and without exception, they were all defeated. Long Qianqian stood her ground, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Though she did not speak, the disappointment in her eyes pierced the hearts of the assembled prodigies. At that moment, a robust figure emerged in the arena. His demeanor defiant, muscles coiled like iron, and his short hair exuding a sense of efficiency. He cast a disdainful glance at those who had just been vanquished. Seeing him like this, Yi Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This man was none other than Xiong Lin, who had previously provoked him aboard the flying vessel and was sent flying with a single palm strike. Let me see just what abilities this so-called young palace master possesses. Xiong Lin's eyes brimmed with arrogance as he spoke in his customary brash manner, arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. Yet, despite his arrogance, he had the prowess to back it up to a mere 20. He had already reached the Purple Mansion realm and had even cultivated the King Kong indestructible technique, a low-grade heavenly body refinement skill, to a minor success. Had he not encountered the anomaly that was Yi Lingtian, he would have been the most dazzling disciple dispatched by the Tsangyue's sacred land. Observing Xiong Lin, Long Qianqian's expression became slightly more serious. Without further ado, she raised her hand, unleashing another wave of sword energy, even mightier than the last. Ha ha ha, do you think I am the same fool as before? Xiong Lin scoffed. You? Hearing Xiong Lin's veiled taunts and contemptuous tone, Yunfeng's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. For he had indeed lost. Xiong Lin smirked derisively, clenched his fist, and unleashed a punch that seemed to carry the force of creation itself, instantly conjuring a whirlwind within the hall. The spectators' gazes sharpened as they watched that sword light vanish under the force of his brutal punch. In response, Xiong Lin's disdain grew more pronounced as he turned to Yunfeng, unabashedly mocking. Watch closely, you waste. Ignoring Yunfeng's clenched teeth, he spun around and arrogantly addressed Long Qianqian. You should showcase your true abilities, or winning against you would feel rather flavorless. Hearing Xiong Lin's provocation, Long Qianqian remained silent, her icy gaze intensifying. This hulking brute is bound to face hardship, Yi Lingtian mused as he observed the overwhelming presence of Xiong Lin. Impossible, right? Xiong Lin is at the Purple Mansion realm. Can he truly be hindered by a mere innate cultivator? Wang Jie remarked uncertainly, glancing at Yi Lingtian. Why Yi Lingtian offered no explanation, merely responding, just watch. Boom! From Long Qianqian's body. Cold air coalesced into mist, layers of ice crystals enveloping her form, and within moments, a girl clad in crystalline snow armor, akin to a queen of winter, appeared in the arena. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The ice armor shimmered under the hall's light, radiant and stunning, yet the chilling aura it emanated was fearsome. This, the imperial body? Wang Jie exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even Yu Lingyan displayed an expression of surprise. He, Qianer has only recently awakened her ice spirit imperial body. Sitting at the head of the table, Shuaili observed the astonished faces of the crowd, maintaining a calm demeanor, though the pride in her eyes became increasingly evident. What? The ice spirit imperial body. Such an imperial body exists. The crowd was momentarily stunned, rising to their feet in disbelief. The ice spirit imperial body ranks 73rd among the 100 imperial bodies, despite its relatively low ranking. Any connection to the term imperial signifies that one can effortlessly cultivate to the realm of emperors, becoming a standout among peers, a born ruler of snow, possessing an affinity for the ice laws unparalleled by ordinary individuals. It can be said that once this physique is cultivated to fruition, mastering the ice laws would be achieved with ease. As the crowd marveled, a sense of pride flickered across Long Qianqian's face. Humph! Let me see if this legendary imperial body truly lives up to its reputation. Xiong Lin bellowed. King Kong Dominator Fist. As his voice fell, a golden, sharp iron fist smashed toward Long Qianqian in the face of this punch. Long Qianqian's expression remained remarkably calm. Condense, with a soft command, the moisture in the air instantly transformed into a thick ice wall before her, blocking the force of the iron fist. Chapter 13. Defeating Xiong Lin Himph. Not too shabby. Xiong Lin observed the ice wall, snorting coldly. Long Qianqian's expression was as frigid as frost, her eyes filled with icy resolve as a crystal longsword manifested in her ice-clad hands, exuding a chilling aura, beautiful yet laced with lethal danger. Feeling the aura emanating from the longsword, Xiong Lin narrowed his eyes, the the derision on his face fading as he adopted a more serious demeanor. It must be said, Long Qianqian indeed possessed considerable skill. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted from within him, a blinding golden light shooting forth, and his originally robust form was enveloped in a layer of metallic sheen. Even his hair standing on end, shimmering with golden brilliance. The King Kong indestructible body. This kid is actually capable of using this technique. It seems Long Qianqian truly possesses some prowess, Wang Jie sighed from the sidelines. The oppressive aura of the Purple Mansion realm, augmented by the King Kong indestructible body, became even more formidable, and the entire hall was filled with howling winds and flickering spiritual patterns, incredible, so powerful. Even Yun Feng, who had been ridiculed by Xiong Lin, had to concede to his might as he observed the scene. Feeling the unparalleled strength bestowed by the King Kong indestructible body, Xiong Lin grinned widely. Even believing himself capable of splitting the heavens with a single punch, of course, this was merely his own delusion. You are the first to compel me to exert my full strength since I attained the indestructible body. As a token of my gratitude, I shall bestow you with a bow today, Xiong Lin proclaimed arrogantly. Listening to his haughty words, the onlookers exchanged glances, bemused. Brother, you haven't won yet, have you? Barbaric charge. A loud shout echoed as the golden light surrounding Xiong Lin grew even more resplendent. Resembling a being forged from gold, a massive golden bear phantom appearing behind him, enveloping him within. Letting out a roar, the ferocious power swept through the entire hall, transforming into a streak of light racing toward the girl across from him. This force was terrifying, cleaving the air in two, the golden light sharp as a blade, sending chills down the spines of those present. Facing the fearsome momentum rushing toward her, Long Qianqian calmly lifted her long sword. A wave of icy energy instantly spreading out, the temperature around her plunging to the extreme. Snowflakes began to swirl around her, as pure and radiant as ice crystals, gradually descending upon the long sword. A sword light cold enough to freeze 19 states. A glint of cold light flashed in Long Qianqian's eyes as her long sword trembled, a surge of ice spirit energy coalescing along the blade, forming a deadly sword radiance that surged toward Xiong Lin. Along its path, the air crystallized with frost, leaving the spectators aghast and speechless. Sensing the threat emanating from the sword radiance, the golden light enveloping Xiong Lin intensified. And at that moment, the derision in his eyes vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Suddenly, with a thunderous shout, the golden light collided with the sword radiance. Boom! The ground beneath them instantly turned to dust. And this was not the end. Where they met, streaks of lightning erupted, crackling loudly, causing the spiritual energy within the hall to become chaotic. Xiong Lin clenched his fists tightly, his strikes becoming increasingly rapid. Pounding against the sword radiance and finally, with a sharp crack, the sword radiance shattered. As the sword radiance was destroyed, the girl hurriedly retreated. Despite her imperial physique, she ultimately fell short in cultivation. Ha 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 ha. An imperial body? It amounts to little more than this. In that moment, Xiong Lin was exceedingly arrogant, laughing heartily. What does it matter if she possesses an imperial body? She would still fall to his hands, even if Long Qianqian maintained her composure. She could not suppress the fire igniting within her, her eyes radiating icy fury. Suddenly, with a sharp cry, Long Qianqian soared into the air, her expression frosty, raising her long sword high as cold air coalesced into numerous ice swords, densely populating the sky, emanating a chilling aura that instilled dread. The ice sword array. As the words fell, the long swords descended like rain, crashing toward Xiong Lin with the force of thunder. Excellent! Xiong Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Roar! The bear phantom behind him let out a furious roar as he thrust his palms outward, a massive hammer appearing in his hands. He swung the hammer rapidly, and it seemed almost weightless in his grasp. The next moment, a dazzling golden barrier materialized above him. Crackle! The long sword struck against the barrier, producing a series of sounds, while he was preoccupied with defending against the rain of swords above. Long Qianqian had somehow appeared before him. Xiong Lin's pupils constricted, his expression shifting in shock. Not good. The girl's long sword transformed into an ice dragon, surging toward him with ferocity, and Xiong Lin, horrified, had no time to defend. Watching helplessly as the dragon descended upon him, with a sudden burst, A mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth, and Xiong Lin's figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He rolled several times before gradually coming to a stop. His complexion paling. Abruptly lifting his head, he glared at the girl and roared, "Coward! You dared to launch a sneak attack. Do you expect your opponent to engage in a fair fight in a life-and-death battle? Is that so?" Long Qianqian replied coolly as her words reached him. Xiong Lin spat another mouthful of blood, yet found himself unable to retort. His eyes turned crimson, and he gritted his teeth, casting a resentful glance at Long Qianqian. The fact that he had been defeated despite having strength left untapped was the most unbearable aspect for him. Long Qianqian averted her gaze, no longer regarding the vanquished Xiong Lin. A defeated foe was not worthy of her attention. The young girl pivoted, her eyes fixed intently on Yiling Tian, and in the next moment, her voice rang out with icy clarity. "I humbly request guidance from the Holy Sun, Ling Tian." Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned their gazes towards Yiling Tian, their expressions revealing a mix of amusement and curiosity, eager to witness the prowess of this renowned holy son of the Zhongyu Holy Land. Yiling Tian slightly raised his eyes to glance at Long Qianqian, and to everyone's astonishment, he did not acquiesce. Instead, he shook his head gently. A frown creased Long Qianqian's brow, her confusion evident. Even Shueli, seated in the main position, displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "With your current level of strength, you are not yet worthy of my intervention," Yiling Tian stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Long Qianqian's expression froze. Noting her own limited strength, she realized that despite knowing of his might, she seemed insignificant in his eyes. In an instant, her delicate features transformed into a mask of coldness. "Then, what now?" As her words fell, an immense aura erupted forth from her being, a power that belonged to the innate realm yet surpassed it, revealing itself for all to witness. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Is this the innate realm? Why is it different from ours?" The revelation of this power sparked animated discussions in the hall. Only the elders who had reached the king realm detected certain nuances, their expressions shifting as they regarded the girl, who appeared akin to an ice sovereign. Could it beat the power of the extreme path? An elder from the western frontier speculated, his voice laced with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Wang Jie wore a look of sheer shock, his heart churning with tumultuous emotions. The extreme realm. How many years had it been since a prodigy of such caliber emerged in the Zhongyuan continent? Even in the central plains, where prodigies were plentiful, those reaching the extreme realm were exceedingly rare. "Qianqian, my dear child, even I was kept in the dark." Shueli's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a profound joy illuminated her features. If it were solely due to the ice spirit sovereign body, it would not have elicited such astonishment from the elders of the various holy lands, for while royal bodies were rare, there were still a few within the other three domains. For instance, the Derif and Tian body, the Yin-Yang sword body, and the Tian Imo body within the Zhongyu Holy Land were all ranked among the top 100 royal bodies. However, when paired with the extreme realm, the situation was fundamentally different. Throughout history, the Zhongyuan continent had never seen an existence that combined a special physique with the extreme realm. What did this signify? It implied that as long as Long Qianqian did not fall prematurely, she would undoubtedly lead the Shui Huang Palace to shatter the shackles of the Zhongyuan continent, establish roots in the Central Plains, and even have the chance to touch upon the mysteries of the saints. Am I now deemed worthy? Long Qianqian gazed at Yiling Tian, her eyes ablaze with combat spirit. "I suppose you qualify." "Just barely," Yiling Tian replied, his expression remaining indifferent as he slowly rose to his feet, his figure flashing until he stood before Long Qianqian. "Make your move." With her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, Long Qianqian did not hesitate. She simultaneously summoned the power of her royal body and the power of the extreme path. Under the enhancement of these two forces, the surface of her ice crystal longsword warped, and its blade grew even sharper. Whoosh! The sound of air splitting filled the space as the longsword pierced through the atmosphere, the ice crystal extending forth with unparalleled brilliance. Yet, in the next moment, this earth-shattering strike came to an abrupt halt mid-air, unable to advance another inch. "What?" Long Qianqian gasped in shock. The surrounding spectators all sprang to their feet, jaws nearly dropping in disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Yiling Tian, with a casual gesture, extended two fingers and effortlessly pinched the terrifying sword light between them. Shueli's pupils contracted, her delicate hands instinctively gripping her seat, creating a series of cracking sounds. Chapter 14. The Peerless Prodigy, Yiling Tian. Even Long Qianqian, who had been somewhat prepared for this outcome, could not help but gape in astonishment. Her expression was undeniably adorable. "What the heck?" Wang Jie exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, it seemed a realization struck him, and his face flushed with excitement. Could it be that the Holy Sun also? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and his eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight. Beside him, Yu Lingyan also found her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she grasped a similar notion, her face blossoming with a breathtaking smile, pride evident in her gaze. Who would have thought that the little boy who once trailed behind her, calling her fairy sister, had grown to such heights? This childish technique should not be showcased. Yiling Tian mused, his gaze calm as he applied slight pressure with his fingers, causing the long sword to shatter instantly, transforming into drifting ice crystals. Long Qianqian's expression turned grave as she inhaled deeply. At that moment, she finally understood why Yiling Tian had uttered those words earlier. A glimmer of icy blue flickered in her eyes as she merged the power of the extreme path with the royal power bestowed by her sovereign body. Boom! In an instant, the world seemed to dim. A terrifying aura that defied description surged forth, enveloping her. The ice crystals surrounding the girl entirely cocooned her, her hair shimmering as each strand became radiant and glistening. Her eyes transformed into a pale blue hue, and a snow lotus mark appeared on her forehead, embodying a sense of clarity and tranquility. An extraordinary phenomenon? Yiling Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tranquil gaze finally revealing a hint of intrigue. Each royal body possessed its own unique phenomenon, yet merging that phenomenon with oneself was no simple feat among the royal bodies within the Tsangyu Holy Land. Only the wielder of the De Reef and Tian body had achieved such a level of integration. It was evident how deeply Long Qianqian resonated with her royal body. The Ice Sovereign descends. This was a martial divine ability inherent to the Ice Spirit Sovereign body, capable of freezing the heavens and the earth once fully realized. In an instant, snow began to fall, and a shadow formed behind Long Qianqian. A manifestation of the power of heaven and earth, seemingly possessing the ability to reach the heavens. With a mere wave of its hand, the ice and snow that could freeze the world surged toward it. So cold. The spectators shivered uncontrollably, their teeth chattering as frost formed upon their brows. The elders behind them quickly summoned their kingly power to erect a massive barrier of spiritual energy, enveloping them within. Yiling Tian regarded the ice and snow power enveloping the heavens and earth, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes as he recalled the ancient voice within the chaotic, heavenly tome that spoke of refining it. Would it allow him to condense a thread of ice path power? His gaze flickered as he sought to validate this idea. Behind him, a furnace abruptly materialized, appearing gray and devoid of any imposing presence. Yet, this seemingly unassuming furnace caused the attending elders to startle. What is this? Why does it feel like my blood and essence are uncontrollably yearning to break free? Concealed in the void, Wang Zhao's expression turned pale upon seeing the furnace again. Not this cursed thing. As she gazed at the emerging furnace, a twinge of unease stirred within Long Qianqian. Refine I in the next moment, as Yiling Tian's voice fell, the furnace's mouth gaped wide, and the previously unremarkable furnace erupted with brilliance. A tremendous suction force emanated from within, drawing the swirling ice-cold power from the surrounding space toward the furnace's opening. What upon witnessing this scene, Shueli abruptly stood, disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at the furnace behind Yiling Tian. In less than a moment, the chill in the hall dissipated, replaced by a gentle warmth, as if the storm had passed and the sun had emerged. Long Qianqian stood there, nearly in a daze. Her power had vanished. After absorbing the ice and snow power, the furnace disappeared behind Yiling Tian. Feeling the ice path power coursing back into her being, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yiling Tian's eyes as he murmured, "Indeed, it works." Extending his finger, a faint blue glow materialized at his fingertip, unmistakably the ice path power he had just transformed. Gazing at the blue light upon Yiling Tian's fingertip, Long Qianqian's pupils constricted, and her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. How is this possible? What exactly is that? Before she could formulate an answer, she witnessed Yiling Tian flick his fingertip, unleashing an even more biting cold wind within the hall. Snow fell in torrents, and a figure that mirrored the indistinct shadow behind Long Qianqian appeared behind Yiling Tian. The ice sovereign descends? The crowd within the hall stood frozen in shock, staring at Yiling Tian. Wasn't this the divine ability of the ice spirit's sovereign body? Why did the Holy Sun possess it as well? Moreover, it appeared even more formidable than before in that moment. Countless questions swirled in their minds. Could it be that he also bore the ice spirit's sovereign body? Yet, the next moment, this notion was swiftly dismissed. It was impossible for the same royal body to manifest in two individuals unless the previous bearer had perished. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao, hidden in the void, seemed to comprehend something, his eyes widening in horror. That furnace from earlier. What on earth was that entity, so sinister that it could strip away another's essence and merge it with its own? As the crowd grappled with their confusion, Yiling Tian withdrew the extraordinary phenomenon behind him and turned to Long Qianqian, stating calmly, "If this is your strongest technique, then this contest can come to a close." The young maiden, suppressing the shock within her heart, regained her composure and clasped her hands in a gesture of respect, stating, "In this contest, it is clear that Qian'er has lost." Even her most formidable techniques were effortlessly neutralized by Yiling Tian. To continue would only lead to further humiliation. Yiling Tian nodded slightly. Returning to his seat and taking a sip of the Dao tea on the table, he slowly remarked, "Since it has concluded, let us take our leave." The members of the Tsongyu's sacred land wore smiles of satisfaction, basking in the glory of their triumph. Elder Wang Jie, the Grand Elder, nodded approvingly, acknowledging the delightful surprise their young saint had provided. As the crowd began to rise to depart, a sudden voice interrupted. "Wait." Cold Qianqian's sudden interjection drew the attention of everyone present. Yiling Tian halted his steps, slightly tilting his head. "Next time, I will surely defeat you." Cold Qianqian stated earnestly. Yiling Tian's gaze remained indifferent, offering no reply as he continued toward the hall's exit. His heart as calm as a still pond. Though Cold Qianqian's words, he could only mutter to himself. Utterly nonsensical. The young maiden, denied a response, was momentarily dazzled, while Shuai Yili felt a pang of foreboding, her heart sinking as she slapped her forehead. This debate convention had ultimately served as a garment for another. And now even the heir was at risk of being taken away. The failure was monumental. She now regretted organizing this debate entirely. Within the Tsongyu's sacred land, Kanglin observed the scene before him with a smile. Stroking his chin as he teased, "Ha ha, the goddess is smitten, yet the prince remains indifferent. Who would have thought this little girl possessed such extraordinary talent, albeit still a tad behind Ling Tian?" He continued, "That lad, despite his striking beauty, seems oblivious to the treasure he possesses." However, as he recalled the furnace that had appeared behind Yiling Tian, his expression grew solemn. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized that this impudent boy had encountered remarkable fortunes. Even he could not discern the mysteries of that furnace. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as this development would hasten their departure from the Tsongyun continent. Aboard the airship, Yulingyan playfully tugged at the somewhat exasperated Yiling Tian. Her expression a blend of amusement and mischief, a dangerous glimmer in her eyes. Well, how delightful it is. The mutual affection is palpable. That little girl's gaze towards you was enough to stir my own heart." She quipped. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yiling Tian frowned. "Have you truly considered it?" "Sister could help you sort it out," Yulingyan ventured, testing the waters. "Boring," Yiling Tian replied dismissively, turning to head toward the cabin. Noticing his apparent lack of interest in Cold Qianqian, a smile crept across Yulingyan's lips. "Humph, at least you have a semblance of conscience." Upon returning to the cabin, Yiling Tian sat cross-legged and turned his attention inward. Observing a ball of azure ice Dao power, pondering, if only I could gather more, perhaps I could evolve into a true ice spirit sovereign body. Chapter 15. Dragon Pattern Battle Body Snapping Back to Reality. Two corpses materialized in the cabin, the very individuals slain within the Snow Emperor Palace. Yiling Tian placed his palm over them, channeling his power, and with a gentle wave, the corpses transformed into two ferocious dragon forms. With a calm demeanor, he unleashed a spell to strip the scales from the dragon carcasses. Behind him, the chaotic furnace re-emerged, its mouth tilting to swiftly engulf the two dragon bodies, a resounding roar echoing forth. After a brief moment, the two dragon corpses were refined into 2 drops of crimson dragon blood, which soared out of the furnace and hovered in Yilingtian's palm. Without hesitation, he consumed the 2 drops of dragon blood and resumed his meditation. Activating the incantation for the dragon-patterned battle body, in a hazy vision, a scarlet azure dragon materialized, coiling around Yilingtian. The surge of vitality coursed through him, with patches of crimson dragon scales appearing on his skin. 2 small bulges formed on his forehead, and his pupils transformed into slits, a faint dragoness might radiating throughout the cabin. Roar. Suddenly, a thunderous dragoness roar resonated through the heavens. Yilingtian's eyes snapped wide open, and at that instant, a scarlet sword shot forth, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. What is happening? Hearing the deafening roar, the crowd aboard the airship rushed to the deck, Elder Wang Jie casting an uncertain glance toward Yilingtian's cabin. It seems to be coming from the Saint's chamber, one disciple remarked. The crowd swallowed hard, incredulous as they felt the overwhelming dragoness might emanating from Yilingtian's room. What kind of cultivation technique is the saint practicing to create such a commotion? What is this intense dragoness aura? No one could provide an answer, not even Wang Jie. They could only wait for Yilingtian to finish his training before seeking further details. Within the room, Yilingtian slowly rose, lightly clenching his fist, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes before swiftly returning to tranquility. Sensing the wild power within him, he could not help but let out a long howl. Roar! The sound reverberated through the room and reached the ears of the onlookers, who exchanged wide-eyed glances, astonished. The door creaked open, and Yilingtian emerged from his quarters. Upon seeing his figure, several individuals gaped, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor, pointing at him in disbelief. Before them stood Yilingtian, his skin covered in a layer of dragon scales, with fiery red hair and eyes, 2 small horns protruding from his forehead. An extraordinarily otherworldly sight. Saint, a disciple called out tentatively. Hearing this, Yilingtian turned his gaze, his slit-like crimson pupils brimming with hostility and cruelty, devoid of any human emotion, as if one glance could drag a soul into an abyss of despair. The disciple paled at the terrifying gaze of Yilingtian, letting out a scream. What happened to you? Yilingtian also wore a face of shocked. Yilingtian furrowed his brow, touching his face. What do you mean what happened? For a moment, Yilingtian found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to articulate Yilingtian's current appearance, yet she stepped forward, curiously observing the small horns, unable to resist the urge to touch them. Slap! Yilingtian swatted her hand away, casting her an exasperated glance before moving to the edge of the ship, extending his hands to feel the spiritual energy of the world. The dragon scales on his body shimmered. A thick crimson mist emerging from afar, one could sense the violent aura within the mist, which swirled and formed a massive, menacing dragon head, its expression mirroring Yilingtian's, strikingly fearsome. With a punch, the deck beneath him creaked ominously under the strain. The dragon head let out a roar, channeling through Yilingtian's arm. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged, overwhelming and tumultuous, as though it could subdue the universe and grasp the moon of the 9 heavens. Sensing this power, Yilingtian, disregarding the stunned onlookers, murmured, "It seems it's just about that. Just about that." Even Wang Xiao in the void, upon hearing this, could not help but cough in disbelief. Brother, your might rivals that of a nascent soul expert. And yet you remain unsatisfied? You must remember, you are merely in the divine concealment realm. To possess strength comparable to a nascent soul expert, while still in the divine concealment realm, is a rarity even in the central continent, typically only found among the most illustrious sects or ancient families. Yilingtian stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. After condensing the battle body, his power indeed surpassed 10,000 pounds, even without utilizing his cultivation. This sheer brute strength alone could sweep through cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm. As he pondered, a voice of concern echoed in his ear. Little Lingtian, you can still change back, right? Yilingtian's expression was filled with worry. While this form was not unacceptable, it was undeniably difficult to describe compared to his previous appearance. Of course I can. Yilingtian replied with a slight nod. With that, he ceased activating the battle body. The dragon scales fading away, the small horns vanishing, and his pupils returning to their original state, clad in pristine white, exuding an ethereal aura. However, before he could maintain this form for long, a delicate hand appeared before him. "This looks much more comfortable," Yu Lingyan remarked, pinching his cheek, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Yi Lingtian felt a vain throb on his forehead. While Yu Lingyan was delightful in many ways, her penchant for physical contact with him was rather vexing. "Sister Lingyan, could you refrain from doing this every time?" he said, gently pulling her hand away. Witnessing this comical scene, the others behind them lowered their heads, quaking with suppressed laughter. In that Songyu's sacred land, only Yu Lingyan dared to treat Yi Lingtian in such a manner. "Impudent boy, which part of you have I not touched? What? Have you grown up and begun to disdain your sister?" Yu Lingyan's charming face turned cold, her eyes shimmering with a dangerous light, as if to say, "Dare to test me?" Yi Lingtian sighed softly. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with Yu Lingyan, as if it were etched deep within his soul, a sensation that was not merely a remnant of past memories. This feeling led him to scrutinize the woman before him with profound contemplation. Sensing Yi Lingtian's unwavering gaze, Yu Lingyan's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to such attention, yet her heart fluttered with Joy's sister captivated. Her enchanting eyes sparkled, her lips parted slightly as she leaned closer to Yi Lingtian's ear. Exhaling a warm breath, Yi Lingtian snapped back to reality, his pupils narrowing slightly. The male disciples nearby were left dumbfounded, unable to suppress their throats from tightening, wondering why they were deprived of such fortune. In the next moment, a chilling gaze swept over them, emanating from Yi Lingtian. The disciples instantly shivered, hastily averting their eyes, not daring to look again. Yu Lingyan smiled sweetly, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Reveling in the delightful sensation, a month later, the feeling of returning home is truly wonderful. A group of individuals disembarked from the airship, gazing at the familiar scenery before them, letting out a heartfelt sigh. As everyone had just landed, a voice suddenly echoed, "Lingtian, come to the main hall." It was the voice of the Holy Master. Upon hearing this familiar call, a nearby disciple exclaimed in excitement. Yi Lingtian's gaze remained indifferent. He did not ponder much and stepped towards the main hall. Moments later, Yi Lingtian appeared within the hall, where he found Song Lan, arms crossed and scrutinizing him with a meaningful expression. "What is it?" he inquired. "You young man are quite fortunate. Merely visiting the Snow Palace has led to you ensnaring the soul of their young palace master. It's nothing. I shall take my leave." Yi Lingtian replied, casting a glance at Song Lan's frivolous demeanor. Finally, Song Lan ceased his jesting, adopting a more serious tone. "You are on the verge of breaking through to the Purple Mansion, aren't you?" "Indeed. Perfect timing. A month from now, a martial king tomb will be opened in the Lingnan region. You should lead an expedition there," Song Lan stated. The martial king tomb, as its name suggests, houses the remains of a formidable kingly figure, whose realm is referred to as the martial king, symbolizing the pinnacle of martial prowess. It turned out that during their 2-month absence, cultivators had discovered a tomb to the south of the Lingnan region. And after some inquiries, they realized it was a martial king tomb. Consequently, the tomb would be forcibly opened in a month's time. "Whose tomb is it?" Yi Lingtian asked. "It is said to belong to a king-grade artifact refiner. Though this individual does not seem to be from the Tsangyun continent," Song Lan replied. A glimmer flashed in Yi Lingtian's eyes, indicating that the tomb might very well contain refining materials or special metals, which could be utilized to advance his inner divine bones. "Excellent." Yi Lingtian nodded in agreement. Chapter 16. Breaking through the Purple Mansion. Wait a moment. A streak of light flew towards him, and Yi Lingtian extended his hand to catch it, discovering it to be a pill, his expression slightly surprised. "You will need this for your breakthrough," Song Lan remarked. Yi Lingtian nodded, clutching the pill, and without a backward glance, exited the grand hall. This impudent lad truly lacks manners. However, upon reflecting on his talent, Song Lan couldn't help but smile broadly. Within Lingtian Pavilion, Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged, contemplating the pill he had received from Song Lan, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Huangxian Crossing Tribulation Pill, when consumed below the Emperor realm, allows for a direct breakthrough to the next level without any side effects. If consumed by someone at the 9th level of the King realm, it would instantly elevate them to the Emperor realm, making it an incredibly precious item. Even within the Sacred Land, it is a rarity to acquire a single pill. Yet it was so easily bestowed upon him, merely for a breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. Though it held little practical value for him, the sentiment warmed his heart. Tossing the pill into the furnace behind him, his aura began to surge violently, his dantian tearing as a Purple Mansion gradually coalesced in place of the dantian. Just as the process reached its midpoint, a surge of chaotic energy emerged, shattering the half-formed Purple Mansion in his sea of consciousness. The dormant stone book suddenly radiated light, flipping open to reveal 4 grand characters. Chaotic Divine Mansion, gathering the chaotic energy of heaven and earth. It began to form a chaotic mansion within his body, and a voice, resonant like a grand bell, echoed once more in his ears. Within him, guided by the chaotic energy, the medicinal power he had refined began to converge, gradually devouring and augmenting itself. Slowly, an immensely grand gray divine mansion emerged within him, surrounded by surging chaotic energy, its presence a fusion of myriad elements, extraordinarily mystical, akin to a celestial abode, both alluring and unattainable. Gradually, a vortex appeared above Ling Tian Pavilion, growing larger and larger, drawing in the spiritual energy of the sacred land like a whale swallowing water, its momentum rivaling and even surpassing that of a breakthrough to the extreme realm. Many disciples in secluded meditation opened their eyes in astonishment. What is happening? Why has the spiritual energy suddenly thinned so drastically? Realizing that the spiritual energy was still diminishing, they were left dumbfounded, hastily exiting their meditative retreats to investigate. Above the sacred land, a multitude of figures gathered, all of them gazing in shock towards the Ling Tian Pavilion. Even Song Lan was stirred. Appearing above, he called out loudly, "What is going on?" No one responded. They merely stared blankly at Ling Tian Pavilion. Following the gaze of the crowd, Song Lan beheld the gathering spiritual energy above Ling Tian Pavilion, flowing like a river and ocean, continuously sweeping in the surrounding spiritual energy. What the heck? What is this rascal doing? Just as Song Lan was about to approach for a closer look, the vortex above began to subside, and a languid figure emerged from the pavilion. Upon seeing the crowd in the sky, Ling Tian furrowed his brow. "What are you all doing? You dare question us? Just look at the mess you've created." Ling Tian turned to see Song Lan, flushed with rage, shouting at him, his demeanor lacking any semblance of a holy master, resembling more a rogue than anything else. Ling Tian frowned as he surveyed the courtyard, where the spiritual trees and grasses had turned yellow due to the depletion of spiritual energy. Finally realizing he might have overexerted himself. "Ahem, I say, do you believe me when I say this wasn't my doing?" At his words, Song Lan nearly jumped in fury. It was one thing not to tell the truth, but for a dignified holy son to utter such shameless words in front of so many people left him with a newfound perspective on Ling Tian. "Enough. Everyone disperse." Song Lan waved his hand, suppressing his irritation. "You, come with me." Song Lan pointed at Ling Tian, his expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Speak plainly. What on earth are you up to?" Ling Tian candidly replied. "I merely broke through a realm." Song Lan's lips twitched. "You broke through to the Purple Mansion? Which level of Purple Mansion?" The Purple Mansion realm is divided into 3 tiers: Heavenly Mansion, Earth Mansion, and Mortal Mansion, with the Heavenly Mansion being the strongest, the Earth Mansion second, and the Mortal Mansion the weakest. Why? Ling Tian remained silent, as the Divine Mansion within him hovered in the air. Surrounded by a gray mist, incredibly otherworldly, I cannot ascertain its tier. Hiss. Feeling the aura swirling above him, Song Lan couldn't help but inhale sharply. Such an extraordinary Purple Mansion was unlike others, which typically manifested a singular attribute: sword cultivators forming sword mansions, blade cultivators forming blade mansions, or attribute-based purple mansions, such as the common elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yet, the gray divine mansion before him exuded a sense of encompassing all, gathering the might of heaven and earth. Could it be the Extreme Path Divine Mansion? Realizing this, Song Lan gazed at Ling Tian with increasingly complex emotions. Monster. After a long pause, he managed to utter these 2 words. Ling Tian accepted the title with nonchalance, retracting his divine mansion and calmly stating, "May I take my leave now?" "Get lost, get lost, get lost." Song Lan waved his hand, impatiently watching him. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian exited and swiftly vanished from sight. This rascal, does he fear I will settle old scores with him? Song Lan's face trembled with anger. However, even though Yi Ling Tian had fled, he could not escape Song Lan's grasp. With a sigh, he proceeded to the sacred land's treasury, seizing a spiritual vein, and reappeared above the sacred land, intertwining his hands to channel his magic, driving the spiritual vein beneath the sacred land. Instantly, spiritual energy rained down, revitalizing the withered spiritual grasses and trees. Song Lan shook his head helplessly, realizing that having such exceptional talent could also be a burden. If this continues, even the richest resources would be insufficient. At the martial arts arena, before a towering structure, an elderly man sat in wait. Upon recognizing the visitor, he promptly rose and greeted him respectfully. Old man has met the Holy Son and no need for excessive courtesy. Is the Holy Son here today to challenge the Nine Heavens Tower? Upon hearing this, the elder no longer impeded him and extended his hand, saying, Holy Son, please. Yi Ling Tian nodded slightly, approaching the high tower. Placing a hand on the adjacent stone pillar, a resonant and powerful voice echoed. Why, Yi Ling Tian, Purple Mansion Realm, historical record, 7 levels. Will you continue to challenge the tower? I will challenge the tower. Yi Ling Tian replied calmly. Buzz. The portal opened, and Yi Ling Tian strode inside. The portal closed behind him, and the trial commenced. In the first level, a figure identical to him slowly emerged, albeit at the foundational realm. Gazing at the apparition before him, it smiled and said, We meet again. Him without further words. Yi Ling Tian's hand trembled slightly, causing the newly appeared figure to dissipate instantly. The second level, the third level, all the way to the 6th level. He shattered each one with a single palm strike. Upon reaching the 7th level, the figure that appeared had already attained the status of a venerable. When Yi Ling Tian had previously visited, he was merely at the innate 9th level, yet with that innate status, he had swept through all the way to the 7th level, a testament to his formidable strength, especially considering he had not yet awakened his true potential. The Nine Heavens Tower consists of 9 levels, within which the artifact spirit manifests another version of oneself, replicating their cultivation methods, weaponry, and even the essence of their royal body. Each level's intensity varies. For instance, the first level corresponds to the foundational realm, the second to the acquired realm, and so forth, with the 9th being the pinnacle. Ascending to the Saint realm is beyond the tower's manifestation capabilities. Under circumstances where techniques, weapons, and essences are identical, the self within the tower becomes increasingly perfect. Thus, disciples of the sacred land use this tower to identify their flaws and shortcomings, striving for perfection. Chapter 17. Challenging the Nine Heavens Tower without a moment's hesitation. A slender hand descended gently, stirring the spiritual energy within the tower, causing a cyclone to swirl. Boom. The figure of Yi Ling Tian, conjured by the tower's spirit, looked on in astonishment as its own shattered form disintegrated, transforming into spiritual light and vanishing within the 7th level. Although he had reached the esteemed realm of a master, lacking the support of a physical body rendered him excessively weak. Even if he could comprehend all laws, it would not withstand the sheer force capable of shattering myriad principles. Yi Ling Tian shook his head, losing interest in the Jiuxiao Tower. The spirit of the 9th level might provide him with some pressure, but ultimately, that would merely be a crushing defeat on the martial path, failing to ascertain the true extent of his own power. Very well, since he was here, he might as well complete the journey. Outside in the world, a gathering of disciples congregated near the Jiuxiao Tower. How many levels do you think the Holy Son can conquer this time? One disciple speculated, I believe the 8th level. Last time, at the innate level, he reached the 7th level. Now that he has broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, he should surely be able to reach the 8th level, another disciple confidently asserted. Look! Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the crowd. The disciples turned to see the speaker's eyes widen, pointing towards the Jiuxiao Tower, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. They beheld a point of light ascending the tower at an astonishing speed, pausing briefly at the 7th level before instantaneously reaching the 8th level and continuing its ascent towards the 9th. What? This is impossible. The Holy Son is only at the Purple Mansion realm. How could he possibly defeat the spirit of the King realm? The scene before them shattered their understanding of martial realms. While ordinary prodigies could traverse 2 or 3 minor realms in combat, unparalleled prodigies could only bridge one major realm, which was already considered the limit. Yet, they had never heard of anyone at the Purple Mansion realm crossing two major realms to defeat a king realm powerhouse. Although this was not a true king realm, it was still astonishing. The spirit of the tower, manifesting as himself, was far more formidable within the same realm. The application of martial arts was flawless. Each move executed without a flaw. Many disciples who had previously conquered the Jiuxiao Tower could barely withstand a single strike from the spirit. For whatever they could do, it could do better. Who would have imagined that someone at the Purple Mansion realm could achieve such a feat? You are truly remarkable. Even within Zhongzhou, few can accomplish what you have done at the Purple Mansion realm. I am quite curious, how did such a backwater place give rise to your existence? The spirit of the 9th level inquired with curiosity. Tongyan continent, among the myriad of continents, ranked above average. Yet, in its words, it was described as a desolate place. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian's eyes remained unfazed. To him, not only was Tongyan continent insignificant, but even Zhongzhou was merely a speck. The so-called prodigies were, in his view, nothing more than jokes. In his previous life as an immortal emperor, his perspective was exceedingly lofty. Only the young prodigies of the immortal realm were worthy of the title, while the so-called prodigies of the lower realms were merely children playing house. Come, let me see the extent of your capabilities as a king realm. Yi Lingtian's gaze flickered slightly. With that, his palm transformed into a fist, and a surge of divine power coursed through him, forming a luminous shield around his fist. The surrounding space twisted as he unleashed a punch, akin to a massive cannon of air, roaring forth. Tens of thousands of pounds of force. The spirit of the tower gaped, hesitating for a moment before similarly striking out with a fist. Boom! Where their fists clashed, the space trembled, hinting at the potential for rupture. With one punch failing to yield results, Yi Lingtian closed the distance, employing both fists and feet, transforming his elbows and knees into divine weapons, executing his attack to perfection. Neither combatant utilized their cultivation. It was a pure contest of physical prowess. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed throughout the 9th level. In that moment, Yi Lingtian resembled a relentless war machine, each strike imbued with an indescribable might. The spirit of the tower grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that despite being in the Purple Mansion realm, Yi Lingtian was holding his ground in their exchange. What manner of creature is this? Suddenly, a slicing palm struck across the spirit's cheek. Yet, contrary to expectations, no blood emerged, and the injury healed in the blink of an eye. What? The spirit gasped, staring at the golden, starlit hand that had delivered the blow. This, you have managed to refine your bones into weapons. The spirit's expression turned pale with disbelief. While body cultivators could enhance their skeletal structure, the ability to project one's bones outward at will and wield them as weapons was unheard of. Yi Lingtian's arm joints revealed two bone spikes, resembling curved blades that glimmered with a terrifying light. Again, in an instant, they were once more locked in combat, the spirit overwhelmed by shock. Yi Lingtian now appeared as an indefatigable combat weapon, exhibiting a blend of brute force and finesse, a level of combat instinct that was far beyond his reach. Dragon pattern battle body. A surge of crimson mist enveloped Yi Lingtian, and in the blink of an eye, a youth with red hair, crimson eyes, and a body adorned with dragon scales emerged. A ferocious aura swept through the entirety of the 9th level. It is over, a hoarse voice declared. Yi Lingtian opened and closed his palm, and a bone spear slowly materialized. Under the enhancement of the dragon pattern battle body, the spear took on a faint crimson hue, emanating a bloodthirsty essence. With the bone spear in hand, he hurled it toward the spirit. Sensing the spear's might, the spirit had no time to ponder and summoned a 3-foot-long sword, its brilliance swirling as it executed a sword technique. Yet, the bone spear seemed to pass through the sword technique as if it were nothing, piercing through the spirit's forehead and sending it flying backward. A Purple Mansion realm slaying a king realm. Such an event would be met with disbelief if recounted. Yet, this scene unfolded before their eyes. Outside the Jiuxiao Tower, the gathered disciples stood dumbfounded, gazing at the towering column of light. Has he passed the trial? It seems so. All the disciples were aghast, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Yi Lingtian had set the most outrageous record in the history of Songyue Holy Land. Everyone fixated on the portal, which creaked open as a youth in white emerged. The crowd's eyes glimmered with fervor as they uniformly bowed and clasped their hands, their voices filled with excitement and reverence as they proclaimed, "We welcome the Holy Sun." Observing this scene, Yi Lingtian felt little, responding with a faint acknowledgement before vanishing outside the Jiuxiao Tower. Once Yi Lingtian departed, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. "Haha, did I told you the Holy Sun would succeed? You re-talking nonsense? Who just said the Holy Sun's realm was too low to surpass the 8th level? That's a lie. It definitely wasn't me. It was you." The two disciples argued vehemently. "All right, everyone disperse." At that moment, the elder overseeing the Jiuxiao Tower rose to speak. "Yes, elder." After the crowd dispersed, the elder's expression rippled with emotion as he retrieved a communication talisman, relaying the recent events to Kanglin. Upon receiving this news, Kanglin remained stunned for a long time, his first reaction being disbelief, wondering if the elder had taken the wrong medicine or if the information was erroneous. After confirming multiple times, he finally accepted the elder's words. "Good. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 18. Stealing a half-day of leisure in Lingtian Pavilion, Yi Lingtian reclined in a rocking chair, gently fanning himself with a jade fan, resembling a carefree young master. His mind wandered back to the final battle with the tower spirit in the Jiuxiao Tower. If both parties refrained from utilizing their cultivation, he could barely match a pseudo-king realm in physical confrontation. However, should he activate his battle body, even a true king realm would find it difficult to contend with him. As for what constituted a pseudo-king realm, it referred to those who had ascended through the use of medicinal pills. With unstable foundations as martial sovereigns, of course, if one were to utilize their cultivation, he would still not be their match at present. With this thought, Yi Lingtian suddenly shook his head and chuckled. "I seem to be a bit too insatiable. Indeed, even the unrivaled prodigies at the Purple Mansion realm could only contend against the Soul realm at most. For someone like him to cross 3 major realms and slay a martial sovereign was undoubtedly a fanciful notion." Brother. Suddenly, a tender voice rang from outside the door. Upon hearing this familiar sound, Yi Lingtian's gaze shifted slightly, and the corners of his mouth lifted. A little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, resembling a porcelain doll, appeared outside Lingtian Pavilion. The little girl sported 2 high ponytails, her rosy cheeks inviting one to pinch them. Observing her petite figure, Yi Lingtian gently lifted her into his arms and asked, "Oh, what brings you here today? Little Xiling? Hemph, you're a bad brother." The little girl, pouting in a fit of pique, turned her head away from Yi Lingtian, her adorably stubborn demeanor utterly charming. Surprised by her words, Yi Lingtian inquired, "And what exactly have I done that is bad?" Sister Lingyan told me that you have been back for so long but haven't come to see Xiling, and instead, you were flirting with other women. Do you not like Xiling anymore?" As she spoke, her voice grew increasingly pitiful, her eyes reddening with unshed tears that glistened like pearls. "Flirting? With whom have I been flirting?" Yi Lingtian was taken aback. "You big bad guy, still denying it." "Woo, it was .it was. Lung Qian." The little girl could no longer contain her emotions and began to see why. Yi Lingtian felt a twitch at the corner of his eye as he looked at Xiling and asked, "Is this what Sister Lingyan told you?" The little one wiped her tears, her voice stuttering. "This little rascal." Yi Lingtian felt a vain throb on his forehead. "It is indeed my fault. As compensation, how about I take you to Tsangyue City for a stroll today?" Yi Lingtian steadied his emotions and spoke softly to the little one in his arms. Really? The little one sparkled with tears in her big eyes, gazing up at Yi Lingtian. This scene elicited a chuckle from him as he pinched the rosy cheeks of Xiling, saying, "Of course it's true. Hee." Upon hearing this, the little one immediately broke into a smile, planting a kiss on Yi Lingtian's cheek, exclaiming, "Brother is the best." Witnessing Xiling's radiant smile, Yi Lingtian felt his mood lift. As if the little one's joy had a magical quality, he embraced the small Xiling and exited the Lingtian Pavilion. Asked the Saint's son. Every disciple they encountered on the way greeted him with awe and admiration, to which Yi Lingtian merely nodded. After he had passed, the disciples behind him excitedly exclaimed, "Did you see that? The Saint's son just nodded at me." "Nonsense. He was clearly nodding at me. Are you asking for a beating? What, are you scared? Do you dare go to the training grounds? Whoever doesn't go is a coward. Let's go." Unaware of the commotion behind him, Yi Lingtian had just reached the entrance of the sacred grounds when a voice laden with complexity, rang out, "Oh, you managed to soothe her so quickly?" Upon hearing this voice, little Ziling instantly turned her head, pouting, "Humph, you bad woman, Ying Yin. Sister will be very sad if you say that." The newcomer was none other than Ying Yin, who approached with a charming smile, glancing at the little crybaby in Yiling Tian's arms. The small one, still sulking, refused to look at the woman before her. Clinging tightly to Yiling Tian's neck and innocently saying, "You're the one who tried to sow discord between me and my brother, you wicked woman. Oh, have you forgotten how kind your sister has been to you? Forgotten who took care of you when your brother wasn't around?" Ying Yin rolled her eyes, seemingly intent on teasing the little one. "I haven't forgotten," the little one mumbled, lowering her head. "Then if you give your sister a kiss, I will forgive you. How about that?" Ying Yin leaned in, presenting her cheek with a playful smile. The little one looked up at Ying Yin, then softly replied, "Then, just a peck. Okay, it's a deal." Ying Yin giggled, pointing to her cheek. "Come on." With a soft sound, so good," she cooed. "Come give your sister a hug. No? Come on." The little one's small hands clutched tightly at Yiling Tian's clothes. Shaking her head vigorously. Why? Yiling Tian watched with a smile, amused by the situation's peculiar charm. With a mischievous grin, Ziling stuck her tongue out at Ying Yin. Upon seeing this, a glint of cunning sparkled in Ying Yan's eyes as she wrapped her other arm around Yiling Tian's. Feigning weakness, "Oh dear, my head hurts so much." Saying this, she leaned her head on Yiling Tian's shoulder and, where he couldn't see, winked at the little one. "You bad woman, let go of my brother." Little Ziling exclaimed anxiously, her voice adorably innocent. "Humph, you're still too naive to challenge me, little crybaby." As she beheld the little one's adorable demeanor, Ying Yin couldn't help but break into a victorious smile. Songyu's city, the foremost city beneath the Songyu's sacred ground, spans over millions of kilometers, bustling with numerous factions and scattered cultivators who make a living by taking on various tasks. On the street, 3 figures, 2 adults and 1 child, strolled leisurely. "Why do I have to wear this thing?" Ying Yin tugged at her veil, casting a forlorn look at Yiling Tian. He, cradling the little one, replied nonchalantly, "Aren't you aware of what you look like?" Hearing Yiling Tian's veiled compliment about her beauty, Ying Yan's mood brightened instantly, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she teased. "Well, at least you know how to flatter." No longer concerned about the veil, she pulled Yiling Tian along, exploring the market, and soon they had amassed a mountain of goods. Glancing at the heap of items before them, Yiling Tian exchanged a knowing look with little Ziling. She peered at Ying Yin, then whispered to Yiling Tian, "Brother, why don't we run away?" "I heard that, little Ziling," Ying Yin chimed in, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Realizing her plot had been exposed, the little one flushed and instantly buried her face in Yiling Tian's embrace. He gently stroked her head, chuckling softly, "Let us go." After settling the bill with spirit stones, Ying Yin took Yiling Tian's hand, leading him through the bustling streets filled with laughter and cheer as dusk descended. "Time flies so quickly." Ying Yin mused. "Could it be any faster?" Yiling Tian remarked, glancing at the mountain of items trailing behind them, shaking his head slightly. Even if it were free, one shouldn't indulge so recklessly. At that moment, the little one, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, chimed in, Exactly. Observing the duo, Yiling Tian felt an unprecedented warmth, a sensation he had never experienced in his past life. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. This feeling seemed rather pleasant. Unintentionally, Ying Yin turned her head and caught sight of the smile gracing Yiling Tian's lips, momentarily taken aback, before mirroring his joy with her own. "Isn't it wonderful to be with your sister?" She winked at him, her delicate features exuding a playful charm. A stray lock of hair fell across her face. Yiling Tian, almost instinctively, reached out to tuck it behind her ear. Inadvertently, his fingers brushed against her smooth skin, causing both of them to pause in surprise, their eyes meeting in disbelief at the unexpected intimacy. Why? Yiling Tian's heart raced, yet his expression remained composed. Continuing the motion naturally, meanwhile, Ying Yin felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, shyly averting her gaze, murmuring softly, "How inappropriate." Though she protested verbally, she made no effort to distance herself from Yiling Tian's touch. Chapter 19. The Origin of Ziling Nightfall at the Ling Tian Pavilion. Why? Ling Tian smiled gently while observing the little girl asleep on his back, mumbling about candied hawthorns. He tenderly pinched her cheek, lifting his gaze to the bright moon, allowing his thoughts to drift afar. The little one was a treasure he had found. Upon their first encounter, she had been huddled in a corner, her hair a tangled mess, her body covered in dirt. Her clothes were tattered, resembling a little beggar, and she clutched a spoiled bun, devouring it despite the strange looks from others. Yet, her eyes remained bright, filled with a sense of contentment, as if she had not been defeated by her circumstances but was instead filled with hope. When she noticed Ling Tian's gaze, she instinctively shrank back, pressing against the wall, trembling, burying her head in her arms. Clutching the bun tightly, she understood that some people did not wish to see her. She was merely a little beggar, a piece of refuse unwanted by anyone. As a result, she had endured countless humiliations, learning to curl up whenever someone approached, hoping to lessen the pain when it inevitably came. Ling Tian paused, captivated by the brightness in her eyes, and unconsciously moved closer. The little one trembled even more. Fearing he was like the others who came to hurt her, she hugged the spoiled bun tightly, the only food she had left, curling into a ball, quaking with fear. However, the anticipated pain never came, and she raised her head in surprise, her dirty little face filled with curiosity, wondering why this person had not harmed her. Standing before her, their gazes locked, the little one felt an electric shock and quickly averted her eyes. Seemingly realizing something, the little one's face flashed with conflict before she extended a small hand, trembling as she offered the bun, stammering, "Be big, brother, you hungry too?" In that moment, Ling Tian's heart was profoundly stirred, overwhelmed with an indescribable sadness. Despite her own wretched existence, she still wished to share her meager food with him. He reached out his hand towards the little one, causing her to drop the bun in fright. Covering her head with trembling hands, pleading, "Be brother, don't hit me, I'll go now." Believing her words had sparked his disdain, she didn't even attempt to retrieve the bun that had fallen to the ground. Ling Tian felt a sharp pang in his heart. Even though he was accustomed to the hardships of the world, he couldn't help but feel compassion for the little girl. When his warm hand descended, it brought no pain as she had expected, but rather a comforting warmth. The little one hesitantly lifted her head, experiencing warmth for the first time in her life. Ling Tian knelt down, gently stroking her hair, softly asking, "What is your name?" "I don't have a name." The girl's face fell, but soon it brightened with sunshine as she quietly said, "But they all call me little beggar." "Big brother, just call me Chier. How about your parents?" Ling Tian inquired softly. "The beggar has no parents." The little girl shook her head and replied, "Would you be willing to come with me?" In an instant, the child was taken aback, and after a considerable pause, she regained her composure, unable to believe that there was someone in this world who would not despise her. Her large eyes sparkled as she cautiously asked, "See, can I?" Ling Tian smiled gently and nodded. But the beggar is very dirty. They all say that beggars are a disaster." The child's voice dwindled, gradually becoming as faint as a mosquito's buzz. The hope that had briefly ignited in her eyes vanished in an instant, leaving her consumed by self-doubt, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothing, the look of disappointment on her face growing ever more pronounced. At that moment, a large hand grasped her small one, and the little girl, in disbelief, looked up to see Ling Tian smiling down at her. She vowed that this was the most beautiful smile she had ever seen in her life. While everyone else had scorned and shunned her, Ling Tian's presence felt like a warm sunbeam illuminating the depths of her heart. She gazed at him in a daze. The beggar's eyes are so beautiful. How could she be a disaster? Ling Tian held the child's hand tightly. "Oh, really?" The little one stammered. No one had ever complimented her eyes. Those who encountered her viewed them as a harbinger of misfortune. Her eyes were not merely black, they were purple, with a hint of black swirling in the pupils, giving them an otherworldly allure. "Of course." Ling Tian chuckled softly, "Since you don't have a name, from now on, you shall bear the surname Yi and be called Easy Ling. How does that sound?" Easy Ling. I have a name now. I have a name now." The little girl murmured her new name, her expression transforming into one of delight, ultimately erupting into a fit of giggles. "I have a name." The sheer joy of having a name was unimaginable, a stark contrast to the life she had previously endured. From now on, You shall be my little sister, Yi Ling. Yi Ling Tian declared, lifting her into his arms with a calm yet earnest tone. The little one gasped in surprise and struggled, exclaiming, "Brother, please put me down. I'm dirty." Yi Ling Tian chuckled, ruffling her messy hair, and gently reassured her, "Don't think about that." Hearing his words, the little girl finally quieted down, her wide eyes fixated on Yi Ling Tian, as if trying to etch his image into her memory. Thus, Yi Ling Tian brought her back to the sacred land. Little Ling felt a tickling sensation on her face and opened her eyes to find Yi Ling Tian playfully toying with her hair. She immediately sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes with her small fists. With a soft kiss on Yi Ling Tian's cheek, she murmured, "Brother, I'm so sleepy." Afterward, she shifted her position, seeking a more comfortable pose, and fell back asleep. This sight brought a smile to Yi Ling Tian's face. Who would have thought that the eye of time and space would manifest in the mortal realm and become my little sister? Fate truly is a wondrous thing. Yi Ling Tian gazed tenderly at the sleeping child, murmuring softly, "The eye of time and space, ranked third among the extraordinary pupils of the celestial realm, harbors the power of time and space, and when fully realized, can transform into the path of time and space, traversing the past and future, stepping beyond time itself, achieving true immortality. In the celestial realm, the emergence of a bearer of such a divine eye would incite a frenzy among the major powers. Even within the most esteemed sects and ancient families, they would be immediately revered as divine sons or daughters. It can be said that acquiring such an eye equates to securing a future titan destined to stand at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Fortunately, Ling encountered Yi Ling Tian. Otherwise, she might have reached the end of her life without ever awakening the splendor of this unparalleled divine eye. Even Yi Ling Tian found himself at a loss at this moment. For awakening the eye of time and space requires resources that exist solely within the celestial realm. After gently placing Ling on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Yi Ling Tian retreated to the courtyard, closing his eyes to meditate. The night passed without a word. "Brother," a soft, sticky voice echoed, revealing Yi Ling standing in the courtyard, rubbing her eyes and looking around, cradling a black and white little beast in her arms. Upon spotting Yi Ling Tian, her face lit up with a smile, and she opened her arms, launching herself into his embrace, clinging to him like a small koala. The little beast she had been holding was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. "Big brother." Upon seeing Yi Ling Tian, the black and white little beast stood on its hind legs, its large head adorned with two shiny black eyes, exuding an air of comical charm. Stumbling over, it rushed to Yi Ling Tian's legs, nuzzling against him as if to say, "What about my reward? I've been so good." Thud. Yi Ling Tian playfully kicked it away and lifted the hanging Yi Ling into his arms. "Brother, where are we going to play today?" the little one eagerly asked. "Today, we are not going anywhere. I am here to assess your recent training progress," Yi Ling Tian replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling's face fell, and she pleaded pitifully, "Brother, can we not have a checkup?" "No." Yi Ling Tian shook his head. "Then fine. After a while, brother, I can't hold on any longer." In the open space, Yi Ling, with a flushed face, was struggling to hold a horse stance, while Yi Ling Tian lounged leisurely in a rocking chair, saying, "You have half an incense stick left. You were slacking off. You didn't train diligently. When I left, you were already at the 9th level of foundation building. So why haven't you broken through to the next stage yet?" "Exactly," the little beast chimed in, hands on its hips, echoing the sentiment. After much hesitation, Yi Ling realized she was at fault, but in the end, she shot a fierce glare at the little beast. "Humph, are you itching for a reprimand, Xiao He?" At her words, the little beast named Xiao He shivered, as if recalling something terrifying. Looking at Xiao He beneath him, Yi Ling Tian's eyes flashed with curiosity. Even he could not discern what kind of creature it was. Typically, beasts only began to speak human language upon reaching the king level, yet this creature was still in its innate state. Half a month later, while immersed in training, Yi Ling Tian opened his eyes and murmured, "It seems the time has come." He then rose and exited the Ling Tian Pavilion, the Tsangyu's sacred land. 5 prominent young disciples stood before the teleportation array. "Is the Holy Sun not here yet?" an elder inquired, glancing at the time. Just then, the space before the teleportation array rippled, and a figure clad in white stepped through. Upon seeing the newcomer, The 5 disciples' pupils constricted. Such prowess was indeed worthy of a figure from the Purple Mansion realm. "Are we ready to depart?" Yiling Tian asked the elder, a calm demeanor in his voice. "Reporting to the Holy Sun, we can depart at any time," the elder replied. "Then let's go." A portal opened behind the teleportation array, and the group stepped inside, the portal closing as the spatial fluctuations dissipated. In the Lingnan domain, at the Heavenly Sword Tower, several figures suddenly appeared before a spatial teleportation array, coincidentally including Yiling Tian and his companions. Heavenly Sword Tower, Jianwu welcomes the Holy Sun Ling Tian. A middle-aged man in a sword robe greeted respectfully, his gaze fixed on the striking youth at the center. Yiling Tian regarded the obsequious middle-aged man and replied indifferently, "No need for such formality. Holy Sun, please." The group followed Jianwu into a grand hall, where several elders stood, exuding a formidable sword intent, their gazes sharp. "We pay our respects to the Holy Sun." The elders bowed, their voices filled with reverence. Yiling Tian nodded slightly and took a seat at the main position. The Heavenly Sword Tower, as a top-tier force under the Tsangyu's sacred land, was home to a sword ancestor at the 9th level of respect, renowned throughout the Lingnan domain. This time, the discovery of the martial king's tomb was indeed made by the people of the Heavenly Sword Tower. The following day, in the skies above the Tianjin Tower domain, a radiant beam of light pierced the heavens, tearing through space as a colossal portal materialized. The portal was adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, dazzling beyond measure. A terrifying aura, belonging to the realm of kings, erupted from the portal, prompting all present, save for Yiling Tian, to muster their magical energies in defense. Even the disciples of the Tsangyu's sacred land wore solemn expressions, indicating that the owner of this tomb was indeed a formidable figure among kings. As the portal swung wide open, blinding light spilled forth, revealing numerous spiritual herbs and magical artifacts that captivated the onlookers. "Look, there are so many treasures inside," exclaimed a wandering cultivator, pointing at the portal. "Charge!" shouted an unknown voice, and in an instant, the crowd surged forward towards the entrance like a tidal wave. "Saint Sun, we should hurry in as well," urged a disciple anxiously, glancing at Yiling Tian in a rush. "The tomb of a king is not so easily entered," Yiling Tian replied calmly, shaking his head as he observed the throng rushing towards the portal. Hearing this, the disciples beside him fell silent, no longer pressing him to an elder, leading the charge, fantasized about obtaining a legacy within, envisioning his rise to greatness. Just as he excitedly stepped towards the portal, a resonant hum echoed, and a layer of light materialized over the entrance. The moment the elder's foot crossed the threshold, a wave of lethal intent surged forth from the light, slicing through his form. The expression of exhilaration lingered on his face even as his body disintegrated into ashes under the onslaught of that murderous energy. "What?" The crowd halted in disbelief, their hearts churning with terror at the scene before them. The disciple who had spoken earlier turned pale, gazing at Yiling Tian with gratitude, realizing that had it not been for the Saint Sun's warning, he might have been among those who rushed in. "All right, prepare yourselves. We may enter now," declared Yiling Tian, eliciting excitement from several individuals, affirming that accompanying the Saint Sun was indeed a wise choice. Yiling Tian led the way, followed closely by 5 disciples of the Tsangyu's sacred land. The crowd, having just come to a halt, noticed the disciple adorned in the Tsangyue robe, and whispers began to circulate. "Is that the prodigy of Tsangyu's sacred land?" "It appears so," came the response. Others sneered derisively, mocking, "What nonsense prodigy? They're merely greedy fools like that old man. Let us see how they meet their end." Yiling Tian paid no heed to the disparaging remarks. Instead calmly instructed the 5 behind him, "Once inside, seek your own fortunes. We shall reconvene here in half a month." "Yes, Saint Sun," they replied in unison. As Yiling Tian and his companions ventured into the tomb, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. "This, bullying the honest?" they murmured. Originally, they had anticipated being the first to seize the treasures, but the old man's fate had left them paralyzed with fear, watching Yiling Tian and his companions enter unscathed. The crowd could no longer restrain themselves and surged toward the portal once more. Little did they know, what awaited them inside was not treasures, but the scythe of death. Inside, after parting ways with the 5 disciples, Yiling Tian moved towards a secluded area, extending his spiritual awareness throughout the tomb. Upon sensing the presence of treasures, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards their source. Deep within the tomb, in a hidden glade, a wisp of remnant soul floated in the air, murmuring, "Have they finally arrived?" A sinister smile crept across its lips, reveling in its malevolent intent. "Come forth, become my nourishment." At that moment, Yi Lingtian found himself in a treasure chamber, where piles of spiritual stones and herbs lay before him. However, these items were as inconsequential as refused to him, for as the saint son of Tsangyue's sacred land, he lacked for neither spiritual stones nor herbs. He continued deeper into the tomb. Yi Lingtian halted, his brow arching as he detected the metallic tang of blood in the air, expanding his spiritual awareness to encompass the entire tomb. He soon spotted the remnant soul, a hint of intrigue flickering across his face. Meanwhile, the remnant soul, engaged in a frenzy of slaughter, shivered involuntarily, an inexplicable sense of unease creeping over it. What was this? Why was it feeling this way? After scrutinizing the surroundings, it found nothing amiss. Could it be a false alarm? It pondered, dismissing the feeling and resuming its role as the harbinger of death, reaping the lives of all who dared enter the tomb. Eventually, Yi Lingtian stumbled upon the main hall of the tomb. In its center sat a skeletal figure, draped in a crimson robe, with a spatial ring placed before it. As he approached, he noticed the words hatred. Hatred, 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 inscribed beneath the skeleton's feet. Upon reading the words, a voice of despair resonated in his ears, an anguished roar filled with unquenchable hatred. A weaker cultivator might have been shattered in spirit by the overwhelming malice contained within that sound. Before perishing, the skeleton had inscribed these 4 characters with its dying breath, as if to voice its unwillingness to succumb to that moment. A phantom image flickered above the skeleton's skull, revealing a red-robed elder who gazed vacantly at Yi Lingtian. "I am Wu Su, having traversed the Zixing continent for centuries, only to meet my end in a foreign land. How unpredictable is fate," the elder lamented. "Young man, since you have arrived here, it signifies our fateful connection. Before my demise, I entrusted all my treasures to that spatial ring. Consider it a gift for our meeting." Within the ring lay 2 exceptional treasures, the Tai Xian artifact record and the Zixing golden sword. The Tai Xian artifact record is the culmination of my life's work, encompassing all my insights into artifact forging. Should you glean even a fraction of its wisdom, you may aspire to become a king-tier artifact master. The elder continued, pride illuminating his visage as he spoke of the sword. "The Zixing golden sword is my most cherished creation, a half-step imperial-tier artifact." However, the elder's face soon clouded with regret as he added, "My greatest sorrow in life was missing my beloved Leonard." A flicker of tenderness mingled with sorrow appeared in his eyes. "If possible, please deliver the jade talisman within the ring to Bai Lin of the Beihai sect on the Zixing continent. I implore you." The elder bowed deeply to Yi Lingtian. "Additionally, beneath me lies a key. Once retrieved, remember, do not expose it until you have reached the imperial realm." A grave expression adorned the elder's face, tinged with fear. As for the key's purpose, that is for you to discover in due time. With a sigh, the elder's figure gradually transformed into motes of light, his gaze lingering toward the north as he expressed a longing for reunion with Liner in another life. As his voice faded, he vanished from the realm, leaving Yi Lingtian to ponder the scene before him. Despite the elder's fervent resentment in death, why did he speak not of it now? He leaned down to examine the black stone key pressed beneath the skeleton. Retrieving it, the aura of the saint? He mused, recalling the remnant soul in the tomb, realization dawning upon him. It seems the elder's demise was indeed linked to this key. The incomplete saintly aura suggests there must be more than one key. Ah well, merely a saint, an insignificant being, he muttered. Not worth my concern. After pocketing the key, his gaze shifted to the Zixing golden sword. The sword of the half-step imperial rank, combined with the heavenly gang divine gold, should enable the complete evolution of the divine bone within me to the celestial tier. As for the tome of the Taishan artifacts mentioned by the elder, Yi Lingtian didn't even cast a glance at it. After all, even saints are but ants, let alone a mere book on the path of artifacts left behind by a small martial king. If the elder who had just spoken were to come back to life and witness this scene, he would surely be infuriated to the point of dying once more. Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged, a massive furnace materializing before him as he cast the divine gold and the purple profound gold sword into it, closing his eyes to meditate. Meanwhile, the cultivators who had entered the tomb began to sense something amiss, the stench of blood in the air growing increasingly intense. How can there be such a heavy scent of blood? A young man, carrying a large sword on his back, furrowed his brows and inquired. Indeed, and the bloodstains on the ground are fresh, as if they were just left behind. Upon hearing the young man's words, several scattered cultivators nearby also became aware of the unusual ambience within the tomb. The young man drew the massive sword from his back, gripping it firmly, his expression grave. "Be careful," he warned, slowly advancing forward. When suddenly, a loud scream erupted from beside him. "What is happening?" the young man shouted. A scattered cultivator collapsed to the ground, his lips pale, eyes filled with terror, trembling fingers pointing to a corner. Following his gesture, the others looked over, their pupils instantly contracting. In the corner lay a pile of corpses, their faces twisted in agony, mouths agape as if they had endured immense suffering before death, forming a small mountain of desiccated remains. "Is that Luer?" One of the scattered cultivators gasped upon recognizing one of the corpses. "You know him?" I entered with him, but we got separated after coming in," the person stammered. "What on earth has happened here?" "They were all drained of their blood and cultivation while still alive," the young man replied grimly, gripping his sword tightly and anxiously surveying their surroundings. Just then, a sinister voice echoed from the darkness. "Hee, I didn't expect a few little mice to remain." "Who?" At the sound, the young man was immediately on high alert, scanning the shadows for the source of the voice. An elder emerged from the darkness, dragging the recently slain corpse behind him. Chapter 22. Bloody slaughter. The elder's crimson palm plunged into the heart of the corpse, and before the horrified gazes of the others, the body visibly deflated, eventually transforming into a desiccated husk. The elder tossed the lifeless form aside and approached the group. Come, become a part of my being. You shall all witness my rebirth," he muttered with a deranged expression, his countenance growing increasingly frenzied as he quickened his pace, ultimately lunging towards them. Thousand sword technique. Suddenly, a powerful shout echoed, and the young man wielding the sword was surrounded by countless sword energies. Sharp and piercing in the dim tomb, the sword energies illuminated the space, akin to broad daylight. Go! Instantly, the sword energies rampaged through the tomb, tearing apart the air and converging into a torrent of sword energy directed at the elder. Futile struggles. A layer of sanguine mist emerged from within the elder, forming a crimson barrier before him. Boom! The torrent of sword energy crashed down upon the blood-red barrier, producing a thunderous sound. As the sword energies made contact, they shattered into countless shimmering particles. The young man, caught off guard, quickly formed another sword technique, Songyu's sword technique. In an instant, a massive full moon appeared overhead, exuding a cold and serene aura. Beneath its glow, the ground seemed to be cloaked in a faint frost. The moon then transformed into a sword, sending a chilling wave across the crowd. Obstinate fools. The elder's expression darkened. As the barrier shattered, a bony hand emerged from within. With a crisp crack, the enormous moon sword crumbled under its grip, cracks sprawling across its surface. What? A wave of horror washed over the young man. Could it be that even a royal-grade sword technique was ineffective against him? Despair gradually etched itself onto his face. Have you realized the disparity? After crushing the sword light, the elder approached the group, a cruel smile on his face, as if he would not rest until he had annihilated them all. Pift, pift, pift. The elder pointed out several crimson lights, causing the terrified cultivators behind the young man to collapse onto the ground. Inside the main hall of the tomb, a powerful aura erupted from the white-clad youth at the center, sending ripples through the air. The next moment, a resounding roar reverberated within the hall. A violet light shone from the youth's body, illuminating his bones through his skin, emitting a faint purple glow interspersed with hints of gold, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Suddenly, a sharp sword cut through the air, and Yi Lingtian opened his eyes. Upon closer inspection, one would notice two sword shadows reflected within his gaze. The very sword that had just sliced through the air was conjured from those shadows. Unexpectedly, this journey bore such a reward. A faint smile graced Yi Lingtian's face. Indeed, the two sword shadows in his eyes were the result of refining the purple profound gold sword. At this moment, even he couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Chaos Heavenly Book. If this continued, surpassing his past self would merely be a matter of time. He then stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and raised an eyebrow as a radiant talisman appeared in his hand. A call for help. Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow before vanishing from the main hall. He, the elder, gazing at the youth with closed eyes, sneered, "Have you given up resisting? Very well. Let me grant you a swift end." With that, the elder's palm surged with a gust of wind, blood-colored energy swirling around his fingertips, reaching for the young man's face. Just as he was about to crush his skull, clang! A skeletal fan materialized out of thin air, blocking the withered hand. At that moment, a handsome youth in white, resembling an immortal, appeared before the young man. Saint's son. Upon seeing the figure in white before him, hope surged in the young man's eyes. The one brandishing the massive sword was one of the disciples who had previously followed Yi Lingtian. What? The elder's expression shifted in disbelief at the sudden appearance of Yi Lingtian. When did he arrive? Even he had not sensed how the figure had manifested. Why? Yi Lingtian regarded the elder calmly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he said, "A remnant soul of a martial king." At these words, a glint of malice flashed in the elder's eyes as he darkly replied, "Who are you to disrupt my plans?" Sensing the injuries to the elder's soul, Yi Lingtian's eyes flickered slightly as he spoke. "It seems that the old Taoist Wu Su has perished at your hands." The elder's face darkened at the mention of Wu Su, the old man whose death had forced him to act through others. In that moment, hearing Yi Lingtian mention Wu Su brought forth uncontrollable murderous intent within him. Wishing to tear Yi Lingtian to shreds, "You seek death." A sea of blood materialized behind the elder, floating with countless bones, the power swirling as the blood sea surged forward, emanating an overwhelming stench that obscured the skies. Rushing towards Yi Lingtian, sensing the threat of the blood sea, the young man behind Yi Lingtian's pupils constricted as he hurriedly warned, "Saint's son, be careful. Step back." Yi Lingtian glanced at the young man before speaking. As the blood sea approached, a black vortex appeared in Yi Lingtian's palm, embodying the devouring power of the furnace. Raising his hand, the vortex expanded, and the oncoming blood sea was uncontrollably drawn in. In mere moments, the blood sea vanished, leaving the elder staring in disbelief. How did you do that?" He knew that even those of the same realm dared not confront his blood sea directly. Yet this youth before him was merely at the Purple Mansion realm. Indeed, when Yi Lingtian had made his move, the fluctuations of his cultivation had been detected by the elder, which was why he found it so hard to believe. The young man wielding the great sword gaped in awe at Yi Lingtian, who appeared like a deity. "I never expected that a mere Purple Mansion cultivator could produce someone of your caliber," the elder remarked, eyeing Yi Lingtian. Why? Yi Lingtian remained composed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, though the depths of his eyes concealed his thoughts. "Young man, you possess exceptional talent. Why not submit to me, with my guidance? In due time, you shall surely become a martial king." The elder attempted to entice Yi Lingtian. Upon hearing this, not only Yi Lingtian but even the young man behind him couldn't help but scoff, their eyes brimming with disdain. "What are you? How dare you speak of taking the saint's son as your servant? Saint's son? Could it be that you are?" The elder's eyes narrowed. Only the unparalleled prodigies within the sacred grounds are bestowed the title of saint's son. And there is only one sacred ground in Lingnan region, Songyue's sacred ground. Realizing this, the elder's expression turned grim. The sacred ground was not something he could provoke, especially not on their territory. However, soon after, as if a thought occurred to him, he concluded that since he had already offended them, there would be no opportunity for reconciliation. He might as well eliminate these two, leaving no one to know of his involvement. With this resolution, the elder raised his head, his eyes blood-red, turning utterly ruthless as he declared, "In that case, I shall have no choice but to leave both of you here in the tomb to accompany that Wu Su." Upon speaking, a surge of blood energy radiated from his body, his fingers elongating and sharpening, resembling the vicious claws of a beast. His once white hair, under the influence of this sanguine aura, gradually took on a crimson hue, and his eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, sending chills down the spine of anyone who dared to gaze upon him. The elder's form vanished, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yi Lingtian, his claws lunging towards his heart. Should that hand connect, even a martial king would face certain death or grievous injury. Chapter 23. The Seizing of Souls. The elder exuded an overwhelming presence. While Yi Lingtian found that the bone fan in his grasp had mysteriously transformed into a long sword, shimmering with a resplendent purple-gold hue, its surface swirling with profound Taoist rhythms, with a mere flick of his wrist, the elder's hands shattered simultaneously, and a resonant sound pierced the air as a jade-like hand clasped around the elder's throat. Cough, cough. This is impossible. The elder, suspended in mid-air by Yi Lingtian, wore a deathly pallor, his expression one of utter disbelief. Though stripped of his peak strength due to the soul seizing, he still possessed the true power of a king, yet found himself utterly powerless before Yi Lingtian of the Purple Mansion realm. Who are you? I am Yi Lingtian. An ineffable aura emanated from Yi Lingtian, overshadowing the world and gazing down upon all beings, accompanied by a subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. He appeared as the supreme heavenly emperor surveying the mortal realm, so handsome. A disciple behind him stared at Yi Lingtian in a daze. Meanwhile, a tempest of turmoil surged within the elder's heart. The will of martial arts, a manifestation possessed only by the strongest, and yet it was now present in a mere youth of the Purple Mansion realm, exuding an air of naturalness as if he were born with it. Yi Lingtian tightened his grip, and with a resounding crack, the elder's neck was crushed. A remnant soul surged from the elder's body, its face twisted with madness. Ha ha ha, what a young prodigy. If I seize you, I could not only regain my peak, but even aspire to become a saint. The elder's blood-red eyes sparkled with greed as he lunged towards Yi Lingtian's sea of consciousness and stark contrast. Yi Lingtian appeared indifferent to the remnant soul, gazing at it with an intriguing smile that was impossible to decipher. Saint's son. The anxious disciple behind him watched Yi Lingtian remain unmoved, fearing he had given up his resistance. His face etched with sorrow. It's all my fault. If I hadn't used that transmission talisman, the saint's son would not. Unhindered, the remnant soul easily entered Yi Lingtian's sea of consciousness, its expression one of elation. What of prodigies? Ha 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 ha. From now on, this body belongs to me. The remnant soul laughed maniacally. Is that so? Within the sea of consciousness, a massive imperial throne materialized, adorned in azure and gold, flanked by a coiling azure dragon and a chirping vermilion bird, with a white tiger perched at the front. Ethereal melodies swirled around as a terrifying figure sat upon the throne, propping his head with one hand. His face obscured by a shroud of mist, rendering his features indistinguishable, yet emanating an aura so profound it felt like a chasm. One thought from him could shatter the very heavens, though the figure was shrouded in mystery. The remnant soul sensed its gaze fixated upon it, and it began to crumble within. This is celestial energy. Celestial. You are a celestial being. Realizing the inexplicable aura surrounding the imperial throne, the remnant soul, possessing knowledge of certain secrets at its level, was struck with horror. How could there be celestial beings in the lower realms? The remnant soul murmured in a daze, having lost all hope for survival. Frozen in the sea of consciousness, staring at that figure, it instinctively spoke. The terrifying figure did not respond to the remnant soul's query. Instead, it gently lowered a finger, touching the throne, producing a soft thud, and the remnant soul was reduced to ashes. After absorbing the remnant soul's memories, Yi Lingtian finally unraveled the reason behind the 4 characters inscribed with boundless hatred by the old Taoist Wu Su before his demise. It turned out that the remnant soul was originally named Xue Fu and had been a fellow disciple of the old Taoist Wu Su. During an expedition, Wu Su fortuitously acquired the key that Yi Lingtian possessed. After some investigation, he deduced that this object might be related to a saint's hidden treasure. He then informed Xue Fu of this matter, only for Xue Fu to succumb to greed. Eventually, under the pretense of traveling, he followed Wu Su away from the Purple Saint continent to the Zhangyan continent, where Xue Fu revealed his true intentions. Naturally, Wu Su refused to comply, and a fierce battle ensued. However, Wu Su, who had achieved the King realm through the path of artifact refinement, was no match for Xue Fu and found himself retreating rapidly. Realizing that Xue Fu's every move was ruthless, Wu Su understood that only one of them would survive. He then produced a King-grade Dao artifact and detonated it. leaving both severely injured, and a treasure pagoda emerged, enveloping them within. This pagoda was, of course, a masterpiece of Wusu, and he knew its structure intimately, allowing him to escape Xue Fu's grasp. However, due to his grievous injuries, he could not hold on much longer and ultimately perished within the pagoda. In his final moments, consumed by hatred, he inscribed those for characters. Similarly, Xue Fu, trapped within the pagoda, was forced to abandon his corporeal form due to his injuries. Transforming into a remnant soul that drifted within, the uncontrolled pagoda vanished into the void. Had Xue Fu not found a weak spatial node and disseminated the information, he would likely still be drifting in the void. Upon grasping the origins of the events, Yi Lingtian murmured softly, "Indeed, before true treasures, humanity is cast aside. This is the stark and bloody law of the cultivation world. Even kin may strike each other down for a manual. When it comes to the path to enlightenment, one must never underestimate the darkness within the human heart. The so-called trust often transforms into a blade that delivers a fatal blow when tested." In the outside world, Yi Lingtian, having thoroughly refined the remnant soul within his sea of consciousness, opened his eyes and stretched languidly. "Scraps, go accompany the saint's son to the grave, die." Upon seeing Yi Lingtian open his eyes, the youth beside him, face set with determination, bellowed. Instantly, a radiant light erupted from him, and a destructive aura emerged. He was evidently preparing to self-destruct. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lingtian's expression turned helpless. The youth mistook him for Xue Fu. Yet a flicker of appreciation crossed his eyes, gratitude and loyalty. At least his previous act was not in vain. "All right, I am not dead yet." The youth's expression froze, uncertainty clouding his features as he spoke. Saint's son. It is I." Upon hearing that familiar tone, the youth burst into tears. "Oh good. I thought you'd." A light laugh echoed. "I'm leaving." The young man in white, holding a folding fan, departed with calm composure. As the youth regained his bearings, he staggered to lift his long sword, following closely behind Yi Lingtian, suddenly realizing with horror, wait, did the saint's son just say that was the remnant soul of a king realm? Saint's son actually devoured a remnant soul of a king realm. In the outside world, the disciples of the Zhongyue sect were puzzled. Why haven't the saint's son and Wang Ping emerged yet? Wasn't it agreed that we would gather here after half a month? They've come out, a disciple shouted. Everyone turned to the sound point. Two figures stepped through the portal. One appeared calm, while the other gazed at the first with fervor. Saint's son. Upon seeing the newcomers, the group immediately bowed in respect. Yi Lingtian nodded slightly, stating nonchalantly, "Let us depart." With that, the group transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from sight, while those who remained could only chuckle. Chapter 24. The Transformation of Xiao He in the Sacred Land. Within the Lingtian Pavilion, upon hearing the commotion outside, Yi Ziling's face lit with joy. "Brother, it's brother returning." Why was she so certain? Because a faint, pleasant fragrance lingered around Yi Lingtian, unlike any feminine scent, but rather an aroma that was soothing to the senses, reminiscent of the tranquility that emanates from a body that has transcended mortal form. Yi Lingtian pushed open the door, and a petite figure leaped into his arms, cheerfully exclaiming, "Brother." He caught the figure and ruffled her hair, asking, "Have you been practicing diligently?" "Humph, you never ask if I miss you." "Only if I've been training." The young Xiling, embodying the demeanor of a little adult, crossed her arms and pouted. Seeing this, Yi Lingtian chuckled and replied, "Then do you miss me?" Without hesitation, Yi Xiling pecked him on the cheek, proclaiming, "Of course I do, very, very much." In Yi Lingtian's embrace, the little one spread her arms wide, drawing a large circle. "Really?" Just then, a woman's voice emerged from within. "I was just hearing someone lament about her brother's various misdeeds, such as forcing her to train and practicing stances." Yu Lingyan stepped out from within, her demeanor alluring, exuding an enchanting grace with every step, her every movement a display of captivating charm. "I didn't It wasn't me, brother. Don't believe Sister Lingyan." The little one exclaimed innocently, her big eyes sparkling with mischief, as if two tiny sprites were hidden within. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they might indeed be deceived by that gaze. Yi Lingtian maintained a calm tone, pretending to be angry. "Is that so?" Upon witnessing Yi Lingtian's demeanor, Xiao Ziling immediately lowered her head, fearing she had genuinely angered her brother. Her voice grew softer as she spoke. I am sorry, brother, I was wrong. The sincerity is commendable, Yiling Tian remarked. Raising her head, Yiling stole a glance at him, but when she beheld the smile on his face, a jolt of unease surged within her. Indeed, the very next moment, Yiling Tian chuckled and said, Since you recognize your mistake, I shall impose a penalty of 2 hours of horse stance. Ah, brother, could you possibly lessen it? Yiziling's small face contorted in distress. No. Yiling Tian shook his head. Then fine. Yiziling sighed, dejectedly trudging towards the courtyard, casting a final grin at Yu Ling Yin. Bad Ling Yin, I shall never befriend you again. Giggling, Yu Ling Yin clasped her stomach, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, appearing rather charming. After Yiziling departed, Yu Ling Yin turned her gaze to Yiling Tian, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes, soon transforming into a teasing allure. As she spoke, her body leaned slightly forward, her ample bosom subtly visible, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. So, have you thought about your sister? Yiling Tian glanced at her, speechless and uncertain how to respond, preparing to retreat to his room. Yet, Yu Ling Yin would not let him escape so easily. Her lips curled playfully as she cooed, a heartless man, simply leaving like this? The term heartless man caught Yiling Tian off guard, prompting him to look at Yu Ling Yin, who was gently biting her cherry lips, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, conveying an utmost sense of grievance. Understanding the cunning nature of this enchanting temptress, he averted his gaze, uttering not a word, and stepped inside, leaving Yu Ling Yin alone in a whirl of confusion. Observing his retreating figure, she stamped her foot in frustration, her delicate face tinged with melancholy. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, she erupted into laughter, exuding an allure as her gaze flickered. Following him into the room, Yiling Tian approached the bed, noticing the small creature, little He, curled up atop it. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, What is going on? Ziling mentioned it seems to be undergoing a bloodline inheritance. Yu Ling Yin softly replied, drawing closer to him. Upon hearing this, Yiling Tian's eyes glimmered. It appeared this little fellow had an extraordinary lineage. Typically, only beastly entities of the sanctified realm could imprint their inheritance upon their bloodline, awakening only when exceptional descendants emerged. Did you yield any results from this endeavor? Yu Ling Yin settled beside the bed, her expression brimming with delight as she regarded Yiling Tian. Why? Yiling Tian nodded slightly. There were indeed some gains. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through his divine bones. Violet light flooding the room. Why? Yu Ling Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as she sensed the powerful aura emanating from him. Heavens! Is it a heavenly grade? Have you refined your bones into a Tao artifact? She exclaimed, astounded. Sort of, he replied nonchalantly. The hint of concern flickered in Yu Ling Yan's eyes as she gently caressed his cheek, her tone softening with care. It must have been painful, right? Yiling Tian was momentarily taken aback, recognizing that she seemed to have misunderstood the situation. Painful? Not in the slightest. After all, the transformation of divine bones was a divine art evolved from celestial scriptures, merely requiring the refinement of divine gold through a chaotic furnace to enhance the strength of one's skeletal structure. Unlike traditional body cultivation methods that necessitated shattering and then reconstituting bones repeatedly to achieve such a level. However, he refrained from elaborating, as he could not explain the origin of this divine art at present. Suddenly, a youthful voice interrupted. What are you two doing? Unbeknownst to them, Yiling had entered, her eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before her. She had seen the violet glow emanating from the room and, unable to quell her curiosity, returned stealthily to investigate, only to stumble upon the earlier spectacle. That moment, Yu Ling Yin's hand still rested on Yiling Tian's cheek, and upon hearing the voice, she withdrew it as if shocked by electricity, her face flushing. However, upon realizing it was Yiling, her playful spirit ignited, and she casually linked her arm with Yiling Tian's, grinning as she declared, Of course, we were just engaging in some intimate activities. With that, she cupped Yiling Tian's face, planting a light kiss upon his lips, then provocatively glanced at Yiling, as if to assert her claim. Wicked Ling Yin, Wicked Ling Yin. The little one rushed over, pounding her fists against Yu Ling Yan's legs, her face flushed with indignation. Yiling Tian was taken aback. Having never experienced such a situation, he felt an unusual sensation arise within him, unable to resist touching the spot where Yu Ling had just kissed him. This moment was precisely witnessed by Yu Ling, whose previously faded blush surged back with vigor. Her eyes shimmering as she shot Yi Ling an accusing glance, her lovely face appearing as if it could drip with water, irresistibly enticing. Yi Ling steadied his tumultuous emotions, casting another glance at Yu Ling. Their eyes met, and Yu Ling's exquisite features flushed, instinctively averting her gaze. "Two rascals," Yi Ling lamented, watching the two exchange glances, her jealousy bubbling over as she pouted, adding an air of innocence to her distress. Yi Ling raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he approached Yi Ling, lifting her up. "What have I done wrong?" You both did that." Yi Ling's small hands gestured animatedly, her expression one of frustration. "Did what?" Yi Ling countered. Yu Ling approached as well, her gaze playful, teasingly asking, "Is that so?" She then fluttered her lashes at Yi Ling, pressing her lips against his cheek once more. "No, no." Yi Ling bared her teeth in protest, desperately trying to stop Yu Ling from taking further liberties. Giggling, Yu Ling found amusement in Yi Ling's antics. Chapter 25. Inheritance of Space. Yi Ling could hardly believe Yu Ling would dare repeat such an act. Raising his brows in astonishment as he regarded her, in response, he received a dismissive roll of her eyes and a melodramatic remark. "What kind of look is that? Are you disdainful of your sister?" Yi Ling retracted his gaze, shaking his head. "I said nothing." "Humph," Yu Ling huffed, "that's more like it." However, the next moment, her eyes twinkled mischievously, and she flashed a sultry smile. "How about a kiss from your sister?" "It feels nothing special," Yi Ling replied, shaking his head. "What?" Yu Ling blinked in disbelief, momentarily speechless. She had anticipated various responses, yet never imagined he would say such a thing. A surge of ire coursed through her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a dangerous glint. Yet, before she could retaliate, Yi Ling had already taken Yi Ling by the hand and exited, further fueling her vexation. "What a blockhead!" she exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. However, recalling her audacious behavior, her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Why did I act so boldly?" That had been her first kiss, and despite her usual flirtatious demeanor, it was only in Yi Ling presence that she displayed such vulnerability. In her memory, she had never before felt such a heart-pounding sensation, yet it was undeniably exhilarating. In the courtyard, Yi Ling found himself lost in thought, that familiar feeling washing over him once more. His emotions tangled. Yi Ling, noticing his distraction, ventured, "Brother, do you like Ling Yin's sister?" Yu Ling, emerging from the room, happened to overhear this and halted in her tracks, her beautiful eyes fixated on him, a flutter of anxiety blooming within her. Hearing the question, Yi Ling thoughts were drawn back to reality, glancing at Yi Ling, who was staring at him with her big, unblinking eyes. Yi Ling fell silent, reflecting on the memories swirling in his mind. Before his past life memories awakened, his feelings for Yu Ling had been quite complex, verging on affection. From their initial encounter to a growing reliance, she had gradually become an indispensable part of his life. Had it not been for her playful jest, he would not have cried and sought medicine from Tsang. Yet at that moment, his feelings were conflicted. As an immortal emperor, he should not be bound by emotions. Yet the familiarity she invoked within his soul left him at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure and replied, "Perhaps." His ambiguous answer left Yi Ling puzzled, yet it was the most definitive response Yi Ling could muster. Even he was unsure of the nature of their bond. The memories were undeniably real, and their feelings were, too. To claim they had no impact on him would be a lie. Upon hearing his words, Yu Ling's flustered heart gradually settled, though no outright declaration was made. It indicated that Yi Ling indeed held feelings for her. A radiant smile blossomed on her breathtaking face, rendering the surroundings pale in comparison. "Oh?" Yi Ling mused, her eyes twinkling with contemplation. She whispered, "If it's Ling Yin's sister, then I wouldn't mind." Yi Ling smiled gently, playfully flicking Yi Ling's forehead. "What do you understand?" "Ha! I knew you were harboring designs on my sister." "Your foxtail has been revealed." Yu Ling chimed in, naturally linking her arm with Yi Ling her eyes sparkling with mischief as she teased. Why? Yiling Tian's lips curled into a smile. I recall that during our time at the Tian E Marquis's residence, you had promised me a request. Upon saying this, Yiling Tian turned to look at Yiling Yin, whose beautiful eyes flickered as she recalled that promise. A faint blush tinging her cheeks, and her smile grew more pronounced. She tightened her embrace around Yiling Tian, leaning closer to his ear, filled with seductive allure as she provocatively whispered, "Little lecher. Do you dare?" Yiling Tian maintained a calm demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips, responding, "What is there to fear?" Suddenly, a sharp sound of something shattering echoed through the room. "It's Xiao He!" exclaimed Yiling in delight. Yiling Tian's gaze flickered as the group returned to the room, where they beheld Xiao He levitating, the bed beneath it reduced to mere fragments. To their astonishment, the space around Xiao He was warping, giving off a sense of fragmentation. Is this the power of space? Yiling Yin gasped. The power of space can only be wielded by those at the imperial realm, and even then, it is merely superficial. Yet, the space power emanating from Xiao He felt as if it reached directly to its source. Why? Yiling Tian's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Yiling in his arms. As if struck by a revelation, temporal divine eyes, time, space, Yiling Tian's pupils constricted. No wonder he could not discern the origins of this little creature. It turned out to be birthed from Yiziling's dual eyes. However, since Xiao He corresponds with the power of space, there should be another that corresponds with the power of time. Why? Yiling Tian regarded Yiling with a complex expression, astonished that without opening her eyes, she could give birth to a beast that touches upon the very essence of the path of space. If this divine eye were to open in the future, one could only imagine the heights this little creature might attain. Truly, those recognized by the heavenly Tao are anything but ordinary. Brother, what's wrong? Noticing Yiling Tian's gaze, Xiao Ziling inquired. It's nothing. Yiling Tian replied, gently patting her head. It seemed that even without encountering him, this little one could rely on Xiao He to carve a path to the immortal realm, stirring up turbulence within. Yet, the thought that such an extraordinary being was currently cradled in his arms and had become his sister made Yiling Tian unable to suppress a smile. Meanwhile, Xiao He's transformation was nearing its conclusion. The power of space around it intensified, and even its form began to subtly connect with the space itself. Drifting gradually, while Yiling Yin reached out to touch it, only to find herself passing right through, her face a mask of astonishment. Wow, how marvelous! Xiao Ziling could not contain her exclamation. It was hard to fathom how extraordinary the being that would eventually emerge from the essence of time would be. Just then, Xiao He opened its eyes, groggily sitting up and yawning, appearing as though it had just awakened. "Hey, boss!" Xiao He exclaimed with delight, swiftly traversing the space to stand at Yiling Tian's feet, looking up at him with an ingratiating gaze. Why? Yiling Yin observed this with a bemused smile, finding it quite entertaining. Upon noticing her gaze, Xiao He immediately shivered and quickly changed its tone, ingratiatingly saying, old boss." There was no choice. After all, even Yiling Tian could subdue it, so respect was paramount. Watching the comical Xiao He, Yiling Yin playfully lifted it by the scruff of its neck, examining it with keen interest. "What exactly are you?" "Ada," Xiao He stammered, casting a pleading glance at Yiling Tian, who merely smiled and feigned ignorance. Realizing that Yiling Tian was of no help, Xiao He quickly adopted a fawning demeanor, looking up at Yiling Yin with a grin. Old boss, I'm just an ordinary beast. Is that so?" Yiling Yin regarded it with skepticism. "All right, what have you inherited?" Ultimately, it was Yiling Tian who intervened to alleviate the tension, and Xiao He swiftly darted past Yiling Yan's grasp to stand before Yiling Tian. Hee, boss, old boss, watch closely." With that, Xiao He's form began to twist gradually, merging with the space itself. Then, it raised its paw, and instantly, the vase on the table vanished, only to reappear in Xiao He's grasp. "Spatial retrieval?" Yiling Yin queried, puzzled. "No, it's more complex than that. It directly bypasses the space between it and the table." Retrieving the vase from the other end, Yiling Tian explained calmly. "What is the difference?" Yiling Yin asked, bewildered. "There is a significant difference. Spatial retrieval relies on one's spiritual energy to envelop the object, then manipulates that energy to bring it back from the other end. Xiao Hei's method directly uses spatial power to eliminate the distance between the two, effectively constructing a small-scale spatial teleportation array at the vase's end. So, Xiao Hei can create a teleportation array at will within space. Yu Lingyan expressed her astonishment. One could say that Yiling Tian confirmed. However, this only applies to distances that are not too great. Once its spatial power reaches maturity, transforming into its essence or the Tao, the true terror of spatial power will gradually reveal itself. The saying, "When time is absent, space reigns supreme," thrives in the cultivation world due to the distinctiveness of both. The perfected path of space can even capture the heavens and earth, transforming them into a prison. Moreover, spatial secret arts, alongside temporal secret arts, are recognized as the most fearsome methods of attack, mysterious and unpredictable, capable of executing cross-boundary assassinations. Those who embody the path of space are inherently the hardest to kill. After all, the ability to merge with space renders them nearly invincible. Unless one can obliterate the entire space itself, they remain impervious, and any attack cannot even graze their edges. What's the point of fighting? What the boss says is correct, Xiao Hei chimed in, standing proudly in midair with its arms crossed. How do you know so much? Yu Lingyan looked at Yiling Tian with suspicion, noting that he had merely reached the Purple Mansion realm, yet possessed such intricate knowledge about things even those at the royal realm were unaware of. Because I am a genius, he replied. Why? Yu Lingyan rolled her eyes, understanding that he was unwilling to elaborate further, and chose not to press the matter. Have you awakened any spatial secret arts? Yiling Tian inquired of Xiao Hei. Of course. Just look at who I am, Xiao Hei boasted. Spatial strangulation, a youthful voice rang out, and a transparent cube appeared in the space, immediately enveloping the room's furniture. As the furniture was engulfed, it was swiftly annihilated by the spatial power within, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. If the furniture were replaced with people, why? Yu Lingyan's pupils constricted as she contemplated the implications. Her complexion paling, if it were a person, they would surely be reduced to a mist of blood. What do you think, boss? Xiao Hei asked, crossing its arms and brimming with pride, as if to say, praise me, come on, praise me. Too weak, Yiling Tian responded. The next moment, an even larger and more terrifying cube materialized within the room, an aura of danger pervading the air as if one might be sucked in at any moment and annihilated. B-boss, how can you? Xiao Hei stared in disbelief at the cube. In his previous life, he reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor and naturally dabbled in the path of space. Though he had not attained the level of the path of space, he was still sufficiently formidable. Don't forget, I had already mastered the technique of merging with the void back in the endless fire domain. Terrifying, Yu Lingyan exclaimed in shock. Xiao Ling Tian, I want to learn too. Her eyes sparkled with desire as she looked at Yiling Tian. We'll talk about it once you break through to the royal realm, he replied. It's a promise. Yu Lingyan beamed. Are there any other secret arts? None for now. Perhaps I will awaken the next one once I reach the Purple Mansion realm, Xiao Hei said, its head drooping as if feeling dejected. Indeed, having just received its inheritance, Xiao Hei's realm had smoothly ascended to the Divine Concealment realm. Brother, was that difficult? Yiling asked, looking up in confusion. It may be challenging for others, but for you, it is exceedingly simple. Yiling Tian smiled. Really? Is Ziling that amazing? Yiling exclaimed in excitement upon hearing this. Absolutely. Once Yiling opens her eyes in the immortal realm, that technique will be as easy as pie. After all, as the bearer of the temporal divine eyes, she embodies the convergence of two great paths. It would be a joke if she could not master such secret arts. As night fell, after Yu Lingyan departed, Yiling Tian began his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he summoned fragments of dragon scales, remnants from the 2 flood dragons he had slain at the Snow Emperor's palace. Tossing the dragon scales into the furnace, a moment later, a stream of light emerged, swirling around him. Gradually, the light ascended his body, slowly transforming into the shape of a treasured garment. Eventually, a radiant crimson garment took form, woven from dragon scales, adorned with fearsome spikes on both shoulders, and a vividly etched dragon head on the chest, appearing as if it might spring to life at any moment. When this treasured garment rested upon him, it exuded an air of unparalleled nobility, as if he were an emperor of the mortal realm, enhancing his aura of dominance. Feeling the defensive power of this garment, Yiling Tian nodded in satisfaction, affirming its worth as a creation of the immortal scripture. Subsequently, he concealed his treasured garments and initiated an assault towards the realm of the primordial spirit. In truth, after devouring the remnant soul of the blood-floating entity within the tomb, he had already attained the capacity to confront the primordial spirit. However, the circumstances at that moment were not conducive to such a breakthrough. The following day, at dawn, everyone within the Holy Land awoke under the shroud of a terrifying aura. Even Kanglin furrowed his brow upon sensing this power, the essence of the primordial spirit, as he discerned the source of the aura. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into fragments. With a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, "How long has this brat just reached the purple mansion? And he has already broken through to the primordial spirit? Even I took nearly a year to transition from the purple mansion to the primordial spirit. In comparison to Yi Ling Tian, it felt as if he had aged like Dog Dian Ling Tian Pavilion." Yi Ling Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, as a vague silhouette emerged behind him, imbued with the essence of chaos. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this figure bore a resemblance to Yi Ling Tian. After breaking through to the primordial spirit, the chaotic primordial spirit manifested once more, transforming the originally condensed primordial spirit into this form. With a mere thought, the divine soul behind him instantaneously morphed into countless manifestations. At times, it transformed into a green lotus, taking root in the myriad realms, as if a gentle tremor could obliterate myriad paths. At other times, it became a blade of grass with 9 leaves, exuding a sword intent that seemed capable of severing the past and future. And at yet other moments, it morphed into a true dragon or a divine phoenix. Each form exuded an unfathomable terror, representing an existence standing at the pinnacle of all realms. Subsequently, Yi Ling Tian's figure vanished from Ling Tian Pavilion, appearing in a vast mountainous expanse, his aura radiating to its fullest. In an instant, thunder rumbled across the sky, and thick silver lightning slashed through the heavens. Chapter 27. Breaking through to the primordial spirit boom. Countless bolts of tribulation lightning descended in an instant, bearing the might to annihilate the heavens and earth. Behind Yi Ling Tian, the chaotic figure manifested, transforming into the 9-leaved grass. In that moment, a sword intent pervaded the cosmos, and a brilliant sword light cleaved through the air, embodying the intent to sever the ages. The world fell silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill beneath this sword light. Last, the sword light met the tribulation lightning. The sword light traversed through the tribulation lightning as if it were an unoccupied realm. Slicing into the clouds, silence enveloped the scene as the tribulation clouds split apart, cleaved neatly by the sword light, the precise incision seemingly narrating the sword's ferocity. The tribulation lightning dissipated, and rays of sunlight cascaded down. With a single sword strike, the heavens were opened. Such a spectacle left the members of Tsangyue in a state of shock as they gazed at the sky, which resembled a severed river. The clouds cleaved asunder. Trembling, they wondered aloud, "Can human power truly reach such heights?" Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a shiver run through them. Indeed, if they were in the same situation, could they achieve such feats? As they placed themselves in that scenario, they realized that they could barely withstand the tribulation lightning, let alone open the heavens. At that moment, Yi Ling Tian approached from a distance, still holding a folding fan. Dressed in white like freshly fallen snow, his expression calm, as if he were not the one who had just faced the tribulation. What a commotion! The crowd gazed at Yi Ling Tian approaching from that direction, their faces filled with astonishment. Surely, the recent phenomenon could not have been. Could it be? Exchanging glances, they felt a surge of certainty as they sensed the fluctuating aura around Yi Ling Tian. It was indeed the Holy Sun. Kanglin, too, could not help but fly over to preside over the situation, addressing the disciples, "All right, enough of this. With this time, you would be better off returning to your cultivation. Perhaps one day you too can reach such heights." Upon hearing Kanglin's words, the crowd felt invigorated. Indeed, they were all chosen talents of the Holy Land. Who among them was inferior? Of course, they could not compare themselves to a monster like Yi Ling Tian. Following this, a fervor for cultivation erupted within the Holy Land, while at that moment, Yi Ling Tian, the cause of this spectacle, was being admonished by Kanglin. "Why must you always create such a spectacle? Can't you be a bit more discreet?" Yet, despite the reprimand, The corners of his mouth could not help but curl upwards. Observing Kanglin's demeanor, Yi Lingtian shook his head. Was it he who wished to be low-key? It was clearly beyond his control. By the way, I have a task that I am unsure whom to assign. Since you have just broken through to the primordial spirit, I shall entrust it to you. Kanglin seemed to recall something, casually tossing a jade slip, which fell into Yi Lingtian's hands, not giving him a chance to refuse, and directly tearing through space, vanishing. The esteemed leader of the Holy Land, behaving like a rogue? Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow. There was no way to refuse, so he had no choice but to set off. Upon opening the jade slip and examining its contents, he furrowed his brow. It turned out to be a report regarding the Holy Tian dynasty, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Tsangyue Holy Land. Recently, a malevolent cultivator who specialized in draining human essence had appeared, causing widespread panic within the dynasty, leaving everyone feeling insecure. The dynasty had sent out demon extermination squads. Yet each time they returned with only more corpses and no results. In desperation, they sought the assistance of the Tsangyue Holy Land, imploring them to dispatch powerful individuals to eradicate this wicked cultivator. Upon reading this, Yi Lingtian's brow furrowed further. If be referred to as a dynasty, it must be governed by figures at the half-step king level or above. Such power, under the Holy Land, was already a top-tier existence. How could they fail to capture a mere malevolent cultivator? Could it be that this villain was a being above the king realm? Yet if that were the case, Kanglin likely would not have assigned this task to him. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the issue. He could only go and see for himself. Yi Lingtian pocketed the jade slip, his expression indifferent. Very well. If there was nothing amiss, that would be fine. But if, his gaze turned cold. While he held no interest in the lives of those insignificant beings, should this truly be a scheme aimed at the Tsangyue Holy Land? He would not hesitate to wield the blade, staining the heavens with blood. After all, the Tsangyue Holy Land had treated him well. The next day, a white crane soared from within the Holy Land, carrying two figures upon its back, Yi Lingtian and Yi Xiling. At this moment, Yi Lingtian looked at Xiling with a hint of helplessness, gently patting her head, saying, "Who told you to come along? Hee, I can't bear to leave my brother behind. Every time you just leave me alone, and Sister Lingyan has gone into seclusion. I'm so bored all by myself." Yi Xiling giggled, clinging to Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian shook his head. Xiling planted a kiss on Yi Lingtian's face. Her violet eyes filled with innocence. Every time she angered him, she would adopt this pitiful demeanor. However, upon seeing Xiling like this, any anger he held dissipated, and he gently tapped her forehead, saying, "This time, we are not here to play. Stay close to me, can you do that?" Xiling promised. "I will definitely do it." She raised her small hand, assuring Yi Lingtian. Seeing Yi Lingtian relent, Yi Xiling broke into a silly grin. She then climbed into Yi Lingtian's embrace. Finding a comfortable position to lie down, Yi Lingtian held Xiling, a smile gracing his lips. He relished this current feeling in his previous life. Although he held the title of Immortal Emperor and was revered by countless, he had lost the most essential emotions of humanity. Everyone he encountered treated him with utmost deference, fearing to overstep their bounds. Even those who had been close to him in his youth had become considerably more restrained. Over time, he had grown accustomed to that solitary feeling. Yet now this warmth once again enveloped him. 3 days later, within the palace of the Holy Tian dynasty, a white crane rested in the center of the grand hall, where a white-clad youth sat upon the dragon throne, cradling a beautiful young girl. Beside the throne stood an elder with a long beard, the founder of the Holy Tian dynasty, Shang Tianyi, a half-step king realm expert. "Speak, what transpired?" On the dragon throne, Yi Lingtian maintained his composure, speaking lightly, yet his gaze had turned exceptionally indifferent, imbuing the grand hall with an air of solemnity. "Indeed, Holy Son." Shang Tianyi recounted the events once more. "Oh, so it was your royal family that first discovered the trace of the malevolent cultivator?" Yi Lingtian lowered his gaze, gently stroking Yi Xiling's silken hair, his expression impassive. Shang Tianyi, oblivious to the unease in Yi Lingtian's tone, continued to speak. "Yes, Holy Son. Very well." Seated upon the dragon throne, Yi Lingtian slowly raised his head, a faint red mist beginning to envelop him. The crimson hue flickered in his eyes. Moments ago, he had appeared as an ethereal youth. But now, under the shroud of the red mist, his white robe gradually transformed into a blood-red hue, resembling a vengeful spirit from the underworld. "Take me there." Observing Yi Lingtian's current demeanor, Shang Tianyi felt a pang of unease in his heart. Could it be that their intentions had been revealed? That was impossible. If that were the case, he would have fled long ago. "Come with me, holy son." Though filled with doubts, he still respectfully guided Yi Lingtian to the so-called lair of the malevolent cultivator. As they walked, Yi Lingtian's expression had turned entirely indifferent. He transmitted a message to Wang Xiao, who was concealed within the void. "Wait, protect the little one." Chapter 28. The Conspiracy of the Holy Tang Dynasty. Yes. Holy son. Upon hearing Wang Zhao's response, Yi Lingtian cast aside his reservations, following Shang Tianyi until they arrived at a desolate area within the Holy Tian Dynasty. In front of them lay a dilapidated shack, overgrown with weeds, exuding the stench of blood, while Yi Xiling had mysteriously vanished from his side. "This is the location. Holy son, is it tiring to act?" "What do you mean, holy son?" Shang Tianyi feigned confusion. Yi Lingtian shook his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. There are always fools who believe they can conceal everything. With a swift motion, a hand akin to a razor-sharp claw pierced through Shang Tianyi's chest. Grasping a still-beating heart, blood splattered onto Yi Lingtian's face as he, indeed, was the one who had penetrated Shang Tianyi's ribcage. Why? Shang Tianyi gazed at the hand that pierced through his chest, his expression one of bewilderment. Unable to comprehend. Why? Hadn't your objective already been achieved? Thus, you can die. A peculiar smile appeared on Yi Lingtian's face. With that, he crushed the heart in his hand, blood splattering as he withdrew his palm from Shang Tianyi's chest. Thud. Shang Tianyi collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with confusion in his final moments. Clearly, he had revealed no flaws. Why had it come to this? The slaughter had commenced. The smile on Yi Lingtian's face, accentuated by the blood, was utterly chilling. Wang Xiao, hidden in the void, witnessed this version of Yi Lingtian for the first time, and even he felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of dread taking root in his heart. "Uncle, what's wrong?" The little girl beside him noticed the cold sweat on Wang Xiao's face and, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "Me? Why should I be afraid? My brother wouldn't harm me," Yi Xiling replied, looking at Wang Xiao with curiosity. "But don't you feel any fear seeing him like this?" Wang Xiao couldn't help but ask. Why? Yi Xiling shook her head, saying, "I only know he is my brother, no matter how he changes." Wang Xiao felt a pang of envy at her words. To have such a sister must be a dream come true. Yet, unbeknownst to him, before meeting Yi Lingtian, this little girl had endured much. Scorn and disdain from the world filled her heart. But with Yi Lingtian's arrival, he became the sole beacon of light in her dark universe. He, unlike others, harbored no contempt for her, nor did he cast those loathsome, pitying glances. Instead, he gently patted her head and told her she was not a calamity in the eyes of the world, but rather Yi Lingtian's sister. From that moment on, she recognized no one else in her world but him. Her. Yi Lingtian was always right, and even if he were to slaughter the entire world, she would remain unmoved. Solely because he was her brother. In that room. Why hasn't he arrived yet? What is Shang Tianyi up to? A young man clad in black robes exclaimed in anger. Didn't you say the prey was already hooked? Are you talking about me? What? The sudden voice startled the man, and he turned around to see a youth drenched in blood, a sinister smile on his lips, standing behind him. The boy's face was splattered with crimson, and the hint of red in his eyes revealed a brutal, bloodthirsty nature, resembling a demon from the depths of hell. When did you come in? Where is Shang Tianyi? The black-robed man stammered in horror. You mean him? Heh. The boy lifted a massive head, which belonged to Shang Tianyi, confusion still etched on his face even in death. Damn it. The man's expression changed dramatically. How did you discover this? Realizing their plan had been exposed, the black-robed man's face darkened ominously. Ask him after you die. Yi Lingtian raised the head in his hand, his figure vanishing from sight, only to reappear, now adorned with protruding, sinister bone spikes, surrounded by swirling crimson mist. In the wake of his passage, bodies fell to the ground, and the stench of blood reached its peak within the room. Activate the formation, the man shouted. Witnessing the boy, resembling a vengeful spirit, his eyes filled with terror. What kind of killing god had emerged, more sinister than they? As his words echoed, a radiant light shot into the sky, enveloping the desolate land in a massive formation. While the black-robed man and his companions found themselves on the periphery, watching as Yilingtian was trapped within, they burst into laughter. Ha ha. Let us see how arrogant you are now. Oh? It seems this so-called transformation formation has given you courage. Yilingtian replied, his tone malevolent. The transformation formation, despite its name, was merely an imperial-grade array, and its true purpose was to condense the essence and cultivation of those trapped within into a pill, allowing the consumer to ascend directly to the realm of emperors, the trivial matter. Those who consumed such pills could indeed elevate their cultivation to that of an emperor, but it would also irreparably sever their future paths. Ha, so what? Since the Tsangyue Holy Land has only sent a little brat like you, you shall remain here today. The black-robed man laughed heartily. The ignorant were always so amusing. Yilingtian's figure gradually blurred, merging with the surrounding space, while the terrifying refining power of the formation could not touch his essence as it melded into the void. What the hell? How is this possible? Outside the formation, the black-robed man's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Yilingtian leisurely stepped out from the formation, his hands opening and closing, revealing two purple-gold wheel blades formed from the bones of his arms. As he approached the black-robed man, the man's expression turned grave. This youth was strange, and a dark long knife appeared in his hand, its blade a deep crimson, seemingly echoing the wails of countless vengeful spirits. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The black-robed man's eyes glinted coldly, his murderous intent laid bare as he swung the long knife at Yilingtian. An instant later, a dark red streak sliced through the air. Yilingtian did not evade but charged forward with his wheel blades. Bang! The clash produced a resounding boom, as Yilingtian effortlessly passed through the dark streak, charging at the black-robed man. His wheel blades spun rapidly, launching toward him with overwhelming force, encircling the black-robed man as Yilingtian closed the distance. The black-robed man's pupils constricted, his face paling in terror. Without hesitation, he leaped backward, but the two wheel blades followed him like shadows, slicing through the air. Realizing he could not escape, he could only raise his long knife to defend. Clang! Sparks flew as if metal collided. A tremendous force coursed through the long knife and into the black-robed man, causing his expression to change drastically, terror gripping him. Damn it! How can your power be so formidable? He yelled. Before he could extricate himself, Yilingtian had already reached him, opening his palm to reveal a long spear, bursting with boundless brilliance, aiming directly at the black-robed man's head. The man's pupils dilated. It was too late to evade, and in his horrified gaze, the spear pierced through his skull with a squelch. Yilingtian exerted force, lifting him up. With a flash of light, the spear vanished, and the lifeless body fell to the ground. Before it could touch the ground, a slender hand grasped the man's head, and Yilingtian whispered softly, "Soul extraction." As his voice fell, a transparent soul was drawn from the black-robed man's body, the very essence of the deceased. I ask, you answer. The soul nodded vacantly. Who are you? And why have you come here? Chapter 29. Blood Luo Sect. We are disciples of the Blood Luo Sect, here for the human pilled. Yilingtian frowned slightly. Blood Luo Sect? There was no mention of such a power in his memory, nor had he heard of it in any of the four domains, east, south, west, or north. Where is it located? In the Purple Saint Continent, within the hundredly divine mountain. I see. So the Blood Luo Sect is not a force of the Tsangyan continent. Yilingtian thought, easing his brow. Why would a power from the Purple Saint Continent come to the Tsangyan continent? It's a mission from above. I don't know the specifics. Yilingtian understood that further inquiries would yield no answers. A small furnace-like shadow appeared in his palm, absorbing the remnants of the soul, and the memories of the black-robed man flooded his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, realizing the black-robed man truly knew nothing. The remaining members of the Blood Luo Sect, their faces pale with terror, gazed at Yilingtian, still stained with blood, trembling in fear, having been utterly cowed. This method clearly surpassed their understanding. Normally, upon death, the soul should dissipate into the void. Despite his celestial appearance, his actions were more ruthless than theirs, and his methods were diabolically wicked. Who truly is the villain here? You all seem quite afraid of me, Yi Lingtian remarked, turning around with a smile. Though it was a smile that sent chills down their spines. Please spare us. The members of the Blood Luo sect pleaded frantically, bowing repeatedly, the sound of their heads striking the ground echoing throughout. This is quite troublesome, Yi Lingtian observed, watching their desperate bows, and slowly uttered a few words, however. In light of the heavens' benevolence, I shall graciously send you to meet your maker. The previously hopeful faces of the Blood Luo sect members froze instantly, their inner thoughts screaming, "What the hell?" A 9-leaf little grass appeared, swaying gently in the breeze, its blades fluttering without grandeur or ostentation. Everything seemingly so natural. Yet, as the 9-leafed grass emerged, the members of the Blood Luo sect, kneeling on the ground, felt their pupils gradually dilate, a crimson line appearing around their necks, like a blood-red rose, vibrantly beautiful. Yi Lingtian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, a thoughtful glimmer in his eyes as he murmured. Purple Saint Continent, Beihai sect, Blood Luo sect. It seems I must make a trip there soon. Concealed within the void, Wang Xiao observed the conclusion of the massacre below, a flicker of trepidation crossing his visage. Had he been the one to strike just moments ago, he would likely find himself ensnared within the formation of transformation, subjected to the so-called human elixir. After all, he was not Yi Lingtian, capable of transcending such a formation through his mastery of spatial arts. Although he had grasped a modicum of spatial power, it paled in comparison to Yi Lingtian's prowess. Gazing at Yi Lingtian, he couldn't help but wonder if this individual had been possessed by some ancient being, employing methods that even he, a sovereign, had never encountered. "Brother!" A melodious female voice resonated, as Yi Xiling emerged from the ether, her eyes brimming with mirth, leaping into Yi Lingtian's embrace. "Did I scare you just now?" Yi Lingtian playfully pinched her cheek. Yi Xiling, grinning foolishly, shook her head. Not at all then, with tender care, she wiped the blood from Yi Lingtian's face, exclaiming, "You've gotten yourself dirty. Those wicked fellows." Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao, hidden in the void, stumbled slightly, disbelief etched across his face. "You truly are a considerate little sister." The Blood Luo sect members chimed in. "So our lives are less important than your brother's attire. Is that it? Even in death, we must endure such indignities." Yi Lingtian, somewhat taken aback, had anticipated that Yi Xiling would be unsettled by his recent demeanor, but it appeared he had overthought the matter. Gently ruffling her hair, he channeled his magic to cleanse the bloodstains from his body. In an instant, he transformed into a delicate, scholarly youth, his hair neatly arranged, and asked, "How do I look?" "Beautiful." Yi Xiling's eyes sparkled as she extended her arms, yearning for another embrace. Yi Lingtian chuckled, bending down to lift the little one once more. With a playful peck on his cheek, the little girl couldn't resist, and Yi Lingtian smiled, asking, "Am I dirty?" "Brother, you're talking nonsense. Xiling isn't dirty at all." Watching the playful banter between the siblings, Wang Xiao found it hard to reconcile the smiling youth before him with the ruthless, bloodthirsty figure he had just witnessed. That night, within a mansion of the Holy Celestial Dynasty, a figure knelt in terror. "Great Protector, the plan has failed. Our people, they're all dead." Before him stood a towering man clad in a menacing mask, his fury palpable. "Useless fools, if the mission fails, we are all doomed." "What on earth happened?" The messenger recounted the events of the day, prompting the masked man to seethe with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he hurled his teacup to the ground, bellowing, "A bunch of imbeciles. With the transformation formation laid out, you couldn't even deal with a single youth? Truly unworthy of life." After a brief moment, the masked man, filled with wrath, suppressed his fury and spoke in a low voice. "Since the mission has failed, it is unwise to linger here. Inform them to retreat." As those inside busied themselves with their escape, a young man in white, holding a folding fan, strolled along the street, glancing upward with a light chuckle. On a moonless, windy night, he then stepped into the mansion. An incense stick later, the previously entered figure in white emerged, his appearance unchanged, still as pristine as snow. He shook his head, unfurling the fan and waving it gently, while his other hand rested behind him, leisurely fading away into the street. Until his figure vanished, a voice drifted softly, "Murder and arson under heaven." Inside the mansion, The scene resembled a hellscape, with bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground, eyes wide open in terror, faces contorted in agony. Blood washed over the floor, the stench rising to the heavens, forming a thin mist above the mansion. In the grand hall, a particularly grotesque corpse swayed against the wall, its face twisted in pain, joints grotesquely dislocated. A gaping hole through its chest where the heart should have been, a chopstick was driven into its forehead, pinning it to the wall, while a ghostly mask lay quietly at its feet, surrounded by scattered flesh. This figure was none other than the masked man from earlier, and the one who had just entered the mansion was, of course, Yi Lingtian. Who would have thought, Blood Wuji, that we would meet again in this lower realm? And no wonder, the method of crafting the human elixir feels so familiar. Yet, it has only burdened my hands with blood debts. You are truly deserving of death, Yi Lingtian mused, seated within the imperial palace, a faint smile gracing his lips, his pupils filled with indifference. Blood Wuji, the blood god Immortal Emperor from the celestial realm, was among the few immortal emperors Yi Lingtian had slain. Chapter 30. Blood Wuji. It was unexpected that this individual had survived their previous encounter and ended up in the lower realm. Fate can indeed be quite peculiar. After all the twists and turns, they found themselves in a position to confront each other again. Blood Wuji had once gained infamy in the celestial realm, having ascended to the rank of Immortal Emperor within a mere 20,000 years through the use of the 10,000 transformation blood technique, attaining a peak that many immortal kings would never reach in their lifetimes. His ambitions swelled after breaking through to the Immortal Emperor level, leading him to devour several immortal kings to solidify his foundation. This stirred considerable unrest in the celestial realm, as no one had anticipated that those who had suddenly vanished were consumed by Blood Wuji to create human elixirs. During that period, the entire celestial realm was rife with fear, and immortal kings felt a sense of peril. After devouring several immortal kings, Blood Wuji was no longer satisfied with merely reaching the immortal king level. He set his sights on the celestial dragon emperor, another immortal emperor, and succeeded. That battle shattered the universe, plunging the sun and moon into darkness. It is important to note that immortal emperors are the most formidable beings in the celestial realm, their power only beneath the heavenly Tao. Such battles are extraordinarily terrifying, capable of fracturing the cosmos, and this confrontation elevated Blood Wuji's notoriety throughout the entire celestial realm. After slaying the celestial dragon emperor, Blood Wuji vanished from the celestial realm for thousands of years, only to re-emerge at the pinnacle of power. Brimming with confidence, he sought out Yi Lingtian, stating, "I hope you do not prove as ungrateful as the celestial dragon emperor." The outcome was predictable. The moment Blood Wuji appeared imposing, he was crushed into dust by Yi Lingtian. Though both were immortal emperors, Yi Lingtian had reached the ultimate limit of this realm, rendering him far superior to Blood Wuji, who was merely a half-baked talent. However, it cannot be denied that Blood Wuji was indeed a genius. Through the 10,000 transformation blood technique and the consumption of countless beings, he managed to distill his own imperial scripture, the Blood God Scripture, from his insights. Even Yi Lingtian could not help but marvel at it. The Blood God Scripture, derived from the 10,000 transformation blood technique, absorbs the blood of myriad beings, condensing their essence to nourish oneself, allowing one to gain insights into the great Tao of others. This method of directly pilfering the fruits of others' cultivation is undoubtedly faster than painstaking self-cultivation. Yet, this shortcut has its evident drawbacks. The resentment of the consumed beings does not dissipate with their deaths. After devouring too many lives, this resentment accumulates, ultimately manifesting as a terrifying inner demon during tribulations, leading one into an abyss of despair. This bears some resemblance to his 10,000 Tao furnace. However, the furnace is even more tyrannical. The insights gained from the Blood God Scripture can only bolster oneself, while the 10,000 Tao furnace can directly strip the laws, essence, and great Tao from others and graft those fruits of cultivation onto another. I remember clearly crushing even his imperial soul back then. Yi Lingtian mused, raising an eyebrow. It seems this fellow harbors secrets of his own. Nevertheless, he would uncover them when they met again. With a gentle smile, Yi Lingtian's figure vanished within the imperial palace. The following day, within the palace's grand hall, a middle-aged man clad in azure robes, his countenance resolute and imposing, held a fresh, severed head in his hand. Saint Celestial Dynasty, Shang Tianyi has colluded with foreign powers to plot against our Tsangyue Holy Land. Today, we expel him from the Holy Celestial Dynasty. The head he held belonged to the ancestral figure of the Holy Celestial Dynasty, Shang Jun. With that, the azure-clad man struck down Shang Tianyi, who knelt before him, utterly obliterating him. The onlookers gasped, beads of sweat trickling down their faces as they hurriedly distanced themselves, fearful of being implicated. Saint's son. This has nothing to do with us. It was all the doing of that old dog. Shang Tianyi, we truly knew nothing. Saint's son, please see reason. Indeed, it is all that dog's fault. The elderly ministers chimed in, each eager to distance themselves from the chaos that ensued in the hall, on the dragon throne. A young man in white playfully entertained the little girl in his arms, not sparing them a glance until he heard her prompt. He lifted his head and looked at them, silencing the hall instantly. The anxious gazes of the crowd were fixed upon him, for their lives now hinged on his words. Calm down. I am not a bloodthirsty individual. Since this matter has nothing to do with you, you may disperse, the youth stated, his expression tranquil. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as if they had just heard celestial music, hastily expressing their gratitude to the young man, just as they were about to turn to leave. Wait! Holy Son, is there anything else? Upon hearing the voice from behind, the hearts of the crowd sank and then instantly rose again, the sound of their heartbeats echoing through their bodies and seemingly resonating within the grand hall. Could it be that the Holy Son had regretted his decision and wished to take their lives? A forced, unsightly smile stretched across their faces as they gazed at the young man seated upon the dragon throne. Brother, their smiles look so dreadful, remarked one. Upon hearing this, the already ghastly smiles only grew more grotesque, as they internally cursed their fate, knowing their lives were still in his hands. The young man, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, addressed the assembly. It seems none of you are particularly interested in the throne. If that is the case, then let it be. The throne. So it was not our lives at stake. What a false alarm. Suddenly, an elderly man regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The others also reacted, their faces flushed with excitement as they fixed their burning gazes upon him. Indeed, a nation cannot exist without a sovereign. The youth replied lazily. The Holy Son speaks the truth. A country cannot be without a leader. I believe this gentleman beside me is fit to bear such a heavy responsibility. This. The assembly turned their noses up in disdain. Incredulous at the audacity of the old man, isn't that your own son? How shameless! I object. Holy Son, this individual is far from being a worthy ruler. We second that. The voices of dissent rang out incessantly. The man pointed out by the elder first appeared stunned, then was suddenly overcome with exhilaration, bowing deeply and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Holy Son, for your kind regard. He presented himself as if already anointed. Oh? The young man observed the crowd's reaction with curiosity, pondering what kind of individual the elder had recommended. Upon closer inspection, he noted the man had beady eyes like mung beans, a flat nose, and a face of a sickly yellow hue adorned with a large, hairy mole. He nearly retched at the sight. Is this the person you deem capable of such a great responsibility? He bears no semblance of an emperor. He swiftly averted his gaze and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. You may decide for yourselves. Chapter 31. Returned to the sacred land, the young man grasped the hand of the little girl and exited the grand hall, where a white crane awaited, bowing in submission. After mounting the crane, he departed the Holy Tian dynasty, leaving behind a tumultuous struggle for the throne that would ensue in his absence. Of course, none of this concerned him any longer. Upon the crane's descent, Yi Xiling looked up and remarked, Brother, you're so mischievous. You could have secured the throne, yet you let them tear each other apart. Life ought to have its amusements, don't you think? The young man smiled gently at Yi Xiling, as if she had made a valid point. The little girl contemplated this for a moment before nodding in agreement. Silly girl, he thought. Wang Shao, following behind the crane, couldn't help but interject, Indeed, everything your brother says is right, isn't it? Days flew by, and after 3 days, as the magnificent terrain gradually revealed itself beneath them, the young man couldn't suppress an exclamation at last. We have returned. Upon landing, disciples of the sacred land gathered respectfully, proclaiming, Welcome back, Holy Son. Yi Ling Tian nodded slightly, leading little Ling back to Ling Tian Pavilion. He then proceeded alone to the main hall to report the events to Cong Lan. Upon hearing the news, Cong Lan exhibited little change, which surprised Ling Tian. What gives? Noticing the peculiar look in Ling Tian's eyes, Cong Lan inquired, "Did you already know?" Cong Lan rubbed his nose. "Well, perhaps I did. Why?" Ling Tian replied incredulously. "If you knew, why send me? You could have simply dispatched a few emperors to clear the way." Cong Lan retorted, "Do you think emperors are as common as cabbages on the street? Besides, who else but you, this anomaly, could break the divine refinement array? Don't think I'm unaware of your methods. Even a true emperor would struggle to contend with you. So you wanted me to walk into my own demise?" Cong Lan chuckled awkwardly. "But you didn't die, did you? Goodness, so if I had perished, would you have erected a memorial in my honor?" Ling Tian looked at Cong Lan, utterly bemused by how this unreliable character had ever become the holy master. That night, in Ling Tian Pavilion, Ling Tian reclined on a rocking chair, a fragrant pill resting between his fingers. It seems that even if he hasn't perished, Blood Wujing is likely suffering at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't resort to using such a lowly thing as a royal-grade pill. After putting away the pill, Ling Tian stared blankly at the bright moon above, lost in thought until a voice from behind snapped him back to reality. "Brother, what are you doing?" Xiling emerged from the room, her sleepy eyes rubbing away the remnants of slumber as she approached him. "Why aren't you asleep?" Looking at the adorable little creature, Ling Tian spoke softly. Xiling didn't answer his question but climbed into his embrace, finding a comfortable spot before murmuring, "I'm going to sleep now." Amused by her clinginess, Ling Tian chuckled, draping a golden robe over her and gently patting her back. Before long, the little girl had a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth. Her thumb nestled in her mouth as she dreamt of delightful treats. After placing little Ling on the bed, Ling Tian returned to the courtyard, sitting cross-legged to resume his cultivation. On the purple sacred continent, at the 100-li divine mountain, useless. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle such a trivial task. "What use are you to me?" Before a blood pool stood a youth clad in blood-red garments, his black hair cascading around a pale face, dark clouds gathering in his eyes as he glared at those before him with murderous intent. "Master, please grant me another chance. I will surely make amends." Seeing the chilling glint in the blood-clad youth's eyes, the man hastily implored, "I will give you 3 days, 3 final days, if you fail to accomplish this task." The blood-clad youth's silence was laden with ominous implications as he gazed into the man's eyes, the temperature in the air plummeting. "Rest assured, master, I shall personally take charge this time. Such a matter will not occur again." The man assured urgently, "Humph, let us hope so." The blood-clad youth shot him a sinister glance before departing. Once the youth had left, the man straightened himself, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, trembling as he remarked, "How terrifying." This man was Huang Hu, the leader of the Blood Luo sect. A year prior, while traveling, he encountered the blood-clad youth, who had manipulated him into establishing the Blood Luo sect, compelling him to search for individuals to refine human-grade pills. However, despite being under his control, the youth had bestowed upon him a cultivation technique, enabling him to rise from the King realm to the 7th level of the Emperor realm in just a year. A speed that left others astounded, offering him a glimpse of hope for breaking through to the Sage realm. Yet, the casual techniques wielded by the youth were so fearsome. If he could follow in the wake of this young man, the possibility of attaining the supreme or even the legendary Emperor realm was within reach. This was why he exerted himself so fervently. "Come, follow me to the Baihai sect," in Ling Tian Pavilion. Xiling cuddled with Xiaohe in the courtyard, watching Ling Tian practice. "Xiaohe, when do you think brother will finish his training? Sister Ling Yin is still in seclusion and hasn't he come out?" "I am so bored," as the girl conversed with her companion. Ling Tian, seated in meditation, released a powerful aura that stirred the dust in the courtyard. Cough. Cough. 2 coughs rang out, startling the little girl. "Bad guy, Ling is still here." Ling Tian stood up and laughed upon seeing the dust choking the duo. "What, do you dislike me now?" "Humph, I won't talk to you anymore." Why? Xiling feigned annoyance. Yet her eyes betrayed her as they flickered toward Ling Tian. Just as she prepared to rise, Ling Tian swept her into his arms, playfully pinching her cheeks, pouting in his embrace. Xiling turned her head away in defiance. All right, how about I make it up to you with some candied hawthorn?" Upon hearing candied hawthorn, Yi Xilin's eyes lit up as she wiped her mouth, declaring, "I don't care for that." However, when the actual candied hawthorn appeared before her, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Yi Tian observed her struggle to maintain her composure, chuckling as he placed the treat in her small hand. Yi Xiling gulped, puffing out her cheeks defiantly. "Humph, don't think you can bribe me with just one candied hawthorn." Yet, ultimately, she couldn't resist taking a bite. "Is it sweet?" "Sweet?" Yi Xiling covered her face, a look of utter satisfaction gracing her features. The reason she held such fondness for this seemingly ordinary treat stemmed from her days of wandering when she would often see vendors selling candied hawthorn. But she could only watch enviously as other children enjoyed them. It was only when Yi Tian appeared and gifted her the first candied hawthorn of her life that it took on a special significance in her heart. Chapter 32. The Azure Sea Sect. Nightfall enveloped the Ling Tian pavilion. Yi Tian reclined in a rocking chair, his eyes closed in contemplation regarding the path of his future cultivation. He felt no urgency to ascend to the esteemed realm, for his recent breakthroughs had indeed come rather swiftly. He resolved to thoroughly refine and perfect his previous stages, eliminating any flaws before attempting another leap. After all, a solid foundation was paramount. Without stability, even the most rapid ascension would crumble like a castle of sand at the slightest touch. As for his divine abilities, he had yet to find an appropriate opportunity to condense the Tai Huang halberd. The reason he had refrained from utilizing the fortune of the Holy Celestial Dynasty for this purpose was simple. The scant fortune of the dynasty was insufficient to forge a halberd's body. Perhaps when he ventured to the central continent, he might encounter something unwise, or rather, something foolishly opportunistic, like the treasure-bearing boy. Regarding the dragon-patterned battle body, it required the essence of dragon blood for its cultivation. On the Tsangyun continent, only the Eastern Sea harbored a few creatures akin to dragon serpents. Recalling the two mixed blood dragons he had vanquished in the Snow Emperor's palace, Yi Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully, contemplating a time to eliminate those creatures. As for the divine bone transformation, yes. Yi Tian's eyes suddenly snapped open, and a spatial ring materialized in his hand. This was the one left to him by the foggy old Taoist and the king of martial tomb. Besides the refined purple Xian golden sword and the Tiangang divine gold he had already processed, he had not yet examined the contents in detail. As he enveloped his consciousness around the ring, a plethora of refining materials cascaded into the courtyard. Clang, clanged, a veritable heap of scrap metal filled the entire courtyard, including unlit sword blanks, semi-finished royal-grade long swords, shattered inferior products, and various materials. Although these items were rather unremarkable, they were better than nothing. The furnace materialized, and a tremendous suction force drew these items into its depths. Yi Tian, who had been reclining in the chair, transformed his posture and sat cross-legged on the ground, continuously devouring the various materials being refined within the furnace. The aura of his divine bone surged forth, manifesting in a dazzling violet light that grew increasingly formidable. 2 hours later, Yi Tian opened his eyes and sighed. It seemed that to elevate it to the level of a revered artifact, he still had a long journey ahead. After refining so many materials, his divine bone, which was originally at the initial stage of the heavenly rank, had not even reached the intermediate level. One could only imagine how terrifying the required resources for future cultivation would be. Even emptying the Tsangyue Holy Land might not suffice to elevate his divine bone to the upper echelon of revered artifacts. Alas, he never anticipated a day would come when he would fret over cultivation resources. A look of helplessness crossed Yi Tian's face. Nevertheless, although he had not advanced to the intermediate heavenly rank, he had reached the pinnacle of the initial stage, which was still somewhat acceptable. What followed was to solidify and refine his previous realms. Another night passed, and the formidable aura surrounding Yi Tian gradually dissipated. Though he remained seated, he seemed distant, as if his very presence had vanished with the closing of his eyes. Were Kanglan to witness this scene, they would surely exclaim in astonishment, for this was the realm of unity between man and heaven, where one's essence melded with the cosmos, and each breath resonated with a wondrous rhythm. In this state, whether in cultivation or comprehending the Tao, one would reap immense benefits, an achievement only accessible to true prodigies. Yi Tian's eyes suddenly opened, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his aura transformed from its usual sharpness into one indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Returning to a state of simplicity, I have indeed made some gains, he murmured, sensing the changes within himself. It is time to visit an old friend. With that, he cast his gaze toward the northern expanse of the Tsangyan continent. A knowing smile gracing his lips, the purple sacred continent. Huang Hu, do you dare? Are you not afraid that our sect master will discover this and reduce you to fragments? Ha 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 ha. Stop dreaming. Your sect master is already waiting below for you. What? You speak nonsense. Our sect master possesses unrivaled power. How could he fall to a despicable wretch like you? A pallid elder in a yellow robe, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, roared in fury from within the transformation array, glaring at the figure outside the formation. This case, Huang Xian, if only you had recognized the situation sooner, you would not suffer the torment of today. The figure outside the array sneered, regarding the elder known as Huang Xian, traitor. How could I associate with scum like you? Ha 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 ha. Very well, if that is your stance, then you shall meet your demise. Just moments ago filled with laughter. Huang, whose gaze now brimmed with murderous intent, buzz. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted within the transformation array. Under this radiance, the elder's body began to dissolve into blood, soaring into the sky amidst his harrowing screams. May you suffer a fate worse than death. The elder glared at Huang Hu, his eyes ablaze with unbridled hatred. Huang Hu snorted derisively. You should concern yourself with your fate in another quarter of an hour. You will completely dissolve into blood and transform into a delectable pill. At that point, I shall see how you maintain your bravado. Meanwhile, on the borders of the purple sacred continent, a white crane crossed over, upon which sat a figure clad in white. Xiaobai, can't you go any faster? Caw! The white crane squawked in response, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. Oh, Xiaobai, you truly are becoming increasingly useless, Yiling Tian said with a teasing tone, resting his head in one hand as he observed the beleaguered Xiaobai beneath him. Poor Xiaobai, weary from the journey, yet subjected to such ridicule. Had it the ability to speak, it would surely have had much to say to the one riding upon its back. Half a day later, above the Azure Sea sect, a colossal white crane descended slowly. The disciples within the sect were astonished at the sight. Whose spirit pet is that? I have never seen it before. Who knows? Perhaps it belongs to some newly accepted true disciple. As they speculated, the white crane landed, revealing a young man in white, holding a folding fan, resembling a young nobleman just departing from his home. Devoid of any imposing aura. Who is this person? Why have we never seen him before? Could he be a newly initiated disciple? A nearby female cultivator's eyes sparkled with admiration. What a handsome young man. Could it be he has come for me? Just as they pondered the identity of the young man in white, a dispassionate voice resonated from within the crowd. Do you know where Bai Lin is? Upon hearing this, the disciples, who had just been curious about the young man's identity, suddenly displayed wariness. Who are you? How do you know Elder Bai's name? The young man shook his head. Now, it is I who shall ask you. Not the other way around. Such arrogance. Allow me to see what this pretty boy is capable of, daring to call out Elder Bai's name so casually. A striking young man's gaze turned cold. Look, it's Senior Brother Chu. Excellent. With Senior Brother Chu here, that arrogant brat will surely be taught a lesson. The disciples in attendance lit up with joy upon recognizing the speaker, evidently perceiving Yiling Tian as a soft target easily manipulated. Chapter 33. The bold Senior Brother Chu kid, do not say I am bullying you. I shall only use 30% of my strength for this strike. The Senior Brother Chu regarded Yiling Tian with disdain. Good gracious! Yiling Tian was momentarily taken aback. How many years had it been since he had heard such words directed at him? So long that he had nearly forgotten. He regarded the Senior Brother Chu with a peculiar expression. A long sword materialized in his hand, shimmering with ripples of light, as a water attribute intent radiated outward, enveloping everyone present. The onlookers felt as though they were submerged in an underwater world. The continuous flow imbued with a sensation of impending suffocation. It's here. Senior Brother Chu's tied sword technique? The crowd gasped in unison. Now it would be entertaining. Senior Brother Chu had relied on this very sword technique to successfully ascend to the rank of true disciple. Coupled with his comprehension of the water attribute, even at 30% strength, It was undoubtedly beyond what that brat could withstand. Indeed, let us see how this pretty boy remains so arrogant, as the crowd lavished praise upon him. Senior Brother Chu's expression grew increasingly smug, and his movements became swifter. Go with the command. A colossal wave surged forth, propelled by the water and tint, roaring as it approached, even moistening the surroundings. Scatter. The mighty wave reached Yiling Tian. A calm voice emerged from his lips, and the wave dissipated instantaneously, akin to the delicate snow of early spring melting away. What? Not only the onlookers but even Senior Brother Chu gaped in disbelief, his face turning crimson. Just moments ago, he had basked in the crowd's admiration, only to be publicly humiliated, an affront he, filled with arrogance, found intolerable. This is impossible. Although he had indeed only exerted 30% of his strength, it should have been sufficient to sweep away everyone present. As if realizing something, his expression gradually settled into calmness. So there stands a master behind him, and no wonder he is so audacious. Senior, may I inquire your name? Upon hearing Senior Brother Chu's words, the disciples present also experienced an epiphany, understanding that it was not the youth himself who had acted, but rather the figure behind him. I knew it. An unremarkable person could never possibly break through Senior Brother Chu's sword technique. Exactly. How did I not see this sooner? Yiling Tian observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. Even he could not help but admire Senior Brother Chu's capacity for imagination. It was truly impressive. Please, Senior, reveal yourself, Senior Brother Chu called out once more. After a prolonged silence without response, Senior Brother Chu's expression became increasingly strained. All right, enough of the calling. It seems I am the only one here. Yiling Tian regarded the clownish Chu Shixiang with a smile that was neither here nor there. What? Upon hearing those words, the flush that had just subsided from Chu Shixiang's face surged back, especially when he noticed the peculiar gazes of the surrounding disciples upon him. In that moment, he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and disappear. How dare you mock me? Observing the indiscriminate fury of Chu Shixiang, Yiling Tian was utterly speechless. He had said nothing at all, and yet it was Chu Shixiang who had spiraled into wild imagination, ultimately blaming him for it. Die! In a fit of rage, Chu Shixiang had completely forgotten his previous words. With his sword pointed skyward, a wave even more formidable than before surged forth, exuding an even greater might. Prepare to meet your end. I have come solely to inquire about one person. Since you insist on seeking death. Yiling Tian spoke with a calm demeanor. A small plant with 9 leaves materialized behind him, its sharp sword intent soaring into the heavens. An invisible sword energy sliced through the air, and under its influence, time seemed to freeze. The world was engulfed in darkness, and all that remained visible to the onlookers was the brilliance of this sword strike. The sword energy cleaved through the wave, which came to an immediate halt, and the tumultuous force vanished in an instant. Feeling the terror of the sword energy, Chu Shixiang's face turned pale. Young friend? Please show mercy. Suddenly, a gaunt old man appeared before Chu Shixiang, his face betraying a grave expression as he regarded the sword light. Such pure sword intent. The old man swiftly activated a jade-colored talisman. Clearly summoning a technique of palm arts, he swung his hand in an attempt to intercept the sword energy, only to be met with a series of sharp cracking sounds. What? The old man's face displayed shock as the sword energy effortlessly shattered the jade-like membrane on his palm and continued its relentless approach. His pupils constricted. This is bad. I have underestimated this sword energy. If struck, even I would suffer serious injury. Enough, a languid voice resonated, and the previously unmatched and overwhelming sword energy vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing its disappearance, the old man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while Chu Shixiang, standing behind him, was drenched in cold sweat, realizing this was the closest he had ever come to death. No one could comprehend the sensation of being locked onto by that sword energy. Everyone present felt a tremor in their hearts. Although the sword energy had not directly targeted them, even the lingering aura of it made their souls freeze. As if faced with the sword that could annihilate worlds. Youth, what brings you to our high sect? The old man asked seriously, no longer underestimating the young man in white before him. That sword strike had sufficiently proven the boy's extraordinary prowess, indicating he was not someone who could be nurtured by a lesser force. I am merely here on someone else's behalf. On whose behalf? The old man inquired, his expression revealing his confusion. You need only tell me the whereabouts of Bai Lin, Elder Bai? The old man replied hastily, Elder Bai is not currently within the sect. He has just gone out on a mission. Is that so? Yiling Tian furrowed his brow at this revelation. What do you think the consequences of deceiving me will be? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Young friend, you jest. Elder Bai just departed a quarter of an hour ago. The old man felt a tightening in his chest as he looked at Yiling Tian's furrowed brow, fearing that this young master might unleash another sword strike. Do you know when she will return? I do not know. The old man shook his head. Very well. It seems I have come at an inopportune time. A look of helplessness crossed Yiling Tian's face as he mounted the white crane and departed by high sect amidst the complex gazes of those present. Wang, Elder Wanged just now. Chu Shixiang, who had been shielded by the old man, stammered, Humph, useless. While your abilities are lacking, your temper is quite considerable. Do you realize that had that young man not retracted that sword energy, even I would have been severely injured today? The elder, referred to as Wang, glared at Chu Shixiang, whose full name was indeed Chu Shixiang. What? Even you could not withstand it, elder? Chu Shixiang looked at Wang with astonishment. What do you understand? The purity of that sword energy is something even the sect leader has yet to attain. The old man replied, his expression stern. Fear coursed through Chu Shixiang, and despite having greatly overestimated that young man in his heart, he now realized that the youth was akin to a true dragon from the heavens, while he himself might not even compare to a mere loach. Observing the disciples still entranced by the sword energy in the square, Elder Wang felt a surge of ire. Look! Why aren't you all getting back to your training? A bunch of wastrels. As Elder Wang's fury ignited, everyone hurriedly bowed and retreated, knowing that provoking him further would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 34. The appearance of Bai Lin high above in the sky. A white crane soared swiftly. In that case, I shall first pay a visit to my old friend. The young man seated upon the crane wore an enigmatic smile. I wonder how Blood Wujia will react upon seeing me? Master, this is the harvest from this time. Huang Hu reverently presented a collection of pills, gazing at the blood-clad youth with respect. The blood-clad youth glanced at them and nonchalantly stated, Give one each to number 11 and number 12. Keep the rest as reserves. Yes, master. Huang Hu nodded, bowing his head as he turned to leave. The plan can finally commence. Ha 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 ha. The blood-clad youth's eyes gleamed with madness. Yiling Tian, O Yiling Tian, when I return to the immortal realm, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Unbeknownst to the blood-clad youth, the one he loathed was on his way to find him. Achoo! Yiling Tian atop the white crane couldn't help but sneeze, furrowing his brow. What is happening? As a cultivator who had reached the nascent soul stage, the thought of catching a chill was nothing short of a cosmic joke. Could someone be cursing me? Is it Blood Wujia? Yiling Tian murmured to himself. Heh, I didn't expect him to be even more anxious than I am. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley, a fair and graceful woman held a blue robe in her hands. Her expression filled with uncertainty. Is this the sect leader's robe? What on earth has transpired here? Why is the aura so chaotic, and what of the blood on the ground? The woman's face grew serious as she surveyed her surroundings, channeling her spirit to uncover any traces left behind. This woman was none other than Bai Lin, the very person Yiling Tian had been desperately searching for. Just 15 minutes prior to Yiling Tian's arrival at Bai Hai sect, she had received a message from the sect leader, Bai Yu, instructing her to hurry to Haifeng Valley for an urgent matter. Upon receiving the message, Bai Lin had taken it at face value and rushed over, only to find a robe worn by Bai Yu and bloodstains on the ground. Bai Lin's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that the sect leader? No, it cannot be, unless someone of royal realm intervened. There is no one in Xixing continent who could pose a threat to the sect leader. Who goes there? Come out. Suddenly, Bai Lin's expression shifted, her voice icy as she shouted behind her. Jejia, I didn't expect you to be such a beauty, but you are far more astute than your useless sect leader. Who are you? Bai Lin asked, her tone grave. Who I am, you will soon find out. But before that, I must ask you to remain quiet for a moment. The intruder brandished a blood-red rope that glimmered ominously in his hand. What do you intend to do? Bai Lin felt an ominous premonition rising within her. If captured, it could spell disaster. Fear not, It will be over soon, Jejia. Sealing immortal rope, go. What? Seventh layer of the monarch realm? By Lin's heart raced. This was beyond her capacity to contend with. More critically, the blood-red rope exuded an aura that seemed to bind heaven and earth itself. If ensnared by that rope, it would truly be as if she were calling for help in vain. The intruder, having witnessed Bai Lin's panic, couldn't help but snicker. Jejia, you should be grateful. We have enough human pills now. Or else you would have been reduced to nothing but a puddle of blood. The intruder was none other than Huang Hu, who had just encountered Blood Wuge, as the sealing immortal rope approached her in the blink of an eye. Bai Lin shouted defiantly, "You shall not." Even though she could not contend with the person before her, she refused to sit idly by. Her aura skyrocketed in an instant, revealing her cultivation at the first layer of the monarch realm. Tiske, such futile resistance. Huang Hu shook his head derisively as he observed Bai Lin preparing to fight back. He could only say that the ignorant were indeed fearless. The sealing immortal rope, bestowed upon him by Blood Wujia, was an exceptional royal-grade spiritual treasure, second only to sacred artifacts. It was a replica of the immortal binding rope from the immortal realm, and since Blood Wujia was not at his peak, it could only be condensed into a royal-grade masterpiece. Nevertheless, its power was not comparable to ordinary royal-grade spiritual treasures. It was refined from the essence of the immortal binding rope. It naturally possessed an inherent sealing force. Even at the peak of the monarch realm, one would find it impossible to break free once ensnared by this rope. "What on earth is this wretched thing?" Bai Lin exclaimed, her heart gripped by fear as the sealing immortal rope advanced toward her. She found herself unable to shake it off or sever it long last. After a single incense stick had burned down, the exhausted Bai Lin found herself firmly bound by the immortal binding rope, leaving only her head exposed. Once ensnared by this cord, she felt her strength dissipate. The formidable powers that once allowed her to scorch mountains and boil seas were rendered utterly non-existent beneath its grip. "Who on earth are you?" Heh. This marks the second time you've posed that question today, though not fret. When the time comes for you to be informed, you shall be, for now, you shall obediently accompany me. Wait, what about our sect master? Bai Lin, striving to mask her inner turmoil, could not suppress her inquiry. Oh, did you not already possess the answer in your heart? Bai Lin's complexion drained of color, even though she had surmised the answer. Hearing the truth confirmed by Huang Hu sent tremors of dread through her. The hundredly divine mountain must be here. Descend now, Xiao Bai. Yiling Tian, gazing down at the mist-enshrouded mountains, commanded. Caw, the white crane cried out, slowly descending. Tsk, this truly aligns with the temperament of that fellow, Xue Wuji. Once the crane landed, Yiling Tian stepped into the mountains, detecting the occasional scent of blood in the air, and began to speak. However, I remain uncertain about what this character is scheming, having produced over a dozen sovereigns. What a grand endeavor indeed. A dozen sovereigns, even if merely at the initial stage, could sweep across the entire purple sacred continent. Yiling Tian wore a smile as he waved his folding fan, standing still like a young master on vacation. He lifted his foot and strolled deeper into the mountains. Within the Blood Luo sect, the blood-clad youth in the blood pool opened his eyes, feeling a restless twitch in his eyelids, a sense of unease rising within him. How could this be? Why do I feel an ominous premonition today? Cultivators, upon reaching a certain realm, can sense impending dangers, with heightened perception correlating to their level of cultivation. Surely, there should be no threats from the lower realms. Could it be? Did my earlier curses against Yiling Tian reach him? Impossible! After my death, the ties between us were severed. He could not possibly perceive anything. It is unthinkable that the illustrious Ling Tian Immortal Emperor has descended to the lower realms. Just as this thought arose, he abruptly dismissed it. Such a possibility is utterly out of the question. Chapter 35. A reunion with old friends. Let me go. Bai Lin, held aloft, squirmed incessantly, her face a mask of humiliation. Silence. Humph. If I did not find you of any further use, do you think you would still be alive at this moment? Huang Hu, thoroughly exasperated by her incessant noise, glared at Bai Lin. What do you intend to do? What do we intend to do? Heh, you shall find out shortly. With that, he ignored Bai Lin and hastened towards the hundredly divine mountain. Ku. Within the hundredly divine mountain, an unknown bird called out, mingling with the ever-present scent of blood, rendering the already eerie forest even more sinister. Yiling Tian traversed the divine mountain, his expression unchanging, continuing to walk at a leisurely pace while extending his divine consciousness to probe the location of Xue Wuji. As his consciousness brushed over a blood pool deep within, a wicked smile spread across Yiling Tian's face. Found you. He transformed into a wisp of breeze, vanishing from his previous location in an instant. Just as Yiling Tian disappeared into the woods, the blood-clad youth seated within the blood pool suddenly felt a chilling sense of danger wash over him. His expression turned grave as he sprang to his feet and exited the blood pool, his surging divine consciousness expanding. However, after a moment of perception, his serious demeanor shifted to one of confusion. Odd, there is clearly nothing here. So why does my unease intensify? Growing increasingly apprehensive, he amplified his divine consciousness. Finally, after confirming that there were indeed no intruders in the hundredly divine mountain, he let out a sigh of relief. However, just as he turned to return to the blood pool, a strikingly handsome youth clad in white appeared behind him, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Who are you? The blood-clad youth spun around, his pupils constricting, heart racing, as he instinctively distanced himself and regarded the white-clad youth with caution. The danger he had felt earlier was emanating from this individual. Observing the boy before him, his unease reached its zenith, and he was struck with astonishment. How could this be? Just moments ago, my divine consciousness enveloped the area, and I detected no one. How did he arrive behind me? Who is he? Bewildered, the blood-clad youth inquired, Who are you? What do you seek from me? Noticing the blood-clad youth's tense demeanor, the boy's smile deepened. What, upon the visit of an old acquaintance, are you prepared for battle? Xue Wuji. Upon hearing the boy pronounce his name with such clarity, the youth's face turned pale with shock. Who on earth are you? The blood-clad youth's eyes glinted with cold light as he spoke sharply. The unease within him grew stronger. Ever since awakening in the blood pool, he had never revealed his name, not even to Huang Hu. From the boy's tone, it was evident that they had met before. Could it be from the celestial realm? He abruptly raised his head, his expression darkening. Thus, the youth before him must be an enemy, for he had no friends in the celestial realm. Only numerous foes. Teske, you are truly becoming more and more pathetic. Whatever happened to the Xue Wuji who dared to scheme against the Sea Dragon Emperor? Hearing the boy's tone laced with mockery, Xue Wuji confirmed that this person hailed from the celestial realm, for only those within could know of such matters. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief, knowing that celestial beings could not appear in the lower realms, as the entire realm could not withstand their pressure. As long as he wasn't a celestial, even the so-called great emperors would be powerless against him. This was the foundation of his confidence as a former celestial emperor. It seems you have come seeking revenge. Upon hearing Xue Wuji's words, the boy displayed disdain. Revenge? You think you are worthy? You dare insult me? Xue Wuji's countenance darkened, his expression as though water could drip from it. Even though he was now but a fraction of his former power, as a true overlord who once stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he could not endure such humiliation. If that is the case, you shall remain here today. A long sword appeared in Xue Wuji's hand, shooting forth with lethal intent. The sword's aura seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart, imbued with a murderous intent that rendered the world silent. This strike could likely withstand even a sage. Clang! The astonishing sword strike halted before the boy, revealing a 9-leafed grass that had appeared unbeknownst to them. Enveloping him, the sword energy raged upon the grass, more formidable and pure than Xue Wuji's strike. What? This is 9-leaf sword grass. No, it cannot be. You have transformed your primordial spirit into 9-leaf sword grass. Xue Wuji's face fell in astonishment at this scene. The 9-leaf sword grass represents the most formidable sword in the sword path. The Sword Emperor among the 10-peak celestial emperors in the celestial realm comprehended a terrifying sword technique from it, allowing him to ascend to the ranks of the top 10 celestial emperors. Furthermore, legends claim that the 9-leaf sword grass is not of the celestial realm. Once fully matured, it can sever the sun, moon, and stars, cleaving through the very fabric of time and space, its power beyond description. How is this possible? Even the Sword Emperor merely comprehended a sword technique from it. How could you possibly transform it into your primordial spirit? Xue Wuji exclaimed in disbelief. This is the terror of the chaotic primordial spirit. Whatever the eye can see, it can transform. The boy simply smiled at him, offering no response. Very well, after I slay you. I shall certainly know. Xue Wuji's eyes gleamed with greed. Should he acquire this method of transforming one's primordial spirit, upon returning to the celestial realm, no one would stand above him, in his words. It was as if he had already regarded the boy as meat on a chopping block, ready for slaughter. Xue Wuji's aura erupted with overwhelming force, his murderous intent so palpable that a mere glance could freeze the soul. Under this immense pressure, the boy remained composed, observing Xue Wuji with keen interest. When Xue Wuji noticed the boy's amusement, he felt as if he were being insulted. Who in the celestial realm would dare look at him in such a manner? Who did not regard him with fear? You shall pay for this. Xue Wuji's eyes turned entirely crimson as he raised his hand, a blood sphere pulsating with dark lightning slowly expanding. Until, moments later, an enormous blood sphere filled the space. The black lightning crackled menacingly, reverberating through the heavens and earth. "No dark blood." Xue Wuji roared, and the blood sphere in his hand instantly transformed into a blood mist, rapidly enveloping the entire area, bringing with it the stench of decay and corrosion, overwhelming in its approach. Faced with this terrifying scene, the boy calmly regarded the billowing blood mist, extending one hand, within which a black vortex emerged. The moment this vortex appeared, the blood mist in the space transformed into a crimson stream, rushing into the vortex within the boy's palm. Moments later, the space returned to clarity, and the boy, having devoured the blood mist, raised his hand once more. Chapter 36. Capturing Xue Wuji alive at the tip of the boy's finger, a mini blood sphere crackling with black lightning emerged, identical to the one Xue Wuji had just conjured. What a splendid means of extermination, the boy remarked, feeling the sphere's power with indifference. With his current cultivation, should he unleash his power, any being beneath the Emperor realm would be instantaneously corroded into nothing more than a pool of blood. And even those at the King realm would not escape unscathed. Blood Wuji widened his eyes in shock, his heart trembling. What manner of monster is this? How can it be so malevolent? I refuse to believe it. After the initial shock came a surge of fury. Once the most exalted of celestial emperors, he found himself utterly humiliated by a mere child. Even if you hail from the celestial realm, you shall find no escape from death today. It was evident that the recent events had struck him deeply, igniting a genuine rage that caused him to discard any thoughts of consequence. I shall merge my essence with the cosmos and stain the heavens with my blood. A sacrifice of life. As the words fell, a dark crimson light erupted from within Blood Wuji. Black runes surged forth, forming a terrifying cage that ensnared the entire 100-mile divine mountain. Blood erupted from within him, transforming into a vast fog of crimson that enveloped the cage. Cackling, Blood Wuji's face twisted with madness. Perish, perish! As the blood mist descended, the beings within the divine mountain, upon contact, felt their essence and source being drawn from their bodies like fleeting light, their eyes dimming as they froze in place. A gentle breeze would soon turn them to dust, carried away on the wind. The various sources of essence from above continuously flowed towards Blood Wuji, merging into him, and in that moment, his realm surged from emperor to saint, and then began to ascend further, reaching towards the supreme. Feeling the profound power coursing within him, Blood Wuji could not help but let out a long howl, a terrifying sound that instantly shattered the skies above the purple sacred continent. A wave of supreme aura sweeping over the land, causing all to bow before it. Some emperors who were in seclusion spat blood in shock, their expressions filled with horror. When did a supreme arrive on the purple sacred continent? There seems to be some depth to this. A curious glint appeared in the boy's eyes. He had to admit that this fellow was indeed a genius, a talent that even he found somewhat envious. Given the grand gift you have presented to me today, I shall spare your life. The young man spoke softly. Blood Wuji, enraged to the point of laughter, retorted, "Do you truly think you have me at your mercy? Die!" Upon reaching the supreme realm, the blood aura surrounding Blood Wuji intensified. The very space around him roared as if unable to bear the weight of his presence, ripples of power resonating throughout. The earth within the 100-mile divine mountain caved in, and the sky turned a deep crimson. There's no tears until one sees the coffin. So be it. The young man shook his head slightly. A purple portal materializing behind him, from which a colossal purple hand emerged. It was enveloped in a complex aura, shifting and changing at intervals. Upon witnessing the portal behind the boy, Blood Wujia's pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. As if he had encountered something truly terrifying, his voice trembling as he spoke. The reincarnation gate. What is your connection to the celestial Emperor Ling Tian? The boy regarded him with a smile that was neither here nor there. What do you think? His primordial spirit instantly transformed into a towering figure, shrouded in mist, garbed in a robe of reincarnation, adorned with glimmers of starlight. Ling Tian, Celestial Emperor. Have you remembered? This boy was none other than Ling Tian, and the reincarnation gate behind him was a manifestation of his imperial will, conjured from his chaotic primordial spirit, not a true reincarnation gate. Having reached the stage of primordial spirit, he could finally wield a sliver of imperial power. Flee! Upon confirming the boy's identity, Blood Wujia hesitated not a moment, tearing through space in an instant, his speed so great that even Ling Tian was left speechless. Yet, he had scarcely fled a short distance when the purple hand reached through the void, capturing him and dragging him back before Ling Tian, rendering Blood Wujia as helpless as a fledgling chick, the aura of the newly attained supreme being suppressed back within him. What's this? Old friend, no greeting upon our reunion. How could you possibly descend to the lower realm? Blood Wujia exclaimed in horror. Even the weakest of immortals cannot withstand the lower realm. How could you endure your descent? Just like you, I was cast down by another. Hearing Blood Wujia's question, Ling Tian smiled amiably, showing no signs of embarrassment, as though he were speaking of someone else entirely. What, you two were cast down? Blood Wujia's face momentarily froze, incredulity etched upon it. Is known that among the so-called 10 pinnacle celestial emperors in the celestial realm, even if they were to band together, they would be insufficient to contend with Ling Tian alone. As one who has experienced it, he understood deeply that no other had ever instilled such a sense of oppression and suffocation within him. When still, all is well. When in motion, the heavens and earth tremble. Though both are celestial emperors, he felt as if they existed on entirely different planes, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between them. Who could have the power to cast Ling Tian down to the lower realm? What kind of terror must they embody? Yet, all these questions eventually morphed into a raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha, I never imagined you would also meet such a fate. Observing Blood Wujia's wide grin, Ling Tian found himself at a loss for words. This fellow truly had no fear of death, despite his life still being in Ling Tian's hands. If sensing Ling Tian's thoughts, Blood Wujia halted his laughter, saying at worst, "It is merely death. Now that I see you in such straits, I have no regrets." Ha 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 ha, though? What if I told you that the celestial realm is not the end, that there are paths beyond the celestial emperor? What? At these words, a glint of brilliance ignited in Blood Wujia's eyes, though moments later it turned to bitterness. Even if he knew, what difference would it make? Captured by Ling Tian, today he would inevitably face death. If you wish for me to die with regrets, then you have succeeded. Go ahead and strike. With that, Blood Wujia closed his eyes. Yet, after a lengthy wait, he found that Ling Tian had no intention of striking him down, prompting him to open his eyes once more, only to see Ling Tian's gaze filled with amusement. Before my arrival, I indeed harbored the intent to kill you. However, I have since changed my mind. Humph! If you intend to humiliate me, there is no need. I shall end my own life. Blood Wujia snorted coldly. I did not expect you to possess such pride. Hearing this, Ling Tian nodded slightly. Aside from his apparent lack of common sense, he indeed had commendable traits. Had he not been so reckless, he would not have dared to flaunt his power before Ling Tian. It seems there exists no deep-seated hatred between us. Your current predicament is merely of your own making. Upon hearing this, embarrassment flickered across Blood Wujia's face. Indeed, had he not been so arrogant back then, he would still be the sovereign lord of the realm. Acknowledge me as your master, and I shall spare your life, even grant you great fortune. Why, Ling Tian said with a smile. You must be dreaming. Blood Wujia's complexion darkened. He knew this fellow harbored ill intentions. Chapter 37. Subjugation of Blood Wujia with his pride. How could he ever serve another as a subordinate? Humph. If you entertain such thoughts, then you might as well kill me now. Gazing at blood Wujia, Yiling Tian truly felt a sense of regret. After all, this fellow's talent was indeed formidable. Even if there was still some disparity, few could match him in the celestial realm. Moreover, the myriad divine abilities he had created were enticing even to Yiling Tian. Do you not wish to venture beyond the celestial realm to explore a broader world? Do you not wish to know what realms lie beyond the celestial emperor? Yiling Tian spoke enticingly. Akin to a cunning wolf, his words igniting a yearning within blood Wujia. Blood Wujia's face contorted with conflict. He found himself swayed by Yiling Tian's words, yet the thought of submitting to another left him feeling uneasy. Allow me to return to the celestial emperor's stage, and I shall restore your freedom. How does that sound? Yiling Tian continued to entice blood Wujia. Really? You would show such goodwill? Blood Wujia regarded Yiling Tian with suspicion. Of course, I, Ling Tian Celestial Emperor, am a man of my word. Under blood Wujia's watchful gaze, Yiling Tian's expression remained calm and inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his true intentions. Hearing that he might regain his freedom in the future, blood Wujia finally ceased to hesitate, a strand of his life essence transferring into Yiling Tian's possession. How could one not say his sense was lacking? Having handed over his life essence, it was now entirely up to Yiling Tian's discretion whether to mold it or reshape it. Observing the life essence in his hand, Yiling Tian revealed a cryptic smile. Noticing Yiling Tian's grin, a chill ran down blood Wujia's spine, a premonition of impending doom dawning upon him. Yet, it was too late for regret, for his life essence was already in Yiling Tian's grasp. Casting a glance at the visibly tense blood Wujia, Yiling Tian remarked nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I am not so despicable." Upon hearing this, blood Wujia finally breathed a sigh of relief. That is well. I hope you can keep your promise. Blood Wujia regarded Yiling Tian with a deep gaze. Naturally, I fear that it will be you who refuses to leave when the time comes. Humph. What of the great fortune you promised? Blood Wujia extended his hand. Why, Yiling Tian feigned surprise. To acknowledge me as your master, is that not a tremendous fortune in itself? What, you shameless old rogue? Yiling Tian, blood Wujia's face flushed crimson with anger, nearly jumping up in fury in response. Yiling Tian's lips curled into a smile, and he ceased to tease him, a wisp of chaotic energy manifesting as he pressed it to blood Wujia's brow. After a moment of careful sensing, blood Wujia's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. Chaotic energy. Where did you acquire such a substance? Blood Wujia gazed at Yiling Tian with fervent eyes. Chaos energy, even for the celestial emperor, presents tremendous benefits. If one were to utilize this substance to establish a celestial foundation, who among the same realm could possibly rival him? Such astonishment. This substance is abundant beyond measure. Yiling Tian remarked nonchalantly, Elder brother Yi, Master Yi, look. Shui Wujin rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his demeanor exceedingly obsequious, his intentions unspoken yet unmistakable. First, refine this strand of chaos energy, Yiling Tian replied with disdain, casting a glance at Shui Wujin, who moments ago seemed a figure of proud integrity, now reduced to the appearance of a commoner. An altar, thud. Huang Hu cast the white lin onto the ground. Advancing to the altar, fingers weaving intricate gestures, summoning a blood-clad figure to materialize above the altar. Master, the task is complete. Huang Hu knelt, addressing the apparition with reverence. The figure turned, observing the securely bound Bai Lin on the ground, and spoke coolly. Bring her back? Yes, master. Huang Hu complied, retrieving Bai Lin and heading toward the blood pool in the back mountains. Despair etched across Bai Lin's face as she gazed at the receding trees, wondering if she was to meet her end here today. Yet, a sense of unwillingness gripped her. I have yet to encounter that fellow Wu Su. Thoughts of him surged within her, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Perhaps she truly was fated to part ways in this life. Half a day later, Huang Hu appeared before the blood pool, bowing his head, kneeling on one knee. Within the pool, Shui Wujin emerged, his aura fluctuating with chaotic energy, clearly having commenced the refinement of the chaos essence. Turning his gaze, Shui Wujin looked at Bai Lin sprawled on the ground, slowly stating, Who are you, and why would you wish harm upon our sect leader? What purpose do you have in capturing me? Unable to restrain herself, Bai Lin questioned upon seeing the figure. With so many questions, which one should I address first? Xue Wujin replied, intrigued by her inquiries. Just then, another figure emerged from behind the blood pool, clad in white, exuding an ethereal presence. From the Bai Hai sect, Yi Lingtian slightly raised his gaze, softly inquiring about the individual in the Bai Hai sect robe. Do you know Bai Lin? Why you know me? Bai Lin was perplexed, unable to fathom why the youth before her was aware of her name. Yi Lingtian's expression shifted slightly. What a coincidence. Do you know Wusu Taoist? How do you know Wusu? Bai Lin's emotions surged at the mention of the name, her excitement palpable. He entrusted me with a sliver of opportunity. Where is he now? Yi Lingtian remained silent, merely producing a jade talisman from the ring left by Wu Su. Upon seeing the talisman, Bai Lin's eyes glistened with moisture. What did he say? She asked with a trembling voice. Why, Yi Lingtian, meeting her gaze, stated calmly. He has passed away. Subsequently, he flicked his fingers, and the binding ropes constraining Bai Lin vanished without a trace. Master, this. Huang Hu looked at Xue Wujin, unable to contain his astonishment at Yi Lingtian's actions. Xue Wujin shot him a cold glance, and Huang Hu instantly sealed his lips. How could this be? Bai Lin trembled, processing the shocking news. He promised he would return for me. He said he would, as she was freed. Bai Lin quivered as she accepted the jade talisman from Yi Lingtian, tears cascading down her face, her eyes vacant as she knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, Yi Lingtian found a fleeting image surfacing in his mind, momentarily stunned before casting the thought aside. Let us depart, Yi Lingtian gently urged. Xue Wujin complied, observing the blood pool behind him, channeling his power to condense the pool into a size that fit in his palm. Integrating it into his being, the trio departed, leaving behind Bai Lin, who clutched the jade talisman, engulfed in profound sorrow. Outside the Bai Li Divine Mountain, Wang Xiao paced anxiously. Why hasn't the Saint's Son emerged yet? That aura was terrifying. Could it be that the Saint's Son? Unbeknownst to him, during the clash between Yi Lingtian and Xue Wujin, a prison-like barrier had isolated Wang Xiao outside, coupled with the fearsome energy that erupted within, rendering him hesitant to act. Now, he could only pray that the Saint's Son was unharmed. Otherwise, upon returning to the Holy Land, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of Zhonglan, just as despair threatened to engulf him. Rustling sounds emanated from within, and three figures emerged. Upon recognizing the leader, Wang Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears, and he could not help but kneel, exclaiming, Saint's Son, you have finally emerged. Chapter 38. East Sea. Seeing Wang Zhao's demeanor, Yi Lingtian chuckled lightly. See? I am unscathed. As long as you are well, as long as you are well. Wang Xiao murmured, the burden in his heart finally lifted, relieved that he would not be flayed alive by Zhonglan upon their return. Saint's Son, who are these two? Wang Xiao finally noticed Xue Wujin and Huang Hu, as his attention had been solely on Yi Lingtian moments prior. They are my newly acquired servants, Yi Lingtian replied with a smile. Xue Wujin's eyes twitched in disbelief, roaring internally, how dare you refer to me, a dignified celestial emperor, as a servant? Huang Hu, standing beside him, widened his eyes in astonishment, disbelief flooding his mind. He understood all too well the terror embodied by this blood-clad youth, a being of unimaginable power in his eyes. Seeing that Xue Wujin showed no intention of refuting Yi Lingtian's words, Huang Hu quietly accepted the reality that in just one day, he had acquired a new master, which left him feeling desolate. Yet, considering that even Xue Wujin had submitted, he dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts. Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's words, Wang Xiao regarded the two with curiosity, pondering what unique qualities had drawn the Saint's Son's attention. Unable to restrain himself, he unleashed his spiritual sense to envelop them. As Huang Hu felt Wang Zhao's probing sense, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face, yet he chose to remain silent. Humph, Xue Wujin, however, showed no restraint, his eyes flashing with cold light as he coldly snorted. Though he had submitted to Yi Lingtian, it did not imply that others could treat him with such impudence. Had it been in the celestial realm, anyone daring to brazenly scrutinize him with spiritual sense would have been obliterated in an instant. Wang Zhao's face paled, blood trickling from his lips as he stared in horror at Xue Wujin, clearly shaken by the latter's cold reprimand. This was a mere fraction of Xue Wujin's restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, Wang Xiao would have perished on the spot, even though his strength had not returned to its peak. He was not someone to be dismissed lightly. How could this be? What sort of monster has the Saint's son taken in? Wang Xiao was aghast. Through his spiritual sense, he discerned that the figure on the left bore traces of imperial power. Yet he could not ascertain the depth of his cultivation. It was clear that he had traversed further along the path of the emperor than Wang Xiao. That aside, when he reached out toward the blood-clad youth, his spiritual sense vanished into the abyss, failing to stir even a ripple. The cold snort echoed in his mind, nearly shattering his very soul. Could it be the pinnacle of the emperor realm? Wang Xiao trembled at the thought. As for sages and supreme beings, he did not even contemplate such possibilities, having never encountered a sage before, let alone a supreme being. All right, let us return, Yi Lingtian declared, glancing at the two above. A vessel adorned with a crescent moon insignia sped through the skies. With the addition of two new companions, the Baihe was evidently too cramped, necessitating their journey by boat. Inside the cabin, Yi Lingtian closed his eyes in meditation, practicing the sacrificial divine ability he had acquired from Xue Wujin. The name of this divine ability was Zhangshang Blood Sacrifice, which had only thus far yielded the living sacrifice technique, using oneself as a cage to seal the heavens, staining the sky with blood, ensuring that no life could survive in the areas where blood fell, and extracting the cultivations, laws, essence, and even the Tao from the living beings to augment oneself. Sacrificing myriad beings to elevate oneself could be deemed exceedingly cruel. However, in the realm of cultivation, survival of the fittest was the unyielding law. Though it bore the mark of transgression, it served as a powerful means of self-preservation. Yi Lingtian practiced without hesitation, for noble ideals often merely serve as epitaphs for the virtuous. The celestial emperors of his past life trod upon countless bones, emerging from seas of blood, their hands stained with enough blood to submerge the entire lower realm. He had also learned from Xue Wujin how he had escaped that calamity. The latter had cultivated the blood god technique to its zenith, creating an immense sea of blood within himself. Even if his imperial soul were to be crushed, as long as a single drop of blood remained in the sea, he could resurrect himself. Xue Wujin's painstaking efforts to concoct a human elixir and manufacture Emperor Realm cultivators were aimed at setting up a grand array to sacrifice the entirety of the Zishang continent, replenishing his blood sea. Unfortunately, Yi Lingtian's appearance had thwarted his plans, forcing him to settle for a smaller-scale blood sacrifice at the Baili Divine Mountain. Even so, his cultivation had surged from the Emperor Realm, directly breaching the threshold of the Supreme Realm. Should he have succeeded in his grand design of blood sacrifice, he would have likely reached the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm. Yet, Yi Lingtian did not pursue this path. In terms of devouring, none could rival his Chaos Furnace. 7 days later, Yi Lingtian and his companions finally returned to the Zhongyun continent. Alas, have you heard? The overlord of the East Sea, Long Ao, has been slain. Indeed, the manner of his demise was simply horrific. Is that true? Where did you hear such news? Are you unaware? The news has spread far and wide, claiming that Long Ao has provoked a formidable figure of immense power, who silently executed him within his own palace. By the time he was discovered, he had already been dead for quite some time. Now, within the Dragon Palace, the various dignitaries are embroiled in a fierce struggle for the position of palace master, utterly neglecting the management of the East Sea. Even the Bai Lian sect on land is preparing to stake a claim. Is that even possible? I have heard that the master of the Dragon Palace possesses unparalleled strength and has reached the imperial realm. How could he possibly be killed? A disdainful cultivator interjected. How could there be any doubt in what my elder brother has said? My brother is a guard within the Dragon Palace. Upon mentioning his elder brother, the speaker's face instantly radiated pride. In the East Sea, anyone associated with the Dragon Palace, even as a mere guard, is considered an unattainable existence in the outside world. In a corner of the tavern, 3 individuals sat at a table, one of whom, upon hearing the man's words, couldn't help but chuckled. It was none other than Yi Lingtian and his companions. He wore a playful expression as he observed the man's animated recounting of events within the Dragon Palace, marveling at the coincidence that his group had crossed over from the Zishang continent and landed right in the East Sea, hearing amusing tales related to him. Little did the speaker know that the so-called formidable figure who had dispatched Long Ao was presently seated in the same tavern, listening with great interest to his narration. "What, do you know Long Ao?" Blood Wujin, beside him, inquired curiously, noticing the faint smile on Yi Lingtian's lips. "It was I who ended his life," Yi Lingtian replied softly. Blood Wujin found himself at a loss for words. So the murderer was right beside him? Fine. Since we are here, let us elevate the dragon pattern battle body. Yi Lingtian took a sip of tea. Originally, he had not intended to seek out this group so soon, but fate had other plans, and thus he felt compelled to acquiesce to destiny. After draining the tea on the table, the three vanished from the tavern. "Hey, you didn't tea pay, darn it, daring to come to the Xianglong Tavern and drink for free. I never want to see you three again." An irate half-human, half-demon attendant rushed out of the tavern after the departing trio, angrily tossing his hat to the ground. Chapter 39. Elevating the dragon pattern battle body on the flying ship, Blood Wujin regarded Yi Lingtian with a peculiar expression. "Is this how you conduct yourself in the lower realms?" Yi Lingtian maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed down at the tavern. "I thought you had settled it." Blood Wujin's mouth twitched. "So you brought me here, and now you expect me to foot the bill?" After spending some time with Yi Lingtian, he realized that the once proud and domineering Lingtian Immortal Emperor was no longer the same. The current Yi Lingtian, with his playful demeanor, seemed entirely disconnected from the figure of legend. Behind them, Huang Hu kept his head down, his body swaying slightly, an expression on his aged face that indicated he wanted to laugh but dared not. In the Dragon Palace, an elder, transformed from a flood dragon, glared furiously at the youth before him. "What do you mean, Long Tian? What do you think it means, Elder Long Wu? After the death of Palace Master Long Ao, the entire Dragon Palace is left without a leader. And even scum like the Bai Lian sect dares to bare their teeth at us. Don't you think it's time we chose the next Palace Master?" The youth smiled at the elder, though the malice in his eyes betrayed his seemingly amicable demeanor. "Humph, Long Tian, don't dream. When the Palace Master was alive, you didn't dare to utter a word. Now that he is dead, your wolfish ambitions are finally laid bare. Ha 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 ha, good riddance. I should truly thank the one who killed Long Ao for providing me with such a splendid opportunity. Don't you agree, Long Wu?" The youth laughed heartily, showing no signs of anger in response to the elder's words. "You are dreaming. Do you think a half-blood like you could control the Dragon Palace? I scoff at you." Long Wu's eyes burned with fury. Upon hearing this, the youth's smile froze, a coldness creeping over his face. He despised it more than anything when others spoke of his bloodline. He could not truly claim to be a member of the Dragon Palace. He was the offspring of a Dragon Palace elder who, in a drunken stupor, forcibly took a human woman, thus birthing him. From the moment he was born, he had been subjected to scorn from the world. He once naively asked his mother, "Mother, why do they all say I am a monster? Why don't they want to play with me?" Yet, his mother, harboring hatred for the elder's actions, transferred all her disdain onto him, treating him as though he were an enemy, her cold gaze a constant reminder of his isolation, casting a shadow over his entire childhood. Over time, Long Tian's heart twisted further, his resentment intensifying until he ultimately killed his own mother. As for the father he had never seen, his hatred reached its zenith. It was because of him that he had endured the world's scorn and the contempt of others. Thus, he devoted himself to cultivation, hoping one day to slay his so-called father. Today, with the news of Long Ao's death spreading across the East Sea, he found the opportunity he had long awaited. "It seems you are determined to court death." Long Tian gazed coldly at Long Wu, stating, "Since that is the case, I shall grant you your wish." A hand, covered in green venom, shot through Long Wu's body at lightning speed. You. Long Wu stared in disbelief at the hand protruding from his chest, unable to accept that Long Tian truly dared to kill him, especially since keeping him alive would greatly aid in controlling the Dragon Palace. "Ha ha ha ha, from this day forth, I shall be the new king of the East Sea." Long Tian laughed maniacally. Aside from Long Wu, all others within the Dragon Palace had been forcibly subdued by him, while those who resisted were promptly dealt with, including even his blood relatives. Applause echoed. "What a splendid performance!" Three figures emerged from the shadows, one of whom, clad in blood-red garments, clapped his hands while observing Long Tian with a playful expression. "Who?" Long Tian's face changed dramatically, and he spun around. his expression turning icy. "Who are you? That is of no importance. You shall not escape death today," Blood Wujin taunted. "Humph, such arrogant words. I shall see who it is that cannot escape death today," Long Tian retorted. "Come out." As his words fell, the space behind Long Tian cracked open, revealing 6 figures clad in Dragon Palace robes, each sporting 2 horns and exuding a surging aura. One was an emperor, accompanied by 5 half-step emperors. This formidable assembly could sweep away all first-rate powers within the East Sea, including the Bai Lian sect. The Dragon Palace truly lived up to its reputation as a pinnacle power of the East Sea, showcasing profound depth. However, when placed before Yi Lingtian and his companions, they seemed almost trivial. Not to mention Blood Wujin and Yi Lingtian, even Huang, who could dispatch this group with ease. Ha 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 ha, so arrogant. Why the silence now? Long Tian observed the silent trio, mistakenly believing they were intimidated by the spectacle. "Today, I, Yi, have come merely to borrow something from you all. I did not expect things to become so unpleasant." Yi Lingtian gently shook his head. "Very well, since that is the case, let us part ways." "What? Ha ha ha, are you out of your mind?" Long Tian, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to mock. Blood Wujin cast a sympathetic glance at him, realizing that provoking this living embodiment of death was a grave mistake. Yi Lingtian remained silent, as a massive furnace materialized behind him, instantly filling the entirety of the Dragon Palace. "Devour!" A soft command escaped Yi Lingtian's lips. And as the words fell, the furnace turned towards the 6 figures, specifically targeting the 6 flood dragons. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous force enveloped the 6 individuals, their blood boiling within them, as if it would burst forth. In an instant, their faces changed dramatically, panic setting in. What is this thing? Save me. One half-step emperor, unable to withstand the furnace's pull, had his blood forcibly extracted, his skin quickly withering away, his eyes bulging and mouth agape, reducing him to a mere husk. Witnessing this tragic fate, the others' expressions shifted drastically, panic overtaking them as they unleashed their full power to escape the furnace's grasp. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile. They could only endure for a mere moment before being reduced to lifeless forms, the lone emperor desperately resisting but ultimately meeting the same fate, as the blood of the fallen converged into the furnace. Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged, activating the dragon pattern battle body. The essence of the blood was refined within the furnace and continuously fed into Yi Lingtian's body. In an instant, a pure and potent dragon might erupted from Yi Lingtian, causing all living beings in the East Sea to feel the overwhelming pressure, each one pale and trembling, collapsing to their knees as if confronted by an ancestral dragon. Chapter 40. The Sage Ancestor? Blood Wujin gazed at Yi Lingtian, who remained seated, his expression grave. What exactly is that furnace behind him? Under that terrifying gravitational pull, even the blood coursing through his veins stirred restlessly. It was a truly frightful matter. One must understand that his cultivation of the blood divine nerve allowed for an unparalleled mastery over both his own blood and that of others. Yet, even so, he had nearly lost control over his own blood just moments ago. At this moment, the dragon might emanating from Yi Lingtian reminded him of a certain individual, the Tsang High Dragon Emperor, whom he had slain. Why was this lifetime shrouded in even greater mystery than the last? Every method employed was distinctly sinister, Blood Wujin muttered. After a brief interval, the blood within the furnace was finally completely absorbed, and a crimson mist emerged from Yi Lingtian's body, swirling within the Dragon Palace, exuding an aura of brutality, bloodlust, and darkness, as if it could extract and unleash every negative and shadowy emotion harbored within a person's heart. At this moment, Yi Lingtian's exterior also transformed. Blood-colored dragon scales surfaced upon his skin. Gleaming with a terrifying crimson light, a blood-red vertical divine pattern appeared between his brows, while the 2 small horns on his forehead became more pronounced. Beneath his eyes, 2 streaks of blood-like lines emerged, appearing as vivid as flowing blood, radiating an eerie and forbidding presence. His once white robe had inexplicably turned into a fierce armor of scarlet gold, making him resemble an evil deity as he sat there. Yi Lingtian opened his eyes, revealing blood-red sclera and golden vertical pupils, a fierce aura emanating from him as if a mere glance could drag a person into the abyss. He clenched his fists, savoring the sensation, and sighed, "This feeling is truly intoxicating." With that, he stood and slowly approached Long Tian. What are you going to do?" Long Tian, now paralyzed with fear, could only retreat backward, the earlier confidence on his face completely replaced by terror. Yi Lingtian stood before Long Tian, lifting him effortlessly with a blood-scaled hand. Upon meeting Yi Lingtian's gaze, Long Tian was instantly overwhelmed by the malevolence in his eyes, fainting from sheer fright. Yi Lingtian regarded the unconscious Long Tian with a frown, saying, "This bloodline is far too chaotic. Here, take him." He then tossed Long Tian to Blood Wujia. Blood Wujia's face contorted with indignation. "What did this mean? You're giving me your discarded trash." Huang, who had no idea where to look, desperately biting his tongue to suppress laughter. "Didn't you need to replenish your blood pool?" Yi Lingtian asked, perplexed. Originally, Blood Wujia had considered this, but upon hearing Yi Lingtian's words, he could not bring himself to act. After all, as the blood divine Immortal Emperor, he could not possibly stoop to accepting such refuse. "Well, never mind then." Yi Lingtian pierced through Long Tian's skull with a single finger, and the three of them exited the Dragon Palace. In the outside world, a group of cultivators adorned with the emblem of the White Lotus had gathered on the shore, their leader gazing toward the Dragon Palace with his hands clasped behind his back. The era of the Dragon Palace ruling the Eastern Sea has come to an end. From this day forth, our White Lotus sect shall replace it and become the new sovereign of this Eastern Sea domain. The speaker, an elder with flowing white hair dancing in the sea breeze, presented a distinctly treacherous appearance. These individuals were none other than the members of the White Lotus sect, with the white-haired man being the sect leader. By Jianhua, a newly ascended sovereign in the Eastern Sea region, and the very reason they dared to conspire against the Dragon Palace. Sect leader, when shall we make our move? Not yet. Let them fight among themselves first. Once they finish, we shall reap the rewards as the fishermen. Wouldn't that be delightful? Bai Jianhua replied, squinting his eyes and plotting. Splendid, truly splendid. Only the sect leader could devise such a cunning scheme. Ha 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 ha. Bai Jianhua's laughter abruptly halted as he realized that perhaps what he said was not entirely commendable. Sect leader, look, someone is coming out. Suddenly, a disciple clad in White Lotus garb exclaimed. The crowd turned to see three figures emerging from the sea. Hey, you three, come over here. Our sect leader has questions for you. An elder bellowed, they're calling for you. Huang Hu remarked with a grin after hearing the shouts from the shore. Damn ants, Blood Wujia growled, his expression darkening. Having gained nothing of worth in the Dragon Palace, he was already seething with frustration, and now Yi Lingtian had further provoked him. His eyes gleamed with cruel intent as he suddenly extended his hand toward the group on the shore. In an instant, daylight transformed into a blood-red night, the sun morphing into a blood moon, radiating an aura of unfathomable strangeness. As the members of the White Lotus sect stood bewildered, they suddenly burst into a cloud of blood mist with a resounding crash. You truly are ruthless, Yi Lingtian remarked, watching the scene with his hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head ever so slightly. Huang Hu's eyes twitched as he glanced at Yi Lingtian, thinking, and you have the audacity to say that? Blood Wujia remained icy, snorting disdainfully, ignoring Yi Lingtian as he stepped aboard the flying vessel. A month later, standing before the mountain gate, Blood Wujia finally felt a sense of superiority, mocking, you truly are regressing. How can you endure in such a place? The sovereign-level force of Lingnan domain had become worthless in his eyes. Yi Lingtian cast a disinterested glance at Blood Wujia, choosing to ignore him as he entered. What a detestable fellow! Seeing that his words had failed to provoke Yi Lingtian, Blood Wujia clenched his jaw. Master, should we go in? Huang Hu asked cautiously. Of course. I wish to see what makes this place capable of retaining such a character. Blood Wujia replied. Within the Tsangyu sacred land, every disciple who beheld Yi Lingtian was filled with fervor, akin to a throng of ardent admirers. However, upon noticing the presence of Blood Wujia and Huang Hu behind him, they exchanged bewildered glances and whispered, who are these two? They actually get to accompany the Holy Sun. Indeed, they are incredibly fortunate. Why wasn't I chosen by the Holy Sun? One disciple sighed. Yi Lingtian paid no heed to their whispers. While Blood Wujia, unable to tolerate it any longer, allowed his aura to subtly manifest, eliciting a chorus of suppressed gasps from the crowd. When they looked up again, Their eyes were filled with trepidation. In the main hall, Song Lan sensed the overwhelming aura and immediately opened his eyes, his expression grave. An existence beyond the sovereign realm. He swiftly vanished from the hall and Ling Tian pavilion. Ling Tian found the door tightly shut and felt a twinge of surprise. Where had that little one run off to? Xiling never closed the door when she was around. This is where you reside. It's nothing remarkable, Blood Wujie scoffed. Ling Tian disregarded his comment and was about to enter when Song Lan's figure appeared beside him. Looking gravely at Blood Wujie. Who are you, and what business do you have in my Song Yu sacred land? Upon seeing Song Lan's serious demeanor, a flicker of disdain crossed Blood Wujie's eyes. A mere sovereign ant lacks the qualifications to know. Let the saints within come out instead. Song Lan's expression grew even graver. Indeed, there were several saintly ancestors stationed within the sacred land. Hidden in a secret realm, created by one of the saintly ancestors himself. The exact location was known only to the sect leader, and unless the Song Yu sacred land faced annihilation, those ancestors would never reveal themselves. The fact that this blood-clad youth could sense the presence of the ancestors in their hidden realm spoke volumes of his terrifying strength. Ling Tian understood the situation upon Song Lan's sudden appearance. It was undoubtedly triggered by Blood Wujie's earlier aura. Song Lan, looking exceedingly solemn, positioned himself protectively behind Ling Tian. Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart from this gesture and softly said, "Sect leader, he is my newly acquired servant." What? Song Lan stood there, stunned, unable to believe his ears. Could it be he had misheard? Ling Tian, what did you say? I said, he is my newly acquired servant, Ling Tian replied, exasperated. Song Lan stared blankly at Blood Wujie, who maintained a calm demeanor without rebuttal. Intensifying his astonishment, Ling Tian, what is his cultivation level? Merely reached the sovereign level, Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. What? Song Lan gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. This fellow is a sovereign? An ant is still an ant. Such limited vision, Blood Wujie sneered. Fine, you are the big shot. Your word is law, Song Lan conceded, noticing the menacing aura radiating from Blood Wujie. He turned to Ling Tian, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, and whispered, where did you acquire such a servant? Are there more? I want to see. Crack, Blood Wujie clenched his fists, producing a sound as a sovereign. His hearing was naturally acute. Hearing Song Lan's words, he could not help but feel his veins bulge with anger. Were it not for his favorable relationship with Ling Tian, he would have ended Song Lan right then and there. After a moment, Song Lan, having finally accepted this reality, remarked, I've believed in your potential since childhood. Ling Tian shook his head, too weary to engage with the irreverent fellow. With the misunderstanding resolved, Song Lan departed from Ling Tian Pavilion. Upon returning to the main hall, his demeanor was no longer the same. His gaze now exuded depth. Seemed the prophecy of the ancestors indicated that the one who could liberate the Song Yu divine mountain from its earthly shackles was none other than Ling Tian. Brother, a childish voice called out, as a porcelain doll-like little girl dashed toward Ling Tian, leaping into his embrace and clinging to him like an octopus. She wrinkled her delicate nose and asked, Why did you leave Xiling all alone again? Xiling raised her small face, eager to hear what excuse he would concoct this time. Ling Tian chuckled softly, stating that he had important matters to attend to and could not bring her along. Really? Ling asked, her voice laced with suspicion. Of course it's true, Ling Tian replied, ruffling the little one's hair. Well, if that's the case, Ling obediently nodded. Blood Wujie, with an odd expression, thought it surprising that this fellow had such a side to him. It was indeed peculiar that moment. Ling also noticed Blood Wujie and Huang Hu standing nearby and curiously inquired, Brother, who are they? They? Ling Tian pondered for a moment on how to explain this to Ling. Both Blood Wujie and Huang Hu perked up their ears, eager to hear how he would convey this to the little girl. They are servants. Blood Wujie's face fell instantly. He had thought he was finally free from the title of servant, only to realize that it was still very much present. Servants might arrive late, but they would never be absent. So, you held back for so long just for that? He thought bitterly. Oh, little Ling nodded. As if she understood, however, she quickly dismissed the two men from her mind, looking up at Ling Tian with a sense of accomplishment, saying, Brother, I haven't been slacking off at all. I even learned a move from Xiao He. Oh? Yi Ling Tian responded, intrigued by what she had learned from that fellow. Yi Ling hopped down from his embrace, grinning mischievously, and declared, "Watch closely, brother." In the next moment, a transparent and twisted membrane manifested in her hand, which she forcefully struck forward. With a crack, the space she aimed at rippled out like a spider's web. Yi Ling Tian gasped lightly. "You can wield the power of space now? Isn't it impressive?" "Brother?" the little one boasted, hands on her hips, brimming with pride. Observing this scene, Blood Wuji raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, "What an oddity, just a natural born yet capable of grasping the power of space." He couldn't help but gaze at Yi Ling a few more times. And when he caught sight of her violet eyes, a familiar sensation washed over him, as if he had seen them somewhere before. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed it. After all, individuals with unique eyes were not uncommon in the immortal realm. And he assumed Yi Ling's eyes were merely ordinary extraordinary ones. Boss. A rotund creature with a large head and prominent dark circles rolled out from Ling Tian Pavilion and clung to Yi Ling Tian's leg. Yi Ling Tian glanced down at the peculiar being and asked, "About to break through?" "Hee, I knew nothing could be hidden from you, boss," Xiao He replied with a sycophantic grin. "Humph, nothing good ever comes from you," Yi Ling Tian remarked, recognizing that this fellow had something to ask. "Hee, boss, I need a royal-grade spirit herb to break through to the Purple Mansion. What do you think?" Xiao He rubbed his palms together. Ingratiating himself, "I figured as much." Yi Ling Tian shook his head but still retrieved a spirit herb from his spatial ring and tossed it to Xiao He. "All right, thank you, boss," Xiao He exclaimed, performing a little dance before scurrying back inside to refine the herb. Yi Ling Tian felt a flicker of anticipation, curious about what secrets Xiao He might awaken upon reaching the Purple Mansion. "Hey, where am I supposed to stay?" Blood Wuji suddenly interjected. "Brother, do they also get to stay with us?" Yi Ling asked with wide-eyed curiosity. "Yes," Yi Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. "All right then," Yi Ling responded, turning to Blood Wuji and sticking her tongue out playfully. "You two truly are siblings," Blood Wuji gritted his teeth. "You can stay over there." Yi Ling Tian pointed to a vacant area next to Ling Tian Pavilion, and with a wave of his hand, a beautiful wooden house sprang up. Blood Wuji immediately entered the house. Eager to distance himself from the sibling duo. As for Huang Hu, Yi Ling Tian also arranged a wooden house for him nearby, though it was far less exquisite, but Huang Hu didn't mind. A place to stay was all he required. Watching the two enter their respective homes, Yi Ling Tian then led Yi Ling into the Ling Tian Pavilion. The following day, Yi Ling Tian was in the back courtyard of Ling Tian Pavilion, his upper body bare, as he fluidly combined various techniques with his elbows, knees, hands, and feet. Each movement sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. His body emanated violet golden bone spikes that glimmered ominously in the sunlight, clearly engaged in refining a more sinister killing technique. Sitting on the steps, Yi Ling watched her brother practice with wide, starry eyes, unable to contain her admiration. "So impressive, just like my brother." Yi Ling Tian's movements quickened, the sounds of his strikes growing louder, each punch and kick generating sonic booms. The tremendous noise startled Blood Wuji and Huang Hu, who were nearby. "Master, what is happening?" Huang Hu asked as he stepped out of his wooden house. Glancing at the similarly bewildered Blood Wuji ignored Huang Hu's inquiry, his figure suddenly appearing in Yi Ling Tian's courtyard, observing his brother's intense training, especially the gruesome bone spikes protruding from his body, and frowned. "What a freak! You're the real monster," Yi Ling retorted, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Blood Wuji with her violet eyes. Not receiving a response, she added, "You bad guy, Xiao He, bite him," with an eager bark. A small black and white creature emerged from the illusory space near Blood Wuji's feet, ready to sink its teeth into him. Just as it was about to strike, a hand lifted it away. Blood Wuji squinted, scrutinizing the little creature, but apart from its pure aura of spatial power, he couldn't discern what it truly was. "Let me go, boss. Save me," Xiao He cried out, flailing in Blood Wuji's grip. Hearing the commotion, Yi Ling Tian paused and turned to see Xiao He's pleading eyes. "Brother, please help Xiao He." Yi Ling rushed over, tugging at Yi Ling Tian's leg in distress. Observing Xiao He's plight, Yi Ling Tian chuckled lightly. "Serves him right. Typically, Xiao He took advantage of its command over spatial power, causing trouble in the sacred grounds, sneaking spirit herbs one day and spirit pills the next, even peeping at female disciples bathing, which was the most egregious of offenses. The elders of the Spirit Pill Pavilion had repeatedly instructed other disciples to give him a good beating if caught. The female disciples who had been spied upon were utterly enraged. Had it not been for Xiao He's slippery nature, he would have been torn to shreds long ago, boss. Seeing that Yi Ling Tian showed no intention of intervening, Xiao He feigned innocence, his eyes brimming with tears. "What on earth is this creature?" Blood Wuji inquired, perplexed, as he had never encountered such a beast in all his years, clearly possessing spatial power yet entirely different from the creatures he remembered. "Let us just call it a spatial beast." "Spatial beast? What sort of creature is that?" Blood Wuji frowned, feeling bewildered. He had never heard of such a thing. "It's a name I came up with." Yi Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. Blood Wuji was taken aback, then took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. "A good name." After releasing Xiao He, he vanished from the courtyard. Moments later, a cacophony of crashing sounds emanated from Blood Wuji's wooden house, indicating that he had been quite vexed by Yi Ling Tian's words. "Brother, what's wrong with him?" Yi Ling inquired. "Perhaps he encountered a setback in his training." Yi Ling Tian mused thoughtfully. "I see." She responded, and as the noise gradually subsided, Yi Ling Tian resumed his arduous training. "I am the Snow Emperor Palace, Master. Please let me go." In the grand hall where Yi Ling Tian and others had previously debated, a petite figure clung to a beautiful woman beside her. If Yi Ling Tian were present, he would immediately recognize these two figures as Shueli and Lung Qianqian. "Why, dear child, what business do you have at the Sacred Lands Grand Competition?" Shueli sighed helplessly, looking at Lung Qianqian, who was clinging to her arm. Since being defeated by Yi Ling Tian, Lung Qianqian often found herself reminiscing about that figure, especially that calm, indifferent face, reminiscent of a celestial being. As she thought about it, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Observing her disciple's demeanor, Shueli felt a pang of regret. Had she known this would happen, she would never have held that fateful debate. Now, it was too late for regrets, as it was evident that Lung Qianqian had already fallen deeply. "What a calamity!" Shueli sighed deeply within. "Perhaps he has already forgotten about you. Why do you insist on joining this commotion?" Shueli continued to dissuade her. "Master, what are you saying? I just want to see how the talents of Songyue's Sacred Land compare to those of our Snow Emperor Palace. It's not like I'm going to meet anyone." Lung Qianqian replied, her face flushed and her eyes evasive, clearly not speaking her true feelings. Sensing this, Shueli sighed again. "It's over. It's hopeless." Alas, in the end, Shueli consented to Lung Qianqian's request. If such a trivial matter were to sow discord in Lung Qianqian's heart, it would indeed be a case of losing far more than one gains. After all, the future of the Snow Palace rests upon Lung Qianqian, and whether the Snow Palace can establish itself in Zhongzhou and secure a name for eternity also depends on her. It would truly be a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. She took out a communication talisman and informed Zhang Lan, then summoned an elderly woman, a pinnacle existence of the Wang realm, to serve as Lung Qianqian's protector on this journey. A similar scene unfolded within the He Yin dynasty. "Father, this time I will surely be able to enter the Songyue's Sacred Land." A confident young lady with fiery red hair and a charming mark of vermilion between her brows stated. "Ha ha ha, very well then, let us give it a try," Black Xian said, looking indulgently at his daughter. Though be honest, he also believed that his daughter could indeed enter the Songyue's Sacred Land this time. The Black Ancestor had imparted the fire-devouring technique bestowed by the Holy Sun to him and He Mayer. After diligently practicing the fire-devouring technique, He Mayer made rapid progress and, upon entering the depths of the endless fire domain, acquired a rare celestial fire. With the enhancement of both, she had swiftly advanced from the pinnacle of the acquired realm to the 7th level of the innate realm in just a few months. Meanwhile, the prodigies from the top-tier forces within the Lingnan domain were eagerly preparing, vying for the opportunity to enter the Sacred Land. All of this was due to the fact that 3 months hence marked the day when the sovereign of the Lingnan domain, the Songyue's Sacred Land, would open its gates to accept disciples. This recruitment would be unlike any seen before, as the ranking battle of the true disciples within the Sacred Land was also scheduled for that day. The magnitude of this event was such that it sent tremors throughout the entire Lingnan domain. Yet, within the Sacred Land, Yi Ling Tian remained blissfully unaware of the happenings in the outside world. Chapter 43. Yu Lingyan emerges from seclusion in the main hall of the Tsangyue's sacred land. Zhang Lan held a communication talisman, his expression peculiar as he murmured, "I never expected that brat Lingtian would possess such charm. Even enticing the young palace master of the Snow Palace to come personally, I imagine that Shueyuli must be in tears by now. Ha 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 ha." The thought of Shueyuli's current distress brought a smile to Zhang Lan's face. This time, that brat will certainly have a taste of his own medicine. He had some inkling about the matters between Yu Lingyan and Yi Lingtian, and now Lung Qianqian was coming from afar. Imagining Yi Lingtian caught between Yu Lingyan and Lung Qianqian, a sly smile crept into Zhang Lan's eyes. In the Lingtian pavilion, Yi Lingtian lay in a rocking chair under the sun, his eyes half closed, while Yi Xiling and Xiao He played nearby. As for what blood Wujia was up to, who could say? Brother, Sister Lingyan has been in seclusion for quite some time. When will she emerge? Yi Xiling suddenly looked up and asked after playing with Xiao He for a while. Upon hearing Xiling's words, Yi Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fleeting silhouette before returning to calmness as he replied lightly, "She should be out soon." "Who is Yu Lingyan?" A voice suddenly chimed in from beside him. Eavesdropping is hardly a commendable behavior. Why Yi Lingtian did not turn around, recognizing it was undoubtedly blood Wujia. Reclining in his chair, his expression remained indifferent. "Since when did you also learn to evade questions?" After a moment of silence, seeing that Yi Lingtian was not inclined to engage, blood Wujia ceased his antics, found a place to sit, and spoke. "When do you plan to head to Zhongzhou?" Hearing this, Yi Lingtian opened his eyes and replied in a still calm tone, "When I achieve a breakthrough to the venerable realm." "That's good. I was beginning to think you had become enamored with this mundane life." Why Yi Lingtian chuckled softly. "If possible, what is wrong with being mundane? That doesn't sound like you. People change, do they not? In that case, I shall take a tour of other continents. After staying here for so long, I feel somewhat restless and should work on my cultivation." Blood Wujia rose, his gaze seemingly piercing through the heavens. A cruel expression on his face, he was nearly suffocating from the confinement of the sacred land, unable to devour the beings within, a sensation that drove him to the brink of madness. Yi Lingtian glanced at blood Wujia, a hint of chaotic energy appearing in his hand as he pointed at him. Sensing the chaotic aura, blood Wujia turned around, his expression brightening as he exclaimed, "Thank you." With that, he vanished from the Lingtian pavilion, taking Huanghu along with him. "TSK. Someone is about to have a misfortune. They'll be targeted by this guy. One might as well face utter destruction." Yi Lingtian smiled faintly. He held no illusions about blood Wujia's excessively cruel conduct. After all, the cultivation world is just as such, where the strong do as they please, while the weak struggle to survive. From the moment they embarked on this path, their lives no longer belonged to them. Perceiving that blood Wujia had departed, Yi Lingtian closed his eyes once more, appearing as if he had fallen asleep. As evening fell, a tremendous rumbling echoed above the sacred land, and in an instant, dark clouds loomed ominously, plunging the already dim sky into complete darkness. The disciples of the sacred land looked up, astonished at the roiling black clouds, exclaiming, "Which disciple or elder has broken through?" Soon, a silhouette clad in white soared from within the sacred land, standing in midair with a jade-colored longsword in hand. Her expression grave. "Its Elder Lingyan. Indeed, that means Elder Lingyan has reached the Emperor realm?" The disciples below could hardly believe their eyes. After all, Yu Lingyan had only arrived at the sacred land 2 years prior to Yi Lingtian, and she was still in her prime youth. To consider a 20-something-year-old at the Emperor realm was utterly terrifying. Boom! Above the sky, silver lightning began to coalesce, and in a moment, the heavens were filled with a silvery brilliance as bolts of lightning danced like silver serpents. A beautiful yet perilous sight. Before long, the lightning gathered, and a terrifying aura enveloped the area. The spectators beheld as the falling lightning transformed into a silver dragon, hurtling towards Yu Lingyan with breathtaking speed. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated through the skies as Yu Lingyan's beautiful eyes narrowed. She raised her longsword, enveloped by a green light adorned with runes, clearly activating a protective spell. Boom! The lightning struck the protective barrier, causing the silver dragon to scatter in all directions. Yu Lingyan effortlessly passed through the first wave of lightning tribulation. But soon, the second wave followed, even more ferocious than the last, and no longer willing to remain passive. Yu Lingyan let out a fierce shout, gripping her longsword tightly, and with a sudden swipe, A streak of green sword light slashed toward the lightning. Boom! The two forces collided, emitting a blinding radiance that illuminated the sky, dispersing the dark clouds and restoring a fleeting calm. Both the lightning and the green sword light vanished simultaneously. In the next moment, the dark clouds reassembled, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made hearts race and faces pale with fear. Within the storm clouds, it felt as if the most powerful strike was brewing, the bolts of lightning compressing and merging, gradually transforming into a golden hue. The overwhelming aura surged forth, and Yu Lingyan's expression turned grave. This was the final and most formidable strike. As the golden lightning coalesced, it descended in an instant. Seeing this, Yu Lingyan's pupils constricted, her demeanor no longer casual as she summoned all her strength. Falling rain, pear blossom sword. A chilling voice resonated in the skies, and a torrent of sword light appeared around Yu Lingyan, pointing toward the golden lightning. Instantly, the sword light surged forth to meet the golden tribulation, merging in midair to form the shape of a green pear blossom, its might rivaling that of the lightning strike. Boom! Soon, the sword energy and the lightning clashed. Crack! Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, and all eyes were fixed on the unfolding spectacle above. They witnessed the pear blossom formed from sword light, developing cracks akin to spider webs, evidently on the verge of being torn apart by the golden lightning. What? Yu Lingyan's expression shifted dramatically. This was her most powerful strike. If it could not withstand this bolt of lightning, she would likely perish today. Brother, will Sister Lingyan be all right? Yi Xiling gazed anxiously at Yi Lingtian. Do not worry. She will be fine. Yi Lingtian replied calmly. With that, he flicked his fingers, and a wisp of gray energy surged into the sword-formed pear blossom in an instant. The cracks on the blossom mended, and an indescribable sword intent soared into the sky, its might instantly surpassing that of the golden lightning. Boom! That sword intent cleaved through the heavens, striking the lightning. Ultimately, the lightning could not withstand the enhanced pear blossom sword intent infused with chaotic energy and shattered, producing a crackling sound throughout the sky. As the golden lightning dissipated, the dark clouds parted, revealing the bright moon once again above the sacred land. At this moment, Yu Lingyan's aura transitioned from the pinnacle of the Wang realm to the first level of the Emperor realm. The disciples below erupted into cheers, each one filled with exhilaration. Only Yu Lingyan herself understood that had it not been for that final mysterious wisp of gray energy, she might have. Her beautiful eyes turned toward the direction from which the gray energy had flown, and she spotted Yi Lingtian gazing back at her, his expression calm. Was it you? Upon witnessing Yu Lingyan successfully transcend her tribulation, Yi Xiling exclaimed joyfully, "Wow, Sister Lingyan succeeded, brother. Did you see that?" Yi Lingtian nodded with a faint smile. Chapter 44. Long Qianqian arrives. Yu Lingyan steadied her breath and descended toward Yi Lingtian. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, fixed intently on him as she asked with a hint of anticipation. "It was you who intervened just now, wasn't it?" Yi Lingtian smiled without speaking, neither confirming nor denying her inquiry, as expected. Observing the smile on Yi Lingtian's face, Yu Lingyan's heart understood. Warmth and curiosity both glimmered in her eyes. "It seems that elder sister owes you yet another life." Xiao Lingtian. As for why I say again, perhaps it is because she counts the time she begged for medicine from Yi Lingtian as well. Yu Lingyan walked up to Yi Lingtian, naturally linking her arm with his, her eyes glimmering with charm, and said, "How should elder sister repay you? Perhaps by offering myself to you." Yi Lingtian cast a fleeting glance her way, remaining nonchalant, and simply took Yi Ziling's hand, intending to leave. Upon seeing this, Yu Lingyan assumed he was merely shy and was determined not to let him off easily. Her moist lips parted as she teasingly said, "What? Do you find elder sister undesirable?" Unexpectedly, Yi Lingtian responded with a single word, and Yu Lingyan was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes soon sparkled with a dangerous glint as she playfully placed a finger on Yi Lingtian's waist. "Elder sister didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat yourself?" In the next moment, with a light slap, Yi Lingtian gently brushed her hand away, a faint smile gracing his lips as he walked off. Stunned, Yu Lingyan couldn't believe it. Did he just dismiss her? After a brief moment, regaining her composure, she hurried after him, and the two departed amidst playful banter. Witnessing this scene, a few lingering female disciples wore silly smiles, instinctively remarking, "The Holy Sun and Elder Ling Yin make such a perfect match." Indeed, indeed. Meanwhile, the male disciples, upon witnessing this, felt their hearts shatter and lamented, "My goddess has been snatched away by the Holy Sun." Humph! As if you could ever be worthy of Elder Ling Yin. Exactly, only someone as extraordinary as the Holy Sun deserves such a captivating beauty. Hearing their lamentations, the female disciples scoffed in disdain. Naturally, Ling Tian and the others remained oblivious to their remarks. By the time they returned to Ling Tian Pavilion, it was already deep into the night. Ling Tian gently placed the sleeping Ling onto the bed before stepping into the courtyard. A graceful and stunningly beautiful woman, with a bewitching smile, gazed at him. Under the moonlight, her silhouette resembled that of a celestial being, breathtakingly enchanting. "Little Ling Tian, pray tell, how did you accomplish that?" Ling Yan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The calamity of thunder, which even she found insurmountable, how had he managed it? And what was that gray mist? Ling Tian glanced at Ling Yan and softly uttered, "It's a secret." Ling Yan paused for a moment, then retorted playfully, "Oh, so now you have secrets from elder sister too, you little ungrateful one." Ling Tian remained unfazed by her words, his expression calm as he sat there, as if he hadn't heard her at all. Ling Yan, in a fit of sulkiness, stood before him, her expression growing increasingly aggrieved, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, though it was uncertain whether they were genuine. After some time, Ling Yan finally relented, gazing at Ling Tian with a hint of resentment, and muttered, "Ungrateful." A smile crept onto Ling Tian's lips, and upon seeing his smile, Ling Yan's irritation heightened. With a sly glint in her eyes, she sat beside him, her delicate hand creeping up his chest, slowly caressing upwards, her demeanor sultry and inviting. Leaning closer to Ling Tian's ear, she softly blew a breath and seductively whispered, "Little Ling Tian, tell elder sister, and I shall reward you." As she spoke, this enchantress licked her alluring lips, her eyes like silk, seemingly inviting Ling Tian to partake. Feeling the soft sensation against his chest, an unusual glint flashed in Ling Tian's eyes. At this moment, Ling Yan had climbed onto his lap, her slender legs pressed against his. With her snow-white skin, exquisite figure, and those soul-stirring, enchanting eyes, she was truly a rare gem in this world. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Ling Yan's eyes as she wrapped her arms around Ling Tian's neck, leaning closer, their bodies nearly touching. "The reward is quite generous, you know." Ling Yan's enchanting face was mere inches from Ling Tian's as she spoke, her breath fragrant as orchids. Ling Tian acknowledged that at this moment, his heart stirred, yet his expression remained serene, his gaze steady upon the alluring beauty before him. "Do you realize what you are doing right now?" "What is elder sister doing?" Ling Yan feigned innocence, blinking her sparkling eyes, appearing not to comprehend his words. "If you don't get down now, don't blame me for what happens next," Ling Tian stated calmly. "Then tell elder sister and I shall come down." "How about that?" Ling Yan clung to Ling Tian's neck, pressing herself against him, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped with mischief. Ling Tian nodded, and Ling Yan's expression brightened. Knowing that Ling Tian was easily swayed by this tactic, however, in the next instant, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted, catching a glimpse of the smile that flashed in Ling Tian's eyes just before she lost consciousness. "This scoundrel," as she lay in his arms, Ling Tian's lips curled into a smirk, chuckling softly. "I did warn you not to blame me." In the next moment, he gently placed Ling Yan on a rocking chair, draping a robe over her. Gazing at the slumbering beauty, Ling Tian's eyes flickered with contemplation as he murmured, "Who exactly are you?" The following day, early in the morning, Ling Yan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, releasing a soft moan as her beautiful eyes gradually opened. After a moment of confusion, she quickly became alert. Noticing the robe draped over her, she recalled the previous night's events, and her expression darkened as she gritted her teeth. "That little brat!" In the next moment, she tossed the robe aside and, seeing her clothing intact, her expression soured further, muttering, "Is elder sister truly so lacking in charm? Such a splendid opportunity wasted. How about I cherish it now?" Suddenly, Ling Yan lifted her head to find Ling Tian sitting there, eyes closed in meditation. As he slowly opened his eyes under her gaze, they were devoid of emotion, fixated on her. "Humph, now you want it? It's too late." Ling Yan bit her lip, fuming. This scoundrel dared to knock her out. His audacity was growing bolder by the day. Yi Ling Tian retracted his hands from the madra, exhaling a breath of stale air as he stood up and approached Yu Ling Yin with a slight smile. Aren't you interested in learning that spatial secret technique? Hearing this, Yu Ling Yin finally lifted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Ling Tian and mumbled, "Humph. At least you have a conscience for remembering that." Yi Ling Tian chuckled softly, extending his finger to tap her forehead, imparting the secrets of the spatial technique into her mind. Watching the complex techniques suddenly appear in her consciousness, Yu Ling Yin composed herself and began to meditate deeply. After imparting the technique, Yi Ling Tian returned to his room, leaving Yu Ling Yin alone in the courtyard. By evening, an unusual wave of energy emanated from Yu Ling Yin, causing the surrounding space to warp as the sensation grew increasingly intense. Sensing this aura, Yi Ling Tian opened his eyes and murmured, "Her talent is quite remarkable. To grasp the essence of spatial power in just one night is already terrifying. Do not underestimate this initial grasp, as many sovereigns may never reach such a level in their lifetime." Utilizing spatial power is far from merely condensing space and hiding in the void. Most sovereigns believe that by achieving these 2 points, they have mastered spatial power. In Yi Ling Tian's view, it is utterly laughable. Before long, Yu Ling Yin slowly opened her eyes, joy sparkling within them as she gazed at the mysterious power emanating from her fingertips, unable to contain her excitement. In the next moment, her figure vanished from sight, reappearing in the room as she eagerly showcased her newfound power. "How about it, Xiao Ling Tian? Sister is impressive, right? Not bad." Upon hearing Yi Ling Tian's understated response, Yu Ling Yan's anger flared as she raised her fist and lightly tapped his head. "What do you mean not bad? Can't you just compliment elder sister a bit?" Yi Ling Tian remained unfazed by Yu Ling Yan's antics, shaking his head lightly. "That would be uncomfortable." Upon hearing this, Yu Ling Yan's eye twitched. It seemed elder sister had truly neglected to discipline him for far too long. "Don't run." In the next moment, Yi Ling Tian bolted, with Yu Ling Yin stomping her feet in pursuit. As they frolicked, an unusual expression emerged on Yi Ling Tian's face. "What's wrong?" Noticing his expression, Yu Ling Yin couldn't help but ask. "Long Qian has arrived." Chapter 45. Teasing Yu Ling Yin. He. Xiao Ling Tian truly possesses charm. She came all the way to seek you out personally. Have you considered bringing her into your harem? Yu Ling Yin said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, a cold glint flickering within them. She merely came to observe the Sacred Land's grand competition. Yi Ling Tian replied indifferently. "Is that so?" Yu Ling Yin raised an eyebrow, skeptical, as she found it hard to believe that the esteemed young master of the Snow Emperor Palace would travel across realms for a mere disciple competition. "Song Lan wants me to visit." Yi Ling Tian stated. "I'll go too. I'd like to see if I can help you facilitate this marriage." Yu Ling Yin chimed in, linking her arm with Yi Ling Tian's, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Yi Ling Tian regarded her calmly, saying nothing as they made their way to the main hall. "Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the young master would come personally? What a rare guest. That little brat Ling Tian is nowhere to be found." Kanglin greeted Long Qianqian with a smile, while simultaneously mocking Yi Ling Tian, yet the narrow sliver of amusement in his eyes betrayed his less than noble intentions. "The holy master jests," he remarked. "At a prodigy like the holy son Ling Tian naturally prioritizes cultivation. Qianqian has merely come to observe the extraordinary talents of the Tsangyue Holy Land, and does not wish to disturb the holy sun." The young girl, her cheeks slightly flushed, spoke with a hint of shyness. "Look at her, so understanding. She truly embodies the ideal of a virtuous wife and mother." The elderly matron behind her, overhearing her words, couldn't help but twitch her lips, finding her insincerity reminiscent of the former palace master. She gazed at the towering figure standing in the grand hall. The matron sighed inwardly, reflecting, had the former palace master not been so proud? Alas, that was impossible. How could a guest travel such a great distance only to have the holy sun not even show his face? "I have already notified Ling Tian. Young master Long may sit for a moment." Upon hearing that she would soon see the one she longed for, Long Qianqian's eyes sparkled with joy, her words infused with excitement. "There is no need for such formality, holy master. Just call me Qianqian." "Ha ha ha, then I shall call you Qianqian. My dear niece, and no need for holy master. I am not much different from Shueyuli, so just refer to me as Uncle Lon." Kanglin chuckled heartily. "Uncle Lon," the girl responded without pretense, directly acknowledging their kinship. If Shueyuli were to witness this scene, she would likely be infuriated. exclaiming, "Emir Yi Lingtian has bewitched you to this extent? So affectionate." "Very well, my dear niece Qianqian," Kanglin said with a smile. Internally thinking, "The path has been laid out for you, young man. Now it is up to you." Moments later, two figures appeared outside the grand hall. Yi Lingtian and Yu Lingyan. At this moment, Yu Lingyan had released Yi Lingtian's arm, adopting an aloof demeanor, exuding an aura of coldness. One might mistake her for the young master of the Snow Emperor Palace. Even Yi Lingtian was taken aback by her swift change in demeanor, rivaling that of Xue Wuji. What he didn't know was that this was her usual demeanor before they had become acquainted. Only in his presence did she reveal a different side. "Haha, that scoundrel has arrived." Upon hearing this, Long Qianqian sprang to her feet, adjusting her phoenix skirt, her face displaying a hint of nervousness as her gaze fixated on the entrance. Finally, Yi Lingtian and Yu Lingyan entered the hall. Observing the still indifferent and serene figure clad in white, Long Qianqian felt her heart pounding uncontrollably, a troublesome sensation of infatuation. "Lingtian, holy son." The young master of the Snow Emperor Palace unexpectedly stuttered. And sensing her own lack of composure, her face quickly flushed. The elderly matron in the hall slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "What a disgrace!" Yi Lingtian merely inclined his head slightly, choosing not to speak. Long Qianqian paid no mind, her beautiful eyes brimming with delight as she furtively gazed at Yi Lingtian. When he looked her way, she swiftly averted her gaze, resembling a startled little rabbit, her heart racing. "Ha ha ha, youth is truly a blessing." "Lingtian, do engage more with Qianqian in the coming days," Kanglin suggested, his face alight with joy at that moment. A chilling glare swept over, and Kanglin shuddered, realizing Yu Lingyan was fixating on him with eyes that glimmered with frost. Had looks been capable of murder, he would have been torn to shreds. Ahem. Kanglin feigned a cough, having momentarily forgotten about this formidable presence, then turned his gaze away, fearful she might draw her sword against him. "All right, please take your seats." Having learned from his earlier lesson, Kanglin refrained from further provoking the situation, especially with Yu Lingyan's hand already resting on the hilt of her sword. Yi Lingtian chose a spot and casually sat down, with a graceful figure promptly taking a seat beside him. To be in such a fortunate position is hard to enjoy, Kanglin thought, silently mourning for Yi Lingtian. Giggling, "Young Master Long, it has indeed been quite a while since our last encounter," Yu Lingyan said, seated beside Yi Lingtian, her smile conveying a possessive "It certainly has been some time." Observing the interaction between the two, which seemed to transcend the relationship of elder and disciple, Long Qianqian felt a tightness in her chest. In contrast, Yi Lingtian remained composed, savoring his tea with an unwavering calmness. Noticing the atmosphere in the grand hall becoming increasingly tense, Kanglin spoke up, "Dear niece Qianqian, as it is your first visit to our Tsongyue Holy Land, allow me to show you around shortly." "Thank you, Uncle Long," Long Qianqian replied, exhaling softly. Yu Lingyan's presence was simply too overpowering for her to contend with. As she watched Kanglin lead Long Qianqian and the elderly matron out of the grand hall, Yu Lingyan turned her head with an ambiguous smile and remarked to Yi Lingtian, "She has come all this way. And as the holy son, you won't accompany her? Am I allowed to?" Yi Lingtian set down his teacup and raised his gaze slightly. "Of course. What's the harm?" Yu Lingyan gritted her teeth, her smile remaining yet her eyes growing colder. "Very well." She then rose and headed in the direction Kanglin had taken. Seeing this, Yu Lingyan's eyes widened, her delicate hands clenched tightly as she seethed. "Scoundrel!" Yi Lingtian, hands clasped behind his back, wore a subtle smile before vanishing from sight. He had no intention of genuinely ignoring Long Qianqian, merely teasing Yu Lingyan. The latter's expression softened slightly as she huffed, realizing, "This brat is becoming increasingly cunning and bold, daring to toy with me." Chapter 46. Opening the Mountain Gate, Accepting Disciples. 3 days later, the grand event held once every decade in the Lingnan region. The day of disciple recruitment for the Tsongyue Holy Land had arrived. Before the gates of the Holy Land, a throng of people gathered, their faces radiating confidence, each believing that they would surely gain entry and become disciples of the Holy Land. "Have you heard? The young master of the Sky Sword Tower has recently broken through to the divine concealment stage," one person remarked. "He is said to be the most promising genius to enter the Holy Land this time." "Oh, please! The little alchemist from the Pill King Pavilion is the true prodigy," It seems he has already been earmarked by the Holy Land, and this is merely a formality. This recruitment event promised to be the grandest in history. In previous instances, only those at the innate stage were eligible, yet this time, over 10 individuals had already reached the divine concealment stage. Many people conversed animatedly, marveling at the scale of this recruitment. Among the crowd, a red-haired girl turned to the middle-aged man beside her and exclaimed, "Father, there are so many people." The middle-aged man replied, "Indeed, but among them, only a few will gain entry into the Holy Land. The majority shall be eliminated. Furthermore, the Sangye Holy Land only recruits every 10 years and only accepts those under the age of 20, which means this is the sole opportunity for these individuals. Miss it? And it is gone forever. Humph, I am certain my name will be among those selected." The girl raised her chin, exuding an air of pride like a swan in the sunlight. A similar scene unfolded in the territories of various first-rate powers. Sky Sword Tower. Father, rest assured. This time I will surely make my name known with my sword. Pilking Pavilion. Why are you bothering to wade into this murky water when you have already entered the Holy Land? An elder grumbled, glaring at the boy before him. The youth, indifferent, flicked a piece of dirt from his nose onto the elder's robe and replied, "They say this year's disciples are of the highest quality. I want to see whether these so-called geniuses truly live up to the hype. You brat, do you want to give me a heart attack? What if you get eliminated? Then I shall be eliminated. I'll kill you. Don't run. Tiansong Academy. Tian Xing, do you have confidence this time? Ha ha ha, Dean, you underestimate me. I vow to claim the first place this time. Good, such ambition. I shall await your good news." As the auspicious hour arrived, the mountain gates opened. A voice like a resounding bell echoed from within the Holy Land. An elder clad in a tattered azure Dao robe emerged, stroking his beard with an air of ethereal grace. Surveying the sea of faces before him, the disciple trials will consist of 3 stages: aptitude assessment, hearts trial, and strength evaluation. Those wishing to participate, please approach this stone tablet and place your hand upon it. It will determine whether your bone age is below 20, should anyone attempt to deceive the assessment. The elder's gaze sharpened, the implication clear. Let us begin. Before the gates of the Holy Land, figures began to stir, quickly forming a long line to undergo the bone age assessment. The elder behind the stone tablet observed the light illuminating it and called out, "Pass, next." As the day wore on, the candidates for the assessment were finally filtered. Those who passed the bone age test, "Follow me." Under the guidance of the elder in azure robes, a group arrived before a towering crystal pillar. This is the aptitude testing crystal. A person's aptitude is classified into 5 tiers: red, orange, green, blue, and purple, with red being the lowest and purple the highest. To gain entry into the sacred land, one must possess at least a green aptitude to be deemed acceptable. Upon hearing the elder's words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The previously confident youths now found themselves gripped by trepidation. Is this truly effective? Who can say? Perhaps it is merely a ruse. Well then, who shall go first? The elder in the azure robe addressed the crowd. Observing the lack of volunteers, impatience flickered across the elder's face. If they lack even this modicum of courage, they should not harbor dreams of entering the Sangye's sacred land. It does not accept the inept. Present were spirited youths, brimming with vitality, and they could not bear to hear such words. Casting aside their fears, "I shall go." A plump boy strode confidently towards the testing crystal. "Place your palm upon it and channel your essence, and you shall behold your aptitude." Following the elder's instructions, the plump boy complied, and the crystal erupted with dazzling light, ultimately settling into a crimson hue. Unqualified, next. No, it cannot be, elder. Is the crystal perhaps faulty? How could it be? Your mind is the one amiss. The crystal remains intact. Hurry down, do not waste others' time. The plump boy descended in a daze. Ha ha ha, I told you that you wouldn't make it. Fatso, go home and play in the mud. Ha 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 ha. At these words, the crowd erupted into laughter. Indeed, red was woefully inadequate. As more individuals stepped forward for testing, the number of those eliminated grew, and now only a third of the newcomers remained. Haimeyer, green, qualified. Jinquang, blue, qualified. Dao Tianxing, blue, qualified. Dan Shun, green, qualified. Huang He, red. Green, qualified. As the aptitude testing neared its conclusion, a significant number had been eliminated. Observing the remaining individuals, the elder spoke. Rest for the night. For tomorrow's trial of the heart shall be even more brutal. How many among you will remain in the sacred land will be revealed then. Ling Tian Pavilion. Little Ling Tian, had you not encountered your sister back then, perhaps you would also be among those attempting to breach the mountain gates this year. Yu Lingyan sat beside Yi Ling Tian, cradling her delicate face, teasing him. You think too highly of yourself. Why? Yi Ling Tian replied with a nonchalant expression. He, indeed, even without encountering your sister, your aptitude would have easily secured you entry into the sacred land. It has been 4 years in the blink of an eye, and your sister has accompanied you throughout this journey. Why? Yu Lingyan recalled their first meeting, and a smile crept across her face. Yi Ling Tian's gaze flickered slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 47. The trial begins the following day. As dawn broke, those who had passed the aptitude test gathered in an expansive plaza under the elder's guidance, surrounded by scattered crystalline formations of array. Clearly, the so-called trial of the heart was to take place here. Settle in the center of the plaza. Shortly, I shall activate this illusory array beside you, which will evoke various desires from within your hearts. Should you fail to overcome these desires within the allotted time or become ensnared by them, it shall be deemed a failure, the elder in the azure robe declared. As for the visions you encounter within the array, they shall differ from person to person. Now, step inside. The crowd, filled with apprehension, approached the center of the plaza and sat down. What do you think we will witness? Unclear. Did not the elder say it varies by individual? Worthless. Regardless of what appears, Jian Kuang shall shatter it with the sword in my heart. You. The youth who had just spoken flushed with anger, pointing at Jian Kuang, ready to explode. Enough. This fellow is from the Tianjin Tower. We cannot afford to offend him. The youth's companion hastily restrained him, offering counsel. What is so impressive? Whether he can pass this round remains uncertain. Upon learning that Jian Kuang hailed from the Tianjin Tower, the youth's tone softened, though he still expressed his discontent. Buzz. At that moment, beams of light shot into the sky, emanating from the surrounding crystalline formations, enveloping the crowd in a luminous veil. A peculiar force radiated from the veil, and the youths in the center of the plaza closed their eyes, already ensnared in the illusion. Lao Huang, how many do you think will succeed this time? The elder in the azure robe inquired of another elder beside him. His interest piqued. I do not know, but there are indeed several promising talents among this cohort of disciples. The other elder replied. Indeed, I did not anticipate that there would be individuals capable of manifesting the sword heart. The elder in the azure robe observed Jian Kuang in the arena. The sword heart, as the name implies, embodies the essence of swordsmanship. Only the most pure-hearted swordsman can cultivate it, capable of shattering myriad techniques with a single sword. When one harbors the sword in their heart, they are as one with the sword. Should they not falter, they are destined to become a sword sovereign. That red-haired maiden is not to be underestimated either. Her fiery aura is astonishingly potent, likely a result of acquiring a rare flame. The two elders exchanged remarks, evaluating the youths within the illusory array. After a while, a youth exuding a fierce sword intent was the first to open his eyes. Sword intent soaring. Was that really so difficult? Under my sword heart, all is but an illusion. The two elders outside the array nodded in approval upon witnessing this. Jian Kuang, qualified. The youth was then teleported out of the array. Finding two elders gazing intently at him, he quickly bowed in respect, saying, Jian Kuang pays his respects to the two elders. Since you have passed, wait over there. The two elders then dismissed Jian Kuang, who, understanding the hint, moved aside and sat down, casting a disdainful glance towards the array, pondering that the so-called most talented cohort was nothing but empty words, just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction. A burst of flames shot upwards. It was the red-haired maiden. A flame-like glimmer ignited in her eyes as she rose and surveyed her surroundings. Seems I am not the last to awaken. No sooner had she spoken than a dashing youth clad in a golden robe also opened his eyes. Tiske, what a large backside. The youth's face bore a lecherous grin, evidently having glimpsed something unspeakable. At this, the red-haired maiden shot him a disdainful glance before being teleported away. Oh, it seems I am not the first after all, the youth mused, stroking his chin, his lecherous demeanor fading, revealing a somewhat suave air. After the youth was teleported away, Others began to open their eyes as well. After a considerable time, around 100 youths stood outside the array, while those still ensnared within had clearly been eliminated. All right, the trial of the heart has concluded. We shall now proceed to the ranking battles. The positions you secure will depend on your own strength. Be the way. The higher your ranking, the better the spiritual mountains and blessed lands you will receive upon entering the sacred land. If you desire a superior cultivation environment, strive for it yourselves. As the impressive disciples gathered, the elder in the azure robe proclaimed, "Follow me." What a grand spectacle, gazing at the vast Tao circular moon martial arena below. The youths could not help but exclaim in awe, "Wow, is this truly the sacred land?" The size of this arena rivals that of the entire Danwang Pavilion. The speaker was none other than Dan Chen, the prodigy already earmarked for greatness. Not only him, but Jian Kuang's eyes also sparkled with excitement. Indeed, as the overlord of Lingnan domain, only here can my swordsmanship reach its zenith. Ha ha ha, this bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. The viewing platform was packed with spectators, watching the newly initiated disciples as if they were mere amateurs entering the city. Meanwhile, the groupings had been finalized, and the participants entered the arena. Next, the 4 groups, East, West, South, and North, would commence a free-for-all battle, with only 10 from each group advancing to the next round. Those eliminated would proceed to the outer sect to receive ordinary disciple robes. The East group shall commence. The other 3 groups will wait below. After a while, the 10 disciples atop the platform had been determined, with the most outstanding performance coming from the Jian Kuang of Tianjin Tower, whose swordplay dazzled even the elder in azure robe. Truly a genius capable of manifesting the sword heart, the remaining 9 were nearly battered and bruised, whereas Jian Kuang remained steady, his attire pristine, as if untouched by the chaos of battle. The next group. Finally, all 4 groups had gathered, and the true ranking battles were about to commence. When your name is called, step onto the platform. Huang Xiao, Hong Chun. Instantly, 2 figures appeared on stage, the ones called forth. They bowed to each other, their auras surging, and in an instant, they clashed. Moments later, Huang Xiao found himself exposed to a flaw, struck down by a single palm that I concede. The next group began, and this repeated until the top 4 were determined. The prodigies from several first-rate factions, Jian Kuang, He Mayer, Dao Tianxing, and Dan Shan. Who would have thought that Dan Shan not only possessed talent in alchemy but also excelled in martial arts? Ha 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 ha. Where, the master of the sword tower is overpraising. This fellow's talent is merely average, purely a stroke of luck this time. Previously, the elderly man who had scowled and puffed up his beard at Dan Chun now wore a radiant expression on his aged face. Though he feigned humility, it was evident that he could hardly contain his pride. Such shamelessness. No wonder he was able to raise such a remarkable individual. Standing on the platform, He Mayer couldn't help but murmur upon seeing the elder's face, which resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. With the conclusion of the new student battle, the main event of the day was about to commence. In the front row of the observation platform, 10 disciples clad in purple robes of the crescent moon simultaneously opened their eyes. Chapter 48. The highlight of Xiong Ling observing the now empty martial arts stage below. A young man with short hair and bulging muscles rose to his feet, casting a glance at the peculiar figure beside him. A man shrouded in a terrifying aura, with pitch-black eyes and long flowing hair. Tanamo Z, I claim your position. Ha! If you possess the strength, what is there to prevent you? The young man known as Tianamo Z retorted disdainfully, a smirk playing on his lips. Hemph! Today I shall demonstrate whether I possess such strength. The speaker was none other than Xiong Ling, while Tianamo Z was one of the few bearers of the imperial body within the Tsangyue sacred land. The embodiment of the Tianmo body. At that moment, the space above the martial arts arena began to warp. Here it comes! The expressions of all the true disciples present turned grave as they gazed upward. A languid figure clad in white appeared out of thin air, holding the hand of a porcelain-like little girl. Oni-chan, there are so many people! The little girl exclaimed in wonder, looking at the sea of faces. The figure in white remained silent, leading the girl to the main seat of the martial arts arena, where he took a seat. As the holy son of the Tsangyue sacred land, he had no choice but to attend such an event. For after the ranking battle, the first place among the true disciples would earn the opportunity to challenge the holy son's position. Thinking of Tsonglan's words, Yi Ling Tian couldn't help but feel resigned. But who could blame him for occupying that position? Holding Zi Ling in his arms, Yiling Tian sat calmly in the main seat, gazing downwards. Tianmo Zi, come forth. Below, Xiong Ling had already positioned himself on the martial arts stage, tilting his head upward as he provocatively addressed Tianmo. Tianmo Zi's expression darkened. After all, no one wished to be the first called up. Winning would be fine, but losing would be utterly humiliating. On the observation platform, a trace of black mist lingered where Tianmo Zi had just sat, and his figure had already appeared above the martial arts arena. Since you are so eager to disgrace yourself, I shall oblige, Tianmo Zi replied. His countenance grimmed, and a black, crescent-shaped demonic scythe materialized in his hand, swirling with dark mist, the outlines of menacing ghostly faces barely visible. Seeing Tianmo Zi brandishing his weapon, Xiong Ling did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately activated his indestructible diamond body, golden light radiating from him, his short hair standing on end, and his muscles bulging even more under the enhancement. Veins protruding prominently. Come! He transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting forward. Tianmo Zi, unhurried, raised his demonic scythe as a terrifying aura coalesced. Reaching its peak, the air filled with chilling howls that sent shivers down one's spine. As the scythe swept towards the golden light in that instant, a deathly shadow surged forth from the scythe's blade, its crimson eyes blazing, conjuring a tempest of demonic wind that seemed to freeze the air around them. Indestructible diamond fist. Xiong Ling's golden radiance surged, a massive fist shadow abruptly appearing, crashing towards the demonic shadow with unmatched force, causing the very space to tremble. With a thunderous boom, the demonic shadow dissipated, and the golden fist shadow vanished simultaneously. Ha ha ha, it seems you haven't made much progress during this time. Xiong Ling mocked as he regarded Tianmo Zi. Humph, as if you have already claimed victory? Tianmo Zi scoffed in response. If this is the extent of your strength, then I shall take your position. Xiong Ling grinned. Indestructible diamond body. Black runes began to crawl up Xiong Ling's skin, and beneath these runes, he transformed into a figure reminiscent of the Earth Store King, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, asserting dominance over the entire arena, his expression exuding an unyielding majesty. What? This is the indestructible divine rune. The elder in the blue robe exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I never expected this lad to conceal such prowess. Even I, his master, was unaware. Just wait and see how I deal with him later. Xiong Ling's master interjected. Equally shocked, the blue-robed elder's lips twitched. That may be the case, but could you at least tone down that smug expression on your face? On the martial arts stage, Tianmo Zi's expression grew serious. I never imagined you had cultivated the indestructible body to such a degree. He too could no longer hide his strength, a surging cloud of demonic energy rising behind him, obscuring the sky and shrouding the area in malevolent intent. As a dark figure with pointed horns slowly materialized behind him, the manifestation of the Tianmo body. Ha ha ha, let us see whose imperial body manifestation is stronger, yours or my indestructible body. Xiong Ling, unfazed by the appearance of the demonic shadow, was brimming with fighting spirit. Annihilate! Thunderclap palm zing! The sound of crackling electricity filled the air as golden arcs of lightning entwined around his palm. Unbeknownst to him, a sphere of thunderous energy had materialized in his palm, and his sturdy arm became as agile as a serpent, making it impossible to predict where he would strike. This is good, lad. When did you master this martial art? The difficulty of this technique is no less than that of the indestructible diamond body. Xiong Ling's master gazed at him in disbelief. Boom! At last, the massive demonic shadow collided with the thunderous palm. Clouds of dust swirling as the entire martial arts arena trembled at that moment. The disciples on the observation platform held their breath, their eyes glued to the dust-covered stage, eager to discover the victor. Whoosh! Just as everyone awaited the outcome, a figure was sent flying, his complexion ashen, a charred handprint from lightning scorching his chest. It was none other than Tianmo Zi. Coughing up blood, Tianmo Zi braced himself against the ground with one hand while clutching his chest with the other. His eyes filled with dread. How could this be? When did you comprehend this martial art? Ha ha ha, with my innate talent, how could it be difficult? Xiong Ling laughed heartily, looking down at the fallen Tianmo Zi. On the observation platform, Upon hearing such arrogant words, many couldn't help but want to rush down and give him a beating. Difficult? This is a heavenly rank martial art, yet you make it sound as simple as eating and drinking. Since you've lost, hurry and step down to avoid further embarrassment. Xiongling scoffed. You. Tian Emozi pointed at Xiongling, his face twisted with anger. Yet, in the end, he obediently descended, knowing that remaining would only add to his humiliation. Good, my dear disciple. You have truly brought honor to your master. Ha 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 ha. Do you see that? He is my disciple. The elder who had previously threatened to teach Xiongling a lesson now beamed with pride, grinning widely as he turned to the blue-robed elder Daoniai-chan. Is this big guy really strong? In the future, you will be even stronger than him. Really? Yi Ziling's small face showed skepticism, lacking confidence. Absolutely. With Yi Ling Tian's affirmation, Yi Ziling's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Then I will protect Oni-chan from now on. All right. Why? Yi Ling Tian chuckled softly, gently stroking Yi Ziling's little head. After Xionglin's victory over Tian Moz, his rank ascended to replace Tian Moz as the 5th on the heavenly ranking, while Tian Moz fell to 7th place, occupying Xionglin's previous position. Damn it! Seeing Xiongling reveling in glory on the stage, Tian Moz muttered resentfully. Chapter 49. Burning the Sky. The heavenly ranking is a list established within the inner sect of the Tsangyue's sacred land, encompassing the strongest 100 individuals, including true disciples. Every disciple within the inner sect takes pride in entering the heavenly ranking. Naturally, there exists a list in the outer sect as well, known as the Earth ranking. However, it does not feature only the top 100. As it comprises 500 positions, TO break into the top 10 signifies a slim chance of entering the heavenly ranking, albeit merely at the very bottom. Nevertheless, even the lowest-ranked disciple on the heavenly ranking is far beyond the reach of the Earth ranking, even surpassing the first place of the Earth ranking. Do you have anyone you wish to challenge? If not, I shall inscribe your name upon the heavenly ranking. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of a figure, Xiongling pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, I do not. It was not that he lacked the desire to challenge, but rather that the strength of the 4 individuals ahead of him was far too formidable, beyond his current capabilities to contend with. Despite his usual arrogance, he was still self-aware. The figure glanced at Xiongling before vanishing from the stage, and simultaneously, a name appeared on a massive stone tablet within the inner sect, marking Xiongling in 5th place. After Xiongling descended, another figure stepped onto the stage, proclaiming proudly, I challenge the 9th place, Yu Guan. This individual bore a resolute expression, ranked 15th on the heavenly ranking, and was known as Lan Yu. Underestimated. Are we? A man on the observation platform chuckled, revealing himself to be the challenged Yu Guan. He advanced with a leisurely gait, yet in the blink of an eye, stood upon the stage. Yu Guan smiled as he regarded Lan Yu. I am aware of you. This year's newcomer who entered the inner sect from the outer sect and has fought his way to the 15th position on the heavenly ranking. Quite impressive, however. If this has given you a false sense of security, I must inform you that anyone who enters the top 10 of the heavenly ranking is beyond comparison with those ranked outside of it. I wish to test my strength. Lan Yu spoke in a solemn tone. Very well. Since you remain obstinate, allow me to awaken you. Yu Guan, still wearing a gentle smile, softly replied. Although it is clearly daytime, the audience witnesses a luminous moon gradually rising upon the training platform, exuding an eerie chill. The full moon continues its ascent, and unbeknownst to Lan Yu, frost begins to envelop his feet. Silver moonfall. The words, spoken in a faint tone by Yu Guan, echoed through the air. Gazing at the silver moon, a sense of peril surged within Lan Yu. Just as he intended to evade, he found himself inexplicably frozen in place by the frost beneath him. When did this happen? Lan Yu's expression changed dramatically. Without time to ponder the frost at his feet, he activated his spatial ring, summoning a long spear into his grasp, its tip resembling a dragon's head, exuding an extraordinary aura. The spear danced gracefully, sweeping through the air, yet it remained insufficient to fend off the impending pressure of the silver moon. With a swift change of stance, he positioned the spear defensively before him. Block it for me, Lan Yu bellowed. As the spear met the silver moon, Lan Yu instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. At that moment, he comprehended that Yu Guan's prior words were not mere hyperbole. Scatter. With the utterance of Yu Guan's command,
The silver moon vanished from Lan Yu's sight. His complexion paled, and the spear slipped from his grasp. His hands falling weakly to his sides, clearly drained of all strength from the previous clash, he slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, as if struck by a profound blow. How could it be so formidable? I couldn't even withstand a single strike. Upon witnessing this, Yueguan could not help but shake his head. Such a minor setback rendered Lan Yu incapable of accepting reality. With that, Yueguan turned to depart, marking the swift conclusion of today's contest. Half a day later, the new rankings on the heavenly list were finally updated, with the top position still held by the wielder of the great sun-burning heaven body, Funxiao, followed by the wielder of the yin-yang sword body, Xia Junshan. The 3rd to 10th places were claimed by Donghu, Wang Tao, Xiong Zishan, Huang Yuan, Yu Jian, Yueguan, and Xianglin. Funxiao and Xia Junshan had long dominated the 1st and 2nd positions, with Funxiao exhibiting a slightly higher affinity with the great sun-burning heaven body, thus overshadowing Xia Junshan's yin-yang sword body. This marked Funxiao's second challenge to Yiling Tian, the first occurring when Yiling Tian had just ascended to the position of Holy Sun, resulting, as one might expect, in his suppression. Yiling Tian, lacking interest, regarded Funxiao with indifference. It's this fellow again. Back when my past life's memories were yet to awaken, I could suppress him. One can only imagine how effortless it would be now. Funxiao, filled with fighting spirit, addressed Yiling Tian. I humbly request your guidance. Holy Son. In the background, Kanglin, accompanied by Long Qianqian, entered the training arena and took a seat. Kanglin turned to the young lady beside him and inquired, Qianqian, how do you find Ling Tian? Long Qianqian was taken aback, her cheeks flushing with color. She assumed Kanglin was attempting to matchmake her with Yiling Tian, leaving her momentarily speechless, as happiness had arrived too abruptly. The Holy Sun Ling Tian is very good. Long Qianqian stammered, her gaze dropping to her toes, her fair hands tightly clutching her garment's hem. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Why would he ask such a question? However, upon glancing at Yiling Tian seated at the head of the table, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Qianqian, are you unwell? Kanglin observed her youthful demeanor with a puzzled expression. What is happening? Why the sudden change? I merely inquired about her opinion on Ling Tian's prowess. Sighing internally, Kanglin lamented his lack of understanding of the youth's world. Yiling Tian, with an expression devoid of emotion, regarded Funxiao, deeming it time to return after a prolonged absence. In the next instant, he appeared on the stage, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Make your move. You have but one chance. Funxiao's countenance grew serious upon hearing those words. He did not perceive them as mere bravado. Only when facing Yiling Tian would he grasp the true terror of the man before him. Boom! Funxiao's aura erupted to its zenith, the great sun-burning heaven body activated, as a magnificent sun appeared overhead, accompanied by the phenomenon of burning mountains and boiling seas. The space behind him warped beneath the overwhelming presence of the sun. As if on the verge of melting, Yiling Tian observed with calm detachment as Funxiao pushed his strength to the utmost. This is my strongest move. Its potency is such that I cannot fully control it. Beware, Holy Sun, Funxiao declared earnestly. As he finished speaking, the manifestations behind him coalesced into his being, unleashing a volcanic surge of heat. The stage began to crack under the intense heat, and the entire training arena became sweltering. The disciples in the viewing area were drenched in sweat as they watched the two contenders. Funxiao's true transmission is indeed formidable. It's so hot. Some disciples, unable to endure the rising temperature, exclaimed as they felt faint. Funxiao, enhanced by the ethereal phenomenon, transformed into a veritable embodiment of the sun, radiating blinding light, with heat so intense that it threatened to incinerate the very void. The training platform, forged from imperial-grade refining materials, began to melt under the tremendous heat. How terrifying! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Yet, unmoved by the searing temperature, Yiling Tian remained composed, as the oppressive heat seemed to stagnate around him, leaving a 3-meter radius beneath him untouched. Chapter 50. Defeating Funxiao. Funxiao's aura surged ever more fiercely, an imprint resembling a small sun manifesting on his forehead, akin to a divine eye. His hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, his visage radiating authority, resembling a youthful emperor walking the world. This was the form bestowed by the great sun burning heaven body's manifestation. With both hands raised, he channeled the power of the sun above, weaving it into a miniature sun that mirrored its celestial counterpart. The instant this solar sphere appeared, the temperature in the training arena skyrocketed, creating visible ripples in the air. Though the sun was small, its temperature was formidable. I asked the power of the sun? The elders gasped in astonishment. I never imagined Funxiao could cultivate the great sun-burning heaven body to such a degree. The power of the sun is the most intense and pure form of violent force in martial arts. Many rulers have meditated upon the sun to grasp its divine principles, and even sages have gleaned insights from its light. Yet, it had never been reported that anyone could harness the power of the sun. It was essential to understand that the purest form of solar energy was beyond the reach of typical fire-based martial arts. Even a mere brush with it could reduce one to ashes. Even Yi Lingtian's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that someone at the Purple Mansion realm could achieve such mastery. Impressive. If he can refine this, he may grasp a new avenue of power. Funxiao's complexion paled slightly, indicating that summoning this technique was no small feat for him. Finally, the miniature sun fully formed in his grasp, unleashing a wave of scorching energy that enveloped the arena. The training platform melted away entirely, save for the spot where Yi Lingtian stood, holding the sun aloft, appearing as a divine being with his golden hair flowing. Be cautious, holy sun. Yi Lingtian nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Funxiao's display of power, signaling him to proceed. Great sun burning heaven, Funxiao shouted, and the sun in his palm pulsated with a destructive aura, radiating outward from the stage. The disciples in the viewing area felt a chill of apprehension. Even Long Qianqian, standing beside Kanglin, wore a solemn expression, realizing she could not withstand this strike. Kanglin, sensing the impending danger, swiftly waved his hand, summoning a silver shield to separate the viewing area from the training platform, effectively halting the wave of destructive energy. The disciples in the stands let out a collective sigh of relief. If they had been caught in that energy, those of weaker cultivation might have been reduced to dust. Holy Master! The two elders turned to see a mysterious figure veiled in mist standing nearby. Kanglin responded. The elders bowed respectfully before turning their attention back to the stage. Do you think the Holy Sun can withstand it? Of course. Have you forgotten the sword that split the heavens earlier? Its momentum was far more terrifying than this. The disciples in the stands whispered among themselves. The power is decent, Yi Lingtian commented. As a furnace silently materialized, infused with chaotic energy. What is that? The crowd gazed at the furnace with curiosity. Not this again. As a previous victim, Long Qianqian instantly recognized it as the same device that had absorbed her full power strike while she was under the influence of an ethereal manifestation in the Snow Emperor Palace. This little rascal, where on earth did he acquire such mysterious techniques? Kanglin remarked in astonishment, unable to identify the nature of the furnace. That boy is in for trouble. In the void, Wang Xiao, witnessing the familiar technique, could not help but revel in the misfortune of others. Finally, the miniature sun erupted, flooding the space with blinding light that rendered it impossible to see. The entirety of the training arena was engulfed. While Yi Lingtian appeared unaffected, calmly observing the chaos, behind him, the furnace roared, its immense devouring force manifesting as a black hole, swiftly consuming the cataclysmic energy. As the brilliance faded, the spectators blinked and opened their eyes to find Funxiao's expression one of disbelief. His eyes wide as he realized the miniature sun had vanished, in stark contrast. Yi Lingtian stood unscathed, clad in pure white, untouched by any trace of dust, the searing heat leaving no mark upon his robe. As he stood with his hands clasped behind his back upon witnessing the scene, Long Qianqian's cheeks flushed with a subtle hue, her breath quickening. A thought surfaced in her mind. Except for the 3 layers of snow upon his majesty, who in the world deserves to don white garments? Indeed, the phrase aptly described the current figure of Yi Lingtian, the youthful celestial being. Not too shabby, Yi Lingtian remarked indifferently as he gazed at Funxiao before descending from the martial platform, his silhouette taking a place among the distinguished seats in the audience. Just how formidable is the Holy Sun? The disciples in the stands gasped in astonishment. Even those among the top 5 true disciples were left aghast. If that last strike had landed upon them, only Xiong Lin maintained his composure, for he had experienced Yi Lingtian's might firsthand and understood the terror it encompassed. Why Yi Lingtian's strength seemed boundless. Victories were achieved with such nonchalance that none could compel him to reveal his true prowess. "Yea, brother is amazing," Yi Xiling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she beheld Yi Lingtian's return. He offered a faint smile, lightly brushing her nose with his fingers before lifting her into his embrace, vanishing from the martial arena. Witnessing this, Long Qianqian felt a pang of envy. Being held like that must feel delightful. Right? What am I thinking? Returning to her senses, she was startled by her own embarrassing thoughts, her face burning crimson. What is wrong with this child? Song Lan mused, observing Long Qianqian, who stood there covering her face in shyness. Puzzled, she was a good child, albeit with some quirks. Back already? Just as Yi Lingtian and the others returned to Lingtian Pavilion, a captivating voice wafted through the AI art. Why Yu Lingyan sat at a table, her jade hands supporting her chin, gazing alluringly at the two. Sister Lingyan, brother was incredibly impressive today. Yi Xiling hurried to Yu Lingyan's side, animatedly recounting the events of the date. As Yu Lingyan listened to Yi Xiling's enthusiastic description, a smile graced her lips and an image formed in her mind. A young man clad in white, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the world with an air of dominance. Truly impressive, little Lingtian. Why Yu Lingyan's lips parted slightly as she cast a flirtatious glance at Yi Lingtian, who remained expressionless, his demeanor indifferent. How dull. Upon witnessing the look on Yi Lingtian's face, Yu Lingyan felt her interest wane. Finding the atmosphere rather tedious, Sister Lingyan, what troubles you? Why are you here? Yi Lingtian approached the table and seated himself, his tone casual. What? Is it forbidden for your sister to visit? Yi Lingtian shook his head slightly, responding, it's just that every time you come, it never bodes well. How vexing. Why Yu Lingyan pouted in response, as the sun began to set over Lingtian Pavilion. Within the courtyard, Yi Lingtian reclined in a rocking chair, his eyes closed in introspection. Beside a chilling azure chain emitting an icy aura, another chain of blazing gold, radiating intense heat, began to coalesce. This was the result of absorbing a fragment of Long Qianqian's primordial power earlier at the Snow Emperor Palace. Merging the path of ice with the recently formed path of Supreme Yang, it certainly saved him the trouble of comprehending these paths in the future. At this rate, even if he were to gather 3,000 paths, it might not be an impossibility. Opening his eyes, Yi Lingtian murmured to himself, even an immortal emperor can only condense up to 999 paths, which is the ultimate limit, a feat achieved by none other than himself within the entire immortal realm. With over 900 paths, he had single-handedly dominated the immortal realm in his previous life. If he were to indeed gather 3,000 paths, he refrained from completing his sentence, as the consequences of such power were beyond even his imagination. How exhilarating! Get up quickly, Xiao He. Inside the room, Yi Xiling glared at the black and white little beast sprawled on the bed, her expression filled with indignation. What happened? Xiao He, hearing his name, scratched his rear and mumbled sleepily. Oh, you gluttonous creature, dare you play coy with me? Upon hearing this, Xiao He, who had just been lost in dreams, felt a jolt of alarm, and his drowsiness vanished. Slowly turning his head, he met Yi Xiling's wide-eyed, furious gaze, her hand clutching a bamboo skewer marked with bite marks. Master. Xiao He's dark circles turned pale with fright as it attempted to feign ignorance. What happened? At that moment, Yi Lingtian entered the room. Boss, save me! Upon seeing Yi Lingtian, Xiao He rushed towards him like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. Why? Yi Lingtian frowned, catching the flying figure in his hand. What have you done? I merely found a strange object on the bed, and when I asked it who it was, it ignored me, so out of anger, I ate it. I swear I asked before consuming it. Xiao He raised its paws, swearing earnestly. Why? Lingtian's eyes darkened as he regarded the little beast spinning wild tales. I think you're just itching for trouble. Coincidentally, I'd like to sample some bear meat. Upon hearing this, Xiao He tightened its grip on Yi Lingtian's hands, a pitiful expression on its face as it fervently shook its head. Boss, you must save me. I don't want to be made into bear soup. Get down immediately. Yi Xiling brandished a high-pressure cooking pot, glaring menacingly at Xiao He. No, unless you put down the pot. Xiao He trembled in fear. Yi Lingtian couldn't help but chuckle. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have let Xiao He indulge in its gluttony, especially when it had stolen Yi Ziling's beloved candied hawthorn. Ultimately, it was only after Yi Lingtian produced a fresh batch of candied hawthorn that Yi Ziling calmed down. So sweet, at that moment, Yi Ziling had completely forgotten the earlier incident, happily munching on the candied hawthorn while seated in Yi Lingtian's lap, leaving behind a disgruntled Xiao He in the corner, still clutching the chewed bamboo skewer. Speaking of which, didn't you mention wanting to break through to the Purple Mansion last time? Yi Lingtian suddenly recalled this matter, glancing toward Xiao He in the corner. Xiao He stiffened, its already small eyes darting about nervously, as it stammered, "W was there? Ziling? Here, brother." The little creature held out a candied hawthorn in one hand and the pot in the other, presenting it to Yi Lingtian. "Oh boss, let us talk this over." Acting rashly as the devil, upon witnessing the siblings once again produce the pot, Xiao He stood upright against the wall, feeling cornered. "Speak. What exactly is going on? This Ziling. I'll tell. Xiao He recounted the entire sequence of events to Yi Lingtian, standing there with its head drooped, too ashamed to meet his gaze. It turned out that the spiritual herb it had requested from Yi Lingtian had been given to someone else. No. Rather, to another beast. "Take me to see." Xiao He raised its head, looking at Yi Lingtian, and under his undeniable gaze, it could only obediently lead the way in a secluded paradise within the Holy Land. "Boss, it's right there." Xiao He pointed towards a patch of grass, where a small dark entrance could be seen. "Xiao Bai," Xiao He called out at the entrance. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched squeaks echoed from within, and a small, snow-white beast darted out, halting abruptly upon seeing others, its eyes wide with apprehension. "Xiao Bai." Upon spotting the snow-white creature, Xiao He leaped from Yi Lingtian's grasp and approached the little beast, saying, "Don't be afraid. This is my boss. He won't harm you. Eep, eep." The little creature tilted its head and squeaked, looking at Xiao He with a puzzled expression as if asking, "Really?" After receiving Xiao He's reassurance, the little beast cautiously approached Yi Lingtian, sniffing his scent. Suddenly, its eyes lit up, as if sensing something, and it began to squeak excitedly at that moment. Yi Lingtian finally discerned the creature's appearance. Its snow-white fur, gray eyes, and a rotund shape that gave no indication of its breed, resembling a newborn. Observing its behavior, Yi Lingtian was puzzled, unsure of what it was trying to convey. "Boss, it's saying you have a similar aura to it." Xiao He translated, "A similar aura?" Yi Lingtian furrowed his brow. Upon hearing Xiao He's words, he enveloped the little creature in his spiritual sense. Moments later, surprise flickered in his eyes. Chaos. Indeed, he detected a hint of chaotic energy emanating from the little beast. To verify his suspicions, he summoned a wisp of chaotic energy in his hand. Eep, eep. Upon catching the scent of the chaotic energy, Xiao Bai became ecstatic, its eyes brimming with longing as it gazed at the chaotic energy at Yi Lingtian's fingertips. With a flick, Yi Lingtian sent the chaotic energy towards Xiao Bai, who immediately opened its mouth wide and gulped it down, then lay down on the ground, falling into a deep slumber, radiating a gentle glow. What on earth is this creature? It appears even more mysterious than Xiao He, and considering that Xiao He is a being nurtured by the divine eye of time and space, possessing the path of space. Yi Lingtian felt a sense of bewilderment. This little beast emanated an aura shrouded in mystery, its chaotic essence seemingly birthed directly from the primordial chaos. "Where did you encounter it?" Yi Lingtian inquired, directing his gaze at Xiao He. "Right near this entrance. It had just hatched when I found it. I thought it was hungry, so I fed it that spiritual herb." Xiao He scratched its head as it replied. "Fortunately, this little beast possesses an extraordinary lineage. Otherwise, it would have perished long ago. Go dare feed it imperial-grade spiritual herbs right after its birth. Do you wish for it to meet its end even sooner?" Hee. At that time, only that spiritual herb remained with me. Little Black scratched his head and said sheepishly. Chapter 52. Little White. Yi Lingtian cast a glance at this unreliable fellow, lifted Little White from the ground, and together, one man and one bear returned to Lingtian Pavilion. "Wow, brother, where did you find it? It's so adorable," Yi Ziling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she hurried to stand in front of Yi Lingtian, fixating intently on the little beast. "All right, it's still in the process of transformation. Do not disturb it," Yi Lingtian instructed. "Okay." Yi Ziling's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment, yet she obediently stepped aside, watching as Yi Lingtian placed Little White upon the bed. "Brother, what is its name?" Yi Ziling inquired curiously. "Hee, it's called Little White," Little Black proudly proclaimed from the side, eager to assert that he was the one who named it. "How unappealing!" Yi Ziling immediately expressed her disdain, causing Little Black's smile to freeze, inwardly exclaiming, "Is the name you gave me, Little Black, any better?" Yi Ziling disregarded Little Black's peculiar reaction, cradling her face as she gazed at Little White on the bed. Asking curiously, "Brother, what exactly is Little White?" Observing the fluffy, snow-white creature, Yi Lingtian mused, "It doesn't quite resemble a bear. Yet there seems to be some resemblance. I'm not certain either." Yi Lingtian shook his head, genuinely perplexed by the little creature's identity. At that moment, a flash of light emanated from his spatial ring, revealing a spiritual herb exuding rich spiritual energy in his hand, which he casually tossed to Little Black. "Boss?" Little Black stared blankly at the spiritual herb before him. "Don't you require spiritual herbs to break through to the Purple Mansion realm? Take it," Yi Lingtian said. "Wow, thank you, boss," Little Black exclaimed joyfully, showering affection upon the spiritual herb in his grasp, appearing rather foolish. In a fragmenting continent, a young man clad in blood-red robes sat cross-legged on the ground, emanating a terrifying aura and a heavy stench of blood. A flicker of crimson flashed in his eyes as he muttered in dissatisfaction. It was none other than Blood Wujin, who had departed from Tsungyun continent. Observing the imminent collapse of the continent, Blood Wujin calmly summoned Huang Hu, asking, "Have you found the next continent?" "Master, I have found it." Located in the southeast direction, Huang Hu replied respectfully, his cultivation having evidently reached the pinnacle of the imperial realm, suggesting he had gained significant benefits during this time. He had witnessed one continent after another succumb to destruction at Blood Wujin's hands. And in his heart, he had already regarded Blood Wujin as a divine being, firmly believing that following him would surely lead to the pinnacle. Just as the two were preparing to depart, the space behind them suddenly warped, and a handsome man with long hair and a sword on his back emerged. Upon sensing the heavy scent of blood in the air, his expression turned grave as he murmured, "I am still too late." At that moment, two figures caught his attention. Looking down, he saw the blood-red aura swirling around Blood Wujin, and his gaze hardened, his face turning icy cold. This clearly indicated that he had just conducted a blood sacrifice of the living beings on this continent. And before he could contain his fury, he thundered, "You shall die." Hearing this, Blood Wujin's expression darkened, a terrifying killing intent flickering in his eyes as if a hellish realm resided within, rendering others unable to meet his gaze. When did an ant dare to shout at him? Since you enjoy meddling so much, then stay here and accompany them. With a chilling demeanor, Blood Wujin reached out towards the sword-bearing man, who, with an icy glare, unsheathed his sword and shouted, "Dare you?" As the sword was drawn, the sound of the blade echoed sharply, filling the space with a piercing sword aura that sliced through the void. He was enveloped in the essence of a sage, evidently a master of the sword path. "Humph, a mere insect dares to challenge the heavens," Blood Wujin scoffed, his hand movements unceasing. His palm radiated a blood-red light, as if an endless river of blood concealed within sought to engulf the world. A terrifying force collapsing the void as it struck the man fiercely in an instant. The sun and moon reversed, the world turned upside down, and vast mountains and rivers were reduced to dust beneath this hand. The residual sword aura in the space was instantly shattered. "What?" The sword-bearing man gasped in astonishment, feeling the overwhelming might emanating from the palm. His expression of anger transformed into one of fear. Stammering, "Supreme power! Run!" Without hesitation, the sword-bearing man tore through space and vanished, while Blood Wujin disdainfully snorted, "If I let you escape, where would I place my face?" He reached towards the space that had just been torn apart. Shattering it, the sword-bearing man, sensing the impending doom behind him, felt his pupils constrict in terror as he cried, "No, please don't." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he was crushed into a pulp by that hand. "Humph, I truly cannot fathom how such refuse managed to cultivate to this level," Blood Wujin remarked, absorbing the sage's power from the remains, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Despite absorbing a sage, his realm showed not the slightest fluctuation of increase. It seemed the path back to the celestial realm remained long and arduous. "Let us go." After absorbing the sage power, the remains instantly turned to ashes, scattering with the wind as Blood Wujin stepped lightly, disappearing from this continent. Huang Hu hastily followed. After their departure, the continent finally succumbed to its inevitable fate, shattering with a resounding crash, becoming a part of history. Little Black, did you sneak another bite of my candied hawthorn? Yi Xiling glared at Little Black with wide eyes. This time, it truly wasn't me, Master, Little Black replied, looking aggrieved at Yi Xiling. Seeing his expression, she felt he wasn't lying, leading her to wonder who else it could be if not this gluttonous fellow. Just then, unbeknownst to them, Little White emerged from beneath the bed, its gray eyes curiously observing the Little Black held in Yi Xiling's hands, puzzled as to why it was in such a predicament. Both Yi Xiling and Little Black turned their gazes towards the sound, only to see Little White clutching a bamboo skewer in its mouth, the very skewer from the candied hawthorn. The mystery was solved. I told you it wasn't me. Now hurry and let me go. Little Black struggled frantically. Yi Xiling's face flushed, realizing she had wronged Little Black, and quickly set him down, apologizing. I'm sorry, Little Black. Humph. This time I shall be magnanimous and not hold it against you, Little Black declared, arms crossed and nostrils flaring. Hee, you're the best, Little Black. Yi Xiling beamed, her smile returning upon hearing that Little Black bore no grudge. Fickle woman, Little Black muttered quietly, observing Yi Xiling's shifting expressions. Just then, Little White trotted over to Little Black, rubbing its fluffy head against him, seemingly trying to console him. Little Black looked at the innocent culprit. What else could he do but forgive it? In the courtyard, Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. As if sensing something, he opened his eyes and appeared within the room, looking at Little White playing with Little Black. He couldn't help but speak. When did this little fellow wake up? Yi Xiling looked up, shaking her head with a silly smile. I don't know. Little White sniffed the air, detecting a familiar scent, and promptly scampered to Yi Lingtian's side, rubbing against his leg with its large eyes filled with affection, clearly considering Yi Lingtian its Kin. Yi Lingtian picked up Little White and gently patted its little head. Murmuring, what exactly are you? Little White licked Yi Lingtian's palm, completely ignoring his question. Chapter 53. The Romantic History of Kanglin in the Holy Land. The main hall, Kanglin remarked, Lingtian, Qianqian's niece will return to the Snow Emperor's palace tomorrow. Why not engage in a friendly exchange today to validate each other's insights? Shall we, Qianqian's niece? Kanglin cast a sly glance at the two. Upon hearing Kanglin directing the conversation towards her, Long Qianqian glanced at Yi Lingtian. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she lowered her head and softly said, It depends on what Saint's son Lingtian thinks. Kanglin immediately raised his eyebrows at Yi Lingtian, as if to say, I can only assist you this far. Yi Lingtian felt helpless. He had no romantic intentions towards Long Qianqian. However, he couldn't refuse Kanglin's goodwill, as Kanglin had treated him well, and Long Qianqian had not done anything wrong. Let us head to the training ground. Ugh, Kanglin slapped his forehead, a hint of frustration crossing his face. This foolish lad truly didn't grasp his intentions, or perhaps had a gap in his understanding. Such a splendid opportunity to win over a beautiful maiden lay before him. Yet he insisted on heading to the training ground for a sparring match? Long Qianqian was equally taken aback. Was this how the script was supposed to unfold? Shouldn't there be romantic confessions under the moonlight before a reluctant farewell? Realizing that she was no match for the astonishing talent of Saint Sun Lingtian, she decided against making a fool of herself. Quickly regaining her composure, Long Qianqian looked at Yi Lingtian with poise. Recalling her bold declarations during her time in the Snow Emperor's palace, causing her to blush once again. Clearly, during their last encounter, she had confidently asserted that she would surely triumph over him in their next meeting. However, upon their reunion, the chasm between them had widened to such an extent that she found herself gazing up at his imposing figure. In contrast, Yi Lingtian resembled a majestic dragon soaring through the heavens. While she felt akin to an awkward duckling trapped in the mire, an unsettling sensation blooming within her heart. In truth, her concerns were unfounded. After all, Yi Lingtian could not be judged through the lens of ordinary perception. Her innate talents were undoubtedly exceptional among her peers, and even in the central continent, she would undoubtedly shine brightly. Observing Yi Lingtian, a sense of relief washed over Long Qianqian, since she could not match his innate gifts. Perhaps becoming companions in the path of cultivation would suffice. With this realization, she shed her previous shyness and approached him with a smile, playfully batting her eyelashes. Aren't you going to take me for a stroll? Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow. A stroll is unnecessary. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. His tone was rather nonchalant. Long Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a mental retort. This blockhead, how can he be so oblivious to my hints? Recognizing that the Holy Sun had matters to attend to, she refrained from lingering any longer. Yi Lingtian nodded slightly and indeed departed. Haha, Qianqian, dear, there's no need to take it to heart. Lingtian has always been like this since he was a child. Song Lan chimed in, witnessing the young lad's departure. It's quite all right, Uncle Lan, Lung Qianqian replied with a smile. Though the fists clenched beneath her sleeves revealed that her heart was far from tranquil. The following day, Long Qianqian departed from the Tsongyue's sacred land with the elderly woman. Just before leaving, Song Lan entrusted her with an item, the exact nature of which only they were privy to. Your little beloved has left. Aren't you going to see her off? Yu Lingyan inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Lingtian, who lounged in a rocking chair. Boredom, Yi Lingtian replied tersely. Hee, does that enchanting beauty not stir your heart? Unwilling to let Yi Lingtian off the hook easily, she shifted closer and pressed him further. As the warm breath wafted past his ear, Yi Lingtian involuntarily opened his eyes, only to find a captivating visage mere inches from him, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her slightly parted lips glistening like a perfectly ripe cherry. The sight stirred a thought within him. Hee, are you smitten with my sister? Yu Lingyan teased, her gaze sultry as she licked her lips, clearly intent on provoking him. In response, Yi Lingtian's eyes flickered momentarily before he composed himself. Averting his gaze and remaining silent, Yu Lingyan, noticing his reaction, felt deflated. What's wrong with you lately? You're not acting like yourself. Have you been possessed by an old monster? How can you not see how beautiful your sister is? Leaning closer, her eyes scrutinized him as though searching for a flaw. Yi Lingtian lifted his gaze to meet her exquisite features and replied coolly, How would you know? Yu Lingyan was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes feigning annoyance as she shot him a glare. When did you become so mischievous? It was a casual remark, yet she was taken aback by his admission. A subtle, enigmatic smile crept across Yi Lingtian's lips. Her jest was playful, but he spoke the truth, albeit not of possession, but rather the awakening of memories from a past life. Young palace master, what did Song Lan give you just now? The elderly woman inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. I'm not entirely sure. Uncle Lan said it was for my master, Long Qianqian replied, shaking her head. 2 weeks later, they finally returned to the northernmost land. The Snow Emperor Palace. Master, Qianer has returned. Long Qianqian exclaimed joyfully as she entered the grand hall. Upon hearing her voice, Shueli emerged, teasing, Have you seen your beloved, master? Long Qianqian's cheeks flushed at the suggestion, stamping her foot in playful indignation. All right, I won't say anything more, Shueli chuckled, covering her mouth. By the way, master, Uncle Lan entrusted me with something for you. As she spoke, Long Qianqian retrieved a jade pendant from her spatial ring. Upon seeing the pendant, Shueli froze momentarily, her expression transforming to one of excitement, her voice suddenly tight with anxiety. What else did he say? Uncle Lan mentioned that you would understand once you activated the pendant. Confused, Long Qianqian glanced at her master, her heart brimming with curiosity about Shueli's reaction. Upon acquiring the pendant, Shueli hurriedly retreated to her chamber. Channeling her magical energy into the pendant, it illuminated, revealing a phantom that materialized above it. Seeing this figure, Shueli's eyes welled with tears as she choked. You heartless wretch, why do you still seek me? The figure gazed at her with tender affection. Lioli, it has been far too long. Hmph, and what of it? You left so decisively. Why return to seek me now? She turned her head away, feigning strength, though tears streamed down her face as she desperately wiped them away, unwilling for the figure to witness her vulnerability. The man's expression was complex, yet the affection in his eyes was undeniable. After a moment, he softly said, You remain as proud as ever, Liuli. Had you only spoken up back then, I would never have left. Humph, the ungrateful one. You knew of my feelings for you, yet you left without a second thought. Indeed, I know. I have always known. Yet, simply wanted to hear you acknowledge it once. The man gazed at Xuelyuli with warmth as if trying to melt her resolve, and upon hearing his words, her heart felt as though it had been struck by lightning, and tears flowed freely. Do you have any idea how much I have suffered waiting for you? Xuelyuli lamented, her tear-streaked face reflecting the image of a forsaken woman. Who could have imagined that the usually aloof ruler of the Snow Emperor Palace would display such vulnerability? I am sorry, Lioli, the man expressed, guilt evident in his voice as he observed her tear-filled eyes. Humph, what do you want from me? After a long pause, Xuelyuli finally ceased her tears, her gaze filled with lingering resentment. I am returning to the central continent soon and wanted to see you before I leave. At his words, Xuelyuli's expression froze, instinctively taking a step back, her eyes dimming, revealing her desolation. She looked at him, sorrowfully saying, I should have known. Your heart belongs solely to the sacred land, and I am but a fleeting thought. The weight of despair settled upon her, as if the world had darkened entirely. Standing there, lost and hollow, she finally looked up, her eyes devoid of their former brilliance, lifelessly stating, I understand now. You may go. Once again, he had left her behind. I truly was a fool to hope, Xuelyuli scoffed bitterly, her heart turning icy as she severed the last strand of affection. Lioli, you misunderstand, the man hurriedly interjected, fearing that her thoughts would spiral further into despair. Xuelyuli's gaze was frosty as she regarded him. Awaiting his next words, he stepped closer, enveloping her in his arms, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. What are you doing? Xuelyuli gasped, her eyes widening as she struggled to escape his embrace, her expression twisting in anguish as tears began to flow anew. Do you take me for some frivolous woman? She protested, her emotions fraying. He held her tightly, refusing to release her, whispering gently, this time, I do not wish to leave alone. Xuelyuli's heart felt struck by lightning, and she ceased her struggles, lifting her gaze to him, disbelief etched across her features. Did you say? I said I do not wish to leave alone this time. Lily, I cannot bear to miss you again. He held her close, as if pouring out all the years of longing, desiring to meld her into his very being. Upon hearing his words, Xuelyuli's hand instinctively covered her mouth, tears of joy spilling from her eyes. Her gaze red-rimmed. What do you mean? I wish to witness the beauty of our journey together, to seek the pinnacle of martial arts by your side, he murmured softly in her ear. You. Xuelyuli's beautiful eyes went blank. She could hardly fathom that such words could escape his lips. Tears fell freely once more, but this time they were tears of joy. She had waited a millennium for this moment, and at last. Her patience bore fruit. Will you? Suddenly, the man released her, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features, fearing her rejection. Humph. Xuelyuli scoffed, inwardly proud. Did he think a mere romantic gesture would sway her? Dream on, not receiving the answer he hoped for. The man felt a surge of panic, uncertain if her response was affirmative or negative. You scoundrel, do you have any idea how long I've waited for you? Now it's your turn to experience the same. Xuelyuli regarded the anxious man, her heart brimming with pride. Lioli. Observing the man's eager gaze, Xuelyuli averted her head, as though reluctant to meet his eyes. Sensing the growing disappointment in his expression, she resolved to cease her teasing. Her voice, barely audible like the hum of a mosquito, said, All right, let me go quickly. You answer me first. The man, believing she was still upset, saw no reason to release her. After all you've done to me, how could I possibly answer you? Xuelyuli's delicate features flushed crimson, burying her face in the man's embrace, her ears burning with embarrassment, her voice reduced to a whisper. Have you agreed? Instantly, delight sparked in the man's eyes, reminiscent of a child receiving their most cherished toy, and he exclaimed excitedly, Wait for me, Lioli. With that, his figure vanished, leaving Xuelyuli standing there in a daze. Puzzled by the meaning of his last words, within the Tsongyu's sacred land, a loud laugh pierced the heavens, reverberating through the air. Inside the main hall, Kanglin was seemingly possessed, dancing with wild abandon, laughter echoing incessantly. What could possibly bring such joy? In the Lingtianj, Yi Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he glanced toward the main hall. He was not alone. Other disciples within the sacred land shared his bewilderment. unsure of what could elicit such elation from their sovereign. After the laughter subsided, Kanglin tore through space, hastily entering, exuding an exuberant demeanor as he swiftly disappeared into the sacred land, in the Snow Palace. The space within Xuelyuli's chamber suddenly split open, and a figure strode forth, encountering Kanglin in person. Xuelyuli's face flushed with color, her gaze instinctively darting elsewhere. Why have you come personally? Is it not permissible for me to visit my own woman? Kanglin replied with pride. Pa, who is your woman? When did I ever consent to that? Xuelyuli's cheeks burned as she rolled her eyes. Ha ha ha, it's too late to disagree now. Kanglin stepped forward, sweeping Xuelyuli into his arms, twirling her around, causing her to gasp in surprise. How did I never notice you could be so shameless? After landing, remnants of a blush lingered on Xuelyuli's face, her beautiful eyes glistening irresistibly. Exuding a playful pout, Kanglin merely smiled, drawing her into his embrace. Master. Suddenly, Long Qianqian's voice rang out from outside, causing Xuelyuli's expression to shift. She had just intended to push Kanglin away when Long Qianqian burst through the door. In an instant, the atmosphere froze. Long Qianqian stood frozen in shock, and the next moment, her face flushed a deep red, resembling a ripe apple. I didn't see anything. You may continue. She then dashed out, hastily closing the door behind her. It's your fault. What if Qianqian saw us? Xuelyuli's face burned, as if she could be squeezed dry of embarrassment, playfully punching Kanglin's shoulder. Hee, now you can't deny it even if you wanted to. Kanglin chuckled, mischievously rubbing his nose. You're so unruly. Xuelyuli shot him a look filled with autumnal water, feigning annoyance. Let me go quickly. Qianqian must have something important to discuss with me upon hearing this. Kanglin reluctantly released his hold on her slender waist, though at the last moment, he couldn't resist giving her a gentle squeeze. You're insufferable. Feeling the mischief of his hand on her waist, Xuelyuli's body softened, nearly collapsing back into Kanglin's embrace, raising her head to shoot him an admonishing glance. Master, what were you and Uncle Lon doing just now? Long Qianqian asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Upon hearing her question, Xuelyuli's cheeks reddened slightly, suppressing her embarrassment, and assumed a commanding tone. Do you dare to tease your master? A glimmer of mischief flickered in Long Qianqian's eyes as she replied. Actually, Master and Uncle Lon seem quite well matched. Hearing this, Xuelyuli raised her hand in mock threat, prompting Long Qianqian to flee in a hurry. This child is truly something else. Xuelyuli lowered her hand. Reflecting on Long Qianqian's words about her and Kanglin being well suited, her cheeks flushed once more as she muttered, Who is suited to him? Chapter 55. They're past. What did Qianqian want with you? Kanglin inquired as Xuelyuli returned. Nothing significant, she replied, shaking her head. Has the person foretold in the prophecy appeared? Leaning against Kanglin's shoulder, she asked softly. Yes, if I am not mistaken, it should be Ling Tian. Upon hearing this name, Xuelyuli recalled the striking figure in white from their last debate, her eyes narrowing slightly. That young man was indeed exceptional. She had never encountered someone capable of transforming another's essence for their own use. Moreover, she sensed a formidable aura from Ling Tian, as if he could suppress the universe with a mere gesture. At that moment, she thought she must be imagining things. Such might could hardly belong to a youth not yet in his prime. Yet now, reflecting on Kanglin's words alongside the young man's remarkable qualities, it seemed the prophecy may indeed hold truth. This prophecy was one Kanglin had shared with her during their adventures in Zhongzhou. And it was also why Songyu's sacred land chose to establish itself in Lingnan. When do you plan to depart? Xuelyuli asked, gazing out at the night sky. Soon. Once Ling Tian reaches Zhongzhou, our mission at Songyu's sacred land will conclude, and it will be time to return to our homeland. Come with me, Liuli. Kanglin suddenly turned to face her. Xuelyuli felt a stir of emotion, yet ultimately shook her head. Though she longed to accompany Kanglin, she was the sovereign of the Snow Palace and could not abandon such a grand legacy, especially since Long Qianqian had yet to mature. Kanglin looked perplexed. Why not? Do you have someone else in your heart? What do you take me for? If I had someone else, why would I have returned to take charge of the Snow Palace? Xuelyuli shot him a glare, then continued, If I leave, what will become of the Snow Palace? Ah, so that is your concern. Worry not. When the time comes, we shall relocate the Snow Palace to our Divine Mountain's jurisdiction. With me around, no one would dare to object, Kanglin declared with bravado. Piffed. seeing Kanglin's earnest expression. Shuel Yili couldn't help but laugh, teasingly remarking, I never imagined the once-called Overlord would go so far for a humble woman like me. Is this not an honor? The Overlord, in his early days, had swept through the youth of his time with the same ferocity as Yi Lingtian now, developing a rebellious spirit and earning his title through his domineering ways. I have missed you once. I shall not let you slip away again, Kanglin said with unwavering seriousness. Shuel Yili laughed, basking in happiness. To encounter someone willing to face any challenge for her in the vast realm of cultivation was indeed a stroke of fortune, especially since he was the one she cherished. All right, Liuli, does this mean you agree? Kanglin asked, his excitement palpable as he grasped her shoulders. Virtue. Shuel Yili rolled her eyes at him, yet her demeanor resembled that of a coy lover, clearly indicating her consent. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful, Kanglin exclaimed, brimming with joy. Seeing his reaction, Shuel Yili remarked teasingly, You certainly didn't seem so deeply attached when you left before. That's nonsense. My feelings for you have always been strong. If only you had asked me to stay back then, things might have turned out differently, Kanglin muttered. Really? Now you blame me? They began to playfully bicker within the room. In the end, lovers were destined to be together. Despite the trials they faced, they ultimately found their way back to each other. The bright moon hung high in the sky, with stars scattered across the expanse. The two inside the room gazed at the bright moon, their thoughts drifting back to the moment they first met. Hey, you there? Yes, I'm talking to you. Do you need something? The young man turned around, observing the girl behind him with a frown. Why not? We both hail from Tsangyan continent. It's nice to have company. The girl cheerfully approached the young man, grinning. I don't know you. Don't follow me unless you have a reason. With that, the boy turned to leave, but the girl, undeterred, chased after him, her lively eyes radiating friendliness. My name is Shuel Yili. What is yours? Kanglin Dangam Kanglin. The girl repeated the name twice, smiling. It sounds quite nice. Hey, I'm talking to you. Noticing Kanglin's indifference, the girl pouted. You're annoying. Kanglin replied impatiently. Humph. If you want to talk, then I don't care. I'm not interested. The girl replied with a haughty air, crossing her arms as she stepped in front of him, though she couldn't help but glance back to see if he had left. Thus began the bond between these two spirited foes. What is Zhongzhou really like? I've never left Tsangyan continent, the girl exclaimed, lying back on the grass. I don't know, Kanglin replied coldly, sitting cross-legged on the ground. In these recent days, no matter how one tries to drive her away, the girl stubbornly refuses to leave, even going so far as to claim she stays out of concern for his solitude, professing her good intentions in remaining by his side. Helpless, he can neither dismiss her nor shake her off, thus he resigns himself to her company. Teske, in this manner, how could anyone ever come to fancy you in the future? You are destined to live a life of solitude, the girl exclaimed with a tsk. Noticing that Song Lan continued to ignore her, she made a face at him, huffing, boring ghost. It is hard to fathom how the now cold Song Lan had once transformed into the shameless Song Yu Saint Lord. The two spent countless seasons together, their affection gradually evolving from mere friendship into something more complicated. Song Lan was no longer the aloof figure he once was. He had seemingly morphed into the girl's subordinate. Each time she found herself in trouble, it was always Song Lan who stepped in to resolve the situation, earning him a certain notoriety in Zhongzhou. Of course, it was not a particularly good reputation. That impudent Shuel Yili had engaged in all sorts of petty misdeeds during her time in Zhongzhou, making it difficult to believe that such a young girl could commit such acts. One time, she sneakily entered another's boudoir to steal a personal item, only to be caught red-handed. With no other option, she had to send a message to Song Lan for help. Song Lan assumed it would be like before. At most, he would have to compensate for some losses. However, upon arriving and hearing her side of the story, his expression darkened. It was evident that others viewed him as the mastermind behind her antics. After all, who would believe that a girl would whimsically steal another's intimate garment? With no way to leave, he effortlessly whisked Shuel Yili away due to his formidable strength. From that day forth, their names began to circulate throughout Zhongzhou, with Song Lan humorously dubbed the Ender of Garments. His portrait soon adorned various conspicuous locations. Consequently, whenever someone lost an article of clothing, the blame would invariably fall upon him. Over time, this peculiar fame became somewhat established. Chapter 56. Xiao He enters the purple mansion. From that moment onward, he could only venture out while donning a mask or altering his appearance. For should he be recognized, he would undoubtedly face a relentless pursuit. Years flew by, and the once youthful boy had matured into a tyrant spoken of by the elite of Zhongzhou, while Xue Lili shed her innocence, blossoming into an ethereal beauty. Throughout these years, their bond deepened, yet none dared to take that fateful step forward. Finally, one day, Song Lan received a missive from the Holy Land, summoning him back as the previous Saint Lord's time had come to an end and there was no one else to succeed him. I must return to the Songyun continent, he declared. Why? Is it not splendid here? Why must you leave so suddenly? Xue Lili exclaimed, her heart tightening at the thought of him departing. Did we not agree to explore Zhongzhou together? She grasped his arm, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of panic. But that I have my reasons for returning, Song Lan replied, unable to meet her gaze, his tone lacking conviction. If she were to plead with him, he would forsake everything to stay. Yet, disappointment clouded Xue Lili's eyes, failing to discern the flicker of hope woven into Song Lan's words, a hope that she might urge him to remain. Very well. Returning is fine, she forced a smile, suppressing the ache in her heart. Not hearing the words she longed for, Song Lan became unsure of what excuse to conjure to persuade himself to stay. And the following day he departed Zhongzhou. On that day, Xue Lili watched Song Lan leave quietly, collapsing in tears on the ground. You scoundrel. After his departure, she felt as though her soul had been stripped away. Yet she lingered in the place filled with their cherished memories, hoping that perhaps he would return the next day. Day after day, year after year, she waited, but the figure she longed for never materialized. And despair began to engulf her. Perhaps he truly would not come back. Sitting on a stone platform, Xue Lili murmured, her eyes vacant. Without him, Zhongzhou seemed to have lost its former splendor. Ultimately unable to let go of Song Lan, she returned to the place where he had once been, yet lacked the courage to seek him out, instead inheriting the Snow Emperor Palace in the North Cold Domain. Buzz! A ripple of spatial energy surged within the Ling Tian pavilion. And Yi Ling Tian, seated in the courtyard, opened his eyes in an instant, his gaze sharp as lightning. Xiao He had finally broken through. He rose and made his way inside. Inside, Xiao He radiated a brilliant glow. Hovering in midair, his form coiling into a sphere, the spatial energy around him growing ever more intense, rendering the space within the room exceedingly unstable, as if it were on the verge of fracturing. Yi Ling Tian waved his sleeve, and in an instant, the tumultuous space settled down. This display is becoming increasingly impressive, he remarked to himself as he observed Xiao He. That moment, Xiao He, suspended in the air, opened his eyes and stretched, noticing Yi Ling Tian standing at the doorway. Boss! Xiao He exclaimed, rushing over in delight. Did you awaken the legacy this time? Yi Ling Tian inquired. He was quite envious of the spatial secret techniques within Xiao He's inheritance, as they derived from the very essence of the space Tao, a significant path among the 3,000. No. Xiao He shook his head. Yi Ling Tian nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment, though, upon reflection, it was only natural. If one could awaken a secret technique simply by ascending a realm, that would be truly astonishing. You're not angry, are you? Xiao He asked nervously, eyeing Yi Ling Tian. Yi Ling Tian paused, then chuckled. What are you thinking? Do you truly see me as such a petty person? Phew, good to know you're not angry. Xiao He sighed in relief. Suddenly, a light tap resounded on Xiao He's head. Ouch! He exclaimed, clutching his head, indignantly protesting. But you just said you weren't angry. Yi Ling Tian replied calmly. Oh, come now, what do you think? Am I that petty in your eyes? How could that be? You're the best. Boss? Xiao He laughed awkwardly. In that case, find an opportunity to return that spiritual herb to me. Huh? What? No way. Absolutely yes. When the boss speaks, how can it be no? Xiao He insisted, speaking with righteous fervor. Once Yi Ling Tian turned his back, Xiao He began to mutter under his breath. He claims he is not petty. Smack. Another light tap landed on his head. Yi Ling Tian smirked, turning back to say, I heard that. Xiao He sat on the ground, holding his head, on the verge of tears, lamenting, had I known, I wouldn't have spoken out of turn. Seeing Xiao He's ridiculous expression, Yi Ling Tian couldn't help but chuckle, as he prepared to leave. He reminded him once more, don't forget to return that spiritual herb. Xiao He sat there, his eyes slightly dazed, musing, alas, I never expected that even I, Xiao He, would be extorted one day. Royal-grade spiritual herbs are not so easy to steal. He lamented. What a foolish fellow. Outside, Yiling Tian wore a smile, evidently in high spirits from the earlier exchange. He had no genuine intention of making Xiao He repay the herb. It was merely a jest. Snow Emperor Palace is the illustrious Song Yu Saint Lord so unwilling to return to your sacred land. Have you taken a liking to me? Shueli teased, her face alight with mirth as she gazed at Song Lan. And what of it? I fear nothing, for I have my own woman, Song Lan replied nonchalantly. Shueli shot him a playful glare, her cheeks flushing. Master! A melodious voice rang out from behind them, revealing Lung Qianqian, who regarded the pair with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I told you, Master and Uncle Lan are quite the match. She had already learned of their convoluted relationship from the old hag. Ha ha ha, indeed. My dear Qianqian has an eye for talent. Song Lan boomed with laughter, his gaze softening as he looked at Long Qianqian. How unfortunate that that rascal Yiling Tian did not appreciate her. He thought to himself. What nonsense are you spouting? Shueli's face reddened further. Even though they had already established their relationship, she still felt a hint of shyness. Giggling, Master is shy. Lung Qianqian chimed in teasingly. Girl, I see you have a death wish. Shueli pretended to be angry, though her smile betrayed her. Enough, Liuli, Qianqian is not wrong, Song Lan added, unabashedly grinning. When did you two become so chummy? Shueli narrowed her eyes. Master, I merely spoke the truth. You two are truly compatible, Lung Qianqian insisted. Hemph. Shueli huffed, choosing silence. Who knew what embarrassing revelations Lung Qianqian might unleash if the conversation continued? Her skin was not as thick as Song Lan's. Then I shall not intrude upon Master and Uncle Lan, Lung Qianqian declared, waving goodbye, casting Song Lan a wink as she departed. Seeing this, Song Lan patted his chest, as if to say, just you wait and see. After Long Qianqian left, Shueli playfully chided. Since when did that girl become so easily swayed by you? By heaven's conscience, I did not sway Qianqian. She merely spoke the truth, Song Lan asserted with a serious expression. Chapter 57. Flowing Sword Sect. Damn it, this bunch of scoundrels deserves to die. In a certain continent, Xue Wujia gazed upon the lifeless man in his hands, his voice dripping with malice in recent days. He has been nearly driven to madness by these incessant flies of unknown origin. Although they pose no real threat to him, their sheer numbers are undeniably vexing. During this period, several continents have been sacrificed, and his cultivation has gradually regained its strength, returning to the third tier of the supreme realm. Naturally, those continents that were blood sacrificed have also been obliterated. The successive destruction of multiple continents has undoubtedly attracted attention. And the Lu Jian sect, a self-proclaimed prestigious faction in the central region, dispatched over a dozen saints to investigate the anomalies after sensing the disturbance among the continents. Notably, the man who had just perished at the hands of Xue Wuji was indeed one of the saints from Lu Jian sect. Marking the third such loss in recent days, damn pests. Once I arrive in the central region, I shall turn you all into blood, Xue Wuji declared with a fierce expression, evidently incensed by these nuisances. It is utterly infuriating for a dignified blood Immortal Emperor to be repeatedly disturbed by mere insects. Having consumed the man in his grasp, he vanished from that continent alongside Huang Hu. In the central region, at Lu Jian sect, a handsome man clad in a blue sword robe, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, bellowed in rage, Damn it! This is the third time. Who dares to lay a hand on my Lu Jian sect members? Gazing at the shattered life token in his hand, he commanded, Someone, go investigate what has transpired among those continents below that has led to the consecutive demise of 3 of our elders. Yes, sect master. The speaker was none other than Bai Sha, the Grand Elder of Lu Jian sect, a formidable being at the 8th tier of the Saint Realm, renowned for his terrifying swordsmanship even in the vast central region. After receiving his order, Bai Sha exited the Grand Hall, unaware that his life had already entered its final countdown upon accepting this task. Suddenly, a sound resembling a tearing of space echoed, and a black-robed elder emerged. Furrowing his brow in confusion as he surveyed the desolate surroundings, I recall this should be the Huangchun continent. Why is it absent? Closing his eyes to sense the air, he soon detected a faint scent of blood. His eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this was the Huangqian continent. With a swift gesture, he conjured a mirror of gathered magical energy before him, revealing the gruesome scene of Xue Wuji's blood sacrifice of the beings on Huangchun. Beasts! The elder's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed countless lives being brutally sacrificed by the blood-robed Man. To elevate one's cultivation through such means. Do they not fear heavenly retribution? This atrocious bloodshed surpasses the tolerance of the heavenly laws. And during the tribulation, it may invoke the wrath of the 9 heavens. Those consumed by the heavenly flames face the risk of having their cultivation shattered, leaving behind terrifying wounds, or worse, being reduced to ashes. If Xue Wuji were to discern the elder's thoughts, he would scoff, for even the heavenly laws of the celestial realm could do nothing against him, let alone those of the lower realms, a mere jest. Suddenly, Xue Wuji raised his head sharply, his voice filled with fury. You seek death. Having just slain one, he was taken aback by the audacity of yet another insect seeking trouble. Unlike the incident with Yi Lingtian and Long Ao, where the Emperor's consciousness sensed a thread of causation linking them, Xue Wuji's awareness stemmed from his cultivation reaching the supreme level, allowing him to perceive the probing presence, not through any connection of causation. What? The elder was startled, realizing that the space he had witnessed was merely a reflection of past events, which should not alter the ongoing occurrences, nor should it be sensed by those within, unless one's cultivation surpassed that of a saint, enabling them to perceive matters related to themselves in the unseen realm. Could it be that the elder's expression turned pale as he grasped this possibility? Fearing for his life, he decided to return and report to the sect master. They had likely provoked an unfathomably powerful figure. Just as he prepared to leave, a blood-clad youth appeared behind him. His face still marked with the remnants of blood, and a sinister expression etched upon his features. The elder, sensing danger, trembled and turned to find the very youth from the mirror standing before him. Forbear, please spare my life. The elder stammered, nearly losing control of himself at the sight of the youth's malevolent visage, which unmistakably belonged to an existence above the saint realm. You insects truly deserve to die. Recognizing the elder's sword robe, Xue Wuji immediately identified him as belonging to the same faction as those who had previously disturbed him. His inner fury erupted like a volcano. How dare they come seeking trouble before he even had the chance to confront them? You possess great audacity. Please, it's all a misunderstanding. The elder forced a smile, attempting to placate Xue Wuji. Kakik, if it's a misunderstanding, then that simplifies matters. The elder's body trembled more violently at the sound of that laughter. Cold sweat pouring down his face, as the sense of impending doom intensified. Suddenly, Xue Wuji's hand pierced through the elder's chest, a chilling smile curling upon his lips as he remarked, "A misunderstanding should be resolved with your life." Before the elder could fully succumb to death, Xue Wuji pressed his hand upon the elder's head, extracting his soul. Moments later, having consumed the elder's blood and saintly essence, he discarded the lifeless body upon the ground. His eyes gleaming with malice. Lu Jian sect. The following day, news erupted throughout the central region. The third-rate faction of Lu Jian sect had been annihilated overnight, with not a single disciple or elder surviving. The scene within was akin to hell. All individuals had been drained of their blood, reduced to mere husks, while the sect leader, Jian Songfeng, had his head twisted off and hung at the entrance of Lu Jian sect. His eyes still reflecting terror, too terrifying. At the entrance of Lu Jian sect, figures gathered, and upon witnessing the horrific scene within, their faces turned pale. Even those who had blood on their hands could not help but retch at the sight. Who could have done this? So cruel. One could not contain their indignation. Speak cautiously. An elder beside him quickly covered his mouth. Only a being above the saint realm could eradicate Lu Jian sect in a single night. What kind of formidable entity had Lu Jian sect provoked, inciting such brutal annihilation? While they debated the identity of the perpetrator, Xue Wuji had already returned to the cluster of continents. It seems only a saint can assist me in swiftly regaining my cultivation. Xue Wuji's gaze flickered. If I can devour another supreme being, my level should ascend to the 4th tier of the supreme realm. Chapter 58. The anomaly of Yulingyan at the Tsangyue sacred ground. How peculiar. Where has that little fellow been these past few days? Lying in a rocking chair, Yi Lingtian suddenly realized that he had not seen Yi Xiling for quite some time. Xiaohei. What is it, boss? Upon hearing the call, Xiaohei scampered out of the house, his demeanor cheerful. Where's Xiling? You mean the master? She took Xiaobai to the eldest brother's place. Xiaohei replied honestly, though a hint of jealousy flickered across his face. Ever since Xiaobai's arrival, he had been entirely abandoned by Yi Xiling, who now favored Xiaobai as her cherished companion. That I see. Why? Yi Lingtian stroked his chin, suddenly enlightened. Sister Lingyan, do you know what Xiaobai is? I asked my brother, but he also said he didn't know. Why? Yi Xiling, cradling Xiaobai, blinked her big eyes as she inquired of Yu Lingyan. Oh? Little Lingtian doesn't know either? Yu Lingyan's interest was piqued as she observed the fluffy creature in Yi Xiling's arms. Although she found it adorable, she had not examined it closely. Eek, eek. At that moment, Xiaobai sensed something amiss, noticing the two girls' gleaming eyes fixated on it. Its snow-white fur bristled as it struggled in Yi Xiling's embrace, yet ultimately, it was pinned down on the table by the two girls. After a period of scrutiny, Yi Xiling exclaimed, Sister Lingyan, Xiaobai is a girl. Her eyes sparkled with wonder as she shared the conclusion they had reached after much deliberation. Meanwhile, Xiaobai lay on the table, utterly despondent, a single tear escaping the corner of its eye. Its innocence had been irrevocably tarnished. It never imagined that its existence would be laid bare before two human girls. Huh? Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Upon noticing the tear in Xiaobai's eye, Yi Xiling couldn't help but ask. Eek, eek. Xiaobai turned its head away, unwilling to meet the gazes of the two girls. This was undoubtedly the darkest day of its life. The thought of its extraordinary existence being so thoroughly exposed filled it with despair. Is it shy? Yu Lingyan remarked in surprise, not expecting this little creature to be so sensitive. Xiaobai, damn it, this beast is not shy. I will never accompany Yi Xiling out again. It is a profound insult to beasts. In the evening, Yi Xiling returned to Lingtian Pavilion, cradling the listless Xiaobai. What happened to it? Yi Lingtian inquired, unable to contain his curiosity upon seeing Xiaobai's state. Eek, eek. Upon encountering Yi Lingtian, Xiaobai promptly broke free from Yi Xiling's embrace and leapt toward him. In response, Yi Lingtian caught Xiaobai, who looked up with teary eyes, emitting a series of plaintive cries, as if pouring out all the grievances endured throughout the day. Yi Lingtian couldn't help but chuckle in bewilderment, wondering what could be the matter. Today, my sister Ling Yin and I conducted a thorough examination on Xiaobai, only to discover that she is, in fact, a girl. Yi Xiling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as though she had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Hearing Yi Xiling's words, Xiaobai squealed in excitement once more, and Yi Lingtian's eyelids twitched, finally grasping the situation. Gently stroking Xiaobai's fluffy head, he seemed to offer her comfort. Feeling the warmth above her, she immediately curled into a ball and burrowed into Yi Lingtian's clothing, ignoring Yi Xiling's calls. Has she developed a fear? Yi Lingtian observed the curled-up Xiaobai in his attire and sighed helplessly. In the chamber, Yu Lingyan stood by the window, gazing blankly at the bright moon above. The luminous moonlight cascaded down upon her, exuding a serene chill, reminiscent of a celestial maiden, yet her exquisitely delicate visage was marred by an inexplicable sorrow. Xiao Lingtian, sister must depart, but I find myself reluctant to leave you, she murmured, lost in thought as she stared at the moon. Lingtian Pavilion. Suddenly, Yi Lingtian felt a stirring in his heart, as if someone were calling out to him. He opened his eyes, slightly flickering. How could I possess such a sensation? The essence of the immortal heart emperor resides within me, rendering any illusion impossible, unless someone truly calls for me. His tranquil gaze inadvertently shifted toward the direction where Yu Lingyan stood. The following day, Yi Xiling approached Yi Lingtian while cradling Xiaohei. Her large eyes blinking expectantly. Brother, shall we go out to play? She asked eagerly. Have you finished your cultivation? Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly from his rocking chair, barely lifting an eyelid. Brother, you're such a bore, Yi Xiling pouted, her face scrunching up in displeasure. Upon hearing Yi Lingtian mention cultivation again, her expression soured, and she made a face. Noticing her reaction, Yi Lingtian felt playful and smirked. Is that so? I was considering taking you out for a stroll, but it seems unnecessary now. Please, brother, I was wrong, Yi Xiling exclaimed, panicking as she tugged at Yi Lingtian's hand, her face filled with a pleading expression. Why? Yi Lingtian merely smiled slightly, remaining silent as he looked at her. Yi Xiling's eyes darted around, and then she beamed. planting a quick kiss on Yi Lingtian's cheek before giggling. Let us go, brother? Chuckling softly, Yi Lingtian shook his head and lifted Yi Xiling, heading outside. Oh, you're the best. Brother? Yi Xiling cheered, her eyes squinting into crescent shapes. Where are you two headed without me? At that moment, Yu Lingyan entered the room, her gaze filled with playful jealousy as she looked at the siblings. Hee, Sister Lingyan is jealous, Yi Xiling teased. Indeed, sister is jealous. What should we do about it? Yu Lingyan said, her long legs striding towards Yi Lingtian, a mischievous glint in her eyes. With a casual glance, Yi Lingtian replied, Let us go. Thus, the trio exited Lingtian Pavilion and ventured into the bustling main city beneath the sacred land. They wandered aimlessly along the streets, Yi Lingtian maintaining a calm demeanor while Yi Xiling skipped beside him, looking around excitedly and occasionally erupting into peals of laughter. Being of tender age, her playful nature was entirely normal. Are you leaving? Suddenly, Yi Lingtian turned to Yu Lingyan, his profound gaze seemingly capable of unveiling all truths. Feeling exposed under his scrutinizing eyes, Yu Lingyan felt a wave of panic wash over her, her body trembling slightly, yet her smile remained unchanged. How could that be? Sister would never leave you, she replied with a light chuckle. Yi Lingtian continued to observe her silently, having already discerned the faint tremor in her earlier demeanor. As if sensing that he truly perceived her impending departure, her smile faltered, and with a hint of sadness, she asked, If I were to leave without a word, what would you do? Chapter 59. Breaking through to the sovereign realm, what is the reason? Yi Lingtian inquired, his expression unchanged. Why? Yu Lingyan's eyes brimmed with remorse and pain. Her smile strained as she shook her head, remaining silent. Why? Yi Lingtian's gaze flickered momentarily before settling into calmness, suggesting that she held unspoken burdens. Their eyes locked, and it seemed his gaze struck a chord deep within her, causing her to falter. Before she could speak, Yi Lingtian turned away and began to walk forward, leaving Yu Lingyan frozen in place, her complexion paling. I will come find you, she murmured, her beautiful eyes trembling as she abruptly raised her head, the unshed tears glistening within them, yet she remained silent. Xiao Xiling, surprisingly quiet, seemed to understand that now was not the time to interrupt the two, her eyes filled with confusion. After a moment, Yu Lingyan composed herself, her smile returning. Since her departure seemed inevitable, she resolved to enjoy the present with the boy who had etched a deep memory in her heart. Catching up to Yi Lingtian, she grasped his hand, bringing him to a halt. Feeling the delicate touch of her hand, he turned to see her usual allure replaced by a gentle gaze as she said, This is your reward, in the evening. As the two returned to the sacred land, an unspoken understanding passed between them, and neither mentioned the matter again. Sister must not return now, Yu Lingyan said, feigning cheerfulness as she released Yi Lingtian's hand. No one knew whether her return meant to her room or elsewhere. Yi Lingtian remained silent, and Yu Lingyan, accustomed to his reticence, assumed he was still the same as before. With a charming smile on her face, she added, Don't think too much about sister. Then she turned and walked toward her chamber. While Yi Lingtian quietly watched her retreating figure, at that moment, a surge of divine radiance suddenly erupted from his fingertips, merging into her being unbeknownst to her. Witnessing this scene, he stood still for a moment before gradually making his way back to Lingtian Pavilion. On the path back, Yi Xiling looked up, unable to contain her curiosity any longer. Brother, is Sister Lingyan really leaving? Yi Lingtian nodded slightly. Hearing this, Yi Xiling's eyes dimmed. For aside from Yi Lingtian, Yu Lingyan held immense significance in her heart. The news of Yu Lingyan's departure cast a shadow over her mood, overshadowing the joy of earlier. Observing the dejection on Yi Xiling's face, Yi Lingtian gently stroked her head in silence, offering no words of comfort, merely caressing her before leading her back to Lingtian Pavilion. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. That night, Yu Lingyan stood outside her chamber, holding a folding fan adorned with the image of a captivating figure in a red dress. As a thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but smile, her expression enchanting and glimmering with mischief as she whispered, I believe he will appreciate this gift. As her smile faded, her beautiful eyes turned toward Lingtian Pavilion, and she murmured to herself, Sister will not bid you farewell. Though I promised not to leave without a word, I fear I might be unable to resist the urge to stay if I see you. Perhaps she trailed off, her voice faltering as her gaze became distant. Maybe there would be no opportunity left. Covering the fan against her chest, her eyes glistened with a hint of red. Gently placing the fan on the stone platform outside, she took one last look at the direction of Ling Tian Pavilion, burying her reluctance deep within, before stepping into the void and departing. Ling Tian Pavilion. As Yu Lingyan left, Yi Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes. A ripple of emotion breaking the tranquility of his gaze, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from Ling Tian Pavilion. Outside Yu Lingyan's chamber, before the stone platform, Yi Ling Tian picked up the fan, which still bore a lingering, unique fragrance. Opening it gently, he beheld a breathtaking figure before him. A silhouette adorned in flowing purple gauze, her long hair cascading like a waterfall before her, exuding an alluring charm. Her graceful legs, visible beneath the translucent fabric, accentuated her enchanting posture, leaving onlookers breathless. Her eyes seemed to glimmer with a playful spark, as if asking, "Well, what do you think of sister's gift?" The figure on the fan was none other than Yu Lingyan. Below the image, a playful inscription read, "Don't think too much about sister." Yi Ling Tian glanced at it, closing the fan with a faint smile as he looked toward the central continent, musing, "This enchantress." And thus, he disappeared into the courtyard. The next day, within Ling Tian Pavilion, Yi Ling Tian sat cross-legged, his aura fluctuating with a depth akin to a prison or abyss, permeated by subtle waves, clearly on the verge of breaking through to the sovereign realm. Rumbling within him, it felt as though a tumultuous river surged and crashed against the rocks, the thunderous roar echoing incessantly, deafening. After a considerable time, the cacophony subsided, and as he opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashed through them. With a calm expression, he raised his hand, familiar sensations washing over him. Rising, his figure vanished from Ling Tian Pavilion. Eyeing a desolate mountain, an ethereal figure clad in white appeared, radiating an aura that was both celestial and demonic. Buzz! Sensing a shift in the atmosphere below, dark clouds swiftly converged overhead, completely obscuring the vast sun. A thunderous roar echoed, as a figure clad in white stood expressionless, gazing at the scene before him. A streak of chaotic color emerged, and a chaotic furnace materialized behind him. The moment the furnace appeared, the thunderous tribulations above momentarily halted, as if to pay homage to the grand furnace, in the next instant. The condensed thunderbolt surged down towards the figure below, yet before it could draw near, the chaotic furnace levitated into the air, unleashing a terrifying force of devouring power that swept through the storm clouds above. In the desolate mountains, the winds howled fiercely, and the symbols of civilization vanished. Remarkably, the thunderclouds were forcibly drawn downwards, and the furnace radiated brilliant light, with a resonant hum, as the thunderclouds entered the furnace. It emitted a deep vibration, its body emanating a faint glow, seemingly proclaiming, "Delicious, delicious." The thunderclouds, along with the tribulations, were refined into a pure essence of energy that flowed back into the body of the figure in white. In an instant, arcs of lightning flickered across his body's surface, crackling in the air and stirring up a cloud of dust. The figure, accentuated by the lightning, resembled a reincarnated thunder deity, with the violent lightning causing his hair to stand on end and his eyes to gleam with silvery light, occasionally flashing with sparks. After a considerable time, the storm clouds above were completely devoured and refined, and all the extraordinary phenomena on his surface were absorbed into his being. This advancement not only elevated his realm to that of a venerable being, but also granted a slight enhancement to his dragon-patterned battle physique. Chapter 60. The Rain Clan. Feeling the surging magical energy within, Yi Ling Tian could not help but unleash a strike towards the mountain ahead. In an instant, his magical power surged forth, and with a resounding crash, the distant peak was flattened in a heartbeat. "Not too shabby," Yi Ling Tian remarked casually, before his figure twisted and vanished into the desolate mountains. In the sacred land, the main hall. "Are you leaving?" Song Lan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, seemingly speaking to himself. "MHM," came the reply. "You truly are an oddity." Upon hearing this, Song Lan turned around, casting a complex glance at the white-clad youth standing in the hall. He had never seen anyone ascend realms with such ease, as if it were merely as simple as eating or drinking, while simultaneously possessing an overwhelmingly formidable strength and an unshakable foundation. Yi Ling Tian smiled knowingly, well aware of Song Lan's thoughts if he wished. He could effortlessly reach the supreme level in a heartbeat, but he felt that such a move would be somewhat counterproductive. Speak. What brings you to me today? Song Lan, with a teasing glint in his eyes, regarded Yi Lingtian, fully aware that his visit was likely related to Yu Lingyan's departure from the Tsangyue's sacred land. As expected, the next moment, Yi Lingtian posed the very question. Upon mentioning Yu Lingyan, Song Lan's expression shifted to seriousness as he slowly divulged, Yu Lingyan is actually the little princess of the Rain clan, a prominent force in Zhengzhou. A few years ago, a calamitous event struck the Rain clan, turning this once noble maiden into a disgrace overnight. Subsequently, she was stripped of her status and expelled from the clan. Had it not been for the secret intervention of an elder from her lineage, she might not have survived to escape Zhengzhou. Reflecting on this matter, Song Lan sighed, pondering the unpredictability of fate. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed little princess of the Rain clan would be stripped of her identity and mercilessly hunted by her kin? Forced to seek refuge in the Tsangyan continent and hide within the Tsangyue's sacred land, the Rain clan, Yi Lingtian's gaze flickered, deducing the intent behind Yu Lingyan's departure. He then nodded slightly to Song Lan before turning to leave. Noticing this, Song Lan, anxious that Yi Lingtian might act rashly, quickly cautioned, Lingtian, do not be impulsive. The Rain clan is not something you can contend with at present. His tone was laced with urgency, fearing that Yi Lingtian might charge headlong into the Rain clan's stronghold. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian paused momentarily, letting out a soft chuckle, and then continued on without looking back. Song Lan, uncertain about the meaning behind his laughter, worriedly observed Yi Lingtian's departure. This won't do. I must inform the ancestor. In a certain region of the continent, where mountains towered and spiritual energy poured like rain, with spiritual herbs and grasses flourishing abundantly, akin to a paradise, an elderly man in a yellow robe opened his eyes. His aura was profound, indicating that he had long been immersed in the realm of the sacred. Is that you, Song Lan? Has something occurred? The elder gazed at the glowing jade talisman in his hand and mused aloud. Extending his consciousness through the secret realm to encompass the entire Tsangyue's sacred land, leaving no stone unturned. After a moment, the elder's face bore a look of confusion. What business do you have summoning me? Gradually rising, he stepped lightly, and in the blink of an eye, exited the secret realm. He felt compelled to investigate, for Song Lan would not have summoned him without cause. Within the main hall, Song Lan paced back and forth, deep in thought. My, how you've grown, little one. Suddenly, a voice filled with nostalgia resonated within the hall. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful countenance appeared, and upon hearing the voice, Song Lan turned to look. 16th Ancestor. Upon seeing the elder, Song Lan's face lit up with joy. This elder was indeed one of the revered ancestors within the sacred land's secret realm. Ha ha ha, you remain as impetuous as ever. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Now, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Song Lan recounted the events concerning Yi Lingtian to the elder. After listening, a glimmer of insight flashed in the elder's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he replied with utmost seriousness, "Are you suggesting that this young man is the one foretold by the ancestor?" "Highly likely," Song Lan replied gravely. The elder's brows furrowed slightly before he nodded. "In that case, send word to Zhengzhou and alert the Divine Mountain to keep an eye on this young man." With that, the elder produced a silver crescent-shaped token that bore a slight resemblance to the Tsangyue token, yet was undeniably more captivating. Channeling his magical energy into the token, it blazed with light, and shortly thereafter, a resounding voice emanated from it. "Understood." Hearing the familiar voice from the token, Song Lan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was the 10th Ancestor. With the 10th Ancestor taking action, there was no need for further concern, as there were but a handful of individuals in all of Zhengzhou who could match him in strength. "Very well, Song Lan. With that fellow's involvement, you need not worry about the young lad any longer," the elder proclaimed, stroking his beard with a hearty laugh. 16th Ancestor. I am over 1,300 years old now. Could you perhaps refer to me differently? Song Lan attempted a wry smile at the elder. You young rascal, at your age, you are but a fraction of my years. What is wrong with calling you a little one? The elder's expression shifted to one of mock indignation. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. Song Lan quickly acquiesced, smiling nervously. Had he delayed his response any longer, he might have faced a good beating. After all, He recalled all too well the times he had been reprimanded by the elder during his training in his youth, leaving a lasting impression. Humph, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Once that young lad is confirmed, make haste back to the ancestral land. I've grown weary of this wretched place. Yes, 16th ancestor, Song Lan promptly replied. After the elder vanished, Song Lan could not help but exhale deeply. That old man, it seems his temper has not changed one bit after all these years. No wonder the third ancestor refused him back then. Suddenly, a voice laced with mockery echoed from behind Song Lan. Upon hearing it, his expression froze, and his face turned pale as he mechanically turned around. There stood the yellow-robed elder, a cold smirk flickering in his eyes, the branch he had picked up gleaming ominously in his grasp. Song Lan swallowed hard in fear, trembling as he stuttered, "10th ancestor. Please let me explain." Please let me explain, 10th ancestor." In the next moment, the main hall erupted in a cacophony of crackling sounds, accompanied by piercing screams. That old rascal, his strikes are so ruthless. Chapter 61. The Xinhuang Continent Ling Tian Pavilion. Why hasn't brother returned yet? Yi Xiling sat on the steps, cradling Xiao He, her tone laced with boredom at a tea that moment. A rustling sound echoed from outside, prompting Yi Xiling to suddenly look up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother is back. No sooner had she spoken than a young man clad in white pushed the door open and stepped inside. Yi Xiling leaped into his embrace, looking up with curiosity. "Brother, where have you been?" "I went to see the Lord," Yi Lingtian replied, gently ruffling Yi Xiling's hair. "Is that so?" Yi Xiling nodded thoughtfully, but her mood shifted as if recalling something. She gazed at Yi Lingtian, her expression turning somber. "Brother, has Sister Lingyan already left?" Yi Lingtian cast her a glance and nodded slightly. "In another part of the continent." "Caw-caw, cry all you want. Such a melodious sound is truly delightful to the ears." Blood Wujing sneered as he surveyed the figures trapped within the blood prison. You beast!" A silver-haired, middle-aged man within the blood prison pointed accusingly at Blood Wujing, shouting in outrage. Bang! The yellow tiger beside the blood prison wore a cold expression as he delivered a kick to the man's chest, sending him hurtling backward with a mouthful of blood. Outrageous! Like insignificant ants, how dare such creatures show such disrespect to their master? Huang Hu glared at the man with malevolence and said, "Bah, you will not meet a good end." "My son will avenge me." The man staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spoke with bitterness. Is that the only weapon of the weak? How pitiable it is to be unable to grasp one's own fate, instead relying on others. Mere trash. Living is a waste of time. A cruel smile flickered in Xue Wuji's eyes as he regarded those within, their expressions filled with rage. And he callously declared, "Very well. Let me present you with one final grand spectacle before you perish." With that, Xue Wuji spread his arms wide, gradually levitating into the air. Blood mist began to swirl in the sky, staining the clouds a deep crimson. Blood lightning raged, intertwining in the sky to form serpentine blood-red dragons. The entire space was permeated with a nauseating stench of blood. In an instant, thick torrents of blood lightning descended, as if the apocalypse were upon them. "Blood god armor?" A booming voice echoed. Blood energy materialized in the air, slowly coalescing into a mass of blood mist, as if it were gestating something. Gradually, a blood-red armor emerged from the mist, adorned with sinister black grooves that formed a chilling visage, a grotesque, pitch-black demon face, its eyes devoid of light. The spine of the armor bore a blood-red dragon tail, tipped with triangular, bloodthirsty spikes, and each shoulder was crowned with a menacing spike. Ha 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 ha! Seeing the armor materialize, Xue Wuji could not contain his laughter. This armor was the result of his creation, based on the blood god technique, and the dragon tail behind it had reached the level of a supreme artifact. Furthermore, as it continually absorbed blood, its rank would ascend alongside the armor. Gazing at this flawless masterpiece, Xue Wuji could not resist dashing to it. Reaching out to touch the armor, in an instant, a surge of blood light erupted, enveloping his body in blood. Moments later, the blood transformed back into armor upon him, a terrifying aura sweeping across the land, as the dragon tail behind him swung ominously, clad in the blood god armor. Xue Wuji felt an insatiable thirst for blood. The armor possessed a spirit. Shui Wuji's heart surged with joy as he let out a triumphant roar, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty smile. Excellent. Since it is so in the next moment, he produced an elderly man, seemingly plucked from thin air, and disregarding the man's terror. The dragon tail suddenly pierced through the old man's chest, gurgle, gurgle. The tail appeared to possess a life of its own, draining the old man's blood and magical energy until he withered, his body gradually shrinking, eye sockets hollowing, mouth agape, resembling a desiccated corpse. What is this ghastly thing? No, I do not wish to die at someone. Save me. The onlookers in the blood prison were horrified by this gruesome scene, their eyes wide with terror, unable to contain their fear any longer as they wailed in despair. Blood began to seep from the black grooves of the blood god armor, the demon face growing ever more terrifying, with its dim eyes seemingly adorned with two crimson jewels, blood red and murderous, as if a single glance could plunge one into a sea of corpses and blood. Sensing the wondrous power of the blood god armor, Shui Wuji erupted in laughter, then turned to the already shattered onlookers and coldly stated, "The show is over. It is time to send you on your way." Boom! The blood god armor trembled, sending ripples of blood energy through the space, a veil of blood enveloping the crowd. Huang, who had long since retreated to a safe distance. Buzz! The blood veil dissipated, replaced by a terrifying dragon formed of blood energy, coiling ominously, its massive tail encircling the crowd within the blood veil, its eyes, the size of small suns, filled with a deathly aura. No, please, no. The crowd gazed at the blood dragon in despair, some so frightened they had lost control of their bladders. Roar! The blood dragon let out a mighty roar, and in that instant, the crowd was transformed into a mist of blood. The dragon's jaws opened wide. A fierce wind erupted from nowhere, and the blood mist was immediately drawn into its maw. Shui Wuji stood aloft, quietly observing his masterpiece as the blood veil faded. The blood dragon, laden with the essence of those individuals, returned to the blood god armor. The armor's hue shifted. Once dark red, it gradually transformed into a semi-transparent armor that resembled blood crystal. Beside him, Huang, who swallowed hard. How terrifying indeed! Before the blood armor, only these four words occupied Huang Hu's mind. In the Xinhuang continent, adjacent to the middle state, the martial prowess is formidable, with overall strength far exceeding that of the lower continents. Each force capable of establishing itself within the Xinhuang continent typically has a sage overseeing it. It is worth noting that in the lower continents, even encountering a ninefold sovereign is a rarity, let alone a sage. Of course, the Zhongyu's sacred land is the exception. Chapter 62. Departure, Middle State in the Xinhuang continent. The Piaomiao sect, as one of the few top-tier forces, boasts an undeniable strength, with multiple ninefold sovereigns, including a sage ancestor presiding over them. Piaomiao Hall. Sect Master, who exactly are we waiting for as instructed by that esteemed figure from the Middle State? I do not know. We must remain patient. That esteemed figure stated that the one borrowing the teleportation array to the Middle State is the very person we await. What kind of individual could prompt such a transcendent being to intervene personally? I am equally curious. In the hall, a young man clad in a flowing white robe addressed the elder, who was similarly attired. Inform the disciples guarding the teleportation gate that even a fly that flies by must be kept under strict watch. If this task is executed well, a casual reward from that esteemed figure would be a monumental opportunity for us. The young man in the white robe was none other than the sect master, Yun Xiao, while the elder was Shen Zhua, the Piaomiao sect's supreme elder, both of whom were ninefold sovereigns. Holding the key to the teleportation array leading to the Middle State, even the other top-tier forces within the Xinhuang continent dared not provoke them lightly. For the only way to reach the martial Dao's sacred land of the Middle State was through the Piaomiao sect's grand teleportation array. Yesterday, an uninvited guest with an aura of terrifying intensity had suddenly arrived at the Piaomiao sect. The so-called ninefold sovereigns appeared laughable in the presence of this individual. A mere glance from him made them feel as if their very souls were on the verge of shattering. The individual had calmly stated, "In a few days, a young man will come to borrow the teleportation array. Find him and deliver this jade talisman to him." After handing the jade talisman to Yun Xiao, he departed, leaving behind a chilling warning. "If you fail, your existence shall no longer be warranted." Recalling that figure, even though he had already left the Piaomiao sect, Yun Xiao could not help but tremble. Compared to the ancestor of the Piaomiao sect, this individual was unfathomably more terrifying. Even though he suppressed his aura, it still felt as if he were facing a divine dragon from the heavens. It was a pressure of life itself, a sensation he had never experienced even from their ancestor, indicating that this person was undoubtedly a supreme being from the middle state. To have such an individual personally intervene. It stands to reason that the young man in question must not be an ordinary person. Meanwhile, within the Tsongyue sacred land, a young man in white attire rode a white crane, slowly departing from the sacred grounds. This boy truly cannot resist. Gazing at the departing youth, Song Lan could not help but sigh. Realizing that this lad was indeed a romantic, he wondered whether this journey would turn out to be a boon or a bane for him. On the white crane, Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged with closed eyes, pondering Song Lan's words, murmuring, Xinhuang continent. Piamiao sect.is he not here yet? Not yet. At Piamiao Hall, Yun Shao inquired of the disciples guarding the teleportation array. It's strange. This is the 7th day, yet we have not encountered the individual mentioned by that esteemed figure. Could there have been a mistake? Yun Shao stood there, muttering to himself, then turned to the disciple with a furrowed brow. Are you certain no one has arrived? The disciple, upon hearing the sect master's words, hastily replied, reporting to the sect master, Indeed, no one has come. Very well, you may leave. Upon hearing this, Yun Shao waved his hand. And the disciple bowed and retreated. Another 7 days passed, and finally, Yi Lingtian, departing from the Tsongyue sacred land, arrived at the boundary of the Xinhuang continent. This must be the place Song Lan mentioned. Confirming the location, Yi Lingtian wasted no time, gently patting the white crane, which immediately understood and soared through the barrier of the Xinhuang continent, the majestic landscapes below failing to sway him even slightly as he raced toward the Piamiao sect. After a short while, who goes there? Before a teleportation array stood a young disciple clad in a black flowing robe, who, upon seeing the white crane above, could not help but step forward to inquire. Yi Lingtian paid no heed to the young man's question, instead stating, This must be the teleportation array leading to the middle state, correct? Humph. And if it is, wait, are you your surname Yi? The disciple's expression shifted dramatically, as if recollecting something significant. With uncertainty in his voice, he gazed at Yi Lingtian and spoke. Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow and replied, How do you know? Is it true that the young master bears the surname Yi? Yi Lingtian nodded slightly. Observing Yi Lingtian's demeanor, which did not appear deceitful, the disciple hesitated for a moment before relaying the events that had transpired to Yi Lingtian. Young Master Yi, please follow me, the disciple said, extending his left hand in a gesture of invitation. Why? Yi Lingtian gently nodded and trailed behind the disciple. Master, the person has arrived. Upon entering the floating mist hall, the disciple began to call out. Instantly, a young man appeared within the hall, donned in a flowing white robe that exuded an air of nonchalance and freedom. Upon seeing the unexpected visitor, Yi Lingtian maintained a calm demeanor and inquired, Are you the one seeking me? The young man turned to face Yi Lingtian upon hearing his voice, and for a fleeting moment, even he was taken aback by the youth's enchanting presence. With an ethereal aura and an unperturbed visage, one could not help but think, a gentleman as refined as jade, unparalleled in the world. Indeed, young Master Yi. Coming back to his senses, Yun Shao recounted the events of that day to Yi Lingtian. Oh, you mean to say that someone was already aware of my arrival? Yi Lingtian expressed his surprise. Precisely, young Master Yi, Yun Shao affirmed earnestly from the side. What about the jade talisman? Here it is, young master. Upon hearing Yi Lingtian request the jade talisman, Yun Shao did not dare to delay and hastily presented the talisman in his hand. As Yi Lingtian examined the jade talisman, his brow arched, an aura of Tsongyue. As his consciousness brushed against the jade pendant, a voice resonated within his mind. I am Kanji Yunzi, and I am already aware of the matter concerning that little girl. I shall personally keep watch over her. So do not fret. An exalted one? A ripple of astonishment flickered in Yi Lingtian's eyes. The activated jade talisman emanated a faint trace of an exalted presence, which was subtle yet perceptible to Yi Lingtian. Ha, you are quite perceptive, young lad. Yi Lingtian's astonishment faded, replaced by a hint of amusement. Young lad. It was the first time he had been addressed in such a manner. Considering his 2 lifetimes, he could easily be the ancestor of this old fellow. Who are you? Ha, I am Kanji Yunzi of Tsongyue Divine Mountain. Tsongyue Divine Mountain? Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow slightly. It appeared that this was indeed the stronghold of the Tsangyue sacred land in Zhengzhou. Understanding this, Yi Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I have merely come to inform you. Since the news has reached you, that suffices. Little lad, we shall meet again. With those words, the elder's voice abruptly ceased, and the radiance of the jade talisman faded. Evidently having lost its divine essence, Yi Lingtian regarded the dim jade talisman in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. How intriguing! He had not anticipated that this humble sect he had joined possessed such profundity. Chapter 63. The One Siblings in Zhengzhou, within the Beast Demon Forest. Damn it, Lan Shui, what are you doing? A young man in the forefront glared angrily at the scene unfolding behind him. What am I doing? Ha ha ha, Wenren Yu, even at such a moment, you dare to ask such a ludicrous question? I truly cannot fathom how your family, Wenren, could appoint such a fool as the young master. Lan Shui pulled the bloodied longsword from the body of the person before him. Casting a mocking glance at Wenren Yu, as you can see, today both you and your sister shall perish in this beast demon forest, brute. How dare you? Do you not fear that my Wenren family will reduce your Lan Shui clan to ruins upon learning of this? Wenren Yu's eyes turned icy as he shouted. Ha ha ha, naive. You shall die by the jaws of the beasts in this forest. What does that have to do with my Lan Shui family? Lan Shui spread his arms wide, a playful smirk adorning his face as he regarded Wenren Yu. You bastard. I have long known your treacherous ambitions. You are no good. Beside Wenren Yu stood a cute young girl with a hint of baby fat. Her face contorted with rage as she glared at Lan Shui. Humph, wretched girl. If you had consented to become my partner back then, we would not be in this predicament today. Remembering the humiliation he had endured while pursuing Wenren Yu, Lan Shui's expression darkened. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Once I eliminate your brother, I shall savor you slowly. This time, I shall see how you can haughtily refuse me. A lecherous glint flickered in Lan Shui's eyes as he lasciviously eyed the young girl's developing figure. Grinning lewdly, I wonder how the eldest daughter of the Wenren family compares to those courtesans in Longfeng Tower. You scoundrel! Upon hearing Lan Shui compare her to the women of Longfeng Tower, Wenren Yu's voice trembled with indignation. Her face flushed with a mix of shame and fury, tears welling in her eyes. When had she ever endured such humiliation? You fiend, if you dare to lay a hand on my sister, I will never rest until I seek vengeance. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? The young master Wenren vows to seek vengeance against me. How terrifying! Lan Shui, unable to contain his laughter, turned to his companions and feigned fear. Ha 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 ha, foolish one. Do you truly believe you are worthy of confronting young master Lan Shui? The onlookers scoffed, their derision palpable. Who would have thought that the esteemed young master of the Wenren family would turn out to be such a simpleton? Incapable of grasping the situation. Indeed, Wenren Su, despite being a figure of some renown, how could he have produced such a fool? The disdain in the gazes of those around them intensified as they mocked Wenren Yu. Silence! Listening to the taunts from all directions, even the most temperate of individuals would find their anger ignited, especially one of the distinguished Wenren family. His eyes burned with fury as he roared. Look, our young master Wenren is angry. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted once more in response to Lan Shui's words. Damn it, I will fight you to the end. In that moment, Wenren Yu was consumed by rage, raising his longsword and charging at Lan Shui and his compatriots. Bang! Before Wenren Yu could reach Lan Shui, a burly man kicked him away. Wenren Yu coughed up blood midair, landing in a crumpled heap at Wenren Yu's feet, his face contorted in pain. Pfft, what an insignificant insect. Did you truly think your meager cultivation could stir up any waves? The burly man gazed disdainfully at the figure sent flying brother. Seeing this, Wenren Yu hurriedly helped Wenren Yu to his feet, tears glistening in her eyes as she worriedly asked, Brother, are you all right? Ignoring Wenren Yu's concern, Wenren Yu clutched his chest, disbelief etched in his eyes. A monarch. Cough. I never expected that your Lan Shui clan would dispatch a monarch to kill me. Despair washed over Wenren Yu's face, realizing that today might indeed be his last. For you? Ha ha ha, Wenren Yu, you overestimate yourself to me. You are no more significant than an ant beneath my foot. I could squash you with a mere flick of my wrist. Were it not for the fear that you have someone to protect you nearby, just one of me is more than enough. Yet it seems your father has little regard for you. He did not even bother to send anyone to protect you. Could it be that your mother bore you with some other man? Laughter erupted around them at Lan Shui's words. I believe young Master Lan Shui has a point. Otherwise, how could the illustrious Wenren Su produce such a simpleton? You lie, Lan Shui. I will have your life. The moment he heard Lan Shui insult his mother, Wenren Yu could no longer contain his fury, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he brandished his long sword. Rising with a fierce resolve that gave the impression of a fight worth witnessing, beware. When I hold them off, you must run quickly and return to tell father to avenge me. Wenren Yu's face was resolute, clearly prepared to sacrifice himself to pave the way for Wenren Yu's escape. No, brother. I cannot bear to lose you. Tears streamed down Wenren Yu's face uncontrollably. Listen, do not let my sacrifice be in vain. Go now. With that, Wenren Yu forcefully pushed Wenren Yu away, charging towards Lan Shui and his companions. Brother! The pushed Wenren Yu cried out in despair as she watched her brother rush toward danger. Humph! Neither of you shall escape. Seize that wretched girl! Lan Shui commanded one of his men. The man grinned wickedly, his gaze lingering on Wenren Yu's figure as he swallowed hard. Young Master Lan Shui, once you are done with her, humph, once I am finished, you may do as you please. At those words, the crowd erupted into howls of excitement, astonished that they might yet have the chance to taste the eldest daughter of the Wenren family. You shall not touch her, die. Autumn Wine Sword. Upon seeing someone pursue his sister, Wenren Yu erupted in fury, unleashing a sword technique that sliced towards the pursuer. The man did not even glance back, intent on reaching Wenren Yu, yet Wenren Yu's strike was effortlessly intercepted by the earlier mentioned monarch. Damn it! Wenren Yu's face was a mask of urgency. If Yuer fell into the hands of this beast, she would surely be subjected to countless humiliations. Seeing the man advance toward her, Wenren Yu steeled herself, producing a dagger in hand, clearly prepared to end her own life, believing that death would be preferable to losing her purity to them. As the dagger plunged toward her heart, the man's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated that she would be such a virtuous woman. You truly have a good brother. As the dagger pierced the skin, a voice suddenly echoed in her ear. A man dressed in white had appeared before her, grasping her arm, halting the dagger right at her heart. Witnessing this, Wenren Yu felt a wave of despair wash over her. Could it be that she was truly to be humiliated by these brutes? A tear trickled down the corner of her eye. Chapter 64. Wenren Su. What are you daydreaming about? A cold voice resonated beside her. Are you not one of them? Wenren Yu replied, her face a mask of astonishment. The figure in white regarded her as if she were a simpleton, and at that moment, she noticed the look in his eyes, causing her cheeks to flush. Had she misjudged him? Hey, who are you to spoil our plans? The white-clad man remained indifferent, turning his gaze elsewhere. Are you speaking to me? Of course, another fool has arrived. The speaker was a robust man, his tone dripping with disdain. To him, this individual was clearly posturing. Despite the aura of a venerable one surrounding him, he dared to intervene in his affairs. The man in white's gaze was profound and devoid of emotion as he regarded the brute without uttering a single word. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the figure in white reappeared before the muscular man, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. What? At this sight, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even Lan Shui wore an expression of disbelief. This brawny man had been procured at a great cost by his father, and his cultivation level was that of a fifth-tier monarch. Such prowess was formidable even in the outer regions of Zhongzhou, yet now he was being held like a mere chick. The muscular man was equally bewildered. Was this a venerable one? How dare he call himself a venerable? He felt an explosive force in that grip, and despite his struggles, they were futile as he realized he could not escape this powerful hand. Fear began to creep into his eyes. A prodigy. This individual was undoubtedly a prodigy. Only those hailed as prodigies stem from the great sects and sacred lands, capable of battling beyond their ranks as easily as one eats and drinks. The forces that could cultivate such prodigies were akin to the heavens in Zhongzhou, possessing the power to alter the very landscape of the region with a mere word. The thought of encountering such a formidable being sent shivers down his spine. Spare me, the muscular man, disregarding all dignity, felt the tightening grip around his neck and hastily pleaded, desperation evident in his eyes. The man in white exhibited no sign of compassion. His deep-set eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. Cold and piercing, bang! The muscular man's head was crushed in an instant, blood mist erupting, and his decapitated body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ants. The man retrieved a purple handkerchief, wiping the blood from his hands with an air of indifference. The onlookers trembled at the bloody scene, Lan Shui's expression one of panic. He had thought this man was a savior from the Wunren family. Forbear, Lan Shui stammered. I was unaware of your presence, and to disturb you is truly a grave offense. I shall take my leave. The man cast a glance at Lan Shui, noting his cleverness, though such a disposition would ultimately hinder great accomplishments. Seeing that the man in white did not refuse him, Lan Shui immediately fled the scene. Witnessing their master's retreat, the others found themselves rooted in place, unsure whether to stay or leave. Fearing a single flick of the man's wrath might obliterate them, their apprehensions were not unfounded. The man in white raised his hand slightly, and with a gentle tremor, a thundering sound erupted as they were instantly transformed into blood mist. Including the recently escaped Lan Shui, only the Wunren siblings remained in the forest, gazing at the man whose methods were so ruthlessly bloody, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, it was Wunrenyu who broke the silence. Her voice trembling. Thank you for your timely rescue, esteemed forebear. Thank your brother instead. The man glanced at them coolly before vanishing into the woods. The image of Wunrenyu risking his life to seek a path to safety for his sister lingered in his mind, reminding him of Yi Xiling still in the Tsongyue sacred land. Indeed, the one who had intervened was Yiling Tian. Brother, are you all right? In the forest, Wunrenyu hurried to support Wunrenyu, concern etched on her face. I'm fine. Wunrenyu gently waved her off, signaling her not to worry. Then his gaze turned to the spot where Yiling Tian had disappeared, softly murmuring, now that is a true powerhouse, capable of suppressing all enemies with but a gesture. Indeed, though that esteemed forebear appears quite youthful, Wunrenyu concurred, recalling the figure, particularly the moment he grasped her arm, causing her heart to flutter. What if? Seeing his sister's love-struck expression, Wunrenyu could not help but shake his head. Do not entertain such thoughts. Individuals of that caliber are beyond our reach. Humph, what are you talking about? I was merely pondering how to repay that forebear should we meet again, Wunrenyu retorted. Her face flushed with a hint of defiance. You are, a voice called from outside, filled with urgency. It's father. The siblings exchanged glances, joy illuminating their eyes. Moments later, a rugged yet dignified middle-aged man appeared, relief flooding his features upon seeing his children safe and sound. He had hurried over after learning of the Lan family's scheme from a spy. The man embraced them tightly, murmuring in relief, Thank goodness. Damn the Lan family for daring to plot against my children. I shall annihilate them upon my return. Rage flickered across his face. By the way, how did you manage to escape? He had learned from the spy that a monarch had also been present. It was like this, father. Wunrenyu recounted how the man in white had saved them. You two are quite fortunate, Wunren mused upon hearing their tale, then led them back to the Wunren estate. At the Lan family estate, damn it. My son and daughter have returned, but what of my son? A man with a goatee and a cunning visage slammed his hand on the stone table, causing it to shatter in two. Young master may have already, the trembling individual before him stammered. Shut your mouth, the cunning man bellowed, lifting the man off the ground. Lan Hao, come out. Just then, a voice thundered from outside the Lan estate. Hearing this, the man named Lan Hao's face darkened further. Well, I did not seek you out, yet you come knocking on my door. He strode out, his countenance grim as he confronted the newcomer. Wunren Su. Where is my son? That wretch is already dead inside. You seek death. Upon hearing that his son was truly dead, Lan Hao could no longer contain his fury, his hands transforming into fists as he charged at Wunren Su. His arms radiating power. Tio dare lay hands on my offspring. Today marks the end of the Lan family. The cold glint of murderous intent flickered in Wunren Su's eyes. Humph, such audacity, die. Just as the two were about to engage, a young man clad in white strolled by. Chapter 65. Shen Wu. Within the Wunren family estate, Wunrenyu gazed at the arm that had been grasped by the forebear, her cheeks flushed as she covered her face. Murmuring, I truly regret not asking for the forebear's name. Suddenly, a male voice sounded from outside her chamber. Huh? Not here. Where did that girl run off to? Wonren Yu's face displayed confusion. After waiting for a while without a reply, he pushed open the door, only to find his dear sister lost in thought, alternating between shyness and laughter. Ahem. Wonren Yu cleared his throat behind her. Startled by the sound, Wonren Yu spun around, meeting Wonren Yu's curious gaze. Brother, how did you approach without making a sound? You nearly scared me to death. Relieved to see him, she began to complain. What are you doing? I've called out to you several times without a response. Why have you been staring at your arm? Are you injured? Wonren Yu stepped forward, concerned. Realizing she had been too engrossed in her thoughts, Wonren Yu flushed. Oh, no. Her cheeks reddened as if her secret had been discovered. And thankfully, her brother's wits were not particularly sharp. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Why is your face so red? Wonren Yu asked, puzzled. Enough, brother. What brings you here? Wonren Yu hastily interjected, not wanting to linger on the topic lest it lead to further awkwardness. Hey, can't I come to see you without a reason? You used to be so attached to me. Why have you changed since returning from the beast demon forest? Wonren Yu scrutinized her suspiciously. That's not true. You're overthinking it, brother. Wonren Yu quickly denied. Is that so? Yes. All right then. Seeing her unwavering confidence, he chose not to press further. Hee. Do you still have some spare spirit stones? Lend me some. Wonren Yu suddenly adopted a scheming demeanor, rubbing his hands together in a somewhat ingratiating manner. What do you need spirit stones for? Wonren Yu gazed at him, perplexed, while Wonren Yu glanced around before leaning in to whisper, I heard that the stone gambling house has received a new batch of goods. Each one better than the last. I want to go take a look. You know father would never give me spirit stones otherwise. What? Wonren Yu, how dare you go there? Last time you owed hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. And it was I who helped you pay it off. If father finds out, he will surely flay you alive. Upon hearing this, Wonren Yu's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Wonren Yu with indignation. This fellow had no other hobby than the thrill of gambling on stones, yet his luck was abysmal, returning each time with a mountain of debt. No, you absolutely cannot go, Wonren Yu firmly declared. You err. Wonren Yu looked at her with a pitiful expression. In a way, if you wish to go, you should ask father for the spirit stones yourself. Wonren Yu turned her head away, but Wonren Yu's expression stiffened. He dared not approach Wonren Su for spirit stones. If Wonren Su discovered he had ventured to such a place again, he feared his legs would be broken. In a bustling street, a crowd had gathered at one particular spot. Hurry, old man, bring out the spirit stones I've won. Ha ha ha, I told you. The winner would surely be Lord Wonren. You didn't believe me, did you? Now look at you, suffering a miserable loss, at a small stall. The cacophony of voices erupted as people surrounded it. All right, enough noise. My old ears can't take it anymore. An unkempt old man, resembling a beggar, sat on the ground with piles of spirit stones before him. Seizing the opportunity amidst the fierce competition between the two, he had placed bets, and now the jubilant crowd consisted of those who had won. Each one was glowing with excitement, already envisioning how to spend their newfound wealth. Whoa, look! The old beggar suddenly shouted. What? The crowd paused, frowning as they followed the direction of his pointing finger, only to see nothing there. What are you yelling about, old man? As they turned back in annoyance. They were stunned to find that the old man had vanished, clearly having fled with the spirit stones. Damn it, that old trickster has played us. Quick, chase after him. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the throng finally reacted, racing out in furious pursuit. What a bunch of fools, ha 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 ha. Once the crowd had disappeared, the one who had shouted earlier smirked lewdly, his form slowly twisting until, moments later, he transformed into a young man with a shifty gaze, grinning maliciously at the fleeing crowd. TSK, the 9 transformations of divine movement? Who? The lecherous youth's expression changed dramatically as he spun around, only to find a white-clad youth holding a folding fan, watching him with an amused expression. Who are you? And how do you know the 9 transformations of divine movement? The young man's face grew serious, his body taut, as he regarded the youth, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. What is your connection to the divine heaven sect? The white-clad youth ignored his question and countered with one of his own. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing the name mentioned by the youth, a storm surged within him. He was indeed a descendant of the divine heaven sect, yet his ancestor had ascended to the celestial realm eons ago. There shouldn't be anyone who remembered them. The young man's complexion darkened as he contemplated how to escape from this situation. It wasn't cowardice. It was merely a recognition of the misdeeds committed by his ancestor in the central continent, which had garnered widespread enmity. Therefore, anyone associated with him would inevitably be hunted down like a rat. Over 80% of the forces in the central continent had been wronged by the Divine Heaven sect. And the sect's ascension to the celestial realm was primarily due to the treasures buried within their ancestral graves. Besides grave robbing, they also had a penchant for stealing the intimate garments of divine maidens and holy women, along with a myriad of other disgraceful acts that even he, as their descendant, was loath to mention. Hence, upon hearing someone invoke the 9 transformations of divine movement, he became overly anxious if his identity were to be exposed. Those forces wronged by his ancestor would undoubtedly hunt him down, and the mere thought of such consequences sent shivers down his spine. The illustrious Divine Heaven sect has such a cowardly descendant. The youth spoke with a teasing tone, clearly implying that the sect's reputation was far from noble. Even before attaining the imperial throne in the celestial realm, he had nearly been subdued by that old rogue. He had pursued that old man for a time, only relenting after the latter surrendered all his treasures. However, they had collaborated on several occasions since, establishing a relatively amicable relationship. Now, witnessing someone in the mortal realm employing that old rogue's famed technique piqued his curiosity, leading to the earlier exchange. "What is your name?" the white-clad youth inquired with interest. "Humph, none of your business." The young man's face flushed with embarrassment as he was about to make his escape when he realized that the surrounding space had been sealed off without him noticing. "You!" His expression shifted dramatically. "If you don't speak up, I might have to call for help." The youth waved the folding fan in his hand, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression playful as he regarded him. Shenwu. After some contemplation, the young man finally revealed his name. With no choice left, he could only hope that this youth would keep his secrets hidden. Otherwise, there would be no place for him to hide in the mortal realm. "Hey, brother, look, isn't that the senior?" The speaker was none other than Wanren's siblings, who had just exited the Wanren residence. Unable to resist Wanren-Yu's persistent pleas, Wanren-Yu had reluctantly agreed to accompany him to the stone gambling house, but only to take a glance. "It really is him," Wanren-Yu exclaimed with delight, confirming that the figure was indeed the one who had saved her that day. She couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and hurriedly approached. "Senior, is it you?" Upon hearing a voice behind him, the young man furrowed his brows and turned to see the pair of siblings he had rescued in the beast demon forest. "It is truly you, Senior," Wanren-Yu exclaimed, elated. "What do you want?" The young man regarded the girl with a dispassionate glance, his earlier smile vanishing as if it had never existed. "I have no particular matter. I just wanted to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance last time," Wanren-Yu stammered, her earlier eagerness extinguished by the young man's demeanor. "Let's go." Seeing that the Wanren siblings had no further business, he grasped Shenwu's collar and departed. Wanren-Yu opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. "All right, sister, don't be upset. Someone like that senior is beyond our reach." Wanren-Yu, noticing his sister's demeanor, comforted her. Wanren-Yu remained silent, lost in thought as she watched the figure disappear from view. "Who exactly are you?" Shenwu couldn't help but inquire out of curiosity. He sensed that the youth bore him no ill will and appeared to have a connection to his ancestor. But how could that be? The youth looked younger than him, and the Divine Heaven sect had ascended to the celestial realm thousands of years prior. "Well, by seniority, you should address me as your great ancestor." The youth mused, smiling after a moment of contemplation. "What? You're joking with me?" Shenwu was taken aback, then angrily retorted. This fellow dared to take advantage of him. He had initially thought that this person had obtained some inheritance from the Divine Heaven sect, which was why he recognized the 9 transformations of divine movement. But it now appeared he was simply spouting nonsense. Little did he know that the youth before him could indeed be considered his great ancestor, and one far more formidable than his own ancestor. If he were to discover this, he would probably be eager to establish a connection with the youth. The youth stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Shenwu. "You've certainly inherited that old rogue's shamelessness. I wonder if you also steal women's undergarments." Upon hearing the youth's teasing, Shenwu's face turned crimson as he retorted, "Nonsense. How could I do such a thing?" Although he vehemently denied it, his shifty eyes betrayed the truth. The youth's smile widened. You're just like that old man, equally shameless. Chu, I in the celestial realm, in a dimly lit secret chamber, an old Taoist priest wearing a blue robe and holding a whisk sneezed. Damn it, who is cursing this old man? He grumbled. However, considering his notorious reputation in the celestial realm, being cursed seemed rather unsurprising. He resumed his actions, muttering, Damn it, I didn't expect this old rogue to have so many treasures on him. Heh, Qing Yun, you scoundrel. How dare you chase after me? If I leave you with even a pair of underpants, it would be my fault. The old Taoist chuckled lewdly, revealing 2 yellowed front teeth, as he looked at the unconscious man lying on the ground, whose head bore an inexplicable swelling the size of a fist. The old man skillfully stripped the unconscious man of his valuables, swiftly and expertly, as if he had done this countless times before. Before long, the man lay completely bare on the ground. Heh, such a splendid scene must be preserved as a keepsake. The venerable Taoist produced a glimmering stone, radiating a crystalline glow, and with a casual toss, the stone hovered above the man, enveloped in a shimmering barrier that recorded the scene within its depths. Observing this, the Taoist smiled with satisfaction and declared, The old Taoist departs. Are you well acquainted with my ancestor? Shenwu, filled with curiosity, noted the tone suggesting familiarity and what appeared to be a cordial relationship. Could it be that he was an ancient being who had lived for tens of thousands of years? How strange it was to think that someone of his ancestor's stature could have friends. Shenwu mused silently, knowing that if his thoughts were to reach Shun Tianke, the latter would likely be infuriated enough to return from the celestial realm to deal with this unfilial descendant. Goodness, what do you mean he could have friends? If you were to meet Shin Tianke, he would enlighten you. Ah? Shenwu was taken aback. Wouldn't that mean waiting until he ascended to the celestial realm? He quickly shook his head. Whether he could even reach the pinnacle of supremacy in this lifetime was still uncertain. Then, what is your name? He thought to himself, having received no answer regarding their relationship. Surely he could at least be told a name, and my surname is Yi. And that's all? Shenwu was momentarily dazed. What else should there be? Isn't the thrill of discovery and seeking answers yourself? Seeing the boy's ambiguous smile, Shenwu instantly understood. This fellow was clearly toying with him. So, can I leave now? Shenwu said in a muted tone, not expecting that the invincible him would also experience a day of humiliation at someone else's hands. Yi Lingtian shook his head. Not yet. I still need a guide in Zhongzhou. What, do you want me to be your human map? Absolutely not. Shenwu protested vehemently. Suddenly, a purple gold bone sword appeared, poised against his neck. The cold blade leaving a trail of blood. Yi Lingtian held the sword from the other end, gazing at him with a half-smile. Feeling the chilling aura of the blade, Shenwu sensed a sudden urgency in his lower body. As if a torrent was desperate to break free. I absolutely cannot allow the young master to get lost in Zhongzhou alone. Shenwu, terrified, immediately retracted his words, proclaiming with righteous fervor, looking as though he were pledging loyalty to the young lad. Well done, Yi Lingtian exclaimed. Truly, he was deserving of being Shan Tiang's descendant. Look at how swiftly he changed his demeanor, nearly rivaling that old fellow. Let us go. We must first find an inn, young master. Aren't you in a hurry? Why seek an inn? Yi Lingtian cast a dispassionate glance at him, remaining silent. Seeing this, Shenwu hurriedly closed his mouth, fearing that this fellow might strike again. Young master, after you. Shenwu stepped in front of Yi Lingtian, respectfully playing the role of a tour guide. Under his guidance, they arrived at an extraordinarily grand tavern, its sign emblazoned with the powerful characters, Julu Ge. Innkeeper, are there any vacancies on the 3rd floor? Shenwu called out as he entered the tavern. Indeed, esteemed guest. Would you prefer a Tian room or a D room? A man with a small mustache and sharp eyes hastily approached. The Julugu, rumored to be an establishment associated with the Lingsheng dynasty of Zhongzhou, indeed had 9 levels. The upper 4 levels comprised the Grand Hall, training rooms, stone gambling halls, and martial arts arenas, while the lower 5 corresponded to the elements of heaven, earth, mystery, yellow, and humanity, each level featuring Tian and D rooms. The higher the level, the more opulent the surroundings and the richer the spiritual energy. The Tian rooms were the epitome of luxury, reserved for the most gifted disciples from various factions. After all, the cost of a Tian room was exorbitant, with many cultivators unable to afford even a single night's stay throughout their lives. The Tian room on the third floor alone was priced at 300,000 spirit stones per night, making it a significant expense. Were it not for Shan Wu having swindled the gambling money from those individuals, he would not have been able to afford a stay at Jilu Gu. The innkeeper, smiling broadly, accepted the spirit stones Shan Wu offered, and after stowing them away, respectfully said, "Please follow me, esteemed guests." However, when his gaze fell upon Yi Lingtian, who held a folding fan, his expression suddenly turned serious. Danger. He sensed an overwhelming aura of peril emanating from the youth. Feeling the innkeeper's gaze, Yi Lingtian glanced at him indifferently. That single glance sent a tremor through the innkeeper's soul, nearly causing it to shatter. "Innkeeper, what ails you?" Shan Wu asked, puzzled by the innkeeper's sudden pallor. "Nothing. Please follow me." The innkeeper barely managed to suppress his fear. Avoiding eye contact with Yi Lingtian as he stumbled ahead to lead the two, Shan Wu remained curious but refrained from asking further questions. Once the two were inside the room, the innkeeper clutched his chest, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face as he struggled to contain his trepidation. The look the youth had given him seemed to carry an unfathomable weight of terror, transcending the very fabric of reality. In that moment, he had even glimpsed a purple-clad figure. That figure, shrouded in chaos, sat between heaven and earth, eyes like the sun and moon, its aura compressing the vastness of time and space. Countless beings were prostrate before it, all exuding an aura so terrifying that it nearly crushed him. Had Yi Lingtian not withdrawn his gaze, he feared his soul would have been extinguished. Truly, it was utterly horrifying. The innkeeper involuntarily swallowed hard. Trembling as he spoke, within the room, Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed, directing his thoughts towards the crimson gold talisman that had been transformed from the blood nerve within his sea of consciousness. The talisman glowed vibrantly, trembling as if on the verge of manifesting something extraordinary. It was precisely because he sensed the anomaly of this talisman on the street that he had asked Shan Wu to find an inn. He had not anticipated that this talisman could give birth to two forms of divine abilities. Yi Lingtian murmured softly, which indirectly highlighted the profound potential of the blood nerve created by Shui Wujia. Among these talismans, only the one from the true dragon heavenly canon had produced two divine abilities. But that was a clan's ancestral technique practiced by generations of dragon emperors, not something created by the ocean dragon emperor. He wondered what kind of divine ability would emerge this time. Yi Lingtian's tone held a hint of anticipation. After all, the divine abilities derived from the blood nerve had never disappointed him. The previous transformation of the divine bone had already exceeded his expectations. Its exquisite changes even made him marvel. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. "Young master, are you inside?" Shan Wu's voice called out, making Yi Lingtian raise an eyebrow in surprise at what Shan Wu could want. "Nonetheless," he replied softly, "come in." The door swung open, and Shan Wu entered with an excited expression. "Young master, good news, splendid news." What good news?" Hearing Shan Wu's words, Yi Lingtian was momentarily taken aback. What good news could this fellow possibly have? Could it be that he had stolen someone else's undergarments again? Shan Wu's expression faltered. What did he mean by having stolen undergarments again? He had never done such a thing, just once. Tomorrow, the head courtesan of the Longfeng Lu, Feng Jiaoer, will host a musical gathering within the establishment. Should one point out 3 flaws in her melody, they will be granted the opportunity to dine with her, Shan Wu said, his face aglow with excitement, as if already envisioning a night spent with Feng Jiaoer. Feng Jiaoer? Yi Lingtian's brow furrowed slightly. "Young master, are you unaware?" Shan Wu was astonished, not expecting that there would be anyone in the outskirts of Zhengzhou who didn't know of Feng Jiaoer's illustrious name. Feng Jiaoer, the flower of Longfeng Lu, is sought after by countless suitors wishing to share a night under the clouds with her. Yet she only sells her art, not her body. She is truly a unique presence in the entire establishment, possessing strength that ranks among the gifted. However, Feng Jiaoer is particularly enamored with music, to the point of obsession. She once claimed that whoever could unravel the mysteries of her 9 phoenix zither would be granted a night of companionship. This declaration caused quite a stir at the time, drawing even the most talented from the central factions, some even swearing to never marry anyone but her, a testament to her immense allure. Who would have thought that in this realm of fleeting pleasures, there exists a remarkable woman capable of captivating the hearts of countless prodigies? Does the young master not feel a stir of interest? Seeing himself animatedly extolling Feng Jiaoer, nearly elevating her to the status of a rare jewel of the mortal realm. Yet Yi Lingtian remained as unperturbed as still water, not even raising an eyebrow. Shen Wu couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. Just a pretty face, nothing more to eye. Yi Lingtian replied flatly. In his past life as an immortal emperor, he had encountered women of all kinds. Could Feng Jiaoer possibly compare to the breathtaking beauties of the celestial realm? Even those had failed to stir his heart, let alone Feng Jiaoer. Witnessing Yi Lingtian's indifference, Shen Wu was astonished. Could it be that this fellow was incapable? Upon catching the look in Yi Lingtian's eyes, Shen Wu hastily exited, clearly understanding the message to leave. Once outside, he quietly muttered, "What a strange person. I never imagined someone could remain unmoved by Feng Jiaoer." After Shen Wu departed, Yi Lingtian closed his eyes, directing his consciousness towards the ancient tome of chaos in his sea of awareness. Strange, why is the breakthrough of the Venerable One so silent this time? In previous instances of breakthroughs, there were always some miraculous changes, yet this time it is so quiet. Why? Yi Lingtian felt perplexed. Gazing at the stone book floating in his sea of consciousness, emanating a faint glow but showing no signs of movement. He pondered for a long while without discerning any clues. Perhaps changes would only manifest when the realm of kings is attained, he thought to himself. He sensed that the third page of the stone book might contain something extraordinarily terrifying. Chapter 68. The Nine Elders. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Lingtian, seated cross-legged on his bed, opened his eyes. The talisman in his sea of consciousness still radiated a brilliant red light. Trembling slightly, yet it still failed to give birth to that divine ability. It seemed that this was not a matter that could be resolved in a single day. Yi Lingtian sighed, and at the same time, his anticipation for the emergence of this divine ability grew stronger. Rising to his feet, he walked to the door and pushed it open, only to see Shen Wu stealthily emerging from another room. Holding something in his hands and wearing a cunning grin, evidently having returned to his old ways, this guy. Upon seeing this, Yi Lingtian could only shake his head in resignation. There was no saving him. By heavens! Shen Wu looked up and was startled to see a figure standing there, staring directly at him, causing him to nearly drop what he was holding. "You scared me, young master. What are you doing here?" Recognizing Yi Lingtian, Shen Wu let out a sigh of relief, his previous panic dissipating. Fortunately, it was Yi Lingtian. Had it been someone else, he might have been in grave danger. To commit a crime in the Nine Towers. One must be utterly unaware of the consequences. Did I interrupt your thievery? Head. How could that be? Shen Wu replied awkwardly that it wasn't entirely his fault. It was just a case of professional habit. The residents here were either wealthy or noble. Letting such opportunities slip away would indeed be a crime. Damn it, who is it? Just then, a loud roar erupted from the guest room Shen Wu had just exited, followed by a muscular man with his upper body bare, storming out in a rage. "Who stole my spirit ring? Get out here immediately!" The booming voice echoed throughout the third floor, rousing many still lost in slumber. "What is going on? Who is shouting? Damn it! Who dares to disturb my beautiful dream?" This scenario unfolded in every room on the third floor. Anyone whose sweet dreams were interrupted would naturally not be in a good mood. The sounds of doors opening echoed, and figures began to emerge. "You bastard, it's you making all that noise, isn't it?" A young man glared furiously at the bare-chested man. He had been entwined with Feng Jiaoer in his dreams, only to be jolted awake by that loud shout. How could he possibly be in a good mood? "This is the young master of the Divine Fire sect." The crowd took a closer look, inhaling sharply, instantly recognizing the identity of the young man. Upon hearing that he was from the Divine Fire sect, the bare-chested man softened his tone and said apologetically, "I did not mean to disturb the young master of the Divine Fire sect. I sincerely apologize. Once I find that damned little thief, I will come to pay my respects." "What? There are actually people daring to steal in the Nine Towers?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Those who resided here were disciples or elders from various major sects, and the Nine Towers belonged to the Holy Spirit dynasty. To steal here was akin to eating poison. Seeking death? Humph! Dare to steal yet not admit it. Seeing that the young master of the Divine Fire sect did not pursue the matter further, the muscular man's voice rose again. "What is going on, young Feng? Another door swung open as an elderly man in a white robe emerged. He had been sitting in meditation and, upon hearing the familiar voices outside, could not help but step out to investigate, only to discover that it was his own disciple. Master, just now. Yang Feng recounted the events that had unfolded. Humph, Huang Qi, what are you doing as the tower master? How could someone dare to steal here? The elder's anger flared instantly. He had finally brought his disciple out for a rare occasion only to encounter such an incident. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the staircase as the previously seen shopkeeper appeared on the third floor. His expression frantic. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he approached the elder, bowing deeply and saying, I did not know the elder of the 9 towers was present. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. The shopkeeper's body trembled slightly, cold sweat pouring down his face. What? Elder of the towers? The crowd gasped in surprise upon hearing the title from the shopkeeper, even the young master of the Divine Fire sect displaying a hint of astonishment. The title of elder was unique to the Holy Spirit dynasty, held by those who had made significant contributions to it, and was of unparalleled prestige within the dynasty. Humph, it seems your tower master does not wish to keep his position. Allowing thieves to operate in the 9 towers, the elder's expression turned icy. What? Such a thing has occurred? Rest assured, elder of the 9 towers, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation. The shopkeeper was instantly filled with dread. Best you do so, or else to humph. A cold glint flashed in the elder's eyes. It was evident that if the thief could not be found, the tower master's position would be in jeopardy. And he might suffer consequences as well. It's over. It's over. My life is forfeit. Shen Wu's face turned pale, his eyes filled with despair, clearly believing he would not escape this calamity today. Yi Lingtian, witnessing this, teased, You can be afraid too? At a time like this, you're still joking? You go first. I'll take responsibility for myself. Shen Wu replied with a bitter smile. Yi Lingtian cast a surprised glance at him. Not expecting this side of him. Don't worry, you won't die today. Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's words, Shen Wu looked at him, finding Yi Lingtian still wearing that indifferent expression, and a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. Master, when I came out just now, I saw those 2 sneaking around. The bare-chested man's icy stare pointed at Yi Lingtian and Shen Wu. You two, come over here and empty your souls. Let me see if you are the thief, the elder commanded, directing his gaze toward Yi Lingtian and Shen Wu. Truly, as expected of the elder of the Holy Spirit dynasty, his actions were indeed domineering. The crowd internally sighed in admiration. Even the young master of the Divine Fire sect watched the two with great interest, eager to see how they would respond. It should be noted that being forcibly soul-searched could cause irreversible damage to one's spirit. At best, they would suffer spirit damage, and at worst, they might become a fool for life. Even if they were fortunate enough to avoid that fate, their path in martial arts could be permanently severed. Did you not hear me? Why are you not coming over? The elder, seeing that they ignored his command, felt his anger rising and shouted. Since becoming an elder of the Holy Spirit dynasty, no one had dared to disregard his words. The shopkeeper named Huang Qi also turned his gaze toward the 2 that the elder had mentioned, but upon seeing them clearly, his pupils constricted, wanting to warn the elder, yet it was too late. With a flick of the elder's sleeve, an ancient hand shot forth, and instantly, everyone on the 3rd floor felt an overwhelming pressure in the AI art. As the elder's hand reached for them, Yi Lingtian chuckled lightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, causing the temperature in the entire floor to plummet. What is going on? It's so cold. The crowd suddenly felt a chilling aura envelop them. It's over. Huang Qi closed his eyes in resignation. Chapter 69. The thin line between immortality and demonic descent silence. That moment, the entire 3rd floor fell into a profound stillness, not due to the elder, but because the elder's massive hand had inexplicably halted in midair above the heads of the 2. No matter how much strength he exerted, he could not bring it down. This is impossible. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a martial arts sovereign who had reached the imperial realm, yet he found himself unable to suppress these 2 young upstarts, which was utterly unacceptable to him. I was originally inclined to spare your life. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ears of the crowd, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than the white-clad youth. Unlike the others, that voice in the elder's ears was akin to the call of death itself. instilling a deep-seated fear within him. You. The elder looked down to find a crimson flash in Yi Lingtian's eyes, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. Not good. That sense of danger reached its peak, and he quickly attempted to withdraw his hand. But it was too late. A slender, jade-like hand had already grasped his wrist, and with a crack, the elder's wrist was forcefully twisted, turning his palm that should have faced downwards to face upwards. Ah! The elder could not help but scream in agony, his facial features contorted in intense pain, cold sweat pouring down his face. How dare he? Does he not fear the retaliation of the Holy Spirit dynasty? How ferocious. How ruthless. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. Amidst the throng, only that young master of the divine fire sect stood apart, his mouth agape and eyes brimming with disbelief. The moment Yi Lingtian made his move, he sensed something unusual, a presence of a revered one. Indeed, he could discern the aura of a supreme being emanating from that young man clad in white. The elder's skin at the juncture of his palm and wrist tore open in a spiraling fashion, revealing the grotesque sight of blood vessels and flesh spilling forth, a sight most ghastly. Jagged bones protruded from beneath the skin, blood gushed forth, and those around him hastily recoiled, fearful of being splattered. Yi Lingtian released the elder's wrist and kicked him aside, the sound of a thunderous crash reverberating through the third floor as the elder's figure shot forth like a cannonball, wreaking havoc upon a multitude of rooms. While Yi Lingtian's form vanished from sight, the elder approached the ground. A silhouette in white emerged silently, a bloodthirsty smile creeping upon the otherwise serene face of the immortal-like figure, his elongated fingers reaching out to grasp the elder's head. The elder's complexion drained of color. Before he could touch down, he found himself seized by the head, and upon meeting Yi Lingtian's chilling gaze, he involuntarily swallowed hard, yearning to utter something. Yet the young man spoke first. Since you are so fond of soul-searching, Yi Lingtian remarked calmly, fixing his gaze upon the elder. No, please, no. Realizing the young man's intent, the elder's countenance morphed into one of sheer terror as he writhed, desperately attempting to shake off the hand that gripped his head. Soul-searching. Yi Lingtian's lips barely moved as he uttered those two words. A flicker of purple light dancing in his eyes. The sound. The elder, who had been thrashing about moments before, immediately fell still, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his eyes glazing over, foam bubbling at his lips. Moments later, the purple light faded from Yi Lingtian's gaze as he regarded the now dazed elder, a spear of purple-golden hue materializing in his palm. He gently prodded the spear against the elder's skull, piercing it inch by inch. A sickening sound of flesh being breached echoed throughout the third floor. The grinding of the spear within the elder's body sent shivers through the onlookers, rendering them pale and nauseated. Even those accustomed to life and death found their stomachs churning, with some unable to hold back their retching. The spear impaled the elder from top to bottom, and Yi Lingtian, holding the spear's end above, gave it a slight shake, causing the elder to disintegrate into a mist of blood. You. The man named Yang Feng, now stripped of all bravado, collapsed to the ground, his face a canvas of dread as he trembled. Pointing a quaking arm at Yi Lingtian, his voice quavering with unspoken words, "Oh, I seem to have forgotten about you," Yi Lingtian remarked, his gaze turning towards him. A flash of crimson light erupted from his fingertip, and with a swift gesture directed at Yang Feng, a finger-sized hole appeared in his head, resulting in his immediate demise. The swiftness of his death contrasted sharply with that of his master, who had suffered far more. The rest of the assembly on the third floor fell silent at this gruesome spectacle, and those nearby quickly averted their eyes, fearing they too might become the target of the young man in white. Yi Lingtian withdrew the spear and, lifting his foot, approached Shenwu, softly urging, "Let us depart." What? Shenwu, slightly dazed, remained ensnared in the aftermath of the bloody scene. "Are you frightened?" Yi Lingtian asked, a semblance of amusement in his eyes. "A little," Shenwu stammered, recalling the potential consequences had he initially refused this individual. Observing Shenwu's demeanor, Yi Lingtian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "If fear has gripped you, then remain here." With that, he turned and descended the staircase, his indifference towards Shenwu's cowardice evident. "Wait for me, young master." As Yi Lingtian's figure vanished from the third floor, Shenwu regained his senses, hurriedly calling out and pursuing after him. Once the two departed, the others on the third floor dared to lift their heads, still as an immortal, yet when in motion, akin to a demon. No, it was far more terrifying. The young man's eyes displayed no flicker of emotion during the slaughter, revealing a chilling familiarity with such violence. Where did this youth come from? His methods are exceedingly cruel, comparable to that of a fiend. One murmured in indignation, "Oh, why did you not voice such sentiments earlier?" Another retorted, recalling how timid the first had been moments before, now feigning the role of a righteous bystander. The young master of the Divine Fire sect was currently relaying the events back to his sect, seeking to uncover the origins of this young man. To be able to slaughter a revered one while still in the realm of the royal was unprecedented. Not even at the heart of the various sects could one find such a figure capable of transcending 2 great realms and over 20 minor ones. This was no mere prodigy. He was a being akin to a monstrous aberration, comparable to the youthful emperors of legend. Were Yi Lingtian to catch wind of such thoughts, he would dismissively scoff. "Emperor? What is that rubbish?" At this moment, Huang Qi, the proprietor of the 9th Pavilion, was enveloped in trepidation, astounded by the ruthless nature of the seemingly ethereal young man, whose actions had been so brutal that even he struggled to reconcile with the horrifying imagery. He sighed, pondering how to explain this incident to the Holy Spirit dynasty, for the death of a council elder was no trivial matter and would surely precipitate a monumental upheaval within the dynasty. Meanwhile, within the Holy Spirit dynasty, as Huang Qi had anticipated, the demise of the 9th elder indeed sparked considerable commotion. Chapter 70. The Holy Spirit Dynasty. Within the Holy Spirit Dynasty, at the Holy Emperor's Hall, a furious roar suddenly resonated through the vast chamber. "Damn it! Who dares to lay hands on one of our council elders? They must be seeking death." A formidable man clad in a dragon robe glared ominously at the soul lamp belonging to the 9th elder. The flame within the lamp had extinguished and cracks marred its surface. "Zhang Tian." The brooding figure suddenly raised his voice, calling into the empty air behind him, "Your Majesty." Instantly, a burly figure clad in a golden, fearsome holy armor, exuding an aura of slaughter, emerged from the void, kneeling before the dragon-robed man with respect. As the man entered the hall, the atmosphere thickened with a bloodthirsty essence, causing the curtains before the soul lamp to flutter violently. The newcomer was none other than the great general of the Holy Spirit Dynasty, the Southern Guardian, at the 6th tier of the royal realm, 2 tiers above the deceased 9th elder. "Investigate this matter for me. How could our council elder be killed without consequence?" The dragon-robed man seethed, waving his hand to summon a sensing talisman imbued with the 9th elder's essence before Zhang Tian, then coldly commanded, "Find the perpetrator and annihilate his entire lineage." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhang Tian acknowledged, his figure gradually dissipating from the hall. Watching Zhang Tian depart, the dragon-robed man's expression, though still grave, began to stabilize, though a chill lingered in his demeanor. Clearly, the death of a council elder had struck a nerve. It had been years since anyone dared to challenge the authority of the Holy Spirit Dynasty. Should he fail to take decisive action, the world might presume that the Holy Spirit Dynasty was vulnerable to insult. Yet, unbeknownst to him, such actions would usher in calamity for the entire dynasty. "What's this? No longer afraid?" Yi Lingtian remarked indifferently. Observing Shen Wu trailing behind him, Shen Wu pouted. "Afraid? How could I not be? Yet I cannot voice such fears, lest you truly abandon me." That elder was clearly of some standing. Should someone seek revenge? "I lack your monstrous strength." Noticing Shen Wu's apprehension, Yi Lingtian offered a lesson. "Since the outcome is already determined, does the process truly matter? If you cannot endure even this modicum of bloodshed, you ought to depart post-haste." Contemplating Yi Lingtian's words, Shen Wu realized he had a point. Ultimately, death awaited all. And would the elder's fate have differed had Yi Lingtian shown mercy? Clearly not. From the instant the elder had attempted to strike Yi Lingtian, his destiny had been sealed. No one had ever escaped unscathed after taking action against Yi Lingtian. However, what Yi Lingtian was unaware of was that due to this very discourse, a future figure would emerge in the celestial realm, notorious for their ruthlessness, a cunning thief. "Young master, where are we headed?" Shen Wu inquired as he observed Yi Lingtian wandering aimlessly through the streets. Yet Yi Lingtian offered no response, his mind occupied with the memories gleaned from the elder's consciousness. The Holy Spirit Dynasty. Upon encountering memories pertaining to the Holy Spirit dynasty, Yi Lingtian halted, stroking his chin, a faint, inscrutable smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Young master, what are you saying?" Shenwu, intrigued by Yi Lingtian's mumblings, pressed for clarification. "Nothing," Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly. Sensing his reluctance to elaborate, Shenwu refrained from further inquiry, wary of incurring Yi Lingtian's ire. "Let us return to the 9th pavilion." As if struck by a sudden realization, Yi Lingtian lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Holy Spirit dynasty, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips, silently hoping they would not let him down. Behind him, Shenwu couldn't help but shiver at the sight, a thought surging within. Someone is destined for misfortune. Within the 9-story pavilion, Huang Qi led a group of associates in clearing the battlefield from earlier. "Boss, who exactly was that young man? He was so ferocious," one of the workers exclaimed. "Indeed, he even dared to kill an elder of the Holy Spirit dynasty." The group, while tidying up, could not resist discussing the previous battle. "Enough questions. Focus on the cleanup," Huang Qi interjected, his face a mask of worry. He had yet to devise how to explain things to the incoming members of the Holy Spirit dynasty. What a calamity! Why did you have to provoke him? Now, not only have we failed to catch the thief, but we've also lost a life. Damn it, your death doesn't matter, but now I'm implicated too. At that moment, Huang Qi could not suppress his grievances towards the old man's impulsiveness. Forget about holding the position of the pavilion master. It was uncertain whether he could even preserve his own life, especially since that old fellow had died on his turf, and he remained alive while the perpetrator had escaped. If things grew dire, fleeing might be his only option. Huang Qi pondered, for in the end, his own life took precedence over the position of pavilion master. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from below, and a familiar figure clad in white ascended, the very architect of this chaos. Upon seeing the newcomer, Huang Qi's heart leapt into his throat. The workers behind him halted their actions, heads bowed, trembling, too fearful to raise their gazes. Could it be that this harbinger of death was not yet satiated and intended to eliminate them as well? "Why, young master?" Huang Qi managed to force a smile through his nearly tear-streaked face, stammering with trepidation. Yi Lingtian cast him a dispassionate glance. "Do not be anxious, I am not anxious." Huang Qi stuttered, visibly shaken. Seeing this, Yi Lingtian sighed. He was not a mindless killer. Was it really necessary to be so fearful? "Are there rooms available?" "Why, yes, there are." Huang Qi, momentarily caught off guard by Yi Lingtian's inquiry, quickly realized he meant accommodations. A wave of relief washed over him. As long as it wasn't about his life, everything was manageable. "Please, young master, follow me to the 4th floor." Huang Qi promptly led the way for Yi Lingtian. The 3rd floor had become utterly devastated from the recent conflict, rendering many rooms uninhabitable. Meanwhile, those who had witnessed the battle promptly retreated to their rooms, locking their doors tightly. Why had this calamity returned? Did he truly not fear the repercussions from the Holy Spirit dynasty? Yi Lingtian paid no mind to the anxious glances of those around him, accompanying Huang Qi to a premium room. "Young master, please." Huang Qi bowed respectfully. Yi Lingtian nodded slightly, gesturing towards Shenwu. "Demand payment from him." Shenwu's expression darkened instantly. The cost of the 3rd floor had already been exorbitant, and this 4th floor would surely cost him dearly. Upon entering the room, Yi Lingtian settled onto the plush bed. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within the space, he chuckled softly, realizing that there was indeed something intriguing about it. The spiritual energy on the 4th floor was more than double that of the 3rd, and the room's decor was even more opulent, filled with visible treasures, glazed with tables and chairs, jade teacups, and even the bed beneath him crafted from millennium-old Sangyan wood, with every detail a rarity of extraordinary value. Such items, if placed in the outside world, would fetch a handsome price at any auction, and the glazed wood was particularly sought after, often commanding astronomical sums even in small quantities. Yi Lingtian picked up a tea-cup from the table. Taking a sip of the fragrant brew, his smile growing as he mused upon his fortune upon arriving in Zhongzhou. Once the Holy Spirit dynasty's people came knocking, his divine abilities would have a place to manifest. The fortune of a dynasty with a saint at its helm should suffice for his needs. Propped up on one arm, he lightly tapped the surface of the table with his fingers. Softly musing, through the old man's memories, he had gleaned an understanding of the Holy Spirit dynasty's overall situation and the specific distribution of power within Zhongzhou. The forces of Zhongzhou were categorized into 1 academy, 2 valleys, 3 mountains, 4 saints, 5 sects, and 7 dynasties. The academy referred to the largest martial arts institution in Zhongzhou, the Tianxian Academy, renowned as the only martial arts academy in the region, rumored to be overseen by a great emperor and to have produced several ascendants. A saying circulated in Zhongzhou: once you entered Tianxian Academy, even a great emperor could do nothing against you. Apart from a few hidden families, Tianxian Academy held the unofficial title of the premier force in Zhongzhou. The 2 valleys included Xinyuan Valley and Luhuang Valley. The 3 mountains were Dizong Mountain, Tianwai Mountain, and Buxiu Mountain. The 4 saints comprised the Blood Feather Sacred Land, Lei Sha Sacred Land, Hunyuan Sacred Land, and Songhai Sacred Land. The 5 sects included the 5 Poisons Sect, Evil God Sect, Underworld Sect, Abijna Sect, and Xianguang Sect. The 6 paths were Xinhui Path, Xinshui Path, Divine Path, Xinshan Path, Shilong Path, and Shindan Path. The 7 dynasties included the Holy Spirit, Bloodstain, Baiyun, Lu San, Yu Huan, Tai Su, and Ba Huang, among others. As one of the 7 major dynasties, the Holy Spirit dynasty laid claim to vast territories and occupied a central position in the periphery. It was presided over by an ancestor of the saints' 8th heaven, while the ruler, Zhang Yuan, himself was a being of the saints' 4th heaven, surrounded by numerous generals and elders, all of whom possessed saint-level cultivation, including several martial officials at the pinnacle of the imperial realm. Such a combination, if unleashed upon the lesser continents below, could subdue them in a day. This power was not to be underestimated even among the other dynasties. Among these forces, the 7 dynasties were the weakest, with the 6 paths and 5 sects housing supreme beings. Yet even so, they were not to be trifled with by ordinary cultivators. The 7 major dynasties could still exert their influence in the outer realms. Wielding power over the skies, Yi Lingtian closed his eyes, contemplating the cultivation method of the Tai Huang halberd in his mind, exclaiming softly, "Who would have thought that fortune would come knocking, unstoppable? Could it be that I am the fabled child of destiny?" Yi Lingtian pondered, but then a mocking smile crossed his lips. The so-called child of destiny was merely a pawn of the heavenly path, a puppet. Back in the celestial realm, he had encountered such a child of destiny. Blessed by the heavenly path, whose fortunes were so extraordinary that they could turn danger into safety. Even a celestial emperor had failed to vanquish him. After this news spread in the celestial realm, the child of destiny became renowned, likened to the foremost prodigy of that era. Unfortunately, he eventually crossed paths with someone who brought the wrath of the heavenly path upon him, leading to his demise. On that day, darkness enveloped the celestial realm, and the heavenly path's fury unleashed a series of cataclysmic tribulations upon him. However, at that time, he had already reached the celestial emperor realm, his achievements only beneath the heavenly path, and thus the tribulations could not harm him in the slightest. In the end, it became clear that neither could affect the other, and the matter faded into obscurity. Yet, from the deceased child of destiny, he had gleaned some insights. The so-called child of destiny was merely a pig bred by the heavenly path, relying on the fortune granted by the heavenly path to cultivate to the pinnacle, only to have their achievements ultimately claimed by the heavenly path as sustenance. Thus, do not mistake the heavenly path's protection for a blessing. Perhaps you have already been targeted by it. Yi Lingtian shook his head, dismissing such trivial matters, and sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate. The revered realm, a pivotal threshold in martial arts, allows cultivators who reach this level to touch upon the grand currents of the universe, drawing upon them to comprehend their own martial path. Those with exceptional talents can even harness the power of the heavens to confront their foes. However, for Yi Lingtian, this was of little consequence. The so-called universal currents seemed trivial in his eyes, for this realm was not comparable to the celestial realm. With his imperial intent, he could effortlessly shatter the entire lower realm, though such actions would come at a steep cost. Time passed unnoticed during his meditation, and before he knew it, the sun had begun to set. "Young master, young master." Suddenly, Xinwu's voice echoed from outside. Inside the room, Yi Lingtian, seated on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity at Xinwu's sudden urgency, he released his consciousness outward and saw Xinwu's face alight with excitement. Creak. The door swung open, and Yi Lingtian stepped out. "What is it, young master?" "The courtesan of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower is making her appearance. If we don't hurry, we'll miss it," Shenwu exclaimed, his urgency palpable. When did I say I wanted to see that?" In a corner of the Dragon and Phoenix Tower, two figures had just taken their seats. It was none other than Yi Lingtian and Shenwu. "Hee, young master, what do you think?" Shenwu glanced at the breathtaking beauty in the center. Adorned in a resplendent phoenix gown, elegantly seated with her legs slightly bent, her hands resting on an ancient zither, then turned to Yi Lingtian with a grin. Why, Yi Lingtian, seemingly oblivious to her presence, calmly savored the tea before him. "Mediocre. What? Young master, you consider this mediocre?" Shenwuan could hardly believe his ears. If such a beauty could be deemed merely average, he could only wonder what sort of woman might truly catch Yi Lingtian's discerning eye. "Humph, watch your words, boy!" A cold snort echoed from behind the two, belonging to an ugly man who clearly felt insulted by Yi Lingtian's earlier remark. "Oh?" Yi Lingtian turned his head slightly, casting a glance at the unsightly figure. "My apologies, my friend here is quite naive and has inadvertently disturbed you," came the hurried apology from a companion of the ugly man, who quickly pulled him back to prevent further outbursts. Chapter 72. Feng Jiar. Yi Lingtian addressed the ugly man with a faint remark. "You should be grateful he saved your life." Upon hearing this, the ugly man opened his mouth to retort but was promptly dragged away by his companion. "What are you doing, Shen Lang? It's just a brash young fool. Is it really worth getting so worked up?" The disgruntled ugly man complained as he was pulled from the Dragon Phoenix Tower. Still yearning to behold the enchanting lady, Shen Lang, incensed, shot back. "If it weren't for me, you would have met your demise just now, you ungrateful wretch." "What? You must be joking. A mere child could not possibly kill me." The ugly man scoffed. "Fool, if you think you can outmatch the elders of the Sacred Spirit Dynasty, then by all means, go provoke them." Shen Lang, feeling his goodwill was unappreciated, lost interest in the ugly man's fate. "What does that have to do with the Sacred Spirit Dynasty?" The ugly man frowned in confusion at Shen Lang. "That fellow over there killed the 9th elder of the Sacred Spirit Dynasty in the 9th floor pavilion today." "What do you think?" Shen Lang replied coldly. "What?" The ugly man gasped in shock. "That can't be true. Who would dare act against the 7 great dynasties here in the outskirts? I witnessed it with my own eyes." "How could it be false?" Shen Lang recounted the events of the day, leaving the ugly man visibly shaken, his face turning pale as he grasped the weight of Yi Lingtian's earlier words. "Now you understand fear?" Shen Lang taunted. "Thank you, Brother Shun." The ugly man expressed his gratitude, albeit trembling. "Young master, why did you let him go?" Shen Wu, sitting nearby, curiously inquired of Yi Lingtian, who had already formed an impression of him as a volatile individual prone to drawing his sword at the slightest provocation. "I do not relish bloodshed," Yi Lingtian replied coolly. "Pfft." Shan Wu sputtered, tea spilling from his mouth. It was astonishing that such words could be spoken. Surely he wasn't the devil from this morning, that moment. The stunning beauty at the center, holding an ancient zither, spoke up. "Thank you all for coming today. As a token of my gratitude, I shall perform a piece for you." "Ha ha ha, Miss Jar, you flatter us. To have the honor of seeing you is already a privilege," the crowd chimed in excitement. "Indeed, indeed. Please, don't be modest, begin at once. I can hardly wait to hear your exquisite melody," the audience eagerly encouraged Feng Jiar. She smiled, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. "Very well, since you insist, I shall present my humble performance." With that, a captivating melody filled the air, the enchanting notes wafting like ethereal whispers, transporting the listeners to a realm of misty mountains and celestial islands. Everyone was entranced by the music, lost in a state of bliss, except for Yi Lingtian, who sat serenely sipping his tea, unruffled. Observing the captivated crowd, Feng Jiar felt a twinge of disappointment. It appeared no one could discern the anomaly within her composition. However, her gaze caught sight of a young man in white seated in a corner, who seemed utterly indifferent to her performance. A spark of hope ignited within her as she approached him. Abandoning her audience, "Young master, did my zither's melody fail to reach your ears?" Yi Lingtian cast a fleeting glance at Feng Jiar before resuming his tea, remaining silent. "Damn it, who is that guy? How can he attract Miss Jiar's attention?" murmured an onlooker. "Hush, tread cautiously. You dare provoke him? Have you a death wish? Upon spotting the white-clad youth, those residing in the ninth-floor pavilion trembled in fear. If I had known that this harbinger of doom was here, I would never have come, said one man, recalling the earlier boastful suitor who had declared his intent to marry only Feng Jiar. Stay put if you value your life, warned another man beside him. What do you mean by that? Huo Wudao? Are you trying to intervene? The man glared at his companion with a menacing glare. I merely offer a friendly warning. Should you wish to court death? Go right ahead, Huo Wudao retorted, allowing the other man to pass. Upon seeing the white-clad youth again, Huo Wudao recalled the news from the Divine Fire sect, which had warned against defending this young man. Even his father had advised caution, suggesting that the youth possessed an extraordinary background. Was he perhaps from one of the ancient clans? Huo Wudao mused, realizing that the Sacred Spirit dynasty would likely face a silent defeat. Noticing the seriousness in Huo Wudao's demeanor, the other man suppressed his impulse and asked, Do you know this guy? No, Huo Wudao replied, shaking his head. Are you toying with me? The man's expression darkened further. What a fool consumed by desire, Huo Wudao scoffed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The man, now apprehensive, understood that Huo Wudao was notoriously rebellious, and anyone who could instill such trepidation in him must be formidable. He cast a deep glance at Yi Lingtian, then addressed Huo Wudao. I hope you are not deceiving me. No one could fathom the turmoil within him as he watched the woman he cherished approach another man, only to be disregarded. This emotion was maddening. Feng Jiar, noticing Yi Lingtian's indifference, pressed on, Young master, do you recognize the piece I played? Yi Lingtian chuckled softly. Such trivial tricks should not be employed. Feng Jiar feigned a pout. What do you mean, young master? Is it so hard to believe that I could play the celestial kill? Yi Lingtian's eyes narrowed. He had indeed recognized the piece. Feng Jiar's expression brightened. I merely stumbled upon a fragment. Unaware of its full title, the latter half was my own improvisation. Dio, you know the complete version? Her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixed upon him, a gaze that could disorient the uninitiated. But Yi Lingtian remained unfazed. Why should I divulge such knowledge to you? He took a delicate sip of tea, then raised his head to meet her gaze with an icy calmness. This, Feng Jiar faltered. No one had ever treated her with such aloofness. Yi Lingtian was the first, unlike the many talented individuals who had previously vied for her favor with eager flattery. What does the young master desire? She inquired, her voice betraying a hint of challenge. The man beside Huo Wudao clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging at his temples, feeling the sting of jealousy. The surrounding crowd yearned to supplant Yi Lingtian, wishing they could make an outrageous demand of Feng Jiar. Yet Yi Lingtian gazed at her with disinterest. There is nothing about you that captivates me. Do not misinterpret. Yi Lingtian referred to the absence of treasures that could entice him. The crowd, incredulous, struggled to contain their astonishment at his audacity. Unbelievable! A beauty presenting herself, and you refuse her? Shen Wu exclaimed, astonished. Meanwhile, Yi Lingtian shook his head. Without an equivalent exchange, this matter shall not be revisited. Though he viewed her offerings as worthless, he refused to be the fool who yielded to her whims. Who do you think you are? Upon hearing this, Feng Jiar's heart raced with urgency. After a prolonged wait, she had finally encountered someone knowledgeable about the musical score. If she missed this opportunity, it might be ages before she found another. Young master, wait. Seeing Yi Lingtian rise to depart, she called out hastily. What is it? Yi Lingtian turned to glance at Feng Jiar, an expression of impatience flickering in his eyes. Young master, would this suffice? Feng Jiar swiftly produced a pendant from her bosom and presented it before Yi Lingtian. Bastard! The man beside Huo Wudao could no longer contain his fury upon witnessing this act. Feng Jiar's gesture shattered the last shred of clarity within him, and the flames of jealousy within him burned almost uncontrollably. Huo Wudao cast a disdainful look at him. Indeed, colorblind's reason perfectly described this man. As Yi Lingtian observed the pendant, which still bore a faint trace of her fragrance, his brows knitted together. Did she truly perceive him as a lecher? The onlookers, upon catching sight of Yi Lingtian's expression, felt a wave of bewilderment wash over them. What was this expression? Was he truly at a disadvantage? Meanwhile, Feng Jiar's cheeks flushed slightly. Her earlier haste had led her to act without forethought, and now, in hindsight, she felt a hint of bashfulness. Though she was the courtesan of the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, She remained pure and had never engaged in such bold conduct, especially in front of so many witnesses. Yet, upon seeing Yi Lingtian's demeanor, she felt a pang of grievance. Did he truly consider her to be that kind of loose woman? Yi Lingtian examined the pendant more closely and discovered it to be a phoenix bloodstone, a rare gem found only in the place where phoenixes fell. Infused with phoenix blood, it radiated a potent fire attribute aura and was also known as a protective pulse stone. Moreover, when utilized in crafting, it was an extraordinarily rare material. Finally, Yi Lingtian accepted the pendant from Feng Jiar's hand and inquired, "Where did you find this?" Feng Jiar, thrilled that Yi Lingtian had taken her pendant, felt a surge of hope for the second half of the musical score she had longed for. However, she was slightly puzzled by his question. "Young master, are you particularly interested in this pendant?" Yi Lingtian did not respond verbally, merely nodding slightly. "If you were aware, I would not hesitate to gift you the celestial killing score today." Feng Jiar's eyes brightened at first, but then dimmed again. "I fear I must disappoint you, young master. This pendant has been with me since childhood, given to me by my parents." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingtian sighed. What a pity. Feng Jiar, misinterpreting his sigh as a reluctance to part with the score, felt a bitter smile tug at her lips. It seemed that she was forever fated to be without this score. At that moment, Yi Lingtian took the guqin from her hands, seated himself on the ground, and stated calmly, "I shall play it only once." Feng Jiar, unable to believe her ears, looked at Yi Lingtian, her emotions akin to a roller coaster. She had thought herself destined to be without this piece. Yet here was a glimmer of hope. She quickly centered herself, clearing her mind of distractions, and after taking a deep breath, she turned to Yi Lingtian and said, "Young master, I am ready." The moment the music began, it was imbued with a terrifying aura of slaughter, as if the intent to kill pierced through the heavens and reached the celestial realm. The tables and chairs within the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion disintegrated under the weight of this murderous energy. The audience, feeling the overwhelming killing intent woven into the melody, could hardly believe their ears. Is this truly the same piece we just heard? It was evident that the crowd struggled to reconcile the fierce, bloodthirsty music with the previously hauntingly beautiful melody. Who could have composed such a piece? Why does it resonate with a sense of sorrow? This sentiment was not unique to him. Even Feng Jiar sensed the unyielding anger, the bitterness, and the earth-shattering killing intent within the music. The celestial killing score was originally composed by a woman. Millennia ago, a couple from the lower realms faced the heavenly tribulation in their ascent. In a sudden turn of fate, a man radiating celestial energy appeared, blocking their path. Without uttering a word, this celestial being attacked, intent on annihilating the couple. "You are a celestial? Why do you obstruct us?" The husband stood protectively before his wife, bewildered by the celestial's aggression. "How dare mere ants speak?" The celestial's icy voice cut through the AI. Is this what it means to be celestial? To toy with the lives of others? The husband's expression contorted with rage as he confronted the celestial. Ignoring the man, the celestial raised a hand, filled with divine energy, poised to strike the couple. "Run!" The husband pushed his wife away, willing to sacrifice himself. "No!" The wife watched in horror as her husband was reduced to blood mist beneath the celestial's hand. "You shall die for this." Tears of blood streamed down her face as she bore witness to the tragedy. Her heart filled with an insatiable hatred that manifested into a palpable killing intent. "You will pay for this, you will all pay." Consumed by fury, the woman transcended to celestial status, wielding a guqin adorned with phoenix motifs. The ensuing battle was cataclysmic, yet, despite her newfound power, she was ultimately overpowered by the celestial. In a desperate final act, she burned away her essence, infusing the final notes of her melody with her very life force. Ultimately slaying the celestial. In the end, she too perished, her bloodline extinguished. Later, a wandering immortal discovered this haunting melody and brought it back to the celestial realm, where it underwent refinement, thus becoming the celestial killing score. As the music concluded, Yi Lingtian set the guqin aside, observing the pallor on the faces of those present. Remarkably, he had restrained the murderous intent within the score. Otherwise, the listeners would have been driven mad by its power. "Our karmic ties have concluded," he said to Feng Jiar, before rising and departing the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion with Shen Wu. Accepting Feng Jiar's Phoenix Bloodstone was the cause. Enlightening her was the effect. As for why he did not directly present her with the score, a mere phoenix bloodstone was insufficient to trade for such a treasure. After some time, Feng Jiar regained her senses, her heart a whirlpool of emotions. Who was this young man, young master? Is the origin of that piece truly significant? Outside the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion, Shan Wu reflected on the melody and Feng Jiar's yearning expression. Unable to contain his curiosity, "You've killed a celestial? Haven Tiyu?" Yi Lingtian replied softly, his face betraying no emotion, as though discussing something trivial. "What? You killed a celestial?" Shan Wu exclaimed, incredulous as he stared at Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian frowned. It was merely a celestial. Why all the fuss? Merely a celestial? Shan Wu's mouth twitched, struggling to find words, as Yi Lingtian's tone suggested familiarity with such matters. "Young master, wait for me." By the time Shan Wu came back to himself, Yi Lingtian had already walked quite a distance. Upon returning to the 9th floor, Yi Lingtian sat on his bed, holding the phoenix bloodstone, murmuring to himself, "This should enhance the tier of my divine bone." Since the last time he had devoured all the materials within the ring of Wusu Daoist at the Tsangyue sacred grounds, his divine bone had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly tier, and he had since found no further materials to advance it. With a snap of his fingers, a formation enveloped the entire room, isolating it from all external distractions. If a master well-versed in formations were to witness this scene, they would surely exclaim in astonishment, for such a method was documented in the annals of formation history, attainable only by those who had ascended to the celestial realm through the path of formations. However, this was merely one of Yi Lingtian's many insignificant techniques. No one knew just how many methods he had mastered in his previous life. Not even Yi Lingtian himself, for the number was simply too vast. As Yi Lingtian's mind stirred, the chaotic furnace materialized. He tossed the phoenix bloodstone inside, watching as it gradually transformed into a pool of crimson liquid under the furnace's refining process. Yi Lingtian closed his eyes, guiding the refined phoenix bloodstone liquid into the bones of his body. Buzz! A resonant hum emanated from within Yi Lingtian, his bones becoming visible beneath his skin. Glowing with a brilliant purple light, the refined phoenix bloodstone liquid began to envelop his bones, this transformation lasting nearly half a day. Ultimately, the liquid melded into his bones, the radiance intensifying until it resembled a bright lantern within him. Gradually, a searing warmth, belonging to the phoenix blood, permeated the room, igniting a heat that pervaded the space. As the purple-golden bones bore vivid red phoenix imprints, the room was filled with an overwhelming aura of authority. In an instant, a piercing phoenix cry resonated through the air, and a phantom of a phoenix began to materialize behind Yi Lingtian, its eyes ablaze with fiery light, its crimson wings poised for flight. As the phoenix's cry faded, Yi Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within, sending ripples through the air, creating visible waves that spread outward. Bang! The doors and windows, along with the furniture within the room, collided under the force of the ripple, producing a cacophony of sounds. Yi Lingtian, delving into his inner consciousness, contemplated the transformation occurring within him. After a moment, he spoke. "I never anticipated that this object would directly elevate my divine bone to the level of a revered artifact. Alas, it is but a single piece. If only I could locate the place where the phoenix fell," as he pondered. Yi Lingtian shook his head and chuckled softly at his own greed. "Very well. If an opportunity arises in the future, I shall seek it out." Rising from his seat, he stretched languidly and approached the window, gazing into the night, murmuring, "Why have they not yet arrived? My Tai Huang halberd relies upon you." "Master, where are we headed?" On a continent at the border of the central state, two figures appeared. A youth clad in blood red and a man in yellow robes. The two were Xue Wuji and Huang Hu, who had journeyed from the mainland below. During this period, Xue Wuji had performed blood sacrifices on over 100 continents, elevating his own realm to the 6th level of the Supreme. Such cultivation would place him among the pinnacle figures in the central state. And Huang Hu, standing beside him, had also successfully broken through to the saint level, evidently benefiting greatly from his association with Xue Wuji. The following day, Yi Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes while seated on his bed and calmly said to the space behind him, "Come forth." "Humph, you actually dared to come here on your own." Upon his words, a dissatisfied cold snort echoed from the space behind him. A blood-clad youth materialized, exuding a dense aura of bloodlust. You've recovered your realm rather swiftly. Yi Lingtian remarked without turning around, his tone nonchalant. Of course, my bloodline is among the most formidable even in the immortal realm, Xue Wuji replied, his face brimming with pride at the mention of his bloodline. Yet, even Yi Lingtian could not deny that Xue Wuji's bloodline possessed considerable merit. Ignoring the self-absorbed Xue Wuji, Yi Lingtian moved to the table and took a sip from his teacup. Are you interested in an intriguing endeavor? What sort of endeavor? Yi Lingtian recounted his dealings with the Sacred Spirit Dynasty to Xue Wuji. Upon hearing this, Xue Wuji could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the Sacred Spirit Dynasty. Daring to provoke a figure like Yi Lingtian, the world deemed him cruel and a demon, yet compared to Yi Lingtian, his methods seemed trivial. Those targeted by Yi Lingtian were undoubtedly doomed. When shall we strike? Xue Wuji inquired with a hint of excitement, thrilled at the prospect of encountering such an opportunity upon arriving in the central state. He relished the thought of extermination, which would also serve to enhance his cultivation. What could be more delightful? Chapter 75. The Arrival of Destiny. Seeing Xue Wuji's enthusiasm, Yi Lingtian could not help but smile, realizing that this individual was indeed a born enforcer. There is no rush. Any action must be justified. I am not some malevolent fiend. Yi Lingtian took a delicate sip of his Dao tea, speaking with an air of tranquility. Goodness, Xue Wuji reacted, feeling an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, a burly man clad in golden armor was traversing through space, hastening toward their location. Strange, why does that aura linger here? The man, puzzled, scrutinized the sensing talisman in his hand. Besides the presence of the ninth pavilion elder, there was another unfamiliar aura. Could it be that this person has not departed after slaying the ninth pavilion elder? He pondered, his brow furrowing. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. His expression turned icy. How audacious to provoke the Sacred Spirit Dynasty. He was determined to uncover the identity of this audacious individual. Young master, who is this person? Shen Wu inquired, observing the blood-clad youth seated within Yi Lingtian's chamber. Xue Wuji glanced at Shen Wu and retorted, since when did you start gathering followers? Indeed, merely having servants seems slightly lacking, Yi Lingtian replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. Creak. Xue Wuji clenched his iron fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Can we avoid mentioning those two words? The mere mention of servants filled him with humiliation. As the blood god emperor, a figure feared throughout the immortal realm, he found it unbearable to be labeled as a servant. Seeing his distressed expression, Yi Lingtian chuckled softly, shaking his head, and refrained from further teasing. Servant? When did you acquire such a follower? Shen Wu, lacking discernment, posed another question, triggering Xue Wuji's ire. His countenance darkened. While he dared not confront Yi Lingtian, he certainly felt emboldened to act against Shen Wu. A cold glint flickered in Xue Wuji's eyes as he scrutinized Shen Wu. Why do I sense an irritating aura emanating from you? From the moment Shen Wu entered, Xue Wuji had sensed a familiarity in this aura, yet he could not place it. An instinctive loathing welled up from within. We've never met, have we? Shen Wu queried, his heart racing. Had he previously wronged this person? Yet upon reflection, he found no recollection of such an encounter. He is a descendant of the god of Heaven's Gate. Yi Lingtian interjected lazily, amusement dancing in his eyes. What? So you are the descendant of that old tortoise, Dai? Upon hearing that the youth was a descendant of the god of Heaven's Gate, Xue Wuji's fury surged, and he lunged toward Shen Wu with outstretched hands. The god of Heaven's Gate was notorious in the immortal realm for having crossed paths with nearly every notable figure, and Xue Wuji was no exception. During a treasure hunt in a secret realm, he had been ambushed by the god of Heaven's Gate, who struck him from behind, leaving him dazed. The old man had pillaged all the treasures he had obtained, leaving him with naught but his undergarments when he awoke. Fortunately, in a concealed location away from prying eyes. Afterward, Xue Wuji had pursued the old man across the immortal realm, but the crafty old fox always managed to escape before he could catch up, leaving Xue Wuji feeling frustrated and helpless. Even now, the memory caused him a dull ache. Encountering the descendant of that old man only ignited the flames of his rage. By the heavens, young master, save me! Shen Wu's face turned ashen at the unfolding scene, and he attempted to flee. However, Xue Wuji would not permit such an escape. He unleashed his aura to suppress Shen Wu. rendering the unfortunate youth immobile and leaving him no choice but to call for Yi Lingtian's aid. Enough, Yi Lingtian spoke calmly. As his words fell, the oppressive force bearing down upon Shen Wu vanished instantly. Had Yi Lingtian not intervened, Shen Wu would have surely met his demise at Xue Wuji's hands. You intend to protect him? Xue Wuji's frustration boiled over at Yi Lingtian's intervention. He had finally encountered someone connected to that old man, yet he was unable to act, stoking his inner turmoil. What did that old man do to you? Yi Lingtian gazed at Xue Wuji with curiosity, intrigued by the depths of animosity this figure harbored toward the god of Heaven's Gate. Xue Wuji's expression darkened further. How could he explain that he had been struck from behind and left in a state of undress? Would he not become the subject of ridicule? The very thought of Yi Lingtian discovering such a humiliating tale filled him with dread, and he merely huffed in silence. Why, Yi Lingtian, recognizing the discomfort etched on Xue Wuji's face, inferred that the god of Heaven's Gate must have committed some unspeakable act, further piquing his curiosity about the nature of their enmity. Phew! Shen Wu, relieved to be spared, sighed deeply. Young master, he. Shen Wu hurriedly approached Yi Lingtian, fearful of provoking Xue Wuji anew. Observing Shen Wu's distress, Yi Lingtian couldn't suppress a smirk. You might as well ask your ancestor directly when you see him. What? That old man again? Shen Wu's face paled. This marked the second time he had unwittingly suffered due to the actions of the god of Heaven's Gate. The first time, Yi Lingtian had captured him, but he had escaped with his life. This time, he had nearly lost it. Shen Wu resolved to confront his ancestor upon their meeting, determined to demand an explanation for the chaos he had wrought. As Shen Wu contemplated how to question the god of Heaven's Gate, Yi Lingtian's eyes sparkled with mischief, and he softly remarked, "They are arriving. He, just in time." Xue Wuji's expression darkened as he sensed the approaching figures outside, his frustration bubbling to the surface. Outside the 9th pavilion, a man clad in golden armor tore through space, emerging with a grave expression. Huang Qi, come forth to meet me. Inside the 9th pavilion, Huang Qi, who had been meditating, felt a jolt at the sound of his name. With a sigh, he rose. So it has come to this. Subsequently, he tore open the space and stepped outside. Who is this person? Daring to directly call the name of Lord Huang. Why does he seem somewhat familiar? No, he appears to be Zhang Tian, the general of the Southern Guard of the Holy Spirit dynasty. A gasp arose from the crowd as someone recognized the figure suspended in midair. What? Even the Southern general has been stirred. It seems that the individual inside is unlikely to escape this calamity. Someone lamented. Chapter 76. The Sorrow of Heaven. I, your subordinate Huang Qi, pay my respects to the Southern general. Huang Qi bowed deeply, but Zhang Tian coldly commanded, Humph, what on earth is happening? Speak swiftly. Huang Qi straightened up and recounted the events to Zhang Tian, only for Zhang Tian to erupt in fury, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip water. What? You mean to say that the culprit is still inside the 9 pavilion and has never left? Truly audacious. Come out. Zhang Tian bellowed toward the 9 pavilion. Before his words had even settled, a blood-colored hand emerged from within the 9 pavilion, seizing Zhang Tian with a grip, dragging him back inside as terror filled his face. What? How is this possible? The Southern general of the Holy Spirit dynasty is a sovereign, yet he was captured without resistance. Could it be that this youth is a sage? The onlookers outside stared in disbelief at the spot where Zhang Tian had just stood. Only Huang Qi, positioned in front, could not help but swallow hard, waves of astonishment surging within him. Above the sages, what on earth is this youth's background, to possess such power? Huang Qi's countenance turned pale. Unwilling to ponder further, knowing that the Holy Spirit dynasty might be the one facing misfortune this time. Whether the Holy Spirit dynasty could survive in Zhongzhou now depended on the will of that youth. To be protected by a supreme being, his origins must be astonishing. Is it now fashionable to play the fool while devouring the tiger? If you are so formidable, why didn't you say so earlier? Causing him to live in fear? Huang Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Now, whether the Holy Spirit dynasty could continue to exist in Zhongzhou was uncertain. The burden in his heart had been lifted, relieving him of the anxiety of facing the dynasty's punishment. Among the crowd, Wu Wudao cast a deep glance toward the direction from which the hand had emerged, contemplating. Indeed, this individual is extraordinary. It was fortunate that I did not offend him at that time. For even he, the young lord of the Divine Fire sect, does not have a supreme being protecting him. One can only imagine how esteemed the youth's identity must be. Such treatment is rare even among the hidden noble families. He is a sovereign, the foremost combat force beneath the emperor. In the entire Zhongzhou, there are only a handful of sovereigns active outside. It can be said that as long as the youth does not provoke forces with sovereigns stationed, he could roam freely in Zhongzhou. Who are you? Zhang Tian, like a captured chick, gazed fearfully at the three individuals in the room, especially at the blood-robed youth, knowing that the hand had originated from him. Ha ha ha, you come knocking, yet ask such a foolish question. Is everyone in the Holy Spirit dynasty as dim-witted as you? The mocking voice of Shan Wu pierced through Zhang Tian's fear. Having been amazed by the blood-robed youth's prowess earlier, he never expected his own young lord to be so remarkable, able to take such a formidable being as a servant. It seemed he needed to cling tightly to this benefactor. In the past, he would never have dared to act so arrogantly. You. Zhang Tian's face flushed with anger, yet he dared not act rashly, for the blood-robed youth was gazing at him with a murderous intent. Is the Holy Spirit dynasty represented by only you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian turned his head to the side, noticing a handsome youth in white robes, leisurely sipping tea. This young lord, I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. Zhang Tian, observing the two individuals in the room who clearly regarded the youth as their superior, spoke nervously. Oh? I have killed your elder of the 9 pavilions. Do you not harbor hatred towards me? Yi Lingtian gazed at Zhang Tian with interest, speaking slowly. Please, young lord, you jest. That old fool sought death himself. How could I possibly resent you? Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Tian's face as he earnestly responded to Yi Lingtian. It seemed as though he was genuinely placing the blame on the elder of the 9 pavilions. Why? Yi Lingtian chuckled lightly. It appears that not all in the Holy Spirit dynasty are narrow-minded. Very well, in that case. Why? Yi Lingtian glanced at Xue Wujia, his smile persisting, yet his tone turned as frigid as the icy abyss, sending shivers down the spine. Eliminate him. Cackling with delight, Xue Wujia had been eagerly awaiting these words. Swiftly seizing Zhang Tian, please. Your Majesty, you have wronged me. As death loomed, Zhang Tian let out a mournful cry, only to be reduced to a mist of blood beneath Xue Wujia's grasp. Outside the 9 pavilion, the crowd gasped upon hearing the anguished scream. Is that the voice of the southern general? The onlookers exchanged horrified glances, suddenly realizing a dreadful possibility. The southern general has fallen. Truly tyrannical. Huo Wudao could not help but exclaim in astonishment. If it were him, he questioned whether he could act with such resoluteness as Yi Lingtian. Perhaps this was the confidence stemming from an extraordinary background. Within the room, after devouring the blood mist, Xue Wujia turned to Yi Lingtian. When shall we depart? Xinwu, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. This hardly seemed like the means of a righteous path. It seemed prudent to keep a distance from this individual, lest he be consumed one day. Lost in thought, he instinctively inched closer to Yi Lingtian. Yi Lingtian shot him a puzzled glance, unable to comprehend his intentions. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine as he seemed to have grasped something. Kicking Shen Wu away. Young lord, what are you doing? Shen Wu exclaimed, sitting on the ground, aggrieved. Seeing him like this, Yi Lingtian felt an even greater chill. He then tore open the fabric of space and stepped inside, with Xue Wujia following closely behind, a sinister smile on his face. Wait for me. As the two departed, Shen Wu found himself alone in the room, shouting out. He then pushed open the window, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the Holy Spirit dynasty. He was not like Yi Lingtian, capable of tearing space as a mere respected one. Outside the 9 pavilion, the crowd observed a figure soaring forth, hastily turning to see it was the individual who had stood beside the white-robed youth last time. Could it be? The onlookers speculated about the direction of the figure's flight, contemplating a terrifying possibility. Quick, follow him and see. In an instant, the crowd rose to pursue the fleeing figure. Should I go or not? Huang Qi stood there with a conflicted expression. Though he hesitated, curiosity gnawed at him, and he finally gritted his teeth and decided to follow. He then tore open the space and slipped inside. At that moment, another individual remained below, Huo Wudao, who was currently informing his father of the events that had transpired. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed that everyone had vanished. What is happening? Has it ended? Just then, an elder approached, leisurely addressing Huo Wudao. What? Is there still more to this? Huo Wudao exclaimed. What have I missed? With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. This fool, still coming out to watch the spectacle. The elder shook his head, unable to contain his amusement. Chapter 77. The storm approaches. Bang. Within the Holy Spirit Dynasty, in the Sacred Spirit Hall, the jade talisman in Jiang Yuan's hand shattered into 2 pieces upon striking the ground. What is happening? Why do I feel such unease? Jiang Yuan murmured anxiously to himself. Your Majesty, it is not good. The voice interrupted Jiang Yuan's thoughts, causing his expression to darken as he glared at the newcomer. What is with your flustered demeanor? The individual immediately knelt before Jiang Yuan, panic evident on their face. Why, Your Majesty, the southern general has fallen. What? Jiang Yuan, upon hearing this, seized the person by their collar, lifting them angrily. Say that again. Our southern general is unparalleled in bravery. Who could kill him? Who would dare? Why, Your Majesty, the sole lamp of the southern general has extinguished. The person trembled as they spoke. Jiang Yuan stumbled back 2 steps. Bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why would this be? No. I must go see the ancestor and seek their judgment. With that, his figure vanished from the Sacred Spirit Hall, leaving behind the messenger who slumped to the ground. In a secret place enveloped in spiritual energy within the Holy Spirit Dynasty, a blue-robed elder sat cross-legged on a lotus seat, his aura ethereal and exuding a certain charm. Suddenly, the elder opened his eyes. Yuan? Has something happened? O ancestor. Jiang Yuan, having arrived at the secret realm, recounted the events that had unfolded within the dynasty. Upon hearing this, the elder's brow furrowed deeply. What kind of person have you provoked? Why is it that the Holy Spirit Dynasty is being targeted time and again? Jiang Yuan shook his head and replied, that person first killed 9 esteemed elders of my dynasty. As for their identity, I do not know. Nonsense. You do not know? If you are unaware, why create enemies for no reason? It seems that sitting on the throne for too long has rendered your mind dull. How could a ruler of a nation recklessly provoke others without ascertaining their identity? It appears you wish to ruin this vast empire in an instant. The elder scolded Jiang Yuan loudly, his disappointment growing evident in his gaze. The reason the Holy Spirit Dynasty has reached its current stature is due to the elder's prudence. He never acted impulsively before thoroughly investigating the origins of others. For in the land of Zhongzhou, one can never be sure whether the person they encounter is human or divine. Since the adversary dared to slay 9 esteemed elders of the dynasty, have you not considered their background? I was too enraged at that moment, Jiang Yuan said, unable to raise his head. After all, he sensed that he had encountered a formidable foe this time. Useless. The elder looked at Jiang Yuan's demeanor with a sense of exasperation. Enough! When the adversary arrives, first ascertain their background. If they truly have significant standing, you shall immediately apologize. If they are merely posturing, a glint of coldness flashed in the elder's eyes, and his tone turned ominously chilling. The implication clear, as the founder of this vast dynasty, he was certainly not one to show mercy. What is going on? Why are the city gates closing so early today? A cultivator asked the guards at the city gate. Looking perplexed, less chatter, hurry through, or once the gates close, you will not be able to pass, a guard replied impatiently to the inquirer. What kind of attitude is that? The cultivator, taken aback by the guard's response, felt a surge of anger. What, do you wish to die? The guard, seeing the man's provocation, promptly summoned other guards to surround him. The wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Seeing the crowd, the man quickly backed down. Why, apologies, esteemed officer. I admit my voice may have been a bit loud just now. Please forgive me. It would have been better if you had acted like this from the start. The guard then led the others away. Teach, what a scoundrel, relying on the power of others. After the guards departed, the man couldn't help but spit disdainfully on the ground. Above the imperial city, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. TSK, I did not expect the fate of the Holy Spirit Dynasty to be so robust. Yi Lingtian, observing from above, felt quite pleased. It seemed today the imperial halberd would indeed yield results. After today, this place shall transform into a dead city. What significance does its fortune hold? Shui Wuji sneered beside him. Let us go. Yi Lingtian leisurely made his way toward the imperial palace. They are coming. The elder from the secret realm's gaze sharpened, his expression grave, before vanishing within the confines of the secret realm. Jiang Yuan followed closely behind. Upon seeing this, "I am the Holy Spirit Palace," the guards exclaimed. Boldly, "Who are you to dare intrude upon the Holy Spirit dynasty? Do you seek death?" The palace guards were startled by the sudden appearance of Yi Lingtian and his companion, and they shouted angrily. Never had outsiders dared to step even half a foot into the Holy Spirit Palace. These two brazenly appeared here, showing utter contempt for the dynasty. They brandished their spears at the two, their expressions icy. "Where are the Holy Spirit guards?" the guard bellowed, and in an instant, figures clad in crimson armor, exuding a fierce aura of slaughter, emerged within the palace. The renowned elite guards of the Holy Spirit dynasty. Xue Wuji cast a disdainful glance at these individuals. No matter how many ants there were, they remained ants, incapable of changing anything. "Stop!" Suddenly, a loud voice echoed within the palace as two figures appeared before the Holy Spirit guards, Jiang Yuan and the elder who had rushed from the secret realm. "It is the Grand Emperor and His Majesty." Upon seeing the newcomers, the Holy Spirit guards immediately knelt on one knee, their faces filled with fervor, proclaiming loudly, "We welcome the Grand Emperor and His Majesty's arrival. We welcome the Grand Emperor and His Majesty's arrival." The elder stood there, paying no heed to those behind him, his expression grave as he gazed at Xue Wuji. "I am Jiang Zhan, an old man. May I ask who you are?" He could not afford to be careless. He sensed a threat of death emanating from the blood-clad youth, a feeling he had not experienced in many years. Since his ascension to the 8th heavenly layer of the Sage Realm, no one had posed a threat to him in the periphery in the outer regions. A sage was already a figure of immense power. And supreme beings never appeared here, save for a few rogue cultivators who each governed their own forces, serving as deterrents to the world. Yet he had encountered none like the blood-clad youth before him. "Are you the ruler of this place?" At that moment, Yi Lingtian, standing beside Xue Wuji, slowly addressed the elder. "Am?" Upon hearing the voice, the elder instinctively turned to look at Xue Wuji, only to find a young figure clad in white like snow. Fanning himself and appraising him, then, the elder turned to Xue Wuji, and he was startled to discover that the blood-clad youth seemed to regard the white-clad figure with deference. He could not help but tremble inwardly. Could this be a descendant of a great power? Chapter 78. The demise of the Holy Spirit dynasty. The old man said, "I am the founder of the Holy Spirit dynasty. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today?" "Since that is the case, it shall be simple enough." Yi Lingtian chuckled lightly. "Your Holy Spirit dynasty has repeatedly sought trouble with me. If I do not come to seek justice, would that not be unreasonable?" "What? Such a thing has occurred?" the elder replied. "Please wait, I shall provide you with a perfect explanation." He turned to Jiang Yuan, feigning anger, and demanded, "What on earth is going on? I am also unclear." Jiang Yuan, seeing his elder's demeanor, immediately understood that they had indeed encountered someone formidable and quickly played along with the elder's act. "Useless. Why are you not investigating this immediately? If you cannot provide this gentleman with an explanation today, you need not continue as ruler." "Yes, elder, I shall go at once." Putting on a complete act, Jiang Yuan summoned his subordinates and solemnly instructed, "Quickly find out who has left the dynasty these past few days." Upon seeing Jiang Yuan's expression, his subordinates immediately understood and hurriedly exited. Observing the performance of the two, Yi Lingtian smirked playfully. Had one not known better, they might have thought the two were genuinely unaware. Xue Wuji, meanwhile, sneered coldly. These two truly underestimated him and Yi Lingtian. "Please, take a seat, noble sir. Once my subordinates clarify the situation, we will certainly provide you with an explanation. Seating is unnecessary. I have no grand matters today. Merely desiring to request an item from you." Yi Lingtian gazed at the obsequious elder, speaking softly. "Please, do go on," the elder, initially thinking that the two had come to extort him, felt a sense of relief upon realizing that the young man did not seem inclined to probe further. After all, if a confrontation arose, he certainly could not contend with the blood-clad youth. Even if the dynasty had some legacy, it could not guarantee that they could definitively defeat the two, should the two escape. It would spell disaster for the Holy Spirit dynasty. With such a terrifying figure as their protector, the young man's origins were clear. Xue Wuji cast a sympathetic glance at the elder, likely unaware of what he was about to face. I wish to borrow the fortune of your dynasty for a time, Yi Lingtian remarked with a hint of amusement. Heh, noble sir jesting. How can one borrow fortune? The elder, thinking Yi Lingtian was joking, forced a smile. Then he saw Yi Lingtian gently shake his head, casually stating, if I were to kill you all, would not the fortune then belong to me? Though the tone bore no chill. The words sent a shiver down the elder's spine. Heda, noble sir is jesting. Kikek, old man, cease your prattling. Today, your Holy Spirit dynasty shall serve as my nourishment. Hearing Xue Wuji's words, the elder's expression darkened completely. He had acknowledged their power, yet these two were still unwilling to relent. Do you two intend to fight to the death with my Holy Spirit dynasty today? To the death? Kekekek, old man, you overestimate yourself. Xue Wuji disdainfully regarded the elder, truly believing himself to be something significant. Had it not been for Yi Lingtian's silence, he would have already been decapitated the moment he emerged. Impudence, Jiang Yuan, unable to contain his fury, exclaimed, Aunt, are you addressing me? Xue Wuji turned to Jiang Yuan, his eyes flashing with crimson light, and an aura of murderous intent filled the palace, the scent of blood wafting through the air. Feeling the terrifying killing intent emanating from Xue Wuji, Jiang Yuan stumbled back 2 steps, his expression one of sheer panic. How can it be so terrifying? In an instant, Xue Wuji appeared before Jiang Yuan, causing the elder's pupils to constrict. Not good, Yuaner, just as the elder cried out. The Yuaner he spoke of was shattered into blood mist beneath Xue Wuji's grasp. No. The elder's eyes bulged with rage as he glared at the faces of Yi Lingtian and Xue Wuji. Snarling, you shall pay for this then. It was unclear what force this man had harnessed, but the entire palace began to tremble. Before long, a terrifying aura enveloped the 2 individuals, trapping them within a formidable array. Today, even if you were from the Central Powers, you shall perish here. The elder sneered at the 2 within the formation, his rage ignited by the death of his most cherished great-grandson at their hands. Yet, within the array, Yi Lingtian remained unfazed, casually addressing the elder outside. It seems this yellow spring formation has led you to a grave misjudgment. How do you know of this yellow spring formation? But even if you do, what of it? Soon, you too shall meet your demise within. The elder cackled malevolently. The yellow spring formation, forged from a single drop of yellow spring water, is said to originate from a sacred river in the underworld. Should a living being come into contact with it, their flesh would decay in an instant, and their soul would be dragged back to the netherworld, unable to be reincarnated, doomed to drift as a lonely spirit within the yellow spring. Observing the elder's overconfidence, Yi Lingtian could not help but chuckle. Ignorant insect, this formation, not only can I dismantle it easily, but even Blood Wujing could do so with little effort. While the yellow spring formation may be a rare array in the lower realms, it is utterly trivial in the celestial realm. With a mere finger, he pointed at a weak point in the array, causing it to dissipate in an instant, coalescing into a murky droplet in the air. Swirling with ghostly apparitions, emanating a chilling aura. What? The elder nearly bit his tongue at this sight. Run! He swiftly turned to flee, for without the yellow spring formation, he dared not linger, knowing that the blood-clad youth could easily crush him. Run! Come back here! As Blood Wujing's voice echoed, a massive hand shattered the space around the elder, who was seized before he could react. No, please. Ha, die! In an instant, the elder was crushed into a mist of blood. After dispatching the elder, Blood Wujing slowly ascended above the palace, a continuous stream of blood mist emanating from him, enveloping the entire dynasty in a vast crimson shroud. What is happening? What is this? Look up! Isn't that the direction of the palace? The cultivators beneath the royal city began to murmur, unaware that their lives were about to reach a tragic end. Blood sacrifice. With Blood Wujing's words, black snowflakes began to drift from the blood shroud, slowly falling upon the crowd below. What is this? Some picked up the black snowflakes to examine them. A scream erupted nearby as a youth, previously dusted by the snowflakes, found his blood transforming into essence, soaring toward the blood-clad youth in the sky. This is bad. Do not touch that. Finally, someone reacted, hastily dodging the descending black snowflakes, but ultimately it was futile. As the snowfall increased, dimming the very sky. After a while, All within the royal dynasty perished, just as Blood Wujing had foretold, leaving not a single survivor. Thus, the reign of the Holy Spirit dynasty came to an end. Chapter 79. The Grand Emperor's Halberd. What kind of power is this? A group of onlookers outside the Holy Spirit dynasty gazed in horror at the blood shroud enveloping the palace. Their faces paling. They had witnessed the horrors that had unfolded within and could not fathom which power could wield such cruelty, sacrificing lives so brutally. By heavens! It seems we must avoid that individual in the future. Among the crowd, Shin Wujin shuddered, recognizing the figure above as the very Blood Wujing who had nearly crushed him. Yet, he could not help but ponder. Who exactly is this young master? Look up. What is that? The crowd turned to see a misty dragon head slowly rising into the sky, its body gradually dissipating. This, the power of fortune? No way, this individual dares to covet the power of fortune. Huo Wudao had finally arrived, and upon witnessing the scene above, he gasped in astonishment. The longevity of a dynasty is dependent upon its fortune, and the disappearance of that fortune signifies imminent decline. The power of fortune is the most elusive in the cultivation world, impossible for anyone to capture, for it is a provocation against the heavenly Tao, and none who challenge the heavenly Tao have ever survived. The ethereal dragon emitted a roar, its pupils reflecting a flicker of human-like fear as it gazed at the youth below, who bore a cauldron upon his back. The youth extended his hand and grasped at the mist dragon, pulling it downward as if it were ensnared by an unseen force. The mist dragon struggled to escape, but it was in vain. Soon, it was drawn down, its eyes wide with terror as the youth calmly declared, "Lend me your form, and I shall refine my divine power." Realizing its fate was sealed, the mist dragon closed its eyes, surrendering to be consumed by the cauldron. Buzz! The cauldron emitted a resonant hum as it absorbed the mist dragon. An extraordinary sensation enveloping Yiling Tian, indescribably pleasant, his consciousness becoming increasingly clear, sensing a surge of enhanced fortune. To his astonishment, the refined fortune dragon materialized within his sea of consciousness as a seed-like entity, imbued with an ineffable charm. Could it be the seed of fortune? Yiling Tian mused. If it truly is the seed of fortune, it would be extraordinary. Legend has it that the seed of fortune can transform one into a being favored by fortune, akin to the fortune child. Yet this entity exists independently from the heavenly Tao, a defiance of fate itself. However, this physique was merely a rumor, and he had never heard of anyone possessing such a trait. Those who were favored by the heavenly Tao ultimately became nutrients for it. Teske, if it turns out to be unfavorable, it must be destroyed. After contemplating for a moment, Yiling Tian decided to observe further, eager to ascertain whether this truly was the legendary seed of fortune, for if it were, he would strike gold. He then sat cross-legged in midair, forming a hand seal, as the remaining fortune energy within him coalesced behind, gradually forming a pitch-black halberd, which floated above his head, pulsating with ripples of energy. The halberd measured approximately 7 feet, its tip seemingly stained with blood, while dark golden runes flickered along its obsidian shaft. Resembling a weapon of apocalyptic proportions, buzz, buzz, buzz. The halberd trembled increasingly rapidly, emanating an unusual aura, as if it possessed an overwhelming ability to counter the power of fortune. The space surrounding the halberd shattered, the dark golden runes voraciously consuming the fortune that wafted through the air. Save for Yiling Tian, the ripples emanating from the halberd enveloped Blood Wujing and the figures outside the royal city. What is this strange thing? Blood Wujing suddenly felt something within him being drawn away, his brow furrowing in discomfort, as an ominous sensation washed over him. Looking toward the source of the ripples, his eyes widened in shock. Damn! How can this individual conjure such a phenomenon? He swiftly waved his hands, isolating the ripples, and only then did the uncomfortable sensation dissipate. It can actually devour fortune. Staring in disbelief at the halberd behind Yiling Tian, even he could not comprehend the nature of this divine power. He had never heard of such a thing during his time in the celestial realm. Meanwhile, the others outside the royal city were not so fortunate. Under the halberd's ripples, their fortunes were swiftly drained, their faces turning ashen, clearly on the brink of disaster. After sufficiently absorbing the power of fortune, the halberd radiated a dim glow, its dark golden runes illuminating as an eerie aura surged forth. As the halberd trembled, a slender hand grasped its shaft, the stark contrast of the pale hand against the dark halberd striking. Observing the Grand Emperor's halberd, Yi Ling Tian could not help but murmur. This appearance has no relation to the power of fortune. It is clearly a demonic weapon. Feeling its peculiar nature, he instinctively gasped. This is, with a gentle wave toward the palace hall, a jet-black streak swept across, and beneath this streak, the hall did not collapse as Yi Ling Tian had anticipated. Instead, it gradually faded in color, ultimately transforming into a pale gray, and with a gust of wind, it disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Even Yi Ling Tian was astonished by the might of the Grand Emperor's halberd, for it seemed capable of absorbing the power of fortune. Extraordinary. To my astonishment, the seemingly trivial Tai Huangji has proven to be extraordinarily formidable, possessing the ability to siphon the fortune of others and achieve this miraculous power. If one were to cultivate it to perfection, why Yi Ling Tian found himself hesitant to continue his thoughts. What is this? Such a bizarre sensation. Blood Wuji, witnessing the recent spectacle, could not help but adopt a solemn expression. Upon hearing Blood Wuji's words, Yi Ling Tian turned to him, responding with a soft exclamation. What is it? Noticing his demeanor, Blood Wuji inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Yi Ling Tian replied, shaking his head, then brandished the Tai Huangji towards Blood Wuji. What are you doing? Blood Wuji was startled, having already experienced that sensation. Was it coming again? As the great spear passed, an unexpected comfort washed over him. What is happening? He asked, perplexed, after a moment of feeling the changes within himself. Yi Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, I can actually manipulate fortune. Ha ha ha. What? Chapter 80. For eternity, I shall reign supreme. Manipulating fortune? Blood Wuji gazed at him in disbelief, unable to fathom such a feat. Something only the Tao of Heaven could accomplish. What kind of divine power could replace the Tao of Heaven to perform such an astonishing act? Destiny is not a mere saying. Even those celestial beings in the immortal realm who specialize in such peculiar powers merely borrow a sliver of fortune. The imperial fortune bestowed upon Yi Ling Tian was far more than just refining the Tai Huangji. Aside from the seed of fortune within him, he discovered that his eyes could perceive the fortune of others. This was an extraordinary phenomenon. While a person's fortune may not entirely dictate their fate, it significantly influences their path, excluding those who defy fate. Just moments ago, when Yi Ling Tian looked at Blood Wuji, he noticed a golden mist-like aura swirling above his head, though it bore a missing fragment. To validate his thoughts, Yi Ling Tian used the Tai Huangji's miraculous ability to fill that it seemed that the Chaos Heavenly Book was indeed not of the immortal realm. Merely possessing the Chaos Cauldron endowed such extraordinary capabilities. If he were to achieve the immortal body described in the Heavenly Book, what astonishing feats might he accomplish? Perhaps even the immortal realm would be unable to contain his existence. With such thoughts, a sense of dominance, viewing all beings as mere ants, emerged in Yi Ling Tian's eyes. I in this life, I shall stand atop the myriad races, my name sung by countless beings, and in the realms of time and space. I will dictate eternity, immortal and enduring. Suddenly, a formidable will erupted, tearing through the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds, as dark clouds gathered ominously above. Clearly, the Tao of Heaven had sensed something. It would not permit anything that could threaten its dominion to exist, intending to unleash a thunderous tribulation to obliterate this anomaly. This is the cause of the anomaly. Blood Wuji trembled at the overwhelming aura emanating from Yi Ling Tian, his heart racing with fear. Perhaps following this individual in this life could indeed lead to standing above the immortal realm, or even gaining supremacy beyond the heavens. As this realization struck him, Blood Wuji's fixation on his own fate dissipated. Looking at Yi Ling Tian, he could not help but feel awe. This man was truly remarkable, merely a respectful one, yet he dared to challenge the Tao of Heaven. Yi Ling Tian raised his head, his aura exuding dominance. Since it was destined that he would stand above the Tao of Heaven, why should he fear this so-called Tao? Begone. With that command, his primordial spirit transformed into a colossal tree that blotted out the sun. Taking root across the entire central continent, a relentless power surged within him as he grasped the Tai Huangji, embodying the essence of a supreme ruler. Gazing at the dark clouds above, he lifted the Tai Huangji. channeling the overwhelming power through his arm and into the spear. The spear radiated with a dark brilliance, its inscriptions glowing like miniature suns, and the crimson tip began to pulse with a deadly energy that enveloped the entire realm. The ground trembled beneath him, and in the next moment, the earth cracked, unable to withstand the force emanating from Yi Lingtian. Tai Huang shakes the world. Yi Lingtian wore a wicked smile, his eyes ablaze with madness. And in that instant, he swung the Tai Huangji. This individual, Blood Wuji, stood by, astonished at Yi Lingtian's astounding actions, his mouth agape. He knew Yi Lingtian was audacious, but never did he expect him to provoke the Tao of Heaven. The entire central continent trembled at that moment, as countless sages and supreme beings, who had been in secluded meditation, opened their eyes to the outside world. What is happening? Why does the atmosphere feel so oppressive? What is this killing intent? Could something monumental be about to unfold? The powerful beings, emerging from their meditative states, pondered gravely, directing their gaze towards the direction of the Holy Spirit dynasty. This boy truly is. Outside the central continent, within a sea of stars, an elderly figure seemed to sense something, opening his eyes to pierce through space and see the land where Yi Lingtian resided. The old man's body radiated with celestial light, his Tao robe shimmering with brilliance. His eyes alternated between day and night as he contained his aura, yet even so, the space around him shattered, chaotic currents swirling about. Even the turbulence capable of annihilating an emperor left his garments unscathed. What a commotion! Heed. To his surprise, the old man chuckled at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Those closest to Yi Lingtian, pressed to the ground in fear, gazed anxiously at the unfolding events. Just then, a dark light tore through the sky, and the recently gathered thunderclouds were pierced as if made of paper, creating a gaping hole large enough to contain the sun. The heavens trembled, space fractured, and the entire Holy Spirit dynasty sank by a fraction. The dark light surged through the thunderclouds and continued upwards, boom. Despite it being broad daylight, a thunderous explosion resounded, as the sky above was punctured by the dark light, creating a massive rift. Blood-black lightning cascaded down, hurtling towards Yi Lingtian. Splendid. Witnessing this, Yi Lingtian did not retreat but charged towards the lightning, gripping his spear and shouting, "All chaos converges upon me." In an instant, streams of chaotic energy erupted from within him, wildly coursing into the Tai Huangji and the towering ancient tree behind him, as Yi Lingtian transformed into a colossal figure akin to a creator. Tai Huang shakes the world. This time, the power unleashed was exponentially more terrifying than before. Finally, the two forces collided. The world fell silent, followed by a cataclysmic sound akin to a nuclear explosion that resonated throughout the heavens and earth, shattering space for innumerable miles, as ripples spread like a colossal tidal wave. Time passed, and the blood-black lightning vanished, the enormous rift in the sky inexplicably mended. Yi Lingtian had landed. The Tai Huangji vanished from his grasp, and his expression returned to one of calm, as if the astonishing feat just performed had not been his doing. Gulp. Even Blood Wuji was left speechless, his eyes wide in disbelief. He had truly succeeded. A respectful one confronting the Tao of Heaven, the first of the ages. Meanwhile, the sages and supreme beings of the central continent fell into a solemn silence, engulfed in deep self-doubt. Had they been practicing a false path? Under the recent thunder, they couldn't even muster the will to resist. Yet, that very terrifying lightning had been shattered by a mere mortal. Could it be an emperor? They couldn't help but think, having barely glimpsed the fleeting figure before the lightning. Opening their eyes had seemed a luxury. What a remarkable lad. The terrifying old man outside the central continent chuckled as he stroked his beard. Chapter 81. The Unfortunate Ones. You monster, Blood Wuji exclaimed, observing Yi Lingtian calmly adjusting his slightly disheveled white attire after landing. It's merely a Tao of Heaven from the lower realms. It shouldn't be this extreme. Yi Lingtian replied nonchalantly, not taking the previous astonishing act to heart. When it comes to showing off, one must look to the king of Yi. What does it mean to say it's merely a Tao of Heaven from the lower realms? Even if it pales in comparison to the Tao of Heaven of the immortal realm, it remains the ruler of countless beings. An ordinary person would have been reduced to ashes by a single heavenly lightning strike. Even he could not have faced a Tao of Heaven head-on, while still at the respectful one level. How could the disparity be so vast among those who have all been reborn as immortal emperors? Blood Wuji felt a tinge of defeat, yet upon recalling that this individual had even acquired chaotic energy, it seemed there was nothing he could not achieve. Well then, the objective has been accomplished. It is time to depart. Yi Lingtian's figure passed by Blood Wuji, as he spoke softly. By the time Blood Wuji regained his senses, Yi Lingtian had already walked quite a distance, watching the retreating figure clad in white. Blood Wuji felt a stirring within. Perhaps having such a pillar of support wouldn't be too bad. When did I start harboring such thoughts? He mused, chuckling to himself. Outside the royal city, ugh, how uncomfortable. Oh, come on. Who threw that stone? Damn it, it hit me. Are you out of your mind? We're all right here. Who would throw a stone at you? Such incidents occurred repeatedly outside, as it was clear that those who had lost their fortune were now beset by misfortune. Young man, why do you seem so familiar to me? At that moment, someone beside Shenwu suddenly grasped him, a look of suspicion on his face. Brother, you must be mistaken. No, we have definitely met before. Shenwu responded, feeling a flicker of recognition. As this exchange unfolded, those around them began to gather, each contemplating Shenwu with thoughtful expressions. A sudden wave of panic surged within Shenwu. Could it be that these individuals truly recognized him? Despite his misdeeds being fewer than those of his ancestor, they were not insignificant either. If discovered, he would undoubtedly meet a brutal end. Look, they are coming out. What? At the sound, the crowd turned to see two figures leisurely emerging from the imperial city. Leading them was a young man clad in white, and upon catching sight of his face, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Was this not the ruthless individual who had slain the 9 elders within the Julo Pavilion? Could it be if this formidable person was unharmed? Then, a chilling conclusion began to dawn upon the onlookers. After a brief distance, Yi Lingtian halted and addressed Xue Wujie behind him with a calm demeanor. Destroy it, Xue Wujie, upon hearing this, let out a sinister chuckle, slowly rising into the air above the imperial city. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he forcefully pressed down upon the magnificent structures below. A massive blood-red hand materialized in the sky, radiating a terrifying aura that instilled fear in all who gazed upon it. With a thunderous roar, dust filled the air as the palatial complex was reduced to ruins beneath the weight of that colossal hand. The Holy Spirit Imperial City, which had stood for countless years in the Central Plains, was thus consigned to the annals of history in no way. The Holy Spirit dynasty has truly perished? The crowd stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Although they had already sensed the answer, accepting it remained a challenge, especially given the dynasty's formidable reputation on the outskirts of the Central Plains. The ease with which it was annihilated left them in a state of shock. Young master, upon catching sight of Yi Lingtian, Shenwu's eyes lit up, and he hastily approached. Yi Lingtian regarded the approaching Shenwu with an odd expression. He could easily discern Shenwu's dwindling fortune. The aura surrounding him had turned dark. Had he delayed any longer, he suspected Shenwu might have met his demise that very day. The architect of this predicament was none other than Yi Lingtian himself. Clearing his throat, he called out, Shenwu, come here. Young master, what is it? Shenwu asked, perplexed, yet obediently moved closer. To his alarm, Yi Lingtian produced a menacing, pitch-black halberd from seemingly nowhere, and with a cheerful smile, he raised it. Shenwu froze, his body trembling as he involuntarily swallowed hard, stammering, Why, young master, I haven't done anything to wrong you. Surely this is too harsh? Come closer, I have a bit of fortune to bestow upon you. Yi Lingtian cheerfully brandished the halberd, his demeanor unsettling. Shenwu gazed at the crimson tip of the halberd. This was not a gift of fortune, but rather a means to send him off, permanently. Why, young master, if that is the case, please make it quick, I fear pain. Shenwu looked at Yi Lingtian with a quivering voice, clearly misunderstanding the situation. I've told you, this is a gift of fortune. Why does it seem as if I'm about to slaughter you? Yi Lingtian replied, exasperated. Huh? Is it truly a gift of fortune? Young master, you nearly scared me to death. Come here, Yi Lingtian said impatiently. I'm coming. I'm coming. Upon realizing that Yi Lingtian did not intend to harm him, Shenwu hurried over to Yi Lingtian thrust the halberd toward Shenwu's head, and to everyone's astonishment, a golden light erupted from the halberd, soaring toward Shenwu before vanishing in an instant. All done. Huh? Is that it? Where is the fortune, young master? What just transpired was the fortune. The specifics you must experience for yourself. Shenwu was momentarily bewildered by Yi Lingtian's words, suspecting that he was merely teasing him. However, he soon sensed a change within himself, a feeling of anticipation for something fortunate to occur. Why? Yi Lingtian stroked his chin, murmuring, "This truly works." As the golden light merged with Shan Wu's being, the dark aura enveloping his face dissipated instantly, and no longer did he exhibit the previous signs of misfortune. The radiance on his face was so abundant it nearly overflowed. Ahem, I want some of that too. Shui Wujia interjected, stepping forward with utmost seriousness. Do you think you are comparable to him? Your fortune is so depleted that it would take half of the central plains to fill it. Yi Lingtian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Shui Wujia, who had surprisingly revealed a rather shameless side. Young master, might I inquire if you could at this moment? Wu Wudao approached, fidgeting. Having witnessed Shan Wu's earlier transformation and recalling the recent events, he suddenly grasped the implications. Yi Lingtian cast a disinterested glance at Wu Wudao. The moment their eyes met, Wu Wudao felt a chill run down his spine, as if a great calamity had fixed its gaze upon him. Chapter 82. The Treasures of the Holy Spirit Dynasty. Yi Lingtian regarded Wu Wudao with a mischievous smile. You are the one who sent my portrait back, aren't you? Wu Wudao trembled at the playful tone in Yi Lingtian's voice, a grimace forming on his face as internal chaos ensued. How did he know? Are you wondering how I found out? Yi Lingtian's expression grew even more bemused. Young master, you truly are an extraordinary individual. Wu Wudao, sensing Yi Lingtian's perceptiveness, refrained from speaking out of turn and began to flatter him profusely. Why? Yi Lingtian chuckled, his words dripping with significance. Divine Fire Path. Wu Wudao's heart raced at the mention of his sect, fearing that this calamity might have its sights set on them. Although the Divine Fire Path was slightly stronger than the Holy Spirit Dynasty, it was merely marginally so. If the Holy Spirit Dynasty could be obliterated in an instant, the same fate would likely await the Divine Fire Path. Young master, we in the Divine Fire Path mean no harm. If we have offended you, please forgive us. Wu Wudao gritted his teeth, resolved to kneel before Yi Lingtian. If his actions had incited the youth's wrath and led to the destruction of the Divine Fire Path, he would become the eternal sinner of his sect. Why? Yi Lingtian was taken aback by Wu Wudao's sudden kneeling. When did I ever say I would hold you accountable? Upon hearing this, Wu Wudao quickly raised his head, excitement evident in his voice. I knew it. A person of your caliber must surely be magnanimous. Humph. Blood Wujia, witnessing this exchange, looked at Wu Wudao with disdain. How shameless! This individual had just annihilated an entire family, yet he still spoke in such a manner. Was he not afraid of retribution from the Holy Spirit Dynasty's remaining kin? All right, that's enough. Stand up. Yi Lingtian's gaze shifted, indifferent, at his words. Wu Wudao quickly rose. Young master, Once again, Yi Lingtian brandished the halberd towards Wu Wudao. Although he understood that it would not harm him, Wu Wudao's complexion paled involuntarily. The crimson hue on the halberd was unnerving, emitting a palpable killing intent that felt as though it had been stained with divine blood, as the golden light radiated from the halberd. Wu Wudao felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders, the faint sense of danger that had lingered in his heart dissipating. Thank you, young master. Wu Wudao expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. TSK, what a flatterer! Shenwu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Wudao, oblivious to the similarities between himself and Wu Wudao at that moment. Let us go. A faint voice lingered in the air. And when they looked again, the three figures had vanished. Wu Wudao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, grappling with the indescribable feeling of standing before Yi Lingtian. It was as if an ancient calamity loomed over him. Despite Yi Lingtian exuding no overt power, the sensation was akin to the very fabric of existence being at his command. Such terror. Casting a final glance at the ruins, Wu Wudao disappeared, evidently returning to the Divine Fire Path. The day's events had left an indelible mark on him. Despite the youth's seemingly tender age, his strength was beyond what Wu Wudao could fathom. This profound revelation ignited a fervent determination within Wu Wudao. Upon his return, he would immerse himself in rigorous training within the Divine Fire Path. The intoxicating thrill of wielding the power of life and death was simply irresistible. At Julo Pavilion, comfort returned. Young master, since the Holy Spirit dynasty has fallen, why not claim this place as our own? Shenwu, recalling something, sprang up from the bed and exclaimed excitedly at Yi Lingtian. Why Yi Lingtian, however, ignored Shenwu's suggestion and strolled over to the bedside, producing a spatial ring filled with an array of treasures from the Holy Spirit dynasty's treasury. Who would have thought the Holy Spirit dynasty's reserves were so plentiful? Within the ring lay an abundance of spiritual herbs, medicinal elixirs, materials for forging, and rare metals, among other treasures. Yi Lingtian stroked his chin, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the bounty. Suddenly, in the corner of the ring, he discovered a blood-red spirit herb. After extracting the herb, he looked at Xue Wuji and remarked, "You should find this quite intriguing." "What is it?" Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's words, he approached, only to see a blood-red spirit herb suddenly appear in Yi Lingtian's hand. The moment he laid eyes on the herb, Xue Wuji's breath quickened. "Blood dragon grass?" he exclaimed in astonishment upon taking the herb in hand. Tio thinks such an extraordinary herb could be found in the lower realm. The blood dragon grass, a rare herb from the celestial realm, only grows within the territory of the blood dragon, a dragon species known for its fierce temperament and brutal nature, and an insatiable thirst for blood, so much so that even Xue Wuji would concede in its presence. "This is splendid. With this, I can ascend to another level." Elation was evident on Xue Wu's face as he disappeared from the room, clearly retreating to cultivate. "Young master, what about me?" Shen Wu, observing Yi Lingtian bestow an unknown spirit herb upon Xue Wuji, couldn't suppress his envy. Rubbing his hands together, he sidled up to Yi Lingtian, attempting to ingratiate himself. You have none. Yi Lingtian shook his head at Shen Wu. Hearing this, Shen Wu's head drooped in disappointment. "When you cultivate the Divine Movement 9 transformations to the 3rd level, I shall grant you a great fortune." Before Shen Wu could wallow in sorrow, Yi Lingtian added, and upon hearing this, Shen Wu was filled with excitement, repeatedly assuring that he would soon break through to the 3rd level. There was no way he could contain his enthusiasm. After witnessing Yi Lingtian's extraordinary capabilities, he understood that there was no one in the lower realm who could rival him. The prospect of the great fortune spoken of by such a figure was beyond his imagination. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Perhaps if he were to obtain the great fortune, he too could transform into a powerhouse like Yi Lingtian. The next day, news of the destruction of the Holy Spirit dynasty spread throughout the outer realms, leaving many in disbelief. Impossible. How could such a powerful dynasty be destroyed? What nonsense are you spouting? Humph, I am not speaking frivolously. My brother witnessed it with his own eyes. The entire imperial city was reduced to rubble. How could that be false? Is that true? Of course it is. If you don't believe me, go ask those people. The speaker pointed towards a group of individuals, among whom were those who had previously been outside the imperial city. You should have seen it. The spectacle was truly magnificent. One individual exclaimed animatedly about what he had witnessed. And then what happened? Then that young master's subordinate soared into the sky and crushed the Holy Spirit imperial city with a single palm strike. Wow! The crowd gasped in astonishment at his description. Chapter 83. The myriad manifestation pearl. To think the Holy Spirit dynasty was actually destroyed. A young man seated upon a dragon throne within a palace spoke with a complex expression. He then rose to relay this news to several other dynasties. The Holy Spirit dynasty ranked among the top 3 in strength among the 7 great dynasties, yet even such a seemingly formidable dynasty had been obliterated. The leaders of the other dynasties, upon receiving this news, were equally shocked. They could not fathom who would be so bold as to annihilate the Holy Spirit dynasty. Did they not know that the crown prince of the Holy Spirit dynasty had entered the ranks of the Xin Guang sex prodigies? Have we ascertained who is responsible? Reporting to the sovereign, we only know that it was a young man who acted. We do not know his identity. A man clad in armor bowed his head, delivering the intelligence he had gathered to the imposing figure on the dragon throne, a young man. Could it be one of those prodigies from the central regions? The mighty man thought to himself. Aside from those powerful factions in the center, he could not conceive of anyone else daring to act in such a manner. It was well known that the crown prince of the Holy Spirit dynasty was no ordinary individual. He was indeed a prodigy in the central region. Those who bore the title of prodigy were among the elite, their worth incomparable to the so-called prodigies of the lower continents. Merely over 20 years of age. He had already reached the realm of respectable ones and ranked over 900 on the prodigy list of the central region. Although 900 may seem low, the total number of young cultivators in the central region exceeds several hundred million. To stand out and secure a place on the prodigy list was no trivial feat. The prodigy list was established by the first academy of the central region, Tianxian Academy, and documented 1,000 young prodigies, each a paragon among their peers, easily combating foes of higher realms. The higher the rank, the more formidable the strength. It was said that the top-ranked individual on the prodigy list had achieved the astounding feat of defeating saints while in the realm of monarchs. Thus, the entire central region's cultivators held this list in high regard, and young disciples from various factions strove to enter the prodigy list, as doing so was not only a testament to their strength but also a symbol of status. Prodigies who made it onto the list were treated as esteemed guests wherever they went, basking in the adoration of many. What? Brother Jiang has not emerged from seclusion. What should we do? Outside a cave suffused with radiant light and rich spiritual energy, a disciple clad in the robes of the Xian Guang sect paced anxiously. He had learned of the destruction of the Holy Spirit dynasty and wished to relay this news to the person inside. After waiting for half the day without any sign of movement from within, he sighed. Forget it, I shall wait for Brother Jiang to emerge. Ultimately, the disciple abandoned the idea of intruding. If the individual inside were to fall into demonic madness due to his interruption, the sect leader would surely have his skin flayed. As a prodigy on the prodigy list, he was treated like a treasure gem by the entire Xian Guang sect. Alas, I hope Brother Jiang can withstand the news when he comes out. The disciple murmured, turning to leave. What do you all think about the Tai Chi incident? In the Xian Guang hall, 5 figures sat, the foremost person possessing an imposing countenance, addressing the 4 below him with a cold tone. What is there to discuss? Anyone who dares to strike at our sect's prodigy family must be tired of living. Allow me to take action. I wish to see who has the audacity to act so recklessly. Wait, Wang Kuei, do not act impulsively before we clarify the situation. An elder in black robes restrained the furious, burly man who was ready to seek vengeance. Clarify? The Holy Spirit dynasty has been destroyed. What else needs clarification? The man glared at the elder, his dissatisfaction boiling over. Clearly, this individual does not regard our Xian Guang sect with any respect. Who in the outer realms does not know that Tai Chi is our Xian Guang sect's prodigy? To dare disregard us in such a manner is tantamount to courting death. Enough, Elder Wang. Please calm down. At this moment, the sect leader spoke up, and upon hearing his voice, Wang Kuei settled down, lifting his gaze to the leader. I do not believe there exists someone so foolish as to know the Holy Spirit dynasty's strong ties to our Xian Guang sect and yet act in such a manner. This indicates that this person possesses sufficient confidence to not fear us. Let us investigate his background first. If he hails from a powerful figure in the center, we may have to bury this matter in our hearts. Wang Kuei finally realized this point he had overlooked. But how should he communicate this to the young prodigy Tai Chi? Sigh, we will take it step by step. Let us first send someone to investigate who exactly was responsible for the destruction of the Holy Spirit dynasty. The sect leader shook his head, visibly distressed. If the perpetrator was merely an impulsive youth without any backing, it would be easy to eliminate him. However, if he were to come from a significant background, not only would they be unable to seek revenge, but they might also fear that the enemy would trace back to them. Meanwhile, the victim's family member, Jiang Taichi, remained in seclusion, completely unaware of the incident. On the other side, in the Julo pavilion, the culprit behind this calamity sat calmly on his bed, eyes closed in meditation, having gathered enough treasures from the Holy Spirit dynasty's treasury to elevate himself to the later stage of the respectable realm. Behind him, the furnace hummed, its light radiating throughout the room. In front of him, Yi Lingtian, illuminated by the glow, resembled an immovable Vajra, a hint of majesty gracing his otherwise tranquil visage, prompting an irresistible urge to bow before him. 3 days swiftly passed, and Yi Lingtian finally awoke from his meditation. Gradually opening his eyes, one could sense the weight of ancient epics within their depths, a fleeting glimpse of boundless vicissitudes, before he returned to his usual placid demeanor and remarked. Time truly crawls. 3 days of cultivation had seen him ascend from the first to the third level of the respectable realm, and he deemed this slow. If outsiders were to hear this, they would undoubtedly be tempted to give him a beating. Tio called this slow, while the rest of them languished in their struggles. Generally, it takes at least 2 years for an ordinary person to break through 2 realms. And even prodigies require a year for such a feat. No one in the entire central region had ever achieved a 2-realm breakthrough in just 3 days. Yet, to him, this was still considered slow. Rising to his feet, the furnace behind him gradually dissipated. Pushing open the window, he gazed at the scenery outside, and memories of the woman who had shared countless seasons with him in the Tsangyue Holy Land flooded his mind. A smile involuntarily curved his lips as he took out a special folding fan from his bosom, admiring the exquisite beauty depicted upon its surface. I truly look forward to it, he mused. A true lecher, undoubtedly a lecher. At that moment, a vague fluctuation emanated from the other side of the room, which caught his attention and sparked a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. After closing his folding fan, he vanished from the chamber. Chapter 84. Tales of the Rain Clan. This fellow is indeed the progeny of that old man, displaying a certain aptitude in mastering the 9 transformations of divine movement. Yi Lingtian stood behind Shenwu, observing him with a look of astonishment. Setting aside the fellow's minor flaws, there were still commendable aspects in his external cultivation. The 9 transformations of divine movement comprises 9 levels, each transformation representing a significant ascent. Achieving the 9th transformation allows one to transform their essence to appear indistinguishable from others. Not only would outsiders be oblivious, but even the person transformed would be unable to discern any difference. It is through this extraordinary technique that Shen Tianke, that old codger, has thrived in the celestial realm, repeatedly achieving success. Without the support of this technique, that old man's remains would have long been displayed atop the celestial tower. TSK, I wonder where that old fellow acquired this technique. He had once personally experienced the wonders of this art. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, I possess exceptional talent. At this juncture, the fluctuations in the room subsided, and a brilliant light suddenly ignited in Shen Wu's eyes. After a brief moment of sensing, he could not restrain his excitement and spoke up. Is that so? A faint voice resounded behind him. Who, upon hearing a voice behind him, Shen Wu instantly sprang up. Despite appearing submissive before Yi Lingtian, he had a darker side when it came to others. Young master, when did you arrive? You startled me. Shen Wu turned to find Yi Lingtian standing behind him, looking at him with keen interest, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, soon a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes as he looked at Yi Lingtian and chuckled. Young master, you see. Observing Shen Wu's demeanor, Yi Lingtian understood that this fellow was seeking a boon from him. With a flick of his finger, a droplet of multicolored water, imbued with the essence of all things, materialized before Shen Wu. Gazing at the droplet floating in front of him and sensing its aura, he could not help but swallow hard, his eyes brimming with delight. Young master, what is this? He sensed that refining this object could lead to a transformation in his 9 transformations of divine movement. The myriad essence pearl, even your ancestor could not uncover it despite expending great effort. You are indeed fortunate to find such a treasure within the Holy Spirit dynasty, Yi Lingtian remarked casually. The myriad essence pearl, as the name suggests, encompasses all things and evolves myriad forms. It is truly a treasure among treasures for those who cultivate techniques that alter one's aura and appearance. With this myriad essence pearl, one could easily deceive others. Should this object be entrusted to Shen Tianke alongside his 9th transformation, even the celestial emperors might be fooled. Hearing Yi Lingtian's words, Shen Wu grew even more excited. Kneeling before Yi Lingtian while clutching the myriad essence pearl. Thank you, young master, for this precious gift. All right, rise, Yi Lingtian replied, maintaining his usual calm demeanor, unaffected by Shen Wu's act of kneeling. Upon hearing Yi Lingtian's instruction, Shen Wu stood up, his eyes still filled with gratitude. No one had ever treated him so kindly. Such treasures were freely given. Since the day he became aware, he had been told that his life was destined to dwell in the shadows. Due to Shen Tianke's influence, he had no friends, fearing that any slip could reveal his lineage, leaving him without a place to belong, not just in the central continent, but throughout the entire lower realm. His life had been one of deception and treachery. Never before had he felt such peace. Shen Wu silently vowed that in this lifetime, his life belonged to the young master. Yi Lingtian was unaware of Shen Wu's thoughts. And even if he were to know, he would merely smile it off to him. Accepting Shen Wu was a trivial matter. Now, take the time to explore the wonders of the myriad essence pearl. With that, his figure gradually faded from Shan Wu's room. I will diligently cultivate to repay the young master's kindness. This declaration rang with conviction, his expression resolute, as he returned to his bed, clutching the myriad essence pearl and began to study it intently. Meanwhile, having just exited Shan Wu's room, Yi Lingtian suddenly felt an ominous premonition, as if something was destined to occur. A smile crept across his lips. Are there still remnants? With a soft chuckle, he returned to his own quarters, unconcerned about a mere remnant after having obliterated an entire dynasty. The Rain Clan, Rain God Palace. Where is Elder Wang? A middle-aged man clad in a cerulean robe smiled with a hint of malice. Ah, my dear niece Lingyan, after such a long absence, how is it that upon your return, you speak of an outsider? It truly saddens your uncle. Spare me the pleasantries, you Feibai, if I do not see Elder Wang today. Do not expect to lay claim to that secret treasure. The speaker was none other than Yu Lingyan, who had just departed from the Tsangyue's sacred land. At this moment, her beautiful face was frostbitten, her tone icy, and her eyes glimmered with hatred. Oh, my dear niece, how could you think that of me? Your uncle has been worrying about you day and night since you left the Rain Clan. Ha! You've been wishing for my demise. Yu Lingyan's mind drifted back to that stormy night years ago. Yu Feibai, what are you doing? A man burst into the room, looking at the lifeless woman on the floor, then raised his head to bellow at the occupant within. My dear brother, did you not see? I am killing. Yu Feibai replied innocently. Damn it. How dare you? How dare you? The man rushed towards the blood-soaked woman, trembling as he cradled her cold body, tears of blood streaming down his face as he roared in rage. His aura erupted, an overwhelming pressure forcing those inside the room to stagger backward. If you are so unwilling to part, then I shall send you down to accompany her. With those words, figures radiating a terrifying sovereign aura suddenly materialized in the room, encircling the man. Upon witnessing this, the man revealed a grim smile. Yu Feibai, it seems you have truly gone to great lengths to kill me, but you should never have touched my ear. Kill. A thunderous roar erupted, the man's aura surging to its zenith, his murderous intent soaring to the heavens, rendering the sovereigns within the room momentarily hesitant to advance. Useless. Charge. Chapter 85. Tales of the Rain Clan, Part 2. A fierce battle was imminent. The sovereigns swiftly surrounded the man, unleashing a barrage of terrifying divine abilities. Get away! The man roared, his eyes blood-red as if possessed by a vengeful spirit, his aura formidable enough to withstand the combined assault of several sovereigns. What? Yu Feibai was taken aback at this sight. Those were multiple sovereigns attacking simultaneously. Had it been him, he would have perished from such a strike. To his astonishment, this fellow had actually endured it. Suddenly, a pitch-black long sword appeared in the man's hand, its sword energy rampant and terrifying, taking on a corporeal form as waves of black, smoke-like sword energy enveloped him. What? The exterminating evil sword. I cannot believe that old man has even passed this sword to you. Yu Feibai's expression shifted from shock to a venomous glare, jealousy and resentment seeping into his tone. What is it about me, Yu Feibai, that makes me inferior to you, Yu Liushi, to warrant such favoritism from that old man? As he gazed at the sword, Yu Feibai's jealousy ignited fiercely within him, twisting his expression into one of rage. Throughout his life, he had always been the one to enjoy the best things first. Why? Why? In that moment, Yu Feibai seemed to descend into madness. He could not comprehend why two individuals of the same lineage could be treated so differently. Why that old man would not even spare him a glance, nor grant him equal resources. He could not endure the fact that the position of the next clan head had been directly bestowed upon Yu Liushi, and this infuriated him. He yearned to rebel, to unleash the dissatisfaction and resentment that had festered within him over the years. Why should Yu Liushi receive your affection, while I, Yu Feibai, am treated as an outsider, constantly watched over? If that old man is so unfair, then do not blame me, Yu Feibai, for being merciless. My dear brother, do not blame me. Blame that old man for his favoritism, for it is his bias that has led to your demise. Yu Feibai stared at the battle-hardened Yu Liushi before him, complex emotions flickering in his eyes, soon overshadowed by a ruthless glint. If I allow you to live, there shall be no place for Yu Feibai within the Rain Clan. He gazed upon the moment, The once dominant Yulio she found himself subtly overshadowed by a few esteemed figures, eye in his hand. A long sword materialized silently. Just as Yulio she prepared to subdue those individuals, a piercing sound echoed as the sword plunged through his chest. Crimson blood cascading down the blade and staining the ground below. Yulio she staggered back a few steps, his complexion drained of color, the once mighty aura dissipating under the weight of that single strike, leaving him evidently gravely wounded. Witnessing the decline of Yulioshi's vitality, the esteemed figures immediately pressed their advantage. "Despicable scoundrel," he spat, his gaze filled with unabashed hatred as he turned to the figure behind him. Yufei Bai, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the ground, and who could have imagined that the renowned prodigy of the Yuzhu clan would meet such a tragic fate? Observing this scene, a twinge of compassion stirred within Yufei Bai, but it was swiftly suppressed. "If I were to pity you, who would pity me? I, Yufei Bai, do not consider myself inferior to you, Yulioshi. Yet why does that old fool favor you so? Cough. You are unworthy? Unworthy? Ha ha ha. Do you mean to imply that only your lineage has the right to control the Yuzhu clan?" Yulioshi's expression twisted into a grotesque smile upon hearing those words. "Today, it is not just you. I shall send that old fool below to join you as well. How dare you commit such treason?" The disbelief in Yulioshi's eyes was palpable. He had not anticipated Yufei Bai's scheme to be so grand, daring even to target their ancestor. "What is there to fear?" Yufei Bai's countenance darkened. "Had it not been for his blatant injustice, I would not have been driven to this point. It is all his fault." In a fit of desperation, Yufei Bai shouted at Yulioshi. He then seized the long sword and thrust it into Yulioshi's heart, blood spraying onto his face, rendering him a ghastly sight that evoked involuntary shivers in onlookers. Yet, this horrific scene did not escape the gaze of the hidden Xiaoyu Yuling, who clutched her mouth to suppress any sound, tears streaming down her face in a torrent of terror. She could not fathom why her uncle, who had always treated her with such kindness, would commit such devilish acts. As she gazed upon the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, a seed of vengeance took root within her heart. She must escape. She had to flee this place, for it was the only way to avenge her parents. With the figures of Yufei Bai and his companions fading from view, Yuling Yin slowly approached her parents. She looked at the deceased couple, and her tears erupted once more, rendering her utterly helpless. Time passed, and after wiping her tear-streaked face, she turned back one last time to glance at the fallen pair before mustering the strength to flee the Yuzhu clan. Under the protection of an elder from her lineage, she safely arrived at the Zhongyue sacred land, while the elder returned to the Yuzhu clan, determined to seek justice for her kin. She had initially thought that the elder had perished at Yufei Bai's hands, only to discover he was alive and had sent her a message. Without hesitation, Yuling Yin returned to the Yuzhu clan, unwilling to abandon the elder who had risked his life for her. To do so would make her no different from Yufei Bai soon. A cold-faced youth appeared, dragging a blood-soaked figure emitting a foul stench. Upon recognizing the figure, Yuling Yan's heart quaked, and tears brimmed in her beautiful eyes. "Yufei Bai, you beast!" The figure was none other than Wang Ji, the elder who had once protected her. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, she could not contain her rage. "Mississippi, you should not have returned," Wang Ji weakly uttered, fully aware that Yufei Bai had spared his life solely to lure Yuling Yin out. Despite his attempts to end his own life, he had failed, incurring Yufei Bai's wrath, who had then shattered his meridians. Yuling Yin hastily approached and hoisted Wang Ji onto her back, tears cascading down her cheeks as she beheld his injuries. His meridians were completely shattered, the bone of his wrist pierced through, and his tendons severed. The internal damage was catastrophic. He had survived only because Yufei Bai sent someone daily to provide him with a life-prolonging pill, allowing him to cling to existence. "Miss, you have fallen into the trap of that scoundrel. My life is of no comparison to your precious self. How could you be so foolish?" Wang Ji lamented. "Do not speak of that anymore. Today, I will take you away from here," Yuling Yin declared resolutely. "Leave? Ha ha ha, my dear niece. How naive you are. Do you truly believe you can depart today? Step aside. If I die, you shall never access the hidden treasures," Yuling Yin retorted coldly, her animosity evident. Yet, Yufei Bai continued to leer at her, unabashedly reveling in the moment. "Dear niece, have you not noticed any changes since entering here?" At his words, A sense of unease gripped Yuling Yin. Was it that moment? An overwhelming fatigue washed over her, and she felt dizzy in the presence of Yufei Bai. You vile beast! Ha ha ha! Today, I shall claim both the hidden treasure and you. You shall not. I will never allow you to succeed, even if it costs me my life. With that, she raised her hand towards her heart, but Yufei Bai would not permit such a prize to perish before him. The flick of his finger sent a beam of light to strike her hand away. May I die? Yuling Yin felt her eyelids grow heavier, her heart sinking into despair as she gazed at the approaching figure. Have yet to avenge my parents, have not yet awaited Xiao Ling Tian. Finally, she succumbed to the overwhelming fatigue, her eyelids fluttering shut. As Yuling Yin fell into unconsciousness, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Yufei Bai's face. Old fool, even if you have sealed the key to the hidden treasure within her, it will ultimately fall into my hands, he cackled. He moved to embrace Yuling Yin but was interrupted by an ancient voice resonating through the Yushan Palace. Who dares? Yufei Bai's expression turned grave. Scanning the surroundings, realizing he had failed to detect any other presence, scram. Do you not fear being obliterated for your audacity within my Yuzhu clan? With your insignificant Yuzhu clan, do you dare to utter such threats? If it were not for this young girl, your clan would face annihilation today. The voice reverberated, exuding an aura of authority. Who dares to be so brazen in my Yuzhu clan? An elder soared into the air. His face contorted with fury. Never before had anyone dared to provoke the Yuzhu clan in such a manner. Within the Yushan Palace, Yufei Bai's expression darkened as he continued to scan for the source of the voice. Cower in the shadows if you dare. At that moment, time and space within the Yuzhu clan seemed to freeze. Even the flames of the palace stood still. An elder with a youthful visage and white hair, clad in a tattered white robe, appeared before Yufei Bai, his gaze devoid of emotion. The instant the elder emerged, Yufei Bai felt every hair on his body stand on end, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. Who are you? You are not worthy to know, insect. The elder waved his sleeve. A tremendous force surged forth, sending Yufei Bai hurtling through the air, leaving a trail of blood in his wake as he crashed to the ground. His eyes wide with shock. How could a supreme being possess such power? Indeed, what you just felt was the unique might of a supreme being. Yet, he could not fathom why such a being was so overwhelmingly powerful. After all, he was only a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. In all of Zhengzhou, apart from the reclusive quasi-emperors and emperors, he stood among the strongest. With the Yuzhu clan's foundation and his own talent, he believed he could suppress any true quasi-emperor. Yet now, facing this elder, he felt an insurmountable threat, as if a mighty emperor loomed over him. You ignorant insect, how could you possibly comprehend the true nature of a supreme being? The elder spoke with an emotionless voice, as if recounting an ordinary tale. Today, I spare your lives not out of mercy, but to allow this young girl to personally take them in the future, to free her from the torment in her heart. The words remained unremarkable, yet to Yufei Bai, they resonated with an air of superiority from the elder, as if he were merely an ant, easily crushed beneath the elder's heel. Would you ever feel a tremor over a mere ant? The answer is decidedly no. In that moment, he embodied the very ant in the elder's eyes, and the entirety of the Yu clan was but a swarm of ants to him. Soon after, the elder lifted the unconscious Yuling Yin from the ground, waving his hand gently as a rift in space appeared within the Rain God Palace. He entered with Yuling Yin in tow, not sparing a single glance at Yufei Bai. Should he dare to obstruct him, well, the annihilation of the Yu clan would be imminent. Cursed fate. Watching the prize slip away, Yufei Bai felt a surge of anger. After all, Yuling Yin concealed within her the key to a secret treasure, a treasure that determined whether he could ascend to the ranks of the quasi-emperors. Who exactly was this elder? When did such a terrifying figure emerge in Zhengzhou? And why did that tattered moon robe seem so familiar? Yufei Bai's countenance darkened as he pondered. Ever since Yu Luxi's demise, he had never endured such humiliation while at the helm of the Yu clan. The sensation of life and death being held in another's hands left him profoundly unsettled. Cursed fate. After a bout of impotent rage, Yufei Bai gradually regained his composure and exited the Rain God Palace, making his way deeper into the Yu clan's domain in a celestial cave. Yufei Bai entered, his gaze shrouded in shadows. He beheld the lifeless form of the elder, who had long since passed yet whose flesh still shimmered with vitality. In a cold voice, he remarked, "Old fool, even in death you present me with challenges." The deceased was none other than the ancestor of the Yu clan, Yu Mu Feng, a being of the ninth layer of Quasi-Emperor. It was he who had, years prior, stripped this old man of much of his power using a colorless, odorless poison, before subsequently extracting the elder's soul with a grand formation, only to discover that the elder had left behind a tremendous secret treasure for Yu Lu Shi. This treasure contained secrets crucial to becoming an emperor. And after Yu Lu Shi's death, he had turned the entire Yu clan upside down in search of this so-called treasure, finding nothing until he stumbled upon some clues within the elder's spirit ring. It turned out that unlocking the treasure required a key, which he had hidden within the bloodline of Yu Lu Shi's family, meaning only the three of them could uncover its location. Chapter 87. Awakening Curse It All. From which faction did that elder hail? Yu Fei Bai ruminated, unable to recognize the crescent moon insignia upon the elder's robe. Never mind, since that old coot had mentioned that she should seek her own revenge. There remained a glimmer of hope. Next time, you won't be so fortunate, my dear niece, Yu Fei Bai said with a sinister tone, his face contorted like that of a vengeful spirit. A sharp cry, resonant and high-pitched, echoed in Yu Ling Yan's ears, gently bringing her consciousness back to life. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her throat dry as she murmured, "Where am I?" Suddenly, her expression tightened, her hands hurriedly searching her clothing. And upon confirming it was intact, she let out a sigh of relief. If that beast had truly, she dared not think further. If that were the case, she could never face Yi Ling Tian again, and would surely choose death. Am I not in the Rain God Palace? Where is this? At that moment, she found herself lying upon a piece of pure, gentle white jade, its brilliance radiating, clearly not an ordinary object. Moreover, a soothing energy flowed from the jade, helping to regulate her internal meridians. In mere moments, she felt a refreshing clarity, and the heaviness in her heart lifted slightly. Rising to survey her surroundings, a look of bewilderment filled her eyes. She had never encountered such scenery before, leaving her at a loss for words. In the distance, ethereal mountains stretched endlessly, colossal trees overshadowing the skies, their heights piercing the clouds, while wisps of spiritual energy floated by. Mist swirled and enveloped everything, and flocks of celestial cranes soared overhead. Leaving behind their calls, a sigh escaped her lips. Truly, this could only be described as a paradise on earth. She reveled in the breathtaking view. A voice resonated from behind her. "Awake, little girl." Upon hearing the voice, she quickly collected her thoughts, her body tensing as she turned to face the source, ready for battle. To her surprise, an elder with a youthful visage and white hair looked at her with warmth. "What is this? Have I saved you only for you to express ingratitude?" The elder's tone was playful, entirely devoid of the haughty demeanor he had shown Yu Fei Bai, appearing as gentle as a kindly grandfather. A stark contrast to the tyrant who had threatened the Yu clan. Who are you?" Hearing the elder's words, Yu Ling Yan's confusion began to dissipate. In a wonder she stood here unscathed. It appeared this elder had rescued her. Yet, she had no recollection of ever encountering him before. Why would he save her? Although his demeanor was now devoid of hostility, she remained vigilant. Who could say if this was not a trap set by Yu Fei Bai? You are quite the cautious one," the elder remarked, unbothered, stroking his beard with a chuckle. "I am Tsang Yunzi, and my act of saving you was merely a favor." A favor?" Yu Ling Yan responded. A ludicrous thought creeping into her mind. Could it be from Xiao Ling Tian? Yet, she quickly suppressed it. It seemed improbable, given that Yi Ling Tian was merely at the Soul Realm. How could he possibly know such a formidable figure? "It appears you already have an inkling of the truth," the elder noted with a knowing smile, recognizing the expressions of contemplation and disbelief on Yu Ling Yan's face. In response, Yu Ling Yan's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Her eyes filled with incredulity. How could this be? How did Xiao Ling Tian come to know such a person, and how did he earn the favor of one so powerful? What else has he kept from me? It seemed she had unjustly judged Yi Ling Tian. Even he had not anticipated that Tsang Yunzi would involve himself in this matter. But how could you possibly know Xiao Ling Tian? Yu Ling Yan asked, her voice tinged with confusion, her expression adorably bewildered. Upon hearing her refer to that boy in such a manner, the elder couldn't help but chuckle. Only you would dare to call him that. That boy is the one foretold in the prophecies of the ancestors, the destined emperor whose reign shall eclipse the heavens and dominate the ages. What? Could it be that Xiao Ling Tian possesses a hidden identity? Yu Ling Yin gasped, her heart racing. The elder merely smiled knowingly. Heh, in due time, you shall find out. His response left Yu Ling Yin perplexed. After all, she had brought Xiao Ling Tian back to the Zhongyu sacred land, and she knew his background better than anyone else. When had he become so enigmatic? But that boy truly cares for you, the elder remarked teasingly. He even ventured to Zhongzhou for your sake. Had I not taken on this matter, the whole of Zhongzhou would have been shaken to its core. Moreover, he had sensed a terrifying power within Yu Ling Yin, estimating that should it be unleashed, the entire Yu clan would be reduced to ashes. This was a conservative estimate. The power was beyond even his comprehension. In other words, even without his intervention, Yu Ling Yin would have remained unharmed. For Yi Ling Tian had embedded a fragment of his imperial will within her, only to be triggered in moments of peril. What? Xiao Ling Tian has come to Zhongzhou? Panic surged within her. He is only at the Soul Realm. What if he attracts unwanted attention? No, I must find him. Yu Ling Yan's expression turned frantic as she rose, worry etched across her delicate features. She hadn't anticipated that Yi Ling Tian would arrive in Zhongzhou so swiftly. His meager strength would hardly suffice to protect him in such a vast land. If anything were to happen to him, she feared to contemplate the consequences. Calm yourself. There is no need to fret over that boy. He is far more formidable than you realize, the elder interjected as Yu Ling Yin made to leave. However, her concern did not abate. She turned back to the elder, her voice tinged with urgency. But that he is still only at the Soul Realm. What if he encounters danger? Hearing this, the elder felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. Encounter danger? If anything, he would be the one turning Zhongzhou upside down. You worry too much. He is not one to easily find himself in peril. In fact, if anything, he is more likely to draw trouble upon others. You needn't concern yourself with him. However, if you wish to stand by his side in the future, your current cultivation is rather insufficient. The elder assessed the aura of Yu Ling Yin, shaking his head. Is that so? Xiao Ling Tian. He truly won't be in danger? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Though she had barely registered the latter part of his statement. Even if you doubt him, do you not have me to rely on? Song Yunzi replied, observing her unwavering resolve to seek out Yi Ling Tian. At last, Yu Ling Yin felt a modicum of relief wash over her, though she was belatedly aware of the elder's earlier remark, her cheeks flushing a soft hue, reminiscent of a ripe peach. Utterly enchanting. Who said I wanted to be by his side? Chapter 88. Movements of the Zhongyu Sacred Land. Senior Tong. Where is this place? She finally inquired, having never heard of such a paradise existing within Zhongzhou. Hee, you can simply call me Yun Lao. The title of senior sounds rather off-putting. For this place, it is the outpost of my Zhongyue Divine Mountain in the central continent, personally established by the ancestor of Zhongyue Divine Mountain. Zhongyue Divine Mountain. Zhongyue. Could it be that the Zhongyue Sacred Land is Why Yu Ling Yan could not help but glance in astonishment at Kanjianzi. Indeed, the Zhongyue Sacred Land is indeed a creation of my Divine Mountain. Kanjianzi replied with a slight nod. Realization dawned upon Yu Ling Yan. She finally understood the immense significance of the Zhongyue Sacred Land she had been residing in. This also elucidated why Yi Ling Tian had come to know Kanjianzi. Yun Lao, what about the elder who was with me? Suddenly recalling something, urgency flickered in Yu Ling Yan's beautiful eyes. Upon hearing this, Kanjianzi remembered the elder and shook his head, saying, he had already passed away by the time I arrived. What? Wang Lao. Wang Lao. Why Yu Ling Yan stumbled back a few steps, her face etched with sorrow. Although she had known Wang Zhi's injuries might not allow him to live long, the news still pierced her heart with profound sadness. Had it not been for Wang Zhi's selfless protection, she would not have survived to this day. Now, she truly was the last of her lineage. Yu Fei Bai, I will make you pay for this blood debt with your life. After grieving, tears surged in Yu Ling Yan's eyes, a cold aura enveloping her entire being, radiating an overwhelming intent to kill. Her hatred for her uncle was palpable. If it weren't for him, her family would not have been shattered. And even her savior would not have perished by his hand. Observing the fierce aura emanating from Yu Ling Yan, Kanjianzi nodded approvingly. If one could not confront the enmity of familial bloodshed, how could they be worthy of that young man? For now, Stay by my side and cultivate. Once you possess sufficient strength, you may take your revenge personally. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingyan wiped away her tears, concealing her hatred deep within, and nodded solemnly at Kanjiunzi. Follow me, Rain Clan, damn it. In the ninth floor pavilion, Yi Lingtian sat cross-legged, his mind racing with the information transmitted through his imperial consciousness regarding Yu Lingya. A surge of murderous intent enveloped him, his eyes gleaming with a frightening crimson hue. He was taken aback that Yu Lingyan had nearly encountered peril. Although his imperial consciousness had shielded her from true danger, he could not quell the murderous rage swelling within him. After a while, he managed to suppress his wrath, his gaze growing icy to the core. He yearned to stride into the Rain Clan at that very moment and obliterate them. Yet, the thought of how Yu Lingyan would confront her inner demons if he did so gave him pause. Such demons could only be shattered by her own will. Any forceful intervention would only yield contrary results. Drawing in a deep breath, Yi Lingtian quelled his fury, his eyes glinting with cold light. Let you all linger a while longer. Subsequently, he fell silent, closing his eyes and returning to his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the Tsangyun continent, within the Tsangyu's sacred land, Kanglin gazed at the information in his mind, exclaiming with excitement, indeed, Lingtian is the one foretold in the prophecy. He promptly transmitted this news to the 16 ancestors and others in the secret realm. Moments later, several figures exuding terrifying auras appeared in the main hall, each radiating the power of the sacred realm, led by the 16 ancestor. 16 ancestor, 17 ancestor, 18 ancestor, 15 ancestor. Kanglin respectfully addressed the assembled elders. Is the information reliable? The 16 ancestor inquired nonchalantly. It is news from the 10th ancestor. It cannot be incorrect, Kanglin replied with certainty. Good, in that case, let us hasten back to the ancestral land. This wretched place has made me feel utterly uncomfortable indeed. We have finally endured to the end. The 17th and 18th ancestors echoed, expressing their distaste for the barren surroundings. I wonder if that young lad truly possesses the astonishing qualities as described by the ancestor. The 15th ancestor interjected, a glint of anticipation in his eyes, clearly eager to meet the one foretold in the prophecy. It was no surprise. Having spent their days secluded in the secret realm, they had never encountered Yi Lingtian. All right, we shall discuss this upon our return. Quickly, awaken the artifact spirit of the sacred land. It is time to get to work. The 16 ancestor interrupted the conversation, addressing Kanglin. 16 ancestor, I have a small request. Kanglin said with a somewhat sheepish grin. What are you up to this time? The 16 ancestor looked at Kanglin with confusion, not understanding his intentions. Kanglin then stepped beside the 16 ancestor and quietly informed him about his relationship with Shueyuli, the master of the Shuehuang Palace, and expressed his desire to take her along. Upon hearing this, the 16 ancestor was momentarily taken aback. Hiss, you rascal. What is it, old 16? The 15th ancestor, noticing the reaction, approached to inquire, only to see the 16 ancestor shake his head, gazing at Kanglin with a complex expression. I never expected anyone would take an interest in you. Kanglin felt a surge of indignation at this remark. What did it mean that someone took an interest in him? He was also a dashing, handsome man. Why did it sound as if he were of no worth in the 16 ancestors' words? Even the 15th, 17th, and 18th ancestors looked on in disbelief. I can't believe you quietly accomplished such a significant feat, haha. Splendid, splendid. The group exchanged amused glances before breaking into laughter. All right, quickly bring that girl over so we can have a look. All right. Ancestors, wait for me. Kanglin beamed as he tore through the space and stepped inside. Ha ha ha, this lad is truly remarkable, the 15th ancestor remarked with satisfaction, feeling proud that his own disciple had found such a worthy partner. Indeed, ha ha ha, in the Shuehuang Palace, within Shueyuli's chamber, she was in deep meditation when suddenly sensing something. Her eyes flew open, and she coldly demanded, Who? Moments later, Kanglin appeared with a smile in her room. Upon recognizing him, Shueyuli's wariness dissipated, and she playfully chided, Why do you always arrive without giving prior notice? Kanglin walked to her side and drew her into his embrace, inhaling her faint fragrance before slowly saying, After all this time, why are you still so shy? Pa, shameless. Who is your old wife? Shueyuli's face flushed slightly as she retorted. Noticing her reaction, Kanglin didn't mind and rested her head on his shoulder. Chuckling, gather all the disciples of your Shuahuang palace and bring them to the Tsangyue sacred land. We are about to leave this place. So soon? Shuaili looked up in surprise at Kanglin. Yes, we are finally leaving here, Kanglin replied with a hint of nostalgia, admitting he felt a bit reluctant. All right, I will go at once. With that, Shuaili prepared to rise, and oh hurry, come with me first. What is it? My several ancestors wish to meet you, Kanglin said, taking Shuaili's hand as they vanished from her chamber. Chapter 89. The Unfortunate Kanglin Shui. Shuaili, you have met the several ancestors. As she beheld the formidable figures exuding an aura that struck fear into her heart. Shuaili felt somewhat ill at ease. She had never encountered such a scene before. Ha, Liuli, no need for excessive formality. Kanglin, you rascal, indeed have good fortune, several of them jested as they gathered around. Seeing their approachable demeanor, Shuaili relaxed slightly. She had some knowledge of their identities, yet the latter comment caused her cheeks to redden slightly, making her feel as if she were an unattractive bride meeting her in-laws. Even though she was undeniably beautiful, Liuli, my dear, we of Tsangyue have no such rigid protocols. There is no need to overthink it. The 16th ancestor, noticing Shuaili's apprehension, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Appearing as a benevolent elder, why am I not treated the same way? Kanglin muttered under his breath, observing the 16 ancestors' behavior. What did you say, you rascal? As a sage, the 16 ancestor naturally heard Kanglin's mumblings. He turned around, eyes gleaming with cold light, and the smile on his face caused Kanglin to shiver involuntarily. Meanwhile, Shuaili covered her mouth and stifled a laugh at the sight of the two. Finding their banter amusing, however, this familial bond genuinely made her envious. In the cold world of cultivation, such emotions were deeply coveted by many. All right, my dear Liuli is still here. Let us not give them a spectacle to laugh at. At that moment, the 15th ancestor interjected, helping to alleviate Kanglin's awkwardness. This brought relief to Kanglin, who feared the 16th ancestor would once again whip him with that willow branch, which would be humiliating if Shuaili were to witness it. You little brat, for now, I shall spare you. Kanglin hurriedly put on a humble demeanor, appearing as subservient as possible, devoid of any trace of the majesty befitting a holy master. Liuli, since this lad wishes to take you along, do send your disciples here. They can travel to the central continent alongside the Tsangyue sacred land. Upon hearing the 16 ancestors' words, Shuaili's heart soared with joy, realizing that her relationship with Kanglin had received the approval of the elders. She quickly replied, esteemed ancestors, please wait a moment. I will gather my disciples right away. With that, she tore through space and returned to the Shuahuang palace. I shall also go. As Kanglin was about to set off, he suddenly realized that the surrounding space had been sealed off unbeknownst to him. A pallor washed over his face as he glanced at 16th ancestor, who was glaring at him with a grim expression. The willow branch in his hand had somehow been drawn out again. Let's go, 15th ancestor said, while the other elders looked at Kanglin with pity. 15th ancestor, please save me. Sensing the dire situation, Kanglin hurriedly implored for assistance. His face a portrait of misery. You'd better wish for your own fortune. Ha. 15th ancestor chuckled heartily, a glint of mischief in his eyes, as he beckoned the other two to leave. Not sparing a single glance back at Kanglin, moments later, anguished screams echoed from within, accompanied by the sound of the willow branches striking, prompting a sigh from the onlooking elders. What a tragic fellow. What happened to your face? Su Liuli, returning from the Snow Emperor Palace, inquired upon seeing the long imprint of a willow branch on Kanglin's visage. This kid got overly excited and bumped into something. He already grown yet still so clumsy. 16th ancestor interjected with a grin, then turned to reprimand Kanglin. You truly are my good ancestor. Kanglin dared not retort, offering a wry smile in response. Su Liuli observed the two, sensing an oddness she couldn't quite place. Well, since Liuli has returned, let us set forth. I can hardly wait to return to the ancestral land, 17th elder urged, glancing at Kanglin. All elders and disciples of the sacred land, gather at the training grounds. The call resonated throughout the sacred land, reaching every elder and disciple, whether in seclusion or not, compelling them to assemble at the training grounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced through filled the skies above the sacred land, where orderly formations of disciples and elders soon appeared on the training grounds. You must be wondering why you've all been summoned here. Kanglin declared from the air, surveying the crowd below. Though silence enveloped them, their expressions answered him. Today, you shall accompany Tsangyue's sacred land to the renowned land of martial arts, Zhongzhou, where a grander stage awaits you. Now, everyone, sit cross-legged. What? Zhongzhou? Are we a branch of the Zhongzhou forces? The disciples, seated in contemplation, murmured in confusion. Many among them became immediately exhilarated upon hearing the news, those with immense self-confidence eager to showcase their talents on a larger stage. The true disciples' eyes glimmered with fervor. They had long heard of Zhongzhou's illustrious reputation, but felt their strength fell short of the standards required to set foot there, despite their innate talents. It might take them a century or even several centuries to reach Zhongzhou on their own. Zhongzhou, a veritable paradise for martial artists, where emperors abound and sages walk freely, even the legendary supreme might be encountered there. Such a place could not help but inspire longing, especially among the esteemed true disciples. Ha ha ha, I never imagined I would have a day to set foot in Zhongzhou. A voice rang out from the crowd, revealing itself to belong to Xiong Humph, as if you could make a name for yourself there. Another true disciple teased him. Heh, what of it? At least I set foot on that land. Despite his words, the pride in his eyes suggested he desired more than mere passage. In the prime of youth, who would willingly settle for obscurity? Even Xiao Junshan, usually engrossed in his sword, now radiated ambition, clearly longing for that brilliant realm of martial arts. The sword master dares to challenge the heavens and earth, forging ahead relentlessly. Only by embracing challenges can one hone the sharpest sword in existence, a single strike that shatters myriad laws. Wow, look over there. When did our sacred land attract so many female disciples? This is the attire of the Snow Emperor Palace. What business do the Snow Emperor Palace people have in our Tsangyue sacred land? So beautiful. Numerous disciples gazed in bewilderment at the suddenly appearing female disciples from the Snow Emperor Palace, while some even succumbed to infatuation. The sovereign of the Snow Emperor Palace. Xiong marveled at the breathtaking beauty standing beside Kanglin. I didn't expect some promising talents among these disciples. Perhaps we can recruit them into the Divine Mountain, several hidden elders remarked as they observed the disciples below. Indeed, particularly that yin-yang sword body and the great sun-burning heaven body, if properly nurtured. They may one day transcend this realm. Wu Yue, set forth, Kanglin called out as he noticed everyone had gathered. Wu Yue was the spirit of the Tsangyue sacred land, and astonishingly, the entire sacred land was an artifact with consciousness. As his words fell, the entire sacred land shook violently, the mountain gate slowly rising, the booming sound reverberating throughout the Lingnan domain. What is happening? Look, isn't that the Tsangyue sacred land? Numerous cultivators in Lingnan domain, feeling the tremor, rushed out to witness as the dominant Tsangyue sacred land began to ascend into the sky, surrounded by the symbols of civilization. What is going on? Is the Tsangyue sacred land leaving here? Many gasped in shock. Among them were those who wished to join the Tsangyue sacred land, regretting not having been born a few years earlier. Moments later, the Tsangyue sacred land transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing from sight, leaving the people of Lingnan domain exchanging bewildered glances. Who would have thought our sacred land was indeed a spiritual treasure? A disciple within the sacred land exclaimed in disbelief. Not just him, even some elders were only just realizing this. The sovereign had kept it deeply hidden. Soon, the Tsangyue sacred land soared beyond the Tsangyun continent, speeding rapidly toward Zhongzhou. Half a day later, they finally reached the borders of Zhongzhou. Looking at the grand and majestic land before them, many disciples exclaimed in awe, "Is this Zhongzhou? The spiritual energy is so abundant. Indeed, Zhongzhou possesses the densest spiritual energy in the lower realms, gathering 80% of it, allowing its prodigies to easily overshadow those from other continents. Once those from the continent arrive in Zhongzhou, it is no longer fitting to call them prodigies. The disparity in strength between them and the geniuses of Zhongzhou is far too great. A single prodigy from Zhongzhou could easily overpower a group of so-called prodigies from below, let alone those who have made a name for themselves on the Zhongzhou prodigy ranking. However, every year, there are those who rise to prominence. For true geniuses, given some time, they can surpass the local prodigies of Zhongzhou. Take for instance the likes of Finchen and Xiao Junshan from the Tsangyue sacred land. They are true prodigies, exceptional even within Zhongzhou. If given a little time, their names will surely grace the prodigy ranking. So this is Zhongzhou? Truly, this is the martial realm I aspire to pursue. Finchen stood, gazing at the landscape ahead, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit and ambition. I wonder how the prodigies of Zhongzhou differ from us. I truly anticipate a chance to duel with them. This fellow is indeed a battle fanatic. All right, everyone quiet down. We are still at the borders of Zhongzhou and have yet to enter. Kanglin gestured for silence, his voice resonating through the crowd. Upon hearing the sovereign's call, the disciples settled down, though their faces betrayed their excitement. After all, not everyone among them would have the chance to step foot in Zhongzhou. For many, simply being able to tread upon this grand land in their lifetime was sufficient to make them content. Time passed swiftly, and soon, half a day had elapsed. They VE returned. At the Tsangyue Divine Mountain's residence, Kanjianzi stood as he sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching, making his way outside. With a wave, he opened a passage in space, revealing the Tsangyue's sacred land, radiant and resplendent, resembling a flying vessel yet akin to a small mountain. Hovering in the air, a figure clad in green robes stood atop it, watching the elder emerge. 10th Ancestor, Kanglin called out upon recognizing the familiar silhouette. Haha, you've grown so much in the blink of an eye. 10th Ancestor laughed heartily at Songlan, at that moment. For more elders appeared, addressing Kanjianzi. Have you seen that kid? Kanjianzi's smile deepened. That kid is indeed a prodigy. Is it truly that remarkable? Not even our Tsangyue Divine Mountain can find a match? 17th Ancestor expressed disbelief, though they were aware of the prophecies regarding the individual foretold to be formidable. Having never witnessed it themselves, haha, once you see him, you'll understand, Kanjianzi teased. Listening to you, I'm genuinely curious about what kind of person could earn your unreserved praise. 15th Ancestor chimed in, intrigued. By the way, where is that kid? 17th Ancestor inquired, looking at Kanjianzi. That kid is not here. He is still on the outskirts and has just annihilated the Holy Spirit Dynasty. The Holy Spirit Dynasty? The one with the sage overseeing it? 16th Ancestor recalled after a moment. Seeing Kanjianzi nod, he paused, even plucking a few of his own beard hairs in shock. You mean that little brat managed to destroy a force under the guidance of a sage? I remember he was merely a revered one, right? 16th Ancestor's eyes were wide with astonishment. What? A revered one? The reactions of Lao Shiba and Shitzi were more pronounced. They gasped in astonishment. This was hardly surprising. For who would dare to believe that a force as formidable as that of a sage could be vanquished by a mere venerable? In their eyes, even a gentle breath from a venerable could annihilate a vast multitude. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving a flicker of shock in the other's eyes. Well then, that young man shall arrive in due time, and you shall come to understand, Kanjianzi proclaimed to the group with a resonant voice. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the mountains within the secret realm shifted, and a towering peak rose majestically from the ground. At its summit, ethereal sounds danced in the air, and spiritual energy coalesced into clouds. In a mere moment, the previously barren mountaintop began to sprout spiritual trees and herbs at a visible pace, while celestial cranes descended gracefully among them. Soon, spiritual energy fell like rain, nourishing the land. After the spiritual rain, the trees and herbs emitted a faint luminescence, accompanied by the delightful fragrance of medicinal herbs, creating a scene brimming with vitality, an absolute treasure trove of feng shui. Let us relocate the Tsangyue Holy Land here, and select some mediocre disciples to manage the various enterprises of Tsangyue Divine Mountain. The remaining exceptionally gifted ones may be invited to join the Divine Mountain and cultivate its profound techniques. Yes, 10 Ancestor, Kanglin responded solemnly before transferring the Holy Land to the towering peak. That moment, the disciples within began to regain their composure. Have we truly arrived at our destination? One voice queried. Just then, Kanglin descended from the heavens, addressing the gathered disciples with clarity. In the central continent, the myriad forces, grand sects, and hidden aristocratic families abound, with countless formidable entities. Here, martial arts flourish, sages are ubiquitous, and prodigies abound. While you may be regarded as prodigies and anomalies on Tsangyun continent, you are far from deserving such titles here. Therefore, do not carry your arrogance into this realm. Your foremost duty now is to strive diligently in your cultivation and ultimately surpass them.